Do, 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 do.
YouTube is good. And Rockton is good.
Swag.
Alright, so you want to just keep it up until?
Yeah, might as well at this point.
Yeah, we want to fuck it
What?
up.
What? Andrew was just calling me? What the hell happened? Got you.
Alright, man. So, you're gonna go live. You're going live virtual, so, right?
Yep.
Alright, cool. So I'm gonna hop out. Just DM. I'm gonna be here like 11:59, but DM me when you're ready to go live, and I'll go ahead and press the go live button on Rockton. But I'll make a couple of things.
Hell yeah, brother. Appreciate it.
Of course, man. I'm looking forward to it. Later on.
Yeah.
Good time, though.
It'll be fun. It'll be fun.
All right, Dusty.
All right, see you later.
No.
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
And then hello, whoever this is.
That is Krish Mohan.
Hi.
I'll mute myself. Hello. Good to see you. Nice to meet you officially.
Nice to meet you.
And we should have Misty jumping in soon and Mark Lovers.
Right on.
How are you doing, buddy? Are you excited?
Oh, I'm mentally preparing myself for this. It's gonna be an adventure. I'm taking like altogether like an hour of breaks, so it shouldn't be too bad.
I gotta start using fucking StreamYard. This is nice.
Oh yeah, it's very nice.
Like even just on the guest side, this is nice.
Oh yeah, it's super easy to use.
I submitted all the final permits for all my sides of the stuff like 10 minutes ago.
Nice.
So we'll get all the marches and everything approved at the embassy event.
Hell yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, we're just waiting till 12, and then I'm gonna
Am I echoing?
a little bit, but not too bad.
Okay. I got my air conditioner on. Oh. That should kill the background noise.
Yeah, that's all right.
I gotta clean up a little bit too. It's a mess.
That's why I do the green screen, so I don't have to clean anything.
That's why Kara makes sure that the stuff has a green screen. Because she got caught in the vigil one time without a green screen, and it was just like the background of a hotel room.
Plus, you could just do like great things with the green screen, you know? Just I love it.
I like the hats. That's a good theme.
It's not bad.
So yeah, we'll just go for an hour, and then
I tried calling Misty by accident.
Then I'll kick us all off and do the Green Party people, and we'll just go through the day.
Oh yeah. Who else do you got planned?
Oh, let's see here. So,
real quick, did Lovers get you in contact with Juan Passarelli or David McBride?
Nope.
No. Oh, he was supposed to.
So have y'all at 12, Green Party at 1, then somebody at 2. Fuck, I forgot who I have at 2. That'll be fun. I have somebody at 2. I have the Florida organizer at 3, Steve and Glory at 4, Jason Krishnek, I think his name is, at 5. And then I don't have anybody for 6, so that's probably when I'm just going to take like my break and then just, I don't know, just be like
6:30 is Kara.
6:30 is Kara. Yeah, okay. So I'll just take my break and then talk with Kara at 6:30. Okay. And then I have Jay from Fred Hampton Leftists at 7. I have my buddy Matt coming on at 8. Then at 9 o'clock, I'm actually bringing a bunch of my buddies over to have like a big panel because all of them are Afghan vets, Syria vets that volunteered with YPG and shit to fight ISIS, and they're all going to talk about that. And then I have the Arizona organizer at 10, and then nobody at 11, because at 11 I'll probably just want to fucking die anyway, so I'll probably just be like zoned out, being like, war's banned.
Hi, Misty. How are you?
Hello. I'm good. How's it going?
Good. Your hair looks great.
Does it?
Did you change it again, or is it just pulled back?
It's just
Her
pulled
hair
back.
is always great. That's just who Misty is.
Yeah, Misty is a very fashionable woman.
I'm so not at all.
It looks like
T-shirts.
the sun.
T-shirts and leggings. That's my wardrobe, fam. That's it. That's all. That's the best you get.
Am I still echoing,
Solid
or did that
choices.
stop?
I don't
trying
hear
I
an
don't
echo.
hear too much of it.
I don't hear an echo anymore.
Yeah. StreamYard also has this thing called echo cancellation. You just have to make sure that you have a stereo mic. But it basically like removes any sort of background noise. I think it's basically like it keeps your volume at a pretty good level, but it decreases the gain so that surrounding stuff doesn't come through. This is very I have very little audio knowledge, and it's all because I've fucked up so many things over the years that I've learned how to fix. So yeah, but the echo cancellation is a pretty solid.
All right, and do you hear my fan? This is the most important thing I need to know for tonight.
A little.
Little.
Not enough
It's-
that you're
it's
like,
just-
hey,
it's-
is that
yeah.
motherfucker running a fan?
It's not enough. I wouldn't have noticed it if you wouldn't have said anything. But as soon as you said something, I was like, yeah, I
Okay.
can hear it.
Because it's like a bazillion degrees, and I live in a basement, so it's like soup
No,
level
I think you're
humidity.
fine.
So I
You're
need
gonna
a
be
fan.
fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So I'm gonna drop us out. I'm gonna tell Nico to put us live, and then at exactly 12, I got a 2-minute intro. Then I'll introduce myself and ramble on, and then I'll introduce all of you, and we'll talk for an hour. So
Cool.
So I'm gonna put the overlay up. 1 second. Boop, boop. All right, and see you guys in like 5 minutes.
This just in, you were looking at obviously a very disturbing live shot there. That is the World Trade Center, and we have unconfirmed reports this morning that a plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center. CNN.
On my orders, the United States military has begun strikes against Al-Qaeda terrorist training camps and military installations in the Taliban regime in Afghanistan.
Hello, everybody. I'm super excited today. Welcome to the 12-hour stream hyping up the End the Damn Wars event in Washington, D.C., Arizona, Florida, California, Portland, Seattle, New York, all across the country, bringing together everybody, every political spectrum, every identity, every class, every group to come together and end the damn wars. I'm going to be here for 12 hours. We're going to be rotating a large cast of guests, bunch of cool names, bunch of interesting perspectives and people. We're all going to come together. We're all going to sit here and lay out every single reason why we need to end these wars. Obviously, this is kind of timely with what's going on in Afghanistan. A lot of people told us that it was kind of silly that we planned to have an anti-war protest on the day we were supposed to pull out of Afghanistan. And those people are kind of eating their words right now with everything that's going on. But yeah, to start us off nice and, in the beginning and fresh, I'm going to invite my first three guests on today. And we're going to go this first hour. First, we have one of our co-organizers in Action for Assange People, Misty. How you doing tonight, Misty?
I am doing very well, sir. Thanks for having me.
See, I'm so used to streaming at night that I said, how you doing tonight? And it's the morning. This is like weird time for me. Second up, another co-organizer of the event, Mr. Andrew Zidman. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, buddy. How are you?
Good. And then our fourth guest for the hour, we have Mr. Krish Mohan. How you doing, my man?
How's it going? Good to see you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So I'm going to start this off the same way I'm going to start every single guest. We'll go around because we have four here, starting with you, Misty. Name your single most primary reason why you are anti-war, whether it be an event, a concept, a issue. What is your number one?
I think that for me, it's always been, and I think that for most of us, like in our age range, which I'm like 11 years older than you, but it's in that range. I think 9/11 and the Iraq and Afghanistan invasions were like hugely influential in me kind of developing an anti-war mindset. I was 18 when 9/11 happened, so I hadn't, when you're 18, you don't really think about that shit. But then when you see it like all happening in real time, it really kind of brought into sharp relief how fucking ridiculous all of this is. So yeah, I think for me it's just, you know, just the global domination that needs to come to an end, and you know, the fact that we spend so much money and time and energy and effort blowing stuff up instead of taking care of people. You know, I'm one of those crazy people who thinks that we should work on, you know, living, you know, together and working together and not, you know, destroying everything.
Absurd, Misty.
I know.
In 2021, impossible. All right, Andrew, how about you? What's your number one?
So my number one is because of the gross human cost of both the country that's being attacked and the country that does the attacking, and not just the physical cost of the bodies, but the psychological impact that it has on both the domestic population, but also if you look at Afghanistan, that country has had centuries of war, right? And all we did was bring one more generation war. 20 years is more than a generation of human life, and it has been devastated, and there have been people that were born, lived, fought, and died on both sides since before this even started, since before 9/11 happened. So it's just that impact is why I'm so anti-war.
Again, I'll probably bring it up a couple times tonight, but I had a conversation a couple months ago with my uncle that fought in Desert Storm, my cousin that was deployed to Afghanistan, and my nephew who's currently being deployed to Africa. And it's like, that's intense. That's intense when you put it into that perspective. So, all right, Chris, tell me, what's your number one?
Probably because I love capitalism. Obviously, that's the reason. Is that not? No, Magnus, you kind of pointed it out. Misty said that what happened on 9/11 kind of changed this generation. I think I was like 13 or 14 maybe when 9/11 happened. And I got to see kind of the periphery of what happens in a country that's obsessed with war, which is xenophobia and racism. Because it didn't matter that I was from India, everybody just assumed I was a brown kid, so I was from a Muslim country that they wanted to blow up. So there was that, but later on, I started becoming more and more anti-war when I started talking to people and meeting people. And I have a bunch of friends now who are veterans, active combat veterans from the Iraq War, and they've told me all the crazy shit that they've been through, and that's kind of the big push for me to start talking about it on stage, because I was a little skittish and afraid about talking about it on stage until I started meeting people and befriending, and these are some of my closest friends now. You know, I talk to these folks pretty much every day and keep in touch with them. So that was, I think right now is the number one big issue is I'm anti-war because I'm pro-veteran, because I don't want to see any more veterans. That's my biggest reason, I think, now.
Yeah, definitely. And I can kind of, I'll say mine just because it's the very beginning. I kind of have two, and it's split between both of those. The one big one for me is the planet, the environment, because that's something that never gets talked about. A lot of environmental movements do not address it, of just the sheer destruction on all scales: the water, the soil, the food table, the air, the resources, the minerals, everything it takes to fund these massive, never-ending global wars is absurd. The statistic I always pull up is there's a concept called a superfund site, which is defined as a site that's so heavily polluted that it's borderline like irredeemable. It would take so much money and effort to fix it that it's kind of preposterous. 900 of them across the world directly contributed to the U.S. military, whether that be diesel dumps, irradiated toxic waste, minerals. It doesn't matter. Like, there's 900 places across the planet that are so poisoned that it's an ecological disaster. And you rarely ever hear that mentioned, because obviously the war hawks aren't going to bring that up. And for some reason, a lot of the environmental movements don't want to touch on that either, which has always been, it's surreal to me. Like it takes essentially like a city's worth of diesel to run a military operation for a couple hours, and it's absurd. And then, you know, like you said, Chris, just coming from a military family and seeing like the type of people that have the warrior spirit are great to have in your culture, because these people are go-getters. They put a lot of work in. They're very motivated. They're very strong, and you are wasting them for nothing. and using them against people, innocent people, and screwing them up, fucking them up, ruining their lives for nothing. You're taking some of the cream of the crop of your culture, of your society when it comes to that, at least that kind of people, and you're just throwing them away for 20 years straight. And it's absurd to me. Almost all of my friends are veterans, and all of them alcoholism, depression, and like the whole reason they're even in activism at all is just because of how the things they saw over there. And that's definitely kind of my motivating factor. Yeah. So from here, sorry to cut you off.
No, I was going to say that's I don't know if this is kind of the story that you hear, but every veteran that I've talked to, it's always been the poverty draft, right? They were like, oh, I was disillusioned in a small town and didn't know how to get out, couldn't pay for college, because or if I did go to college, it would be the community college, a couple miles from my house that I could drive to because that's what would be affordable. So it becomes that the military ends up being the only way that they can get out and pay for an education. And, that's the story I hear pretty consistently is that poverty draft. And I don't know if that's the same for you, but that's another big reason.
I think that's a huge part of the reason why we don't have healthcare and why we don't have education, because that enables them to continue pulling these poor kids into a situation where they have no other choice. If they want to survive, they have to go into the military because there's no other way for them to get a job or get an education or go to the doctor.
Right. And it's surreal how ingrained in our economy, like war fighting is of all things, to where you look at a lot of the jobs in the military, there's stuff that a lot of it's stuff the private sector could do that has nothing to do with war, but they want you in the military so they can draft you into this. They can, what is it, like backlog? I forget the term, where they pull you up even if you're past your term. It's stop loss, like they stop loss people and everything like that. And it's surreal to me that our college, our education system is highly tied into the military. A lot of people join it just to get health care, which is really unfortunate because the VA is a fucking disaster consistently. It's absurd. And like you said, just to get out. I grew up in a very poor rural Michigan, and I think my graduating class was 16 people, about 50-50 men and girls. And I'm pretty sure at least half the guys joined the military, like right out. Because what else are you going to do? The nearest Walmart's an hour drive away. Like, so
our entire society is kind of based around this economy of death and destruction. And that's what I don't think a lot of people make the connections. Like if you want healthcare, if you want, education, if you want green energy, any of that stuff, I mean, imagine what we could afford to do if we didn't spend all of our money on blowing stuff up. It'd be great.
Yeah.
And try to take other people's resources. If we actually let them have some sovereignty and just work together. Right. If there was a little bit of a global community aspects around that, we wouldn't have to justify going into these different countries to essentially steal some shit that's not ours. So, but again, that's the same thing. It's like MLK was talking about it in the 60s about how militarism is essentially preventing. It's one of the he lists like 3 different things that are kind of tied in with each other. It's like the military, racism, and I'm forgetting the third one. But he basically points out like how one thing is directly correlated to the other, right? So if you're going to go to war, and his era was Vietnam, you're going to look at every Asian person and think that they're Vietnamese, and that spreads hate, that spreads racism, it spreads xenophobia, and it just kind of splits us up. And that racism then funnels the wars a lot more because now we have a justification of saying, oh, look, anybody that looks like this person that's the bad guy.
Yeah,
right?
you're seeing that right now with people not being able to understand the fundamental difference between the Taliban and ISIS, and the fact that they've actually been at war with each other for 5 years. And I get surreal comments of like, oh, they act like they're at war, but they're actually on the same side. And it's like because they're brown. Is that the whole like justification? It's surreal to me. And you're right, just like the sheer anger of it. And we are also like the worst empire in the world, because if you go back and look at like the Ottomans or the Romans or even like the British Empire and stuff, at least like they built things in these countries. Every single country we've gone to is objectively worse in every single category than before we went there. Libya's worse. Syria is worse. Afghanistan is worse. Iraq is worse. Like, we did not turn these places into utopias. We actually set them back like hundreds of years, bombed all of their infrastructure, destroyed their culture, like imported like McDonald's and stupid shit just to pull it out later. Like, we're the worst. We're probably the worst in human history for empire. We take so much and give literally functionally nothing to anyone. And it makes empire alone is bad. And then you be a bad empire on top of it, you know?
Well, that's
like
the thing
near
is
Mongolian status,
Right.
But the bigger expense, well, not even the bigger expense, but another expense is literally the cost of all this, right? And it's not that war is expensive and that's a problem. It's the fact that people make money off of war. I believe it was 2007. WikiLeaks released shopping lists, essentially, of what the Iraq and Afghan wars were costing. And what we found out is that it costs literally a penny to produce a rocket launcher, like your standard military issue rocket launcher. And it was sold for almost $700. So that gross amount of increase, that doesn't go to supporting the troops. That goes to the military contractors that produce this. There was communications equipment that cost about $10,000 to produce that was sold for $480,000. That's
the infamous story. The infamous story of the $2,500 Air Force pens.
Mhm.
That one I always bring up.
If you look at what Halliburton did, they literally had a deal with the government that no matter what they spent, they would make an additional percentage. I think it was like 2% or something on top of it. So what would happen, they would take brand new equipment, brand new semi-trucks over into the deserts of Afghanistan and Iraq, drive them till the tires popped, because that's a common thing on the infrastructure that's out there. And then not even figuratively, but literally just blow up the truck because the tires blew up. Because when they bought a new one and had it shipped in, they got 2% of whatever they paid on top of that.
Well, that's what people don't realize. This has nothing to do with national security. It has nothing to do with keeping us safe. It has nothing to do with protecting our freedoms. This is about profit. All of these wars are about
it's arguably not even about fighting terrorism.
No.
It's
not.
We create more terrorism than we fight.
And then we fund them for a little while. And
we train them, give them weapons, and then we go fight them. It's ridiculous.
How did they
an
get
endless
that?
circle? They just want to keep an endless cycle of war because it just keeps inflating their bank accounts. That's all it is.
Yeah, the other example I always bring up is the Black Rifle Coffee people, whatever. They do a podcast, and they were talking about how they ordered I think it was like $25,000 espresso machines out to Kandahar just because the provisions officer would just sign off on anything. So they were a special operations unit, so that might have part to do with it. But literally, hey, we need this $25,000 espresso machine shipped out in the mountains of Afghanistan for reasons, and the defense budget was just yeah, sure. And if some grunts could do that, some random special operations people up in Afghanistan, God knows what else was going on. The Afghan withdrawal kind of gave us a little hint of that. We see videos of the Taliban walking into these military officers quarters, and they're just being all this Gucci shit and piles of money everywhere. And it's oh my God, this is clownish. This is stupid.
It really is. Yeah, we just talked to Scott Horton yesterday about this and about how it's that all we do is create our own problems so that we can just continue perpetuate this cycle of war. It's just constant.
We just need new justifications for war every single time, and I think that's
ISIS K.
Right.
That's okay.
Even look at what's happening with China. Is they're trying to perpetuate a hot war with China, and it's just why. But
it's the most absurd thing too, because me and Misty talked about this. This isn't like the Cold War. We have China owns a bunch of property here, and we own property in China. All of our business people are going back and forth constantly. We send people to their schools. They send people to our schools. This is the U.S. trying to start a war with Mexico. It's just stupid. It doesn't make any sense.
Well,
but they're trying.
The Great Reset agenda, right? Because in a way, we've been in an arms race for a long time. The war in Afghanistan in particular was used to beta test large-scale biometric equipment, where if you wanted to interact with the U.S. side of operations or the U.S. government that was built in Afghanistan, you had to forego biometric information. You had to do iris scanning, facial recognition, fingerprinting, just to be able to interact with the shell of a society that we had built. And that technology has fallen into the hands of the Taliban now too, according to, I believe it was The Intercept put that article.
They use the little box biometric scanners, which, by the way, not to get off topic at all, but just to point it out, those were used in Brooklyn Center against BLM protesters just last year. They were running around with those same equipment, scanning journalists' face with it. So this stuff comes home, people.
Yes,
it never stays over there. It always comes home.
Yeah.
And you can,
and even have the talk of using the anti-terror tactics and drone strikes coming out of mainstream media to handle issues like domestic terrorism and things like that. So it's
this is not
I'm
not making that up. Andrew's not making that up. On mainstream media, they actually discuss the possibility of using drone strikes on domestic terrorists. So drone striking American citizens, y'all.
Yeah, I mean that's
not new though.
Yeah, no, I was saying everyone that has anything to do with the anonymous movement and obviously followed Assange knows that like some of this stuff goes back to like 2006 and even further. Like I brought up Operation Igloo White on my Twitter, which a lot of people don't know, which was the U.S. military kind of piloting mass scale kind of like data harvesting that we do now. All the way back then, they were dropping these sensors over Vietnam that would pick up like temperature, movement, sound, smell, everything like that, and mass send it up to an aircraft to be collected so they could track the Viet Cong through like the Ho Chi Minh Trail and shit. And that was done all the way back then.
Yeah.
So like,
and Chris, you're right. It's not new, but what's new is that they're much more comfortable about being open with it. Like on CNN, they're just talking about it, like, you know, and again, they're having people like, you know, James Clapper and John Brennan as like paid contributors on mainstream media. It used to be, they would do it kind of in secret. Now they're just very open about it.
Well, they were open about it with strikers too. Like you said, it comes home is, you know, like they were kind of being open about like, hey, we should fire on striking workers in the early 1900s because the labor movement was becoming so much more powerful at that time.
Yeah,
and
Blair Mountain.
And there are many instances where the military and the National Guard are called in and they're openly firing on American citizens. And when I talk to people about that, they go, no, that's crazy. They would never do that. And then when you show them the evidence, they go, holy crap, this is insane. Like, you know, even something like you said, Blair Mountain, but going back to the 1890s when like Debs was organizing strikes for railroad workers so that, you know, their families would be taken care of if somebody dies. Like they called the military in and opened fire, and the military cost $80 million worth of damage in Chicago, like to a domestic place, $80 million worth of damage, and like that was kind of okay back then. And then the more it started happening, I think it did become secret. Like you're saying, Missy, I think you're right. It became quiet, and they're like, oh, let's talk about this in secret. And now they're just doing it in the open because I think they know that they can use propaganda and manipulation in a particular way where their base is going to be fine with it. If you justify it as, oh, you got to be scared of this invisible threat that virtually will never fucking make it here, people will go along with it.
Yeah,
you know,
Libya's the greatest example of that probably in the world. I guarantee that 99% of Americans did not know that a country named Libya existed.
Right.
And within 6 months, they manufactured enough outrage and anger to, incentivize the American people to drone strike and fucking collapse their country. Sorry, I gotta fix my camera real quick.
Yeah, I was gonna say your camera just dropped.
Yeah, I gotta fix that real quick.
Yeah, but no, you're right. And most of these people, like, they wouldn't be able to place Syria on a map. Or, you know what I mean? But like Chris was saying, the propaganda game in this country is so strong. They've really fine-tuned it. It's like an art form at this point. And they're able to manipulate. And it's a lot of emotional manipulation. They use fear. It's all fear-based. So they make you afraid of the other. They make you afraid of, now it's ISIS-K. That's the new boogeyman that's just dropped. It hasn't just dropped. It's been around for a while, but nobody's really heard of it until recently because now they can use it. They can utilize it to their benefit. So, but I mean, this is exactly what they do. And that's why Andrew and I have focused so much on Julian Assange and propaganda and narrative management, because that really is how they are able to make these things happen.
Exactly. And obviously, because I have all you here, we have to discuss the whistleblower situation and everything with that, because not only is there so much propaganda, it would be one thing, but if you try to chip away at that at all, if you point out any of that as nonsense, even just publish that as nonsense, like a lot of people focus on like, oh, they're whistleblowers, they broke the law, they had illegal information, whatever. There's journalists and publications that get hit just for reporting these things. So it's way worse than that. And obviously we can go into Daniel Hale, we can go into what's going on with Assange to this day, and God knows how many like uncounted people that were going to blow the whistle or had information or something like that, and we'll just never hear of because they got threatened, they got arrested beforehand.
Or because they just got scared because Julian Assange is currently being tortured in Belmarsh prison and has been for over 2 years, and they're like, I want no part of that. And that's exactly the intention that they had when they decided to do what they're doing to Julian Assange. I mean, that the chilling effect is exactly what they were going for. Because people will say, well, why didn't they just take him out? They could they could totally do that, right? But they need to use him as an example. I liken him to like the proverbial head on a stake. Like he's the guy that you put on the head on the stake outside of the castle. Like, look, if you mess with us, this is what we're going to do to you. And that's effectively what they're doing to Julian Assange. Is they're just he's just the example. Andrew and I have talked, and Chris has joined Action for Assange, the Vigil's co-hosting too. But Andrew and I have been focusing on this for a long time, that it's not about silencing Julian Assange. He's just the mechanism which they're using to silence all of us, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at the cases like what happened in the Ecuadorian embassy with UC Global. They were a private security contractor, essentially like a military intelligence type that was working for the Ecuadorian embassy, specifically to guard Lenin Moreno's children when he traveled to Ecuador, but also to look over the embassy day to day. And that was due to restrictions with European Union travel movements and citizenship in Ecuador and all those fun things. But what ended up happening is the private security firm UC Global began working with the hopefully dead Sheldon Adelson, Las Vegas Sands casino owner, and the CIA to literally observe, record, and transmit information to their United States friends, right? To the point that you had David Morales, literally just this like desk jockey intelligence guy. He would stand up and bang his chest when questioned about what they were doing at the Ecuadorian embassy and if they should be doing this, because they had a lot of the employees had the utmost respect for Julian for the work that he had done, because they got to know his story. They had been guarding that embassy for years. And Morales would literally stand up, bang on his chest, rip his shirt open and say, I am a mercenary.
Yeah,
right?
he thinks he's working with the big leagues. He's in the big leagues now.
Yeah,
he's such
and
a
that he had
turd.
turned to the dark side. And this is literally a man that his essential claim to fame is that he's now arrested and his home has been searched, his property has been sieged. The case is still ongoing. But that should be a story for anyone that decides to work with the United States in the surveillance industry.
And that should terrify everybody. Y'all, the CIA was spying on Julian Assange and every single one of his visitors, all journalists that came to visit him. They were taking their electronic devices and like making clones of them so that they could spy on that information. If they're going to do that to him, they'll do it to any of us. And he's in a court case, a legal court case against the biggest empire on planet Earth in history, potentially. And they're literally spying on his privileged conversations with his legal team. That's crazy business. That's a huge violation of his human rights, and nobody talks about it. Nobody mentions it. Nobody cares. It's not a thing that anybody's worried about. Even the journalists who were they themselves spied upon, nobody talked. Like Max Blumenthal and Stefania Maruzzi are the only ones who have really ever been loud about it. Like they all just like meekly are like, yeah, okay, that's fine. That's not okay. They shouldn't be able to spy. I mean, the dude had to have conversations with his legal team in the women's bathroom and everybody used to make fun of him. Oh, he's so paranoid. It turns out he was right. And then it turns out that they had microphones in the women's bathroom too. Mm-hmm. It's crazy.
And then the whistleblower who came forward about UC Global, one of the two ones that we know so far, is the person that installed that equipment. The literal person that went in and put the microphone and cameras inside of the embassy and lied to Julian and the legal staff about the fact that they did have recording, but told them that they didn't for audio. And then details in the witness statement that was submitted to court, exactly what and where the equipment was installed in the embassy, in the bathroom. They basically made a map of where all of the microphones were for them. And this is something that got entered into the court record in the United Kingdom in Julian's case. And the judge literally was like, well, but he was handling national security information. Like, what did you think was going to happen?
Jesus.
Yeah. They excuse it. It's amazing.
Are you okay over there, Magnus? It looks
Oh,
like
my camera is just decided today of all days is mutiny
Right.
against me. So I'm currently working on fixing it. But yeah, it like the fact that, and I even kind of brought it up. I'm like, why is the Jillian situation so muted, so ignored, so talked undiscussed across the board? And a lot of people just kind of answered to me, which is an answer that I always makes me really mad. They're like, oh, it just seems hopeless at this point. So what's it? And it's like, oh God. So like a situation is so bad that it seems hopeless to talk about. It's like, so that to me, that's like, oh, you should talk about it more then.
Yeah.
You know, like if it's that bad, you should talk about it more, because it's crazy to me that you had all of the people that kind of came out in support of all the Trump leakers and the Trump whistleblowers. But then if you mention Assange, well, like, he's a Russian asset or something like that, where almost all this information we know is built off the shoulders of either WikiLeaks partners, or people that liked WikiLeaks, one way or another. So
well, this is another part. It's partisan bullshit, and it's so frustrating because in 2010, liberals loved Julian Assange. They loved Julian Assange. He got a standing ovation at a TED Talk from a room full of liberals. They loved him, and Republicans hated him. And then 2016 comes around, and he embarrasses their queen, and now liberals want to kill him. And Republicans are kind of coming around on, understanding. This isn't a partisan thing, y'all. It shouldn't matter. If you want the truth, then you should want the truth no matter what the truth is. And a lot of these people, they don't want to know when their team's doing something bad. They only want to be able to use it to score political points. And that's really weird to me, because I'm just somebody who, I want the truth. I don't care. Maybe it's because I don't have a team, but I just want the truth. And I don't really care if it's Republicans or Democrats or who. If it's exposing corruptions and war crimes, then bring that shit on. I don't care. It's a weird thing.
The more they cover it too is that the more they talk about Julian Assange, and the more people start looking into who he is and what he's revealed and what he's talked about, the opinion in the public sphere changes. We see that pretty often. There are certain topics that get talked about accidentally on corporate media, like Cornel West on MSNBC will go on and bring up how the Democratic Party is corrupt, and it's like, okay, that was really cool to hear on accident. That's the last time Cornel West is ever going to be on. It's like if Glenn Greenwald was to go on CNN and talk positively.
They'll never have Glenn Greenwald.
They'll never have him. But if they did, and they try to keep it light and whatever, and Glenn does what Glenn does and talks about Assange and Snowden and why these leaks are important and what they're doing, they'll never have them on, because the public perception will change, right? It's the same thing they did to Tulsi Gabbard. Every time Tulsi Gabbard was given an opportunity to be on corporate media, people were vibing with her. So there was a total blackout. If you just don't talk about it, it's out of people's minds, right? It's out of sight, out of mind, and nobody has to address it.
And then the only time you do talk about it, it's to misinform people. So it's like very scarce, like very sparse coverage. But when it is, it's only damaging coverage.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think there was like one CNN article from 2019 that was very easily debunkable. And I think there was a guy that was, I think, connected to the Ecuadorian embassy that like had frequently met with Assange when he was in the Ecuadorian embassy, basically took that article and point by point debunked it, which was great, because it was like, yeah, all this is bullshit. Like the whole thing about like, oh, he smeared feces on the wall.
Well, that's the thing, is that it's so easy. If you can get somebody who's open-minded to just listen to what's actually happening with Julian Assange, it really is easy to debunk like 99% of the stuff that they throw at him. I mean, even like the rape case from Sweden, that it's so easy to debunk it. It really is, if people are just willing to look at the actual facts. I've been getting a lot lately that he's a white supremacist. it's ridiculous. It's very easy to debunk if you're just willing to look at the information. That's and you know, people will you know, they buy into their own personal, like, what they really want to believe about him. And it's not hard to, if you're like a rational human being, it's not hard to imagine that the people that he's pissed off will absolutely lie and smear and propagandize people against him. You know what I mean? It's, of course. And that's not to say that Julian Assange is a perfect human being. I've never met him, but I've said, and I will continue to say, it doesn't matter. I don't care if he could be the biggest asshole on planet Earth, and I would still fight against what's happening to him, because it's not just happening to him. It's happening to all of us. And it's important. Like, this shit is important. Being able to speak freely, being able to expose corruption and criminality in your governments is a big deal. We cannot effectively fight for anything if we don't have the ability to do that.
Yeah, the character assassination of any whistleblower, which is one of the directions that corporate media loves to take, is like, oh, we can't actually refute his arguments or what he's revealed or why he revealed them, but we can say, oh, well, he kind of seems like a dick. Yeah. Right? It's like that's the same thing with like Edward Snowden. It's like, oh, well, he could have given it to another a country that's an enemy of America. It's like, but he didn't. Yeah, but he could have. And because of that little weird character assassination argument, you know, it's like they dismiss everything that he's revealed and all the importance that all the important information that he's put out there. It's the same thing with Assange. Is, oh, he could be an asshole.
I don't care.
Dawson, yeah, a couple weeks ago, Susie Dawson was on Ron Placone's stream, and she basically pointed out, like, it's a moot point. It doesn't matter, like you're saying, it doesn't matter what his personality is. It matters the work that he's doing. But also, secondly, I think she's met him or has known him in some capacity, and basically said, like, he's a super sweet dude. He's just kind of introverted. So, like, I get that.
On the autistic, he's on the spectrum. I mean, yes, he's going to be a little socially awkward and a little weird. And I have an autistic child. Like, the fact that that's used against him is really disgusting. It's really gross.
Nothing's sacred with these people. Like, that's the thing you got to keep in mind. They will do whatever. And I mean, I don't
criticize capitalism. That's the
right. Yeah. And then, obviously, like, I also want to move on to Daniel Hale, and I'm forgetting off the top of my head, but the CIA whistleblower that
Joshua Scholl, alleged. They can't even prove that he's the whistleblower.
And they've been in court. Can I go through the numbers so I can talk about him a little bit?
Yeah, go for it.
Cool. So before the reason the whole vigil exists, the Free Assange Vigil, as an online format, is because of the overwhelming silence that there was for Julian. And for whistleblowers in general, you had places like Consortium News and Shadowproof that do a great job, but it was you didn't see it breaching with the main independent media figures on either side of the political spectrum. So the whole hope when we started the vigil was to put forward what was happening to Julian in a way that was post-partisan and could engage with all sides and not really care what anyone was saying, aside from, hey, let's talk about Julian, for the most part. So one of the things that we did and still do in almost the same format and fashion that you had the media reporting about the Vietnam War, where they would go through and talk about how long we had been there and the amount of soldiers that died each day. So we do the numbers, and it's the amount of days since important events happened during all this. So we have 3,910 days of illegal and arbitrary detention for Julian Assange. We have 874 days since the WikiLeaks founder was trafficked from the Ecuadorian embassy and taken to Belmarsh prison after being sold to the US and the UK for a $4.2 billion loan from the International Monetary Fund to the nation of Ecuador. We have 228 days since Vanessa Baraitser's January 6th ruling denying Julian Assange bail after personally ordering his release and ruling no extradition in his case. We have 1,485 days of inhumane pretrial detention for the alleged Vault 7 whistleblower Joshua Schultz, and at least 1,024 of those days have been spent under special administrative measures. 873 days since the political persecution of Julian Assange's friend Ola Bini began in the nation of Ecuador. A very disturbing recent thing that Steve Poikonen has been doing a great job keeping everybody up on is that it's been 78 days since Commander X was illegally taken from Mexico and renditioned to the United States on political charges. After he had political asylum in the nation of Mexico against the United States. We have 28 days of detention served so far by whistleblower and former diplomat Craig Murray for the crime of publishing in the United Kingdom. In those charges, the British Crown specifically cite Craig Murray's work on Julian's court trial to show why he's such an impactful and important journalist to be prosecuted. We have 81 days since whistleblower Reality Winner was moved to house arrest and is expected to be put on parole November 23rd. And we have 526 days of freedom for Chelsea Manning, and we have 176 days of freedom for Jeremy Hammond. Sorry, that was way more difficult to read than it should have been. I've been reading that for a long time.
No, it's a lot. It's a lot to take.
And that's
in.
not even everybody. That's not like there's more
that's
names we could add to that.
That's not Daniel Hale. That's not Edward Snowden. And it's literally because of the size of the list at this point for people.
It would be like 20 minutes of just doing numbers.
Yeah.
You know?
But
people in Kashmir.
The reason I decided to do that when we first started, right? And it's not because the media did such a great job at Vietnam War coverage. There was a lot that did. But it's because information like that, specifically pointed information about the casualties in Vietnam, led to on-the-ground troops fighting back against the U.S. officers. And I believe that we exist in an information war. And WikiLeaks was one of the people that was working on disclosing classified and hidden information to the world, literally revealing the history of what happened in Afghanistan to the Afghanistan people through WikiLeaks. So the hope is that putting those numbers out there and this information out there as much as we do, regardless of the, deep personal cost to all of us that this takes and the toll, is that there will be the proverbial hand grenade into tents with more whistleblowers and more people willing to step forward to say this is wrong and I can show you with proof why.
Yeah, and to talk, can we talk a little bit about Joshua Schultz though, because his case doesn't get a lot of coverage at all.
Before we jump onto that, as like a closing statement, Andrew's 100% correct. There is no line of work less glamorous, less appreciated, and probably get more hate from all directions of the political spectrum than being an Assange activist. It's pretty gnarly. I've only come into this in the last 8 months, and I see what you guys go through, and y'all are a bunch of fucking warriors for it, because it is absurd the amount that even just like mentioning him can just people keyword search it and just attack you for it. It's preposterous. But yes, move on. More whistleblowers.
I love when people say we use it as a grift too, because like I would choose something way easier than Julian Assange. Joshua Schultz is an alleged, as Andrew very distinctly made sure it was clear, he's an alleged Vault 7 whistleblower, which if you don't know what Vault 7 is, it was the largest CIA leak in history that was put out through WikiLeaks. And what's interesting about his case is that he's already been to trial once and they were unable to convict him. The jury came back and was, what is it, like a hung jury or whatever they call it. So the prosecution has admitted in court that they actually cannot prove that it was Joshua Schultz who released this information. But instead of, being like, okay, we lost the case, we should release this guy. No, they're not doing that. He's still being held in prison under special administrative measures, awaiting yet another trial. And we talk about this a lot with Julian Assange, but it applies to all whistleblowers. The process is the punishment. They want to drag this stuff out. They want to make it as impossible to navigate as they can. They want to make it as painful as they can, as you know what I mean? Like it really is just trying to make the whole process of getting convicted or of going through the trial or whatever. I mean, Julian Assange has been in prison for over 2 years with no charge. Like there's no charge. He had like the 50 week bail jumping thing. Now he's just being held under remand. There's no reason for him to be there, especially given the fact that the judge ruled against extradition. But this is what they do. They want to, this is punishment by process for sure. I don't know, Andrew, if you want to talk a little bit about Joshua Schultz and the case any further, or
actually I'll talk mostly about special administrative measures for a second.
Hell on earth.
Because
Literal
this
hell on
is,
earth.
everyone knows when someone says solitary confinement, what that means. Like, right, getting placed in a little box and being kept there for a long time. Special administrative measures is the solitary confinement version of solitary confinement, right? What it does is it not only limits your access to people in general, guards no longer interact with you, you get fed under doors, locked in cells for weeks upon end. They limit your contact with family and attorneys. You have a very narrow group of people that are allowed to actually come and visit you. Those people have to sign documents saying that under penalty of law, they will talk to no one about the conditions that you are kept in. Joshua Schultz, to be able to visit his family, and mind you, this is a man they can't even find guilty. To visit his family, he gets taken out of his concrete box and moved into a literal dog kennel outside, so that way his family can be searched. While he's out there, he's left for multiple hours, like literally 4 to 5 hours, both directions, while they search his family on the way in and the way out. And then the lieutenant has to come out and release him. It can't just be one of the guards watching him, walking him back to his cell. During that time, if Joshua Schultz, those 4 to 5 hours, has to go to the bathroom, they literally give him a grocery bag. And a grown man has a person with a conscience, potentially maybe not even someone that did this, right, has to urinate and defecate into a plastic bag in full public view in a dog cage outside, whether it's raining, sunny, 90 degrees, or freezing, if he wants to visit a family member or an attorney for maybe an hour. And that's here. That's in the US. He is held in the same prison where Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself.
Yes. Special administrative measures. We've done multiple shows on the vigils, really digging into what it is, like really it's some of the most depressing. I can't sleep for days after doing those shows because special administrative measures, I mean, I said it as Andrew started talking, it is literal hell on earth. It is your humanity is completely stripped away from you. It is throwing you into a little hole and forgetting about you. Like the guards are trained to not speak to you ever. Like you have no human interaction at all. And like Andrew said, your visits are very limited. The people who are allowed to visit you have to go through like a very strict vetting process. And then and what's really frustrating is there will be times where they will decide to just cancel visitation like the day that it happens. So your family comes whatever distance that they have to come. And then they get there and they're like, no, you don't get to visit today. And that's not like an unusual occurrence. Like that happens all the time. You can't participate in your defense. And like Andrew said, what's really scary about that is that nobody can talk about what's happening to you. So your family can't like blow the whistle or expose the unbelievably horrendous conditions that you're being kept in. And it's completely inhumane. I don't care like what you think of a certain person or what, that's unbelievably inhumane. And the fact that that's legal in the United States and that it's like just a regular thing that everybody just accepts as okay is really disturbing.
Yeah, it's another kind of show of, hey, this is not really how democracies operate. Like democracies don't do this. Regardless of how terrible it is, if you are going to claim that you are a true and just democracy, this is not how you would act. This is a pretty authoritarian way of going about things. You know, the fact that we have something like this and we use fear to justify it means that, I mean, it's a very clear example of like why we're not a democracy, why this is very clearly an oligarchy run by the war machine, and anybody that speaks out against it is going to get treated like this. You know, and the CIA is part of the war machine. They've run coups in various different socialist democracies because they wanted to save a few bucks on bananas and shit. So,
yeah,
which is just like, how pathetic does the system have to be that that's what you have to do? Like the cost of doing that and then being like, but we saved 68 cents a pound on some bananas. It's like, great. I'm sure it was worth it. Like, it's just, that's a system that you can't justify, you know, a system that puts some people in solitary confinement within solitary confinement is also a system that you can't legally justify and then say that, oh, you're doing it for the benefit of human beings. You're doing it for the betterment of society. It's like that sentence should break your brain in half.
It's not even morally justifiable because, like, for example, Daniel Hale exposed the absolute brutality of the drone program, where 90% of those killed are innocent civilians and bystanders. And he's currently serving a prison sentence, and Barack Obama is walking free and giving his opinion about Afghanistan. And that is completely bass backwards. Barack Obama should be in The Hague. He's a war criminal. He murdered people. He had like a literal kill list. He had like baseball cards that he would flip through and like decide who dies today. That's disgusting. And Daniel Hale exposed that. We should be celebrating Daniel Hale. And instead he's in prison and Barack Obama walks free. It's gross.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like people like Cheney, Bush, Rumsfeld, Hillary Clinton, like all these people.
I have a whole thread on Twitter. The wrong man is in prison.
Yeah, there's a laundry list of people that should be in prison versus someone like Daniel Hale. And Kevin Gasola did point out, like, hey, we should kind of be like, it's an incremental win, but it's still kind of a win because he got 45 months instead of 9 years. But it's also like that will wind up being probably close to a year based on all of the provisions that they put into place. Like he kind of outlined it on my podcast, and I was like, all right, that's not so bad, but it's still, and he's like, I still agree that he shouldn't be in prison, period. Right. Like, and no. that's kind of the argument that I think all of us make is this dude should not be in prison. And fortunately, to kind of bring it back around to veterans is fortunately, both the decisions with Assange and Hale revolved around mental health, which kind of gives me a little bit of hope, right? Like to sit there and say that the stories of whistleblowers don't give people hope is like, this kind of gives me hope because maybe now we'll start taking mental health concerns as a serious issue and relate it back to how capitalism operates. So, you can look at a veteran and say, okay, well, this is a system that compounds trauma. And if that's the case, and we want to show that we're compassionate or whatever, let's take that into account. Let's fund the
Don't
VA.
get too excited. They did walk back the ability to appeal on mental health grounds for Assange, so now they can appeal on that basis too.
I know, but it was still like, holy shit, I can't believe that we had this conversation. And with Hale, I
that's
think
even possible at all.
Right. And for Assange, it's like they don't really have a fucking case.
No,
that's what I'm looking at. Is like there is zero case. Your key witness is a lying child molester. So how are you going to win the public over with that? On top of which, you really like didn't really have a defense to begin with. Like your big claim was he was a narcissist,
right?
Well, like that's not anything. So it's just I'm glad to see that the conversation is at least going in that direction. And I think if they kind of focus on the mental health aspect of things, again, it'll be something that'll flip the public opinion of Julian Assange. If people,
Potentially, but I still think with the Julian Assange thing, yes, it was good that the extradition got, refused based on mental health, but the judge agreed with everything else that the United States was saying, which is the threat to the First Amendment. Right. So yes, in saving Julian's life, that was like a win for us, and we all celebrated it at the time. But she agreed with the prosecution on literally everything else, and it was terrible. It's an unbelievable threat to the First Amendment. It's an unbelievable threat to the future of press freedom. It's a threat to all of us. I mean, if you want to be able to hold government accountable and have whistleblowers and be able to expose war crimes and corruption, then we need to fight against what's happening to Julian Assange. It's a big fucking deal.
Yeah.
This is it. Like, a lot of people, I got into a Twitter fight with some people a couple of weeks ago where they're like, this isn't unique. Like, there's nothing special about his case. He's the first journalist ever charged under the Espionage Act. If that isn't unique, I don't know what is. Like, this will set a precedent moving forward that is going to be incredibly difficult to reverse. We're handing away our First Amendment on a silver platter. Like, we're giving it away. We're not fighting. We're just handing it over.
It's already been used against people like Glenn Greenwald. Not the same charges, but the same
makeup of the case. Yeah,
has been used to try to arrest.
Glenn Greenwald has spoken on that himself
around the world.
Yes, this is a global thing, and it essentially, and we say this all the time, but the United States is seeking global jurisdiction over information and journalism. That's what this case is. That's what this means. They literally said it out loud in court. I mean, they want to be able to go and arrest whoever they want, whenever they want, wherever they want. Julian Assange isn't an American citizen. WikiLeaks isn't an American company, and they're still able to charge him under our Espionage Act, but we don't afford him the protections of the First Amendment. This is ridiculous. This is an empire being a bully. And if we allow it to go through, like this is, I can't express how dangerous this is for all of us. I just can't. I can't find the words.
And there's
Yeah,
there's someone in the chat saying that this makes them feel hopeless.
Don't feel hopeless.
Right. So to be
Though
able
I
to
have those
change
moments too.
anything about the world we exist in, you have to be able to identify and recognize what problems there are. And it's dark and it's brutal and it's painful, but it's darker and brutal and more painful for the people that get tortured in Abu Ghraib and the salt pits.
Yes.
Like it's darker and more brutal for the people that
The
have
victims
to
of drone
wage the
strikes.
wars on the ground and the people that have to die in funeral homes and drone strikes.
Yes.
Like the amount of effort that we have to put forward for our side of the ocean's change is so minimal per individual that just showing up or organizing 1 or 2 events a year and encouraging other people to do the same thing makes such a big difference. Because if there's not people like us doing it, then it is hopeless and it may be dark. And if we're in a third world
I'm not
country
gonna
like we
lie.
all seem to think we are, then we may die doing it. But at the end of the day, you're organizing an event, and the chances of them coming and hunting you down in your local small town for saying end the wars, there will
I mean,
be
you can
more
either
people
lay
you
down and take
impact
it, or you can
than
fight.
enemies you make doing this.
Yeah, you can either lay down and take it, or you can fight. And I'm not a lay down and take it kind of person. That sounded really terrible as it was coming out of my mouth.
Right. But by the way,
But, you know.
if anyone's noticed the madness I've had to go through, my webcam literally decided right now, at the beginning of this 12-hour stream, to die.
That's amazing.
So I have my cell phone up on my stand, and then I'm using my browser to be able to speak to you guys, because that's the level of clown we're on right now. And this is just what I'm going to have to do for 12 hours. I don't know how that happened, but here we are.
Can you hide the original box
I don't know if you're going to be able to hear me. We'll try.
on your browser?
Nope, can't hear you.
Nope, can't hear you. Can you turn your microphone on your phone?
Oh, if I
Before
turn
you head
if I
over
turn
to
my
your phone?
microphone on my phone, I'm not sure if it'll be able to.
If your phone's charging, you could probably plug your headphones into it and it would survive.
Yeah.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's not, your audio's not as good, but it's okay.
Yeah. And I can hear myself, so I don't think that'll work.
Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah,
I
the
feel like
other way sounded way better.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
always blame the CIA when this sort of shit happens.
Yeah,
Yes.
literally
Well,
decided to die
That's
today.
it.
Yeah. We always wave to the nice NSA agent. Hi.
Frank, it's Frank.
Get a better
I've had
job,
him for years.
Frank. Put me in a bootlicker, Frank.
Had him for years. Good guy. Nice guy.
Ours is Kevin, and then we also have good Kevin, who's Kevin Gastola, because so there's no confusion.
No
There's-
confusion between
yeah.
the two.
Yeah, because Kevin Gastola is a good guy. He's a good guy.
But all
Is
right,
it
we
possible to
are.
slap a graphic up right there?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. That's what I say. We're coming up on our hour. I'm about to invite my next guest. My next guest is somebody from the Green Party, which is super awesome. They're actually the people that are co-organizing with the Arizona LP to put on the Arizona event, which is huge. That's literally the unity message I'm preaching. And I didn't reach out to them. I didn't even say anything. That was all the Arizona people. So they're
That's
just
awesome.
they're crazy. And
Speaking
they're awesome.
of Green Party, Felina was in the chat. Andrew, remember from the March for Medicare for All? We met her in Columbus. She's from the Green Party too, Magnus, and she was hanging out in the chat just a little bit ago.
Hell
So,
yeah. I love my greenies. But yeah, so real quick, put your plugs out and everything, and then I'll
I'm
fix
Misty.
this and
You can find
bring
me on
this out.
Twitter at Sarcasm Stardust. I have a show called Facts on the Ground. We just interviewed Scott Horton. That's up. You should go check that out. It was basically, we just forced him to give us a history lesson, and it was fun. I also have another show called Bitch with Comrade Misty, which is every Wednesday at 7. This week I have Sharif Snuggs coming on, who's a national organizer with March for Medicare for All. And then obviously Andrew and I do the vigils. Christian's joining us every other Tuesday. But those are Tuesdays at 9 p.m. and Saturdays at 1 p.m. And it's dark stuff, and sometimes it sucks, but it's necessary discussion to have. So you should come join us on those for sure.
Oh yeah. Andrew, plug your stuff.
Yeah, my name's Andrew Smith. You can follow me on Twitter at Andrew Zigmund, Zigmund. You can follow us on Twitter at action_4 Assange, or on YouTube at Action for Assange. Links in the description over on the A4A channels and our suite for the fundraisers that are up. If you can, please help donate to make these events possible. We are putting our time and effort into co-organizing this, and we are close to our goals, but not quite there. And if you cannot donate because it's terrible, please share it. Please send it to someone who, not that you think may donate, but you think may be interested in coming. And if you can, please organize a local event if you can't make it to DC or one of the other ones nearby. Because each one of the events you see at the bottom of your screen are literally just a normal person saying, yeah, I can do that, just like the rest of us.
Yeah.
All it
If
takes
you
is a
have even
poster
the
board and a
slightest
Sharpie.
inclination, we will give you the most support possible to make all of this happen.
Yeah, literally every one of the local events that are scrolling, like these aren't big people in the LP, these aren't big people in the Green Party, these aren't major organizations or anything, or people with a bunch of funds. They literally just called up everybody they knew and say, hey, you want to go down here and wave some signs? And then it just went from there. And anybody can do that. Anybody has the power. And if for any reason you can't make it out to an event, whether that be for physical or mental reasons or just because you're too far away, then what I'm going to do at the end of the hour is challenge every single viewer that's watching on Rockfin, that's watching on Nico's platform, that's watching on my platform. Go to the End of the Damn Wars page, take the announcement tweet, and just copy and paste that under some viral Afghanistan tweet, under your favorite podcaster, your favorite YouTuber, your favorite musician. Little things like that, like, blow all of this up. Like, I've had really big pages retweet it just by like jumping in and being like, hey, we're doing this thing under a tweet. And they go, oh, I like that. So just little actions like that will make a crazy big difference. So that's what I'm going to ask everybody. And all right, Krish, promote your stuff, and then I'm going to move on to the next guest.
Cool. You can find all my stuff at krishmohanhaha.com. It's KRISHMOHANHAHA.com. I'm taking a little hiatus from live streams and podcasts, but I'm coming back after Labor Day. So I'll have my live streams will be back. Virtual shows are coming back. And hopefully live shows are coming back too. So all that info is on my website, which is krishmohanhaha.com. Oh, and my stand-up comedy albums are there too, because Missy usually gives me shit for missing that one.
I love Krish's stand-up. You guys should definitely check it out. Good stuff. I do promote your stuff better than you sometimes. I think Magnus lost his audio again, so maybe we should ramble on about some dumb shit while he's trying to figure it out. Poor Magnus. This is unbelievable. Like the day of his mega stream, his 12-hour. Unbelievable. Okay, you're back now. Are you good?
Yeah,
Are you good?
I'm trying to change the
the
graphic.
the picture. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Dude, I can't believe this is happening to you today.
In the whatever backstage, and then I can just keep the box up and just keep the stream going.
What was that?
What?
Can you put me backstage and I can just keep the stream going on our side?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, that would work perfect.
All right, so while I figure that out, thank y'all for coming on here. And
thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Hour 2, we have a very special guest, somebody that I'm very, very happy and excited to bring on here, despite all the audio and technical issues we're having here. We have a representative from the Arizona Green Party. Like I mentioned just a couple minutes ago, the Arizona event is just being co-ran by both the LP and the Green Party, which is huge. That's exactly what I've been trying to pull off. It's exactly the unity message that's going on here. So when I heard that happen, like I had nothing to do with that. I was just told like, hey, Green Party's showing up. And I was like, awesome. That's perfect. That's exactly what I want. So introducing our special guest for the second hour, we have Miss Colette from the Arizona Green Party. How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Great. I'm having technical issues, but otherwise spectacular. How are you doing?
Story of my life. I'm doing good. Thank you.
Yeah. So the thing I've been opening every single guest with and hoping to get just a variety of answers, because that's kind of the main thing we're going for here. I want to ask you, what is your number one reason for being anti-war, whether it be an event, whether it be a situation, something like the environment, or just like a broad concept, whatever it may be?
So my personal number one reason is because the cost of human life. Because the people who are starting these wars aren't the people who are actually going in and sacrificing their lives, their actual ability to do things, their mental health. Like, we are sending in the poor people from our country to go and fight these wars. It's like, you're not going to see a politician's child doing it. You're not going to see a rich CEO's child doing it. So for me personally, that's my biggest issue. Like, we're not fighting for our own interests. We're fighting for interests of our corporate overlords, which piss me off. For the Green Party, war is one of the number one contributors to climate change. Just looking at all of the waste that it produces, all of the destruction to the environment, that's a big issue and it shouldn't be ignored.
Perfect. Yeah, exactly. That's something that I bring up personally because this is the first time we've talked. I've been an environmental activist for many, many, many years. And it's something that very often gets overlooked and never discussed at in green activism is just how awful the US military is, how they exceed almost everyone else in every other category for destruction to everything you imagine. The massive damage to the water table, massive damage to this air, soil pollution. I mean, the fact that they think it's just fun to go out off the coast of California and blow up a giant bomb under the ocean. Like they do absurd things all the time like this, and it rarely gets discussed, which is why I found it really I really wanted to get the Green Party involved in this, because obviously you guys would be the foremost expert in this, and it's an angle of anti-war that I really think needs to be brought to the forefront way more often, because obviously with climate change and everything like that, green activism is a big topic right now, and yet the anti-war aspect of that is sorely kind of missing.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, for the Arizona Green Party, right now the state committee is not in support of me being here because they don't think that we should join forces with anyone whose ideologies differ from us. So I know that they've got some controversies with you, and they have controversies with some of the libertarians. And I'm like, this is a human issue. Like people who join the military and go off and fight in these wars and are affected by these wars come from all walks of life. And I know that me as a Green, it's important to me to show that my values lie with the Green Party. And I want to show people, hey, this is why it's important to me. I don't care why you came to this conclusion, because I think it's the right conclusion, regardless of how you got here today.
Right. And that's so important to me, because I very often advocate single issues of it. Like, I don't know why anything else gets brought up when we're trying to do an anti-war march besides being anti-war. You know, like it's always been surreal to me. Like if I always use this example, and I've used this on like 100 podcasts. When I was an environmental activist, if we wanted to prevent like an old growth forest or something from being cut down, and we showed up and we were like chaining ourselves to trees or something like that, when someone walked up and was like, hey, I want to help you guys, we didn't stop them and be like, hey, what's your opinion on taxes? What's your opinion on healthcare? Exactly. What's your opinion on, we're like, no, we're glad we're here to help us from getting the tree cut down. And especially on like extreme issues like the wars and, you know, other instances like police brutality and stuff like that, where people are dying and there's high stakes. It's almost like, can we put aside our personal egos just for like a minute and do this, you know? And it seems so difficult to do for no reason.
Yeah, one of the things that I was thinking of when I was thinking about like what I was going to say on the podcast, I was like, this war has been going on for 20 fucking years. Oh, am I allowed to swear? Because I swear.
Yes. Oh, no, okay. I cuss like a sailor, so it's okay.
I was 9 when the towers fell, and I'm 29 now. Like, this has literally been a huge part of my life. The people who have been affected by this war, like they stretch across generations. They stretch across different classes. Like, this is an American issue, regardless of how you feel about other things that people might believe. I'm like, we're the ones being hurt by it. You look at the military budget, and that budget that we keep increasing every single year isn't going to the actual people who are on the ground doing the work and putting themselves in danger. Those are the people who are getting screwed over. The money is going to the defense contracting companies. The money is going to building bigger and better bombs and better machines. It's like the actual people are being forgotten by that. And I think that we get a little caught up in how we want things to be versus how it is. And honestly, how it is, it's a nonpartisan issue. Being anti-war is an American thing. We shouldn't be fighting imperialistic wars anymore.
Yes, and that's the thing I definitely try to stress upon, and why I'm reason why we put on this event is every single person is going to have like a very unique perspective of why they're anti-war. Obviously, like, again, the Greens can bring up things about the environment. You're going to have leftists and communists and progressives that can bring up the cultural damages, the damages to religious institutions, the damage to people's everyday lives, the erasure of indigenous cultures through this war. The Assange people can bring up the whistleblowers. Someone who's like a libertarian can bring up the financial issues, the destruction of our money, essentially. A veteran can talk about their personal experiences over there and how fruitless this all is. And previously, for like the last 10 years, the anti-war movement's been in all of these little bubbles. Like Code Pink will go in March and they'll address like, you know, again, like maybe the environment and maybe the cultural stuff's imperialism. And there'll be a libertarian anti-war march and they'll discuss their little thing. And there'll be a veteran anti-war march. And it's like, why don't we all just get together? Like, you know, we could do this at once, you know?
It's like, because in one city, you can have 5 different marches and little protests with like 5,000 people, or you can have one big march with 25,000 people. Who are the politicians going to listen to? Like, they don't care about your stupid little march when you're just in your bubble. But if you cross party lines and you're like, you know what? We're all working class. We're all the people who are being affected by this. Why are we taking this? Because every single one of the reasons that these groups are protesting the war are valid reasons. When we join forces together, that makes us stronger. And that's how the corporate duopoly, the two-party system, has been able to make money for corporations in this war, because they're keeping us separated. They're like, yeah, well, I know that you're all anti-war, but that particular group doesn't like something else you do, so you shouldn't work with them. And I'm like, no, because when we're divided, we're not strong.
And it helps you raise awareness to issues, because the example that, you know, I always use is just like a month ago, I was at a convention with a bunch of like libertarian type people. And all these people are very familiar with Scott Horton, so they can spit you the details of kind of what's gone over there and everything like that. But I brought up to them, as I mentioned earlier in the show, the Superfund sites, which are 900 sites across the entire planet that are so heavily polluted and contaminated by the U.S. military that they're labeled as borderline unsavable, that takes so much money to rehabilitate these sites that we've essentially given up on them. And a lot of these people that are like anti-war wizards, they can tell you every single group in Afghanistan. They can like spit the entire timeline out to you of what's gone on over there off memory, but they didn't know about that. So, you know, like, why wouldn't a Green Party person who like would understand more of the environmental things go there and tell these people? And you might affect their worldview. They might affect how because they already agree with you that the war is bad, but now you've just given them a whole new weapon that they never even thought of. And that might change their perspective on the war. They might become more environmentally conscious. They'll help your cause as well as, you know, joining in on the anti-war thing. So it's always been weird to me of the isolationism behind it.
Absolutely. I grew up in a very fundamentalist household. Like, everybody's Republican. If you are not a Republican, you are a heathen who is doomed to hell. And my way of getting away from that kind of mindset was the Libertarian Party. And I tell people that all the time. I'm like, if someone had written me off and they were like, oh, she's just a libertarian, she doesn't agree with me, there's no point in talking to her, I wouldn't have known about all these issues because I was in a sheltered area. I'm like, if you came to me and you were like, hey, here's another worldview, I could look at it and be like, you know what, that does make sense. And that got me questioning. And over the last 15 years, I've grown and evolved in my political life. But I'm like, those people took a chance on me. They were like, we're not going to just write you off because you happen to be in a group of people who we don't agree with. It's like, you never know who's watching you. You never know who you're inspiring. And honestly, the libertarians have been the most supportive people in the work that I've done in the Green Party versus someone who is a Democrat, someone who is in the Dem Socialist movement or the Communist movement. Even though they're leftists, they don't like green politics. So libertarians, they kind of understand the struggle and they're willing to work with us. And I'm like, we need to extend the same courtesy to them.
Yeah, there's that old graph that goes around that I share all the time where it's like, it's the Venn diagram. And it's like things that the Green Party and the Libertarians disagree on. It's like maybe 5 or 6 issues. And then there's like 30 issues that are like totally overlap. And it's like, why don't we work together more? And, you know, like if you look at culture, people love unity. People love seeing team ups. Like any time in the last like 20 years that there was a moment, you'd see it in the news of like Crips and Bloods lay down arms to like have a community picnic or something and discuss peace. That goes nationwide news. every single time, because people love seeing that. That's feel good. That's inspiring, that you could possibly get over these divisions and accomplish something positive. And the same reason with you of why you're spectacular. I love you so much for this. Is the moment that Lauren reached out to me and she was like, hey, you know, like we have people from the Green Party showing up. All I did was put that story out. And then the Florida people were like, oh, I didn't even think of contacting the Green Party. And the Florida contacted their local Green Party affiliate, and now they're showing up. And other people reached out to their local Green Party. And just seeing that it happened reminds people, oh, this is possible. And then they try, and then it happens, and that just spreads. And it's beautiful.
Yeah, and I'm super frustrated because, again, my state committee, they told me that if I was to participate in any of the End the Damn Wars events, I have to say that I'm doing it as an individual, not as the chair of the Green Party. And I'm like, but that's who I am. Like, these are my values, and this aligns with my values. And if there are people who are behind this that I think are horrible, I'm like, well, that's not my issue right now, because what the people are seeing is not what's behind the scenes. And if I don't participate because ideologically or morally I disagree with some of the people who started this, I look stupid. I look like I'm nitpicking, and honestly, this Greens Party has a stereotype for not being willing to do the actual work that it takes to win elections and get the people on their side, because it turns into virtual signaling.
Yeah, and that like this event's been such a struggle for people that are watching and everything. I made a post the other day of the first speaker we announced was Danny Surgeon. I always mispronounce his last name, but he's Skeptical Vet on Twitter. He's like a progressive, like he's talked to Breonna Greyjoy. He's very involved with like kind of the Bernie Sanders, quote unquote, like wing of the Democratic Party. Bunch of people cried about that. And then I announced Garland Nixon, who's a board member of the ACLU, and a different group of people cried about that. And then I announced Spike Cohen, who was the VP candidate of the Libertarian Party, and a totally new group complained about that. So it gets to the point where it's like, if I had tried to appease all these little insular factions, there wouldn't be a march, essentially. You know,
exactly.
It's absurd that we've gotten to that point of because I mean, you're the same age as me, and you've probably been involved as long as I have. I don't remember it being like this at all.
And I think that social media it's changed over the last 10 years. Social media used to be like, you posted stupid pictures and like flashbacks, and you were friends with all the people in high school. And now it's turned into, if you do not agree with me on every single item on this list, I hate you. I will write you off. Don't come to Thanksgiving. And I'm like, that's not how people are. You can't just write a person off because they don't agree with you right now. Because again, 15 years ago, I was a completely different person, and everything that I stand for now, I would have actively fought myself back then. And I'm like, you can't just say, I'm not going to be a part of your family anymore. I'm not going to be your friend anymore because we're disagreeing on this. That's not how the world works. I go to work every day with people that disagree with me, but we're still able to get a job done. That's part of being an adult, and that's part of being in a community. Is
right, like,
figuring out how you can work together.
Right, I'm an anarchist. I rarely run into anybody who shares my worldview in my normal day-to-day interactions. I wouldn't be able to function if I isolated like that. So you're absolutely right. I think the social media has kind of gotten absurd, and just things that are intangible, like things that don't even matter to you. Like I remember people were in like my local community were like getting into screaming matches over debates about the Chaz Chop in Portland. And it's like, you live in Michigan. Like, why are you like canceling your friends over like something that's happening on the other side of the country that has like no effect to you? That's like obscure, like secondary politics. And that's just, the most extreme example. Obviously, you experience it all the time, even within all of our groups. Because I think every single person I talk to, besides third party types, because we get this, like I talk to more technical difficulties. I talked to Shoe on Head, and she was like, oh, I think the Republicans and the right are like unified, and it's just the left that's divided. And then I talked to like conservatives, and conservatives are like constantly infighting. And then I talked to, I talked to like libertarians. There's a giant civil war in the LP. And then you're describing like issues in the Green Party. And it's like, oh, this is unanimous. Like this absurd multi-level kind of division stuff that's going on is everywhere, and it's really kind of like paralyzed us in a way, in my opinion, from kind of accomplishing anything.
Absolutely, because if you get too hung up on what's separating us, you're going to remain separated. That's what they want. Because as long as we're busy fighting each other, they're able to do whatever the hell they want. The more that we put aside those differences and say, you know what, I think that you're an ass for thinking that. However, we agree on this. Let's make this happen.
Exactly.
Even in my own party, there are people in that party I cannot stand. Like, I am not their friend. I want nothing to do with them. But I will give them credit where credit's due, because they do show up and they do the work. So I'm like, as long as you're here working, let's keep working. Just don't piss me off because I can't stand you.
Hey, and that's something that I repeat often of like, we can fight like cats and dogs tomorrow, but can we just like do what we need to do today? Like there'll be a different issue to debate tomorrow, but like, let's show up for this. And it's crazy because it happens behind the scenes and people think it's impossible, but it's going on everywhere. In Ohio, like a bunch of libertarians, Republicans, and progressives were working together to end qualified immunity. In, I think it was New Hampshire, they came one vote away from banning qualified immunity, and that was progressives and Republicans working together. I think it was either Kentucky or Maine or one of those states where they banned no-knock raids, and that was like a left-wing, right-wing alliance. And these things happen everywhere. But God forbid you look at Twitter and you think it's functionally impossible, you know?
A really good, like, real-life example of what it looks like when people work together, even though they don't necessarily agree on everything, is the Tea Party. The Tea Party, like, you take evangelical, extremely conservative people, and you put them with amoral tax people. They're like, you know what? We agree on this. Let's put aside the little differences, get some people power. And we saw what the Tea Party did. They had so much power in this country for such a long time. And some of the people who came from that movement are still relevant today. Yeah, and it's because they put aside those petty differences and they were like, you know what? We want to be in power. Let's go get it.
And like, people, might forget this, like, ancient history or everything. But the moment that the media got really scared of Occupy Wall Street and all of that was going on is when Occupy people started talking to Tea Party people and they started doing things together. That terrified them. When you had people like Peter Schiff and like Ron Paul, like wandering around like Occupy events, like talking to people and agreeing on things, that's when the media kind of lost its mind. It was like, oh, these are just a bunch of dumb hippies in a park that have no idea what they want, even though their list of demands are like clearly posted to the internet. Like that's when the smear really started. And that's, my case for the world is that is what the establishment and kind of the powers that be are terrified of. Anytime they see someone like you talking to someone like me, it is full planet panic mode. It's red alert. Use every tool and weapon to shut this down.
100%. I think of Fred Hampton. It's like he was 21 years old and he had a power of talking to people about what actually mattered. And he was getting people who were actual enemies to be like, you know what? Yeah, let's work together because we are stronger together. And they killed him for it because they understood that that's a powerful thing. Because if we're talking to each other and not listening to other sources about how we should feel about each other, we're going to learn that not everybody is an evil person. Like, my absolute best friend in the whole world is a libertarian and a hardcore Trump supporter. And being shocked because I was like, I can't imagine someone in my circle supporting Trump. I was like, let me ask her why. Because she's not a racist. She's not this horrible person that the media has made out all Trump supporters to be. So I was like, let me just talk to her. And the things that she mentioned, I was like, well, those are things that I'm concerned about. How I'm dealing with it is by joining the Green Party and working in this direction, and she chose another direction. But I'm like, that doesn't mean that she herself is evil. She just has a different ideology than I do, and I need to recognize her humanity and address that in the work I do so that people like her may want to come to my side.
Yeah, it's funny to me because I experienced the very same thing where, like, my three best friends in the world right now is like an ex-Trump supporting ex-Trump supporting correspondent to the Daily Caller, a like radical anarchist, anarcho-capitalist guy, and then a member of the Michigan Anti-Fascist Coalition. So like, that's my three best friends, and we have all worked together. We've all accomplished really good things together. We've put on events together, and it's like, and I'm just a random guy, and I'm not even the most likable person in the world, So like, if we can do this, then like anybody can do this. You kind of just have to put it aside, and especially on like social media, like my my account on Twitter is a mosh pit because it just has like every single ideology is all like follow me and everything like that. And I follow tons of people too. And if I see something I disagree with, I just continue scrolling, where I feel like other people like are like, no, I have to counter this. I have to fight this. I have to. And I'm constantly messaging like in that moment, stop and post something positive, like organize something, call out like an issue you find, something like that. Like don't go on their thing and like start problems, like build your own kind of thing up. And I wish more people were on that energy, because I have to fight it on my own page all the time of like I'll retweet something from like Caitlin Johnstone that's like critical of capitalism or something. And people will jump in and be like, get really mad. I'm like, no, guys, like calm down. This is an anti-war post. Like ignore the part where she adds the word capitalism. Just glaze your eyes over that and focus on the anti-war thing. And you'll be way more like, we can get this done. And I've kind of been training my followers to do that more and more. And it's great because great things have come out of it. Like this, for example. So.
And for me, I'm like, if you follow me, I will follow you back. I'll unfollow you if you're posting nonsense that I don't need to see. But I'm like, I'm not fighting on Twitter. I have better things to do with my time because Twitter's not real. It's great to like connect with other people, but I'm like, nobody cares about Twitter. Like when I go to parties and I'm like, oh yeah, I have like over 2,000 followers on Twitter. They're like, you have like no friends at this party. Like,
yeah, there's that meme that always goes around.
Real life.
There's that meme that goes around. It's like, no, I'm a niche micro celebrity on the internet. Like, you know, like nobody cares. And
yeah, exactly. I'm like, I need to remember that Twitter's not real. And if the whole site shut down tomorrow, what have I done in my day-to-day life to try to build up my community?
Right.
And I'm like, if I'm going to be running a political party and running people for office, we're going to represent everyone. So that means you have to listen to everyone, know what their struggles are, know what their aspirations are, and show them how you can make that a reality. You can't just be like, oh, well, no, I'm writing you off because you're not going to vote for me anyway. It's like, no, I'm still going to represent you if I win. I want to make sure that I'm taking care of you also.
Absolutely. And like to test this theory, and I promise this will work, just go to whoever has like the most followers on your Twitter that isn't like a celebrity, that's like a political person or something like that, and go ask a normal person if they know who they are.
Exactly.
Because like you know, the two examples I had of that is when I went on Jimmy Dore and when I went on Dave Smith, and I brought both of these up to my mom, and my mom's like, who are them? To where like in the Twitter world, no way you wouldn't know who Jimmy Dore is. Everybody knows who Jimmy Dore is on Twitter, but outside of that, like if I go to my grocery store and I tell my cashier's like, who? You know, so it's not real life. You're absolutely right. Like it's something we need to focus way less on this. We need to like understand that the best of humanity is not on Twitter. We do not show our best of ourselves on Twitter. You know, I always get it when I'm trying to like unite the right and left, and I'll get people on the right all the time to be like, why would I work with somebody with a hammer and sickle in their bio, like called me an asshole yesterday? And I'm like, okay, that's on Twitter. Like, you know, go to like a local like mutual aid or go to like, you know, something like that and like talk to these people in real life. It'll be totally different. Like, you know.
Yeah, I just try not to take things personally. I'm like, somebody thinks that I'm an asshole. I'm like, well, I was probably mean to you. I'm not sorry about it. Like, I just live my life unapologetically. I'm like, this is who I am and I'll own it. So it's like, I'm still want to be approachable. Like, if you don't like me, that's fine. Like, doesn't hurt my feelings. You know, I'll still work with you because, again, I am a part of a community. I want my community to be strong, and I want us to work towards our best interests, not for the interests of those who have way more money than we do. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, that's kind of where I am. I'm like, we're all working class. Like, we all live paycheck to paycheck. We all need to have all of these things that are hurting us. Like, we have to be able to work 40 hours a week because we can't afford to not, you know. If we start remembering like who we are as people and individuals and not our ideologies, I think that we would be better off.
Right. Like Misty always says, like, my enemy is not my neighbor. My enemy wears a 3-piece suit and stands in a government building and is, you know, actively plotting against me. And it's like it's 100% true. And definitely with kind of like a lot of the petty divisions and stuff like that, once you leave the internet with them, they don't exist. Like, I've had so many encounters with people face to face that like have borderline threatened me on the internet, and then they're like super polite in person, because that's just what the internet
because they lose
does
their
to
balls.
people. Yeah, that's just what the internet does to people. So like you know, a lot of the infighting in the LP was kind of quashed for a second when everybody got together in person and like had a beer and like smoked some weed together and just like mellowed out and humanized each other in person. and then they went back to Twitter, and then everything went to hell again. So it's like, yeah, definitely need to get past that. But outside of that, I mean, you might have already covered it, but I do just want to kind of ask you to put it in one perspective. What kind of made you interested in the event in the first place? How did you hear about it? Why do you want to get on board?
So one of my, because I'm also the chair for the Pima County Party. So one of the Tucson Greens messaged me he tagged me on Twitter in the event saying, hey, why isn't the Green Party doing this? Because when you hear end the damn war, you think, well, the Green Party is anti-war. Hello, why aren't you here? And I was like, oh, hell yeah, let's do it. And so I messaged the Libertarian Party page and I was like, hey, give me more information. I'll take it to our state party, because I want to be involved. I want as much visibility as possible to let people know that we are here, we're still working, because that's one of our biggest criticisms. The Green Party doesn't do anything. They just spoil things every 4 years and then they go away. And I'm like, no, we're here. We're always doing work and we just need to be more visible. And they were super excited. They were like, oh yeah, bring your signs, bring your petitions, we'll sign them. And I was like, this is dope because we're having an issue with it. I take it to our committee meeting and they were like, why would I be hanging out with libertarians? We don't get they have different ideologies. And I'm like, we were invited and they're giving us a platform. And we're not
hanging out, we're working. I feel like a lot of people get that all twisted,
And they were like, you know what? If we can bring our petitions and stuff, I guess it's okay. Some of our committee, they are older, they're compromised, and they're like, the libertarians have this thing about not wearing masks. I don't know if we're safe going, but you go ahead and do your thing. And I'm like, okay, I'll do that. And then they got an email talking about you in particular being like, no, he's a boogaloo boy. He's a white supremacist. We want nothing to do with this event because if he's a part of it, then we want nothing to do with it. And I'm like, I literally have been talking about this event for the last couple of weeks, hyping it up. And if we just back out being like, no, there's one person who's involved that we don't like, people are gonna be like, you're so petty. It's stupid to me.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right about the visibility because for anybody that doesn't know that might be watching this new, I'm not part of the LP. I don't consider myself a libertarian. I just have friends in there. I'm not part of the Green Party either. But what I've been screaming at the LP for the last 6 months is if you want me to take you seriously, then you need to do more action. You need to be out on the streets more. You need to be visible more. I always use the line of if I'm riding my bike down the street and I see some random guy picking up garbage on the side of the road, you better be wearing a Libertarian Party shirt. Or in this case, the Green Party. If I go somewhere and there's actually things happening in the real world, the third parties need representation. I need to see you there because otherwise it's just on the internet. If it wasn't for cable news and the internet, I would not know that either of our parties exist. I would not know. I would not know the Green Party exists. I would not know the People's Party exists. I would not know the Libertarian Party or the Constitutional Party or any of these other million, whatever. I would not know they're real. So if you want to become serious and in touch with people's lives, they need to see you out there. They need to see you actually living and representing these ideas. And that's, that comes from me being an environmental activist. Because when I started, all my environmental activism was just going out on Saturday and just picking up garbage around town and going down the river and picking up bottles out of the bottom of the river and stuff like that. And that's how people became aware of our little local environmental organization. If we were just on Facebook or MySpace at the time, which would have been just screaming about this, nobody would have cared. But we actually had people come up and volunteer because they would be fishing or something like that and be like, hey, what shirt are you wearing? Why are you going down the river? What are you guys doing? Oh, you're picking up bottles? That's super cool. I care about the environment too. I'll come out with you guys next week. We'll do this together. Things you can touch are so important. We need way more things you can touch and less internet bullshit.
And I've been if you show up to do something, because it's we do work with other groups. The Green Party is always trying to get involved in other things. And I'm if you do that, you have to wear Green Party merch. You have to talk about the Green Party constantly. Because otherwise someone's going to think you're a Democrat. Because to the average person, there's Republicans and there's Democrats. They don't know about the third parties. They don't know that there are differences. And unless you are actively showing every single day, no, I am green, this is what it looks like, they're not going to take you seriously. And I'm pulling out of an event just because one person might be involved in another state. I'm that's stupid because you're losing an opportunity to show people, hey, we are here. We are doing work. This is something that matters to us.
Yeah, I definitely think too that that's just an excuse to me because I would have felt that was that's the only thing going on maybe a month ago. But after watching what happened to the March for Medicare for All, where like every single person on the left kind of like that was prominent found some reason to not show up to that, to not protest, to not go out to that, even though it's like a huge issue that like everyone is very focused on, very like that is the battleground for that entire wing of politics. And you found all these people of like, oh, well, this one speaker criticized AOC this one time, or oh, this one person I don't like, or I don't like the organizer, or I don't like the location, or I don't like the, like, people are going to find any excuse, you know, unless they're 100% running it, 100% in control of it. And then even then they'll probably find some reason not to show up. And I think it's really important for people like us that are willing to go out and stuff like this to kind of slowly overtake the people that just talk and kind of expose a lot of them as like, okay, you're not actually interested in this. You just want to talk about it and like get internet clout and stuff like that. You're not actually interested in putting in the work, because it's not that the work's impossible. Here's hundreds of people doing it. You're just not, you know?
Yeah, and being in this role requires work. It's like you can't volunteer for a position and be like, oh, I'm too busy for a meeting, or oh, I'm just like not going to respond to this email. Like, if you're not putting in the work, you're just taking up space that somebody else might want to do, you know? So I'm like, if you're going to be a part of this party, you need to be showing up and you need to be promoting it. Like you should annoy the people in your life with how much you want them to join this movement, because if it's important to you, you want the people around you to be involved too. So it just frustrates me that they're like, oh no, I won't work with somebody. And I'm like, the Green Party literally had several white supremacists in it when I joined. We kicked one of them out and I get criticized for it. And I'm like, I'm willing to work with people and I'm willing to stand up for what I think is right. But if you're not willing to allow me to expand, it's like, why am I here?
Right. And at the end of the day, like a lot of them don't even have personal problems or anything with like me or Scott Horton or Eric Garland, like any of the people who are inviting. It's just they know that their audience will get mad at them. And they're more worried about like get a bunch of people being mad at them for something than they are like the actual work. And I've had this throughout my entire, you know, quote unquote career or whatever you want to call it over the last year of activism. I've shown up to all kinds of events and different like people in my own movement, people in the Libertarian Party, some of my friends on the left have like not been happy with some of the things I've shown up to. Like when I went to DC for the Julian Assange people got really mad at that. When I went to YAL just to promote this event, I don't care about anything that organization does. I don't like the Republican Party. I just ran around the event and passed out flyers for this event. People got really mad at that. People are getting really mad at that I'm inviting certain people on the left to this event. People are getting really mad at I'm inviting certain people on the right to this event. And it makes you want to pull your hair out. It really does.
And I'm like, and the people who actually make these decisions don't care about any of us. And the longer we keep fighting, the longer we're not going to make a difference. Because they're already planning the next war because they're already losing money.
Yeah, they announced the next war. They literally in that speech that everyone was glowing over Joe Biden for giving. It was so great. It was so presidential. He literally said, like, we're pulling out of Afghanistan, but we're expanding the war on terror further into Africa, further into East Asia. So he's literally telling you to your face of like, oh, well, we're just going to continue expanding different wars, but we're leaving Afghanistan. If we're even going to leave Afghanistan, to be seen, you know. So it's like people are kind of missing the plot on that. And to your point, like the people we're fighting aren't afraid of unity. In fact, they're way more open than we are. They'll work with rapists, warmongers, murderers, liars, thieves, criminals. They don't care. They'll go arm in arm with anybody they have to accomplish what they want. Yeah, I can't even get people in the same party, let alone across third parties. You know, all of us little fish in this giant pond. Like I can't get us to work together, but they're willing to like straight up arm in arm with like some dictator to kill a bunch of people. Like we're doomed if that's the case, because I don't see movement out of any of the groups. I've gone on a long like winded rant about this. If there was a anti-war march right now in DC that was 10,000 Marxists, I would be there. If there was 10,000 DSA people, I would be there. If it was 10,000 Republicans, I would be there. Any group. If there was a giant like mass mobilization of people fighting for this cause, then I would be there. But right now, me, some random guy in Michigan, my co-organizers that are just average working class people, we're the only people putting on an anti-war march with what's going on in the country right now, which is weird. But that's the whole thing is unity wouldn't be necessary if anybody was doing anything. So because nobody's doing anything, then we're going to have to come together and figure it out.
And that's one of the criticisms that I've done. I'm like, well, if you're not, they're like, oh, well, we're going to have our own rally. I'm like, why? There's already one going on. Like, they've already got the stuff. Like, why can't we go? We're not doing anything else. And the people who don't want me to go weren't going to go anyway. They were like, no, it's too far away. No, they're anti-maskers and I'm afraid. And I'm like, well, that's valid, but don't give me shit for wanting to go and promote our party that is dying. Like right now, Arizona needs over 31,000 signatures to have like ballot access. We have like no signatures because of COVID. Like all the things that we would usually do to get signatures, we haven't been able to do. So I'm like, really? You're going to scoff at a chance to get a couple hundred signatures? Really? Like they invited us to bring these. Like they're like, hey, we will sign. Like I'm going to set up a table and be like, please come sign. You know, I'm going to get these signatures. And they're like, no, because of who is doing it. And I'm like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
And again, fine, like put on your own event. Have an event 30 times bigger than my event. I will be so happy if nothing comes out of this, then I make a bunch of people mad that we're the only idiots that are doing this, and then go put on something huge and serious and really big with official sponsors that passes all the checks and everything. Great. Like please do. Please have a massive event that overshadows my event and steals the headlines about being anti-war.
And they're not going to do it. They just want to bitch on the internet about it. And I'm like, you have no room to talk when you are not even doing anything. And it's like, I've been trying, but if I don't have a group that's willing to do the work, then nothing's going to happen because I can't do it by myself. And I'm like, maybe if I get out there, there could be somebody in the crowd who's like, I'm not a libertarian, but these wars are bullshit. And they're like, I really like what she's saying. I like her Twitter feed. Let me follow her. Let me learn more. It's like, I don't know who I'm talking to because, it's not just the people in the crowd. There's going to be live streams. There's going to be photos. This is going to reach way more people than I even realize. Who am I isolating by not showing up?
Yeah, like the best example I can think of that is there's a tiny town in Ohio called Mansfield, Ohio, where a man named Alexander Rios was killed in jail through really bullshit circumstances. And we decided that we were going to put on a joint event and go down there and do a protest around the jail. And it was Michigan anti-fascists, Ohio anti-fascists, a bunch of my people, and a couple libertarians. And we went down there and we surrounded the jail and we put flowers all around it. And we're throwing flowers up in the window and everything like that. And we had people of this small town walk up to us and be like, hey, what are you doing? I'm like, oh, yeah, Alexander Rios, he died in this jail. Somebody died in this jail. And like this town is like a mile wide. Mm-hmm. So there's people that living in this town that did not know this happened. So if you could expand that beyond it, like again, bringing up the environmental thing, if you can just have a passerby walk past you in Scottsdale and be like, hey, why are you here? Like, oh, I'm anti-war, blah, blah, blah. Do you want to get some information? And like, sure. And you start going into like I think it's like 750 million tons of toxic waste, like I always mix it up. It's like 800 billion like tons of CO2 or something like that released by the US military. And they go, oh my God, I didn't know that. And that conversation would have never happened otherwise.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's like you're reaching people who would never interact with your party in any way because you are in a place that you aren't normally going to be. And that's important.
Absolutely. And I think, a lot of people, there's kind of this meme in our generation that I really hate where we all of a sudden we're like protesting does nothing. Like it never brings change. It never matters. Why would you go like walk around, wave signs? It doesn't do anything. And it's like, what? What do you mean? No, like the entire reason I'm even like involved heavily in activism was because seeing people with signs, seeing like local outreach, because we come from a generation where the internet wasn't this massive thing, so it's surreal to me. And I kind of get your take on that of the importance of taking this out of the digital realm.
Yeah, meet the people where they actually are.
Crazy concept. Crazy. And that's the thing is when we talk about stuff like this, it's all like, well, duh, but it's not. Well, duh.
Yeah, it's unfortunately some people don't get it. They're like, no, I'm only going to talk to these people. Like I was told if we're going to create like a Green Party thing, we need to meet with the PSL, the DSA, and the communists. And I'm like, they already agree with us. We're not growing our party with them. They are leftists who chose not to join the Greens. They did it for a reason. let's go talk to people who haven't made up their mind yet. You know, let's go talk to people who are like, oh, I don't get involved in politics. Show them, like, if you don't get involved in politics, this is the shit that happens to you. You get politicians who send you off to war to make money for other people. Like, that's a huge problem. I want to be there, like, talking about it, not like, no, I'm not going because this group doesn't agree with the 20 items that I just listed. Because even in our little group, we don't agree on how to do those. I'm like, I don't want to fight over stupid things.
Yeah, let's get some action. And like, we've invited everybody. If the DSA wants to show up to DC, great, please show up. If like the Movement for the People's Party, MMP, want to show up, great, like, show up. Advertise, make people aware your party exists. I don't even care. Like, stand on my shoulders. I don't care. I just want you out there. Obviously, there's limits. Like, you're showing up with a swastika or something like that to DC, I'm going to tell you to leave. You show up with like zip ties and a bulletproof vest, I'm probably going to tell you to leave. You know, there's limits. But outside of that, like, please show up. I have, you know, massive criticisms of somebody like Rand Paul. But if Rand Paul wandered out of the building and was like, yeah, I want to talk about anti-war, but sure. Like, I don't care.
It's like, please bring your platform of people who are going to pay attention to my item. Like, I need eyeballs on this because no one's paying attention otherwise.
Crazy concept. You know, it seems so absurd. But all right, we're coming up on our hour though. So if you want to, before you go, plug where people can find you, your party's website, any other like events or stuff they might have going on, just let all the people know. I think we have around 150 viewers over all the places we're sharing. So great time for that.
Oh, awesome.
So, yeah, let people know.
So yeah, let me pull up all of our things. So my Twitter handle, where you can find all of my hot takes on all the bullshit that I see throughout my life, it's at Neighborhood Commie. That's NBRHDCOMMIE. And I am the co-chair for the Arizona Green Party. So that is azgp.org. I am the vice chair and co-founder of the Young Eco Socialists in Arizona. So that's yesgpaz.org. And I am the chairperson for the Pima County Green Party, and that's pimagreens.org. So find me on Twitter. I'm on Instagram. My Instagram handle is its_Gillette with a J, not a G. So hang out, talk to me. I'll talk to anyone. Like, I'm here to actually educate people and show them what it looks like when commies get off the internet and go out and help their community.
I love it. I'm gonna steal that line now. It's great. You're being told to touch grass by someone from the Green Party. If that doesn't hit, you know, like,
right? Please go outside.
Go outside. Right. Thank you so much for coming on. You've been lovely. I hope to see you. I hope to see great pictures and videos and everything out of Arizona. That's probably been like where the second. That and Florida are the two events I'm most excited about because y'all just put in so much work and so much energy and effort into this all on your own. And it's spectacular. And again, I'm just extremely grateful for y'all down there. So
thank you for having me. Thank you for listening. Thank you for giving me this platform. And I'll probably see you around.
Absolutely. All right. You have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Bye. And let's go to this real quick. All right, people. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little 15-minute break and try to fix my camera situation and everything else that's going on. And then the next people that are coming on are the people from the I Am Anti-War podcast. We're going to talk to them for a little bit. And then after that, our next speaker that we have up at 3:00 is going to be the organizer of the Florida event. And we're going to talk to them. And then from there, there's going to be a little bit of time where, like I said, I highly recommend just harassing anybody you know if they want to come on, jump in people's comments and DMs and be like, hey, reach out to Magnus, come on a show. We'll talk about this. So like I said, I'm going to take this little 15-minute break and then I'll be right back. Hopefully this will all be fixed. And after that, we'll continue on with the show. So I'll be right back, folks. is. I'm still talking to myself. God dang it. Okay. And as I was saying, hi everyone. Of course, my camera would wait to die, and we would have all these technical issues on our 12-hour stream. That's spectacular. So I have my phone up on a mount, and then I'm playing through my computer. It's a big mess. We're just going to have to deal with it, unfortunately. It's too late to back out now. But welcome to the second quarter of our 12-hour super stream. Like I've been reminding everybody every time we switch out guests, the thing you can do to help us right now, more than going to the GoFundMe, more than going to the Teespring, is take this stream, take one of the posts from End the Damn Wars, write your own post. Doesn't matter. Go to the most popular person you follow, your favorite podcaster, your favorite YouTuber, your favorite Twitter account, and go into their comment section, go into their tweets, and put the link to End the Damn Wars there. Promote the event. Try to get them to tweet it out. So little things that do stuff like that. That's how you make differences there. So now that we're back into that, I'm going to invite my next guest on for our next little period. We have Scott from Why I Am Anti-War podcast. How you doing, my man?
Not bad, not bad. I think I should work on marketing because that is a bit of a mouthful, isn't it?
It works, right?
Yeah. How about yourself, man? It's going good so far. I've been enjoying it.
Yeah. Besides, obviously everything that's kind of happened so far, but it is what it is. We'll figure it out. How you doing, man? I'm actually pretty semi-familiar with your work. We've been following each other for a minute. You're one of the first people I reached out to on it because I literally just typed anti-war and like every single account that popped up, I followed them and I like DM'd you guys and everything.
Yeah.
So it's pretty funny. But same question I've asked everybody at the top of the hour when we begin our stream. What is your primary reason for being anti-war? Whether it be an event, whether it be an issue, something that happened, a particular time period, whatever it may be. What is your primary number one issue?
So, I have a million. That's why I made a podcast about it. But if I had to focus on one, it's the civilian cost. The effect that war has on the entire population of a country that most of whom had nothing to do with it. Whatever the conflict even is, you know what I mean? That most of the people that will suffer had nothing to do with the cause of the conflict at all. You know what I mean? And I've seen it firsthand. I was a Marine for 14 years, a reservist, but I deployed to Iraq twice and Afghanistan twice. And my job there, of all things, was actually what this is called civil affairs, which was in part dealing with civilian casualties, and paying them a paltry amount of money to make ourselves feel better that we just weren't wreaking havoc on people and leaving them not unremunerated.
Yeah, I would say I have another friend that did that, and he lovingly nicknamed it the bribe squad because that's all they would do is just drive around to villages with pallets of money and just like apology. It's horrible. A lot of people don't know that we did that over in Afghanistan and Iraq and stuff like that. They would literally have squads of U.S. military go out to people's homes and be like, well, we're sorry, we killed your grandma. Here's like $2,000. And it's ridiculous.
Yep. So at first that wasn't the motivating factor that kind of brought me down this road. But ultimately when I think about it now, and the thing that pushes me or motivates me, it's like the little 7-year-old girl that I could still have a clear picture of that somebody dropped a mortar in the courtyard of her home. She had nothing to do with anything, but her legs are, this little girl in North Sangan, Afghanistan will never walk again. And that, she's probably in her, late teens now, and she's never, ever going to walk if she's still alive at all. You know what I mean? And her dad, just this pathetic, frail little thing that, her dad brought her wrapped up in a blanket and just laid us down in front of her and was like, can you do anything to help us? You know what I mean? And, there's a dozen other, especially a few particularly vivid ones where I could still see that this person did nothing. You know what I mean? And they're going to suffer the rest of our lives. And sadly, when the war is over, You know, when even before it's over with Afghanistan, you hear all this clamoring about the plight of the civilians, and no one even cares that the civilians have been suffering for 20 years and will continue to suffer for 20 years more, and will have already long since forgotten. You know what I mean? Just like we've forgotten that Laos is just littered with landmines and a kid loses a leg every few days. It for something we did 50 years ago, and we just wreak havoc. I mean, all over the globe, we wreak havoc, and then we break things. And I don't think we need to be going in and fixing them. We just need to stop breaking them in the first place. I've gotten to for a long time, I thought, well, you know, you break it, you bought it, we'll fix it, we make it right. That's what we do. And I've come to recognize not only is that impossible to do, but we don't even try, really. We're Tina.
And we're definitely not the people to do that. We can't be trusted to do that. The people involved will always find a way to ruin it or twist it for their benefit.
Exactly. And then, you know, and this is coming from I try with my podcast to keep it sort of not apolitical, but the one aspect you can't ignore either is the effect it has at home. You know what I mean? You know, if you look at the Cost of War project from Brown, where they connect directly police militarization to wars. You know what I mean? SWAT teams were a byproduct of the Vietnam War. No-knock raids and things like and every police department having MRAP were a byproduct of the war on terror. And even if you go back to the Banana Wars, all the way back 100 years ago to us occupying Haiti and all those countries. You know, Smedley Butler, who's wearing a shirt with him on it right now.
Hero, legend.
Yeah. But when he came home from he was a product of the era where this professionalization and the beginning of police militarization. And he was hired. He basically took a leave of absence from the Marine Corps to run the prohibition and professionalize the Philadelphia Police Department. And the rank structure and all of the things of the police department are a byproduct of that era. Of we're going to all these wars and World War I is over and we've militarized the populace and now we're bringing it home. It always comes home to us every time. The drones that are patrolling over protests and patrolling over the border are the same ones that we first pilot tested overseas. Every time, all the worst things our government does, they test it out on some other population on the other side of the globe. And when it becomes normalized and becomes the hallmark of the war. And I wish I was kidding, but I think it's only a matter of time before, a car chase is ended with a Hellfire missile.
I mean, we already had that one instance in Dallas where they used a bomb drone, same bomb drones they use in Afghanistan to clear IEDs. And definitely to your point too, not only just kind of the tangible things like that, but I know you can speak to this as a vet because I hear this from my vet friends all the time. The cultural kind of influences of having an entire generation raised as warfighters and how you view the world and how you come back and how that like affects people's kids, how that affects people's relationships. Like it goes so deep, it's incalculable. And then you can take that and only imagine how it goes in Afghanistan, where there's people that were born, lived like up until, their 20s or something like that, and then died in a country that didn't know anything but war, and how that'll affect their culture going for hundreds of years, maybe even. You can't put a time limit on the effects of things like this. Yeah.
And to your point, I mean, the greatest person I listen to on this is a guy named Tom Secker. But the propaganda machine we have here, I mean, the focus of my sort of podcast, one of the first episodes I did was, and these aren't, so just for clarification, I want guests. I want other guests to come on and tell me the things that make them anti-war and cultural things, like you said. I mean, excuse me. We have this hyper militarized culture that we live in where we're just constantly bathed in propaganda and don't even realize that, that the Department of Homeland Security is paying for your night's television programming. And, and and so one of the first episodes I did, actually, believe it or not, I was, when I was a kid, I was in I was into all things military. My dad was a Vietnam veteran, and he worked for the Department of Defense as a fraud investigator. And just something about, and I grew up in Annapolis, which is where the Naval Academy is, and we would sponsor, like, kind of be a home away from home for Naval Academy students, and I worshiped them. I grew up just so steeped in militarism that I couldn't imagine any other world. And but even then, what's funny is I would watch shows like MASH just because they were in a green uniform, and somewhere along the way I absorbed some of the subversive messaging that managed to get through at the time, and some of those little messages about the people being human. You know what I mean? The guys on the other side are still humans, deserving of empathy and mercy. You know what I mean? It did sink in, and it was kind of one of the first little bits that kind of cracked the shell of, like, fuck them all militarism that I was bathed in up until my early 20s. It was the only thing I knew was there's this black and white world, and we're the good guys, and everything America does will be right. You know what I mean? And so that's what I'm going for, is for people to share with me the song they listened to, the essay they read, the incident they lived through, or the book they read, whatever it might be, and how it made them think differently. Because I think we really have a lot of work to do to get millions of people in this country, not just to think one war is bad, or not just to think that, this is that it's regrettable, but we have to do it, but actually up front be like, this isn't what we do here. You know what I mean? This is that we've learned as a culture that violence is isn't the answer, and at best is the last resort.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And definitely within, like, the culture of the military, how many people do you know personally? Because I know dozens where the recruiter borderline lied to them, if not just left out a lot of key details about what's going on. And, like, even at the beginning, you have recruiters in school and stuff like that, promising people glory, and that they're gonna be heroes in America, and they're gonna go destroy the bad guys and everything like that. And that's why I'm a giant fan of Adam Kokesh, because his organization just stands outside of recruitment booths and passes out flyers, and they hate him for it. But it's true of just, like, there's so many levels, so many topics that I guarantee, even though this is a 12-hour live stream, we're going to miss some detail of this awful mess. I guarantee it.
Yeah, the counter recruiting. It is sickening. You go through a high school cafeteria. I coach a lacrosse team, and kids come up to me all the time. They just know. Some of it is just like old memorabilia I have laying around or whatever that I can't let go of. That's the weird part of it. Is I still, like, have some old camouflage blanket laying around in my basement or whatever. Some of it's I'm just cheap, and I don't want to, and it's a good blanket, you know what I mean? It's good. But that kind of stuff, they see it and they come and ask you. And I remember I had a kid last year ask me, like, I'm thinking about joining up. How is it? And I, trying to thread that needle of the cultural expectation people project on you as a veteran, is one of is that you are gung-ho, and that everything is all the cultural expectations that you have all around you. And then to kind of break that in such a way that the person will trust you and listen to you, and not just think this person is deranged or there's something wrong with them. Because I know when I was 17, if a veteran had come up to me and said, don't do it, you know what I mean, it's not a good idea, I would have looked at them like I would just been like, well, he's weak and I'm strong, kind of overly masculine nonsense. And it's a really hard thing to break it. And so this is my little project to chip away at it. And I love what you're doing. And I love some of the political action things out there, like Defend the Guard, and God knows the Quincy Institute. They're not perfect, but they do great work. They've done some good lobbying. So I try to participate in that, but my main project is to try to hear people's voices and all their reasons. And it could be, for those of you out there that are listening that are most concerned about the environment, the environmental damage that we do, not just flying jets around the globe and burning ungodly amounts of jet fuel up in the atmosphere, but I'm not the greenest person on earth, but I care too. You know what I mean? And
yeah, it's everyone's little blue dot. Like
Yeah.
we're all stuck here whether we like it or not.
But on the sort of micro scale, I mean, if you look at like there's a reason military bases all around the country, one of the reasons they can't shut them down is that they're toxic waste sites. The junk that over the past century that we built this hyper militarized space, I live in Maryland, and the chemical weapons sites in Indian Head and up near what's the Fort Detrick where the anthrax got released from, and up at Aberdeen Proving Grounds won't be habitable ever. You know what I mean? We just destroyed that part of the environment. They can't let it's not a safe place to live. It would take, they'd have to dig up 60 feet of soil and reprocess it or something just to make it a livable place again, Yeah,
that's the thing I always mention of the Superfund sites, which are those sites, 900 of them across the planet, just the U.S. military, not private corporations, not governments, just the U.S. military. 900 sites. I think it might be. I know it's on it's on the Atlantic coast. There's there's a lake that's so heavily polluted that they've effectively just given up on it. It's a borders some military base. The name is escaping me, but it's just doomed. Like if you can't swim in it, people get rashes if they even touch the water, and that's the military. And again, I'm so glad you brought that up because I don't want to be the only person harping on about that being like the big, annoying hippie I am of just how bad. And then obviously, like you bring up things like Iraq of the massive spike in cancer and malformed produce and soil degradation from just the hundreds of tons of depleted uranium that we just dumped into their soil and then said, have fun and left. Infinite examples of things like that.
Yeah. You could never run out of, I mean, it's hard to get to grips with it, but I mean, that's what really started to gnaw at me coming back around was like, this wasn't just ones and twos. I mean, it wasn't just, at first you could say they were accidents when somebody got scared and shot a car that was coming too close to them. Right. And they thought it was a bomb, or when somebody, they bombed the wrong house because they typed in one digit wrong in a coordinate. That does happen, but they weren't just minor human errors. The really awful part of it was seeing the occasions where, a convoy shoots the driver of a dump truck with a full load that didn't stop soon enough to make them comfortable, even though, you know what I mean? Shoot the driver and then they just drive off. That person's family may never know what happened to them. And that unit will drive off down the road, and maybe some of the people will think twice of it, but that unit will be gone in 7 months, and another unit will come in and not have any idea that ever happened, not ever acknowledge a tragedy, and no one in America will even know or think about that person's name. You know what I mean? And there's hundreds. There's more than the numbers even show, and every single one of those is a human tragedy. A farm field in Afghanistan that somebody is a subsistence growing opium and, well, they're not subsistence growing opium, but opium and corn on and we fly a helicopter too low over the cornfield at the peak of the season. I mean, a farmer here has insurance against that, but even then, if they put in a year's work or a season's work into growing a full field of corn, and then a helicopter came over and knocked it down, you can bet they would be livid. You know what I mean? That all the work, all the money, even if they got compensated, they wouldn't be happy about it. But this isn't that. This is some guy who, the helicopter buzzed his field, and now he and his family might not survive the winter. And those pilots won't think about it once. You know what I mean? No one in America will ever care. No one even got killed necessarily. But those little things drip just add up to this mountain of human tragedy.
I was gonna say, this is literally the first time I ever thought of that, of like, we're gonna land a fire team in this field to go after this target or something like that over the hill. Oh, whoops, the Chinook just destroyed this dude's entire property, probably didn't even know it was coming, does all of his work. And again, I've been an anti-war activist for like 20 years, and that's the first time I even thought of that. So that just goes to show just how many perspectives we haven't even considered that are just awful, that are horrible, that we don't even know are even going on unless you talk to tons of different people to kind of get the full picture of this mess that we have here.
And this will sound strange, but one of the other effects that you talked about, the deleterious effects of like the militarism, is I've come to believe that, and I always get it backwards, but time preference is a real thing, that people kind of behave and change their planning. How far out will they plan their lives? And when you're a young man, when people are younger, they tend not to think that much about it. But especially when they're younger and they think they might get killed in a war, that time preference goes way, way in the wrong direction. When you hear about Marines doing stupid things, getting in fist fights, having kids, all of the having kids they probably wouldn't have had otherwise, getting married and divorced 3 times in 4 years, alcoholism, drug use, all of that stuff. And I'm sure on the other side, in the other country too, when you're living in a place where you can't expect to live a full, healthy life, you don't plan for a full, healthy life. You plan for the now. You live in the moment, and in such a way that it's detrimental to the culture as a whole, to the people around you, to your family, to the people that really love you and want you to have a full, happy life. You can't do it. And I know this from experience, like, because you just think, well, damn, I almost got killed on the last deployment. I'm going away again in 7 months. So fuck it. I'm going to have another drink instead of being present with the people you love and care about. You know what I mean?
and that's like, looking to like the victim side of this and everything like that. That's something that starts building generationally to where, okay,
that's what I was getting around to. Yeah.
You teach your son, like, hey buddy, like this is Afghanistan. You're probably only going to live 20 years. So you better get to it now. And he's going to teach his son that, and he's going to teach his daughter that. And it's going to keep going. And before you know it, you have a culture built around this. And a lot of people, me being a big history guy, look back at things like the Middle Ages and like the Bronze Age and things and be like, oh, like how could these people just murder and rape and burn and kill each other like all the time and treat it as nothing? Because they've just had a culture, generations of being like, this is how the world is. This is how you operate. Yeah. And we're inflicting that on other populations, but you're also seeing it come home, and starting to build up at home to where it's semi-related, but I'll tie it to it. Somebody did a documentary about the rise of like zombie and post-apocalypse movies with like the rise of militancy in America. And they found that like more and more people had like doomsday, like death cult ideologies. And a lot of these people were vets because they had lived, their first 4 to 8 years of their adult life in just bloodshed and violence and chaos and being worried that a trash bag on the side of the road is an IED, and that just affects their life and that affects their kids' life. So it just expands out crazy and it affects things you wouldn't even think of.
Yeah. I couldn't have said it better, so I won't try. But that's I think I gave about 5 there, and I could come up with 30 more just reasons why everyone should oppose war. And I know we're preaching to the choir here, but what I'd love to do is hear all those other reasons. And what my goal when I make an episode is to make it, I'll talk to somebody for 30, 40 minutes, and I'll cut it down to 5 to 10, or maybe a few 5 to 10 minute bits that hopefully you can share. Cause I don't know about you, but like, there's only like, if I see something more than 10 minutes and you share it with me, I'm going to think twice about listening to the whole thing. You know what I mean? But if you could play me, hey, listen to this for 5 minutes. It might be that reason that the next person becomes anti-war. If you could just say, you love that movie Jarhead? Well, let me tell you, I just heard a podcast about Jarhead. You know what I mean? And give them that 5-minute blurb of what it really meant to this other person, and maybe relate through the culture and even use it, turning some of the militarism against them. You know what I mean? That's out there is really my goal. So
absolutely. And definitely like, I view that as an angle for sure of kind of bouncing off of, I mean, that's why movies like Full Metal Jacket and like Apocalypse Now and stuff like that resonated through. It's because they, on surface level, they look like these like, typical jingoistic kind of like rah America bombs and cool, but they're actually like awful messages of like, hey, this is all pointless and stupid and awful, and I guarantee there's tons of people who, like you said, their moment, their thing they watched was a movie like that. And then other people get it through books, like books from Scott Horton, books from Danny, all these great experts. Some people get it from podcasts, from YouTube, and then other people get it from activism and talking to people. You know, my anti-war sentiments come from being from a military family. Like my uncle fought in Desert Storm. My great grandpa fought in World War II. My cousin fought in Afghanistan, and my nephew is getting deployed to Africa in just like a couple weeks. So it's like that. Everyone I know, and that's where my sentiment comes from. So you never know what's going to be the thing that breaks through two people. It could be a video game, you know, like
it really could. You know, you know, one of the you mentioned that, but there was this stupid military video game that I played when I was in my teens. It was called Operation Flashpoint, and it would like on scenes between fights or whatever, they would play like prophetic quotes or whatever. And one of them was like something like, I think it was MacArthur at some point said like, the soldier above all others prays for peace because they must suffer the most in war. You know what I mean? And I don't know how much that's actually true of most people at this point in the military, unfortunately. But I did hold on to it. I did. Just that stupid little clip in the video game. I remember when some peacenik was talking to me back right before Iraq kicked off, and I was getting ready to go to boot camp. They asked me, you know, what I thought about the war, and I used it as kind of a way to avoid confrontation at the time. I was like, well, soldiers pray for peace. You know what I mean? Just to kind of divert the conversation at the time. But I still remembered the line, and eventually I came to believe it. You know what I mean? Took a long time, but I got there. You know. So all those little things are out there, and some of them, you know, what's sad is how much, and I imagine you noticed, but the Full Metal Jacket, some of those movies are the most popular among the military because they don't see through the message. That's why I did a podcast about Jarhead with, on another show. And, I talked about how genius Jarhead was because it subverts all that. Every time they play a Full Metal Jacket scene, a scene like that, a scene from Full Metal Jacket, they cut it short, and everyone's like, because the whole movie is this big build up and then let down. Not getting the whole movie is you're expecting a war movie and then you don't get it. You know what I mean? And it just, and he's expecting sex and he doesn't get sex, and everything is the big up, and then nope, you're not getting what you thought you were going to get. And it did a great job of actually really subtly putting that message in. But
it's funny too that you mentioned like some people not getting that these are anti-war movies and thinking like, oh, this is awesome war movie. Even with Jarhead, I remember when that came out, and I talked to people, and they thought the message was like, oh, they should have just like let the infantry like out. They should have let them fight. What was wrong with them? And I'm like, no, that's not the message at all. You missed the entire point of what the hell that this movie was trying to tell you. Same thing with Generation Kill. Like that's another one where people like miss the message of that, and it's because it's so ingrained. It's so in our culture and everything. We're just that hoorah shit. You know?
Onto it. People Rorschach what they want on so much that it's really hard to break it exactly. But that's where I think like maybe hearing someone else spin it, you know what I mean, and mean it. I used to see it this way, and then I saw it again, and I didn't, you know. And having somebody else hear that, like, oh shit, you know, I didn't think about it that way. Might be the key, you know, to kind of slowly. It's not going to be the kill shot, but maybe I'm hoping to just sort of form an oral history and maybe get death by 1,000 cuts.
Plant a seed.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely. So something I plan on asking like every single person that was either current or former active duty in the military with everything that's going on. Something that I've noticed with what's going on in Afghanistan right now, and all of my friends that are vets and everything, is extreme Vietnam syndrome kind of hitting a lot of people. Even some of like my closest friends that are devout anti-war are like, damn, it's hard to watch what's going on in Afghanistan and like not feel crushed, feel defeated, feel like I wasted my life, my friends died for nothing, kind of thing like that. And some people have even like fallen into, I don't know if you saw a Jocko Willick's comments or whatever, where it was just essentially just being like, you could tell it's that soldier mentality of like, no, I can win this. Like, I'm not going to give up. It's the boxer that's about to die from a heart attack, and his coach is trying to pull him out of the fight, but he's like, no, I can do this. And I'm wondering if you've seen your similar experiences with that, and like kind of your opinions on this Vietnam kind of syndrome sort of thing, the Saigon syndrome that's kind of spreading throughout the military right now.
So as the news around it was all breaking, I guess 2 weekends ago now, or what, I think it was 2. It feels it was a bit of a process. I would say that I had been through the process already because I got home in 2012 from my last trip to Afghanistan, and shortly after that, a documentary called "This Is What Winning Looks Like" came out.
I remember that.
And it was filmed in the exact same place that I had been 6 months earlier. And it came out about a year later. And watching it, I knew the way it was going to go. I knew what was going to happen when we left there. You know what I mean? And I knew what the Afghan soldiers were like and how winning would look when I watched it. And I watched it and it confirmed everything I already knew. And I went through the process. This is where there's no winning here. That's the moral that so I made my peace with it, 9 years ago now, that this is the way, 9 years ago now, that this is the way it was always going to end. You know what I mean? When I checked in on basically everyone I could still get a hold of who was in Afghanistan with me on either of my 2 deployments, just to see how they were doing. And we kind of had a group chat, a little Zoom meeting, and everyone seemed more or less okay. Some people are worried about people they worked with and interpreters, and I've worried about them for a few years now. Some of the locals I did work with that were good people. Not to say any people are really bad people, but that I did really like, and I worried about their safety. But what is interesting is I happen to occasionally work with some people that are in the Air National Guard, and they were there more recently at Bagram. So I don't know if it's a recency bias, but I also think it has something to do with them being Guard and not having been civil affairs Marines mostly, who have dealt with actual Afghans on the ground and view them as human beings. But these Guard guys were the ones. The guys that had never really even seen an Afghan, or if they did, it was the guy sucking out the porta-john. You know what I mean? From afar, and they probably didn't ever come near him. They were the ones that were bomb them all. We need to win. We need to send a message. Rah rah rah. Still, you know what I mean? We can't go out like this nonsense. And so it is disturbing to see, and also the fact that they were very ardently for Trump, and I think on board with the withdrawal, but the just blind partisanship aspect of now it was the wrong thing to do. It's really hard to unpack how much that response is just politicized nonsense. That if it had been a different person in the White House that made the call, even if the media was as harsh as on Biden as they are, or on Trump as they are on Biden for this. If Trump were president right now, they would be the ones making the excuses, being, the media is just full of shit. They would see all the holes, all the bullshit the media is leaving out. Like, I was just listening to The Economist yesterday, and I don't know why I do this to myself, but I'll listen to some of the mainstream, like neoliberal and neoconservative outlets.
It's hard enough dealing with them on Twitter.
And
the Meghan McCain's and stuff like that, like screaming. I forget which one guy in particular, but he was literally like, "We need to flatten a building for every U.S. soldier that dies," and I'm like, "Oh my god, how have you people not learned? Why do you not get what's going on here?" It's so frustrating. But sorry to cut you off.
But The Economist has like a little bit more legitimacy in my eyes than some of the worst blowhards. But even they went into this tirade about how the Taliban can't we're going to see more terrorist attacks out of Afghanistan because the Taliban can't stop terrorist attacks. This is proven by this suicide bombing, right? But never once, and this just gives away the lie behind what they call professional journalism. Never once did they mention how many ISIS attacks and suicide bombings had gone on in Kabul under the previous government. They're sitting here saying, well, the Taliban in this chaotic situation where they just gained power, this is emblematic of their inability to prevent terrorists from rising in Afghanistan in the future.
Right.
Without mentioning that Giroa couldn't stop it either. You know what
Oh
I mean?
yeah, the awkward detail that 2 years ago we couldn't deal with ISIS in Afghanistan, so we paid and helped the Taliban to go deal with them.
Yeah,
we were
none of that context. They're just all on board for, well, this means we have to intervene harder elsewhere, in everywhere, every time, always. Like, and they get away with it. It's unbelievable. They get away. Like I was the only one that responded to their tweet about the podcast at all. You know what I mean? They deserve to get bombed and lambasted. And that goes, and I'm sorry, I know that I need to do the research myself. I keep hoping somebody else is going to do it, but I keep hearing, and from the neoliberals, the damn Pod Save America people and stuff like that. Well, there needs to be accountabilities for these failures in generic terms. They'll rant on about it. No one will name names. The only article I found, I think, was Ray McGovern maybe going off about McChrystal's complicity. But there should be a top 5 list of every journalist, every politician, every think tanker, every person that should never be listened to again because they've been so wrong for so long. You know what I mean? Until they have some profound change of heart and do a mea culpa and say, yeah, I lied to you for the last 15 years, but trust me now. You know what I mean? But we should have a hit list of every single person that has lied about the war and done crap like The Economist did and just leave out important details and be like, you're never, ever, ever getting anything. We're going to slam you every time you try. Your stupid head crops up. Every time Stanley McChrystal gets on television, every single person in the country should turn it off. You know what I mean? But we need more names. We need 20, 25 names of the people most responsible for this for this ongoing ridiculous tragedy, and they need to be like persona non grata for the rest of their lives.
Right. The fact that anyone takes Meghan McCain seriously when she's channeling her father is ridiculous. What one man in the world has been proven more wrong on functionally everything than John McCain?
Maybe Bill Kristol.
Bill Kristol as well. He's just the lib, quote unquote, fucking John McCain, essentially. But yeah, it's preposterous to me that we're still allowing this, and people can't see with their own eyes. But it's also just because like there's entire theaters we've forgotten about. Like I go on about Libya all the time because nobody talks about Libya. Even a lot of people in our circles have just forgotten about that country. And it's ridiculous. We turned the most prosperous North African nation into an open air slave market with a failed state that makes like Somalia and Ethiopia look extremely stable in comparison. We did that 100%. It wouldn't have happened without the UN and the US intervention, period. We funded all of those people. We gave them weapons. They killed and raped their leader and burned their country to the ground. And we just don't talk about it. It's absurd to me. It disgusts me, especially seeming like when you look at the primary narratives kind of in American politics right now, like anti-racism, women's rights, like anti-imperialism, Libya, like we brought slavery back to the world, public and open air.
Just in general, and this is, it wasn't, my mother's not necessarily the most plugged in person, but just last night I lost patience with her because she was going off about the 13 Marines killed, whatever nonsense she picked up on the evening news. And I'm like, 13 out of this is another one that bugged me, actually, 13 out of how many total? How many people were killed? What makes these white Americans, mostly, maybe white Americans, but largely, what makes these American lives so much more special and precious? You know what I mean? Are we not, do we not bleed the same blood? And this used to drive me, this was one of the other, and it'll sound crazy because it really doesn't have to do with war exactly, but I remember watching, while I was in Iraq, actually, this stupid wall-to-wall coverage of Anna Nicole Smith having committed suicide or died by drug overdose or some such thing. Wall-to-wall in the news. And I just remember sitting there thinking, like, I read the BBC pretty regularly, and I was like, wasn't there a tsunami that killed about 1,000 people today? Like, but here we are in America, obsessed about one person's life and just the inequity of it. Like I have an egalitarian streak in me. I wouldn't say exactly I'm a justice warrior, but I have a streak in me where it's like, how can you just so systematically devalue some lives or overvalue others? You know what I mean? And I understand on some level that you're always going to value the people, your loved ones and people that feel closest to you more in some way. But it just feels so callous and ridiculous to me when they cover the explosions there, or, you know, and most people will only think 13 people died.
Yeah, that's the headlines. That's what trended on Twitter, was 13 Americans die in Afghanistan. That was the, you know, screw the 90 or whatever Afghanis that got turned into fucking
so
soup.
much concern for the Afghan suffering, right? Up until the moment 13 Americans die, and the Afghan suffering becomes just it just evaporates into the air, you know.
It's particularly bad in that case because it's not even that these are just some random no-name Afghani citizens. A lot of these people
are trying to be evacuated.
Right. A lot of these people are interpreters, people that work with the government, people we promised safety, people we gave money to, people we trained. Fuck them, I guess.
Yeah, now fuck them because American blood is worth more, you know? And I can't see it. I can't get behind that. I don't know if there's something wrong with me. I'm not so ridiculous, but yeah, there's just there's this profound, and I'm not one to leap to call it racism, but I don't know what else you call it when it's not even nationalism exactly, but this idea that like the blood of somebody born in the middle part of North America is so much more precious than the blood of anyone else born anywhere else. You know what I mean? It's sickening that anyone can think that way and call themselves any kind of a caring person, you know,
humanitarian or something like that.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
And that's just the thing too, is we know that that's being taken advantage of because the drums of war are beating now harder than ever. Like I opened the show with the comment that we had several people, prominent people, kind of tease us when we announced this back in June and May, that we're going to do an anti-war protest on the day that we're pulling out of Afghanistan, quote unquote, the day we were supposed to pull out. Boy, are all those people eating their words now, because the drums of war are insane at this moment. I have never seen, probably since when I was 8 years old and the towers fell, of people just being like, level cities, burn and torture, destroy everything you see. For every one American that dies, kill 100 of them. And it's like, oh my God. And these aren't even the traditional, like, obviously, like the neocons, the Bushites, and the Cheney type people are doing that. But I'm seeing like Democrats say this. And it's like, holy God.
I call it Schrodinger's civilian, like simultaneously a victim of a tyrannical, despotic, murderous regime, whether it's the Taliban or the Japanese Empire. You know what I mean? They're simultaneously the victim of that and guilty of all of that regime's crimes and deserving of annihilation. You know what I mean?
Because that's the thing. That's the thing that
at the
pissed
same
me off.
time, people could believe that, like, oh, you know, the Afghans are suffering under the Taliban, and then in the next breath say that's why we need to kill more Afghans. Like, it's insane to me that people could think in these ways, and I think you honestly, even if the recent events in Afghanistan didn't kind of change the tenor of things, I think September 11th, even if that was the withdrawal date and the war in Afghanistan officially ended and it went off without a hitch beautifully, September 11th would have been the perfect day for it, because there are still umpteen wars going on, some of which we don't even know about. There is still the instability in like that. We can't let people get away with being like, well, we're out of Afghanistan now, so we can just forget about the fact there's still National Guard troops in Syria, that there's still troops in Kenya bombing people in Somalia, that there's still, the instability in Libya. Like, we can't let them get away with just pretending that the war is over now because no, and that's the part again, that people really, there were this, why do we need to pull out this idea of like, well, no, Americans are dying for the last, year, 20 months. So why do we need to pull out kind of crap that people have been saying lately? And it's like, because it's not just Americans, like, just because no Americans are dying in Kenya lately, we only had the 2 killed like last Christmas or whatever it was, doesn't mean that we're not dropping literal hellfire on people on a regular basis, somewhat indiscriminately, every day, and that isn't and Yemen. You know what I mean? All of those things are still going on. So if nothing else, having the protest on that day would be the absolute time to remind people that even as Afghanistan comes to a close, we need to not only put a stop to all those other wars, but be vigilant against the next one.
Yeah, because they're banging the drums of war right now. Of like even in Biden's speech, I'll probably bring this up 100 times during this podcast. He was like, "We're pulling out of Afghanistan, nation building, blah blah blah, all the stuff that people thought was great." And then he snuck in the thing that we're expanding anti-terrorism operations further into Africa and further into East Asia. So that's why I'm telling people, like, the war in Afghanistan is not ending, because the war in Afghanistan was the war on terror. That's why we were in Afghanistan, was the war on terror. The war on terror is not ending. In fact, it is expanding. It is a change of theater, not the end of a war. And people don't understand this. And, you know, Dave Smith has this whole thing in his comedy special of even September 11th, we view that as the start of this. When in reality, like we had sanctions on Afghanistan and Iraq that were starving children under Clinton. Long before the towers fell, we were screwing around these people's country or doing awful things. And it wasn't until 9/11, until it came home, that people are like, oh, wait, we're doing what? We're over here. We're doing this, we're that. And then people started asking questions. And it seems like we've gotten back to that point where there's going to be some instance or something where, like, you know, someone from Boko Haram or something like that gets into the United States and blows up a building and kills a bunch of people. And people are going to be like, what is Boko Haram? I've never heard of that before. And it's like, oh, you didn't know we've been bombing them for 20 years in Somalia? You just found out about that? And it's insane. You know, it's insane to me.
It's always... I can understand that not everyone is a history nerd like you or I might be. But that's all the more reason for people to listen to the people who to go back before they make some half-cocked decision. And I just don't know how to, like, get people to stop and think. I mean, we have our little projects, but yeah, I think what we really need is institutional structures that will. I mean, I'm no longer a fan of the Constitution the way that I once was as a child. You know what I mean? But if it were the case, it's clearly the case to me that the reason, you know, that I think I'm parroting James Madison here, but the founders placed with study care the power to make and declare war in the hands of the House of Representatives, because it should be in the people should be responsible for this decision. And honestly, I definitely believe that the reason that we have on some level failed in all of these wars is that they weren't declared. And that's not to say that they ever should have been declared in the first place. But the fact of the matter is that they couldn't get enough, that Congress couldn't get enough political support to put their name on the line, really, to say we're going to war in this country and I'm putting my name on the line, win or lose. And if it were the case that the people were actually behind the war, that you might actually be able to see one through. But we muddle through because the people aren't really behind it. You know what I mean? And that should be a sign that it shouldn't be done in the first place. Not that, right. You know what I mean? But that's the thing. Instead, they get away with just these AOMF nonsense. And that's, obviously, I mean, that we need more. And I think if it's possible to put some institutional brakes on, like defend the guard, or maybe, I don't think it'll go, I'm afraid it won't go anywhere, but the National Security Powers Act looks like it's decent. I trust David Swanson. He's a pretty good anti-war activist. I trust his opinion on it, and he talked to Scott Horton about it, and I trust Scott. And both of them Scott's a hero, 100%. I seem to, I'm willing to trust them that this National Security Powers Act would be an improvement over the War Powers Act. And if we can get those things out over the hump and maybe make it a little bit harder to do this stupid the next time, you know what I mean? Because that's the sad part, is there will be a next time. Yes. I sometimes worry, when you form your identity, let's say about being against something, against wars or against the government, what will you do when it's over? And it's like, well, I think the price is everlasting vigilance. You'll still have to, no matter, there will always be people that are, so simplistic in their thinking to think that violence will solve the problem every time, I mean, we have people here at home that think that when it comes to terms of like policing and stuff like that. So you'll never go away.
The fight will be forever. And to your point about like just not fighting wars worth fighting, that is the only reason I didn't join myself. Every other man in my family has been in the military besides me. I am the first to not join to any capacity. And that's because there's not a single war worth fighting. Like I have the spirit, I have like the type of drive to be someone to be in the military. I'm not going to go bomb Afghanis. I'm not going to go mess around in Africa or something like that. If I'm joining the military, it's because Adolf Hitler's running around or something awful is going on. I'm not fighting anyone's proxy war. I'm not doing anything like that. And like I opened the podcast with one of my reasons being so anti-war is because a lot of people that join the military, like we're talking some of the best of one angle of our society, like the hardworking, really dedicated, really organized, really smart people. And we are just wasting them on this shit for nothing, for no gain. We're just throwing them in the grinder and spitting up forever.
There's a part of me that thinks that's almost, so you're right. I agree that there's an element. We were never, if this government, which I don't think can work, but if it were ever going to work, it would never have started down the road of having a permanent peacetime army. You know what I mean?
We were warned not to, but every person who found our country.
And more or less, we heeded that warning. Like for up till the World War I, there were never more than 40,000 people in the military, and normally it was like less than 10,000, which was, as a proportion of the population, significantly smaller than it ever has been now. It was never the size or scope that it was, and normally, and most of it was the Navy. Whatever you think about that, it was sort of protect. It wasn't a land army, and I think the effect of that has been of creating after World War I this permanent standing army, and it did shrink a little before World War II, but not as small as you think. The effect of that has been to, exactly as you said, to give young men who, not to young men and young women, but to give people who have this admirable drive to be, all the stupid analogies they feed on kind of, but to be the sheepdog, to protect your flock and your family, to keep the wolf away from the door kind of stuff, instead of staying home and keeping their eye on this government as it tyrannizes people. You know what I mean? Whether it's black and brown people in cities or whether it's just or immigrants at the border, instead of being vigilant against the tyranny of our government at home, it draws them in, sends them overseas, and makes them think the only way you can defend this country is by signing your life away to them and letting them be in charge of making the decisions about when and where you fight. You know what I mean? Rather than organizing protests against anything your government does that it shouldn't be doing, you have some of the people that really should be protecting their city from the police instead are decided to join the military because it was the only way out of that city, the only way to get a good paycheck, and it sucks people out of their communities. It's a Jacobin essentially. You know what I mean?
And definitely to kind of close it off because we're coming off on an hour.
Sorry.
No, you're good. This has been spectacular. I love it. This is a great first conversation with you. We're gonna have to talk again more soon. But the example I always use is Athens, Tennessee, to where essentially the local government had become like a semi-dictatorship because all of the men were over in Germany. And then when they came back to Germany, they're like, oh my God, the cops are like killing people at voting booths and stuff like that. And it's like, that's kind of what's going on now, and it's insane. But thanks so much for coming on, man. You've been
I really appreciate you, man.
Spectacular.
Thank you for everything you've been doing. You do it like I'm sure I'm sure you get a lot of thanks and kudos, but thank you from me from the bottom of my heart. The organizational work you've been doing, the movement you're building, I think is growing. And I appreciate you more than you could possibly appreciate me.
Well, I take that challenge 100%. But yes, definitely plug your stuff, any upcoming shows where people can find you, let everybody know. Like I said, I think we got 20, boom, we got like 150 people watching right now. So
that's awesome.
Let them know.
So if you're not familiar, my podcast on Twitter is where I'm most active. It's at Anti-War Podcast is the handle. I use the hashtag Why I Am Anti-War. You can find it on most of your major podcatchers. I will have an episode with Matthew Ho out tomorrow, and I have an episode with Adam Kokesh in the can that I'll probably have out next weekend. If anyone wants to be a guest, you can contact me, like DM me. Those are open, or shoot me an email, antiwarpodcast@protonmail. If you want to be discreet, I'll respect if you're still in the military and you don't want to use a pseudonym. I'm going to trust you until it burns me. I'm going to trust. So anyone that wants to share any reason, it doesn't have to be your whole life's philosophy on anti-war, but just that one book that made you think different, please give me a shout. All right.
Spectacular. I love it, man. Thanks so much for coming on. We'll talk again soon, brother. You have a good one.
You too.
All right, folks, and now we're not even close to halfway yet. But again, top of every hour, every single guest. Right now, take this stream, take the GoFundMe, take one of the graphics for your local event. If you're going to Florida, if you're going to Atlanta, something like that, take one of those. Take the main event. Go take the website. Doesn't matter. Take that link, write up a little post, and take that and put it somewhere. Put it below someone with thousands of followers on Twitter. Put it in a YouTube comment. Put it in a Facebook group. Spread the word about this. We got 150 people watching. There will be 150 posts about this. Cross there. Go to trending. If Afghanistan's trending, go find the most popular posts. Put end the damn wars in that. That's how we build this. That's how, if you can't get out there, that's how you can make sure 100 more people can. And it does way more work than you can imagine. It's super important. And I really, I hope people get on that more. Next up, we have in a little bit, Nico is going to be joining us. He's the one who runs the show. This is his channel, so thanks to Nico. And he's going to talk to me with someone else I'm about to introduce on. We have probably one of the most go-getting organizers ever. She's just crushing it down in Florida. She's spectacular. I love her so much. We have our good friend here, Miss Christina. How you doing?
Hi, Magnus. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're a little squeaky.
I'm a little squeaky.
You might be a little bit of feedback. You got a phone on behind you or something like that?
No.
Interesting.
Is that better?
You're still getting a little beepy noise.
Weird.
Try unplug and plug in back in your headphone real quick or something like that.
Is that better?
Better. Much better. Okay.
Yeah,
we fixed whatever the problem was.
It's this little weird adapter that goes into the USB to the micro USB, I think.
All right. Yeah, it's still kind of there, but we could just deal with it. It's not too awful. But hi, welcome. Definitely we're gonna start off the same way we start off every single hour. What is your number one reason for being anti-war?
Well, I was raised by a Korean war vet, actually. I was raised by my grandpa because my dad got the mentality from him that the only way to provide for your family is to work your butt off, and then you're never around your family. And my mom, she worked too. She had some health issues, so it ended up falling on my grandparents, and then eventually we lost my grandma. But his whole mentality was that he was never around his kids, and having another kid in his 60s, 50s, and having no idea how to take care of kids because he was never around his own kids, it kind of gave him a revelation of why that happened. Because he was in the military, and then he was a police detective. And he was kind of a hard ass on his kids. So it kind of gave him the, I guess, vibe that he needed to do something about it. Sorry.
You're fine.
Florida heat, man, it gets you.
My voice is going to be destroyed by the end of this, so it's okay.
Oh, I can imagine. I've been listening. I'm like, I don't understand how he's not gone for a pee break or something.
Well, I took a 15-minute break. That saved me. I'm gonna do a couple of those, but that's definitely like we just mentioned in the past segment. That's the little generational things you don't imagine. Hey, this guy that's over in Afghanistan or something like that, maybe that's the time period that his daughter or something is in middle school and she gets bullied really bad and has something awful happen to her. And now her dad's not around. And now she gets some kind of trauma and it's the little things like that you never even know how it's going to affect generations with this kind of shit.
Definitely. He had me go to the VFWs with him, and we'd hand out poppies, and we'd do all kinds of stuff with them. And I was kind of raised by the seniors at the VFW too. So it gave me the mentality I want to do the same thing. So one day I went to him and I said that I want to be just like you. I want to join the military. And that changed the entire tune of our entire relationship. It was basically the no way in hell, lots of swear words that he never used in front of me. I don't want anybody in my family to ever go to war again. And that's kind of what got the gears running. So for a long time, I was apathetic about everything and just like, yeah, war bad. But me now having my own kids in 2020 and everything happening made me really realize like I do need to get involved. I do need to do something because something is better than doing nothing. So last year for 9/11, I was with End Endless Wars and I did a 5K. So this year with the End the Damn Wars stuff, I decided I'm going to do that again. It really doesn't matter if I'm another army of one or if anybody wants to join me. My local LP already had a scheduled event, so I'm going to join them later, but I'm going to do my own thing first.
Hell yeah, definitely. I love it. And then the last thing I heard is somebody reached out to like the local Greens or something like that, and something's happening there too.
Yeah, that's down in Fort Lauderdale. After my local LP reminded me that we already have something going on, we don't want to lose manpower from that, which I totally get. I reached out to some of the other people that are in the Florida Libertarian Party and members of the Mises Caucus, and they were like, we're totally down to do that. And then they kind of just went off and did their own thing. So the Fort Lauderdale, they do a lot more protest stuff, sign wavings, like they did one for Cuba. They did the maskless march down south too. I think that one was actually Miami, not Fort Lauderdale, but they were all there. So they're a little bit more active with the protesting stuff. And then we should have possibly one or two more smaller events going on here in Florida. I'm just waiting on some updates.
Heck yeah, I appreciate it, and definitely bring the mic a little closer to your face, just 'cause you're cutting out just a little bit. There you go, perfect. But yeah, that's spectacular. Like I've been telling everybody, Florida is just like crushing it because I didn't tell you guys to do anything. I didn't even give you direction. Like you guys have done everything there yourself, which just goes to show like I am especially unspectacular. I am a normal average person, and you are a normal average person, and just like the desire to be like, hey, I'm going to be on the street corner at this time, waving some signs, come out and join me. And all these people have kind of like jumped in on that, and they're kind of growing with this. And I think that's really important. And I think that's really good that that's kind of going on, and it's spectacular. And I kind of just wanted to like, hear from you of kind of what was your process of getting this happening? Like what, who's the kind of people you reached out to? Like how'd you know about the location? Just kind of those little details. 'Cause I always get asked every single time, like, how do I do this? And it seems obvious to me, but some people need to explain. So as somebody who literally just manufactured an event out of nowhere, you can kind of like go through your process with that.
Well, I kind of have practice with that, being involved in my county Libertarian Party. I'm secretary. I'm on the executive committee. So we already do some of that stuff, as far as going to local events and raising awareness, petitioning for candidates, posting, and just trying to get people involved. And now I am a regional representative for the Libertarian Party of Florida. So my outreach is growing of people that I'm trying to touch. And with the End Endless Wars one that I did last year, it really just like, I was literally just me and my daughter in a wagon in her little car seat because she was barely 1 year old. And hi, James.
Hey.
I got so many people turning heads just like, hey, what are you about? Because they saw all my signs and we were just casually walking, doing our own thing. Like I had some tourists stop me like, dude, you're fucking awesome. Like, this is great. Like, I don't know who you are or what you're with, but like you're protesting war just by yourself with your kid, teaching good values. And I bring my kids to as many sign waving events, things as I can. Like, that's actually how I got involved with the Libertarian Party in the first place, because they were out sign waving for qualified immunity. So I just kind of went with it. I've been more so trying to plug the DC event because the DC event's going to be bigger, and I want that to be bigger. I want that to get all that attention. So I've been messaging random people like, hey, you should come to this. Hey, you should speak to this. And I've had all kinds of random blue checks add me for things, and I'm just like, I'm just a person.
Yeah, that's the thing is that's why I advocate like you probably heard when you were waiting in the lobby of like, just send this in a DM to somebody, put this in someone's chat, email somebody, because you never know who's going to respond. Like I have Garland Nixon speaking at the Washington D.C. He's a national board member of the ACLU, so like serious, like these are serious people. They're like, how did you get him to speak at your event? And I was like, I don't know, I just asked him. Like I was just like, hey, you want to do this? And he was like, sure. That's how easy it can be. Like you underestimate yourself. But late on the introduction, we have James here. James, you're another one of the organizers down in Florida, right?
Yep. Yeah, I'm organizing the event in Fort Lauderdale at Las Olas.
Heck yeah.
I live in Palm Beach County, but all our libertarian affiliates down here, we all kind of help each other out. So Fort Lauderdale is officially Broward County, but we're really close. We work together on a lot of events. So it was easy to set that up. Earlier in the year, we did a maskless march in Las Olas, and that turned out to be a lot bigger than we expected. So we figured, same place. It's got to be the same, same area, same place. People recognize it now. The same groups want to be involved. We even got more groups. I think you might have suggested inviting the Green Party, so I reached out to them. They're all in. So it's like every day I have another group, of liberty-minded people that are IMing me saying, let's go. We'll be there. What do we need? What do we need from you?
Yeah, that's definitely like kind of the huge thing is reaching out to groups that you might not even expect. Because like, again, like the Green Party thing, I'll blame myself for this. I never even thought about that in the beginning of like, oh, I should reach out to the Green Party. It just didn't cross my mind for whatever. I reached out to the People's Party. I reached out to the DSA. I missed our Green friends. And I feel like an asshole for that. But then Lauren down in Arizona was like, hey, we're doing something with the Green Party here. And I'm like, oh, that's amazing. That's brilliant. And then I posted that and I'm like, hey, all of your local events, reach out to your local Greens. And then boom, you guys, obviously you heard that and it just spreads. The unity message spreads. And to me, that's more important than anything about this event, because obviously there's the awareness raising. Obviously there's, showing the world that there's still people that are anti-war. There's all of the obvious protesting things. But even more important to me is building these networks, because I am trying to, the End of the Damn Wars organization is trying to kickstart the anti-war movement again. And the original anti-war movement was post-partisan. This isn't about the LP. This isn't about the Republicans or Democrats. This isn't about the Green Party. It isn't about capitalism or socialism or any of the other. It's where we don't want war. Plain, simple, straightforward. And the fact that we can come together to do this is really important. And just seeing people together is very important, because a lot of people will assume stuff like this can't happen until they see it happen. And then they're inspired to go do it where they are. And then they're inspired to go somewhere else. Somebody's like, oh, there's no point in standing, like Christina did, standing by yourself with a sign. And then all of a sudden, like their small town has them in the local news of like one person standing there with like an end the war in Afghanistan sign. And it's like, oh, well, actually that person did do something. Maybe I'll go do something. And it just spreads. And it's so important. So that's why I'm really happy that you guys in Florida are just crushing it. Like it's really great.
There's a lot of people down here that are very like-minded when it comes to, ending the wars, mask mandates, mandatory vaccines, 2A, infringements, all different kinds of liberty ideals, from different groups. So if you can find those people and just talk to them, don't try to, I never try to make it a libertarian thing. I try to make it a freedom thing, and that's where we connect. I have what I like to call my Mad Mom groups. Those are all the ladies that are fighting for the kids' rights in schools. They also join, with me on some of these events. And like you mentioned, it is really cool, and some people are taken aback when they see like a libertarian standing next to a Liberty Republican, standing next to a Green Party member, standing next to
Like someone has a Che Guevara shirt on or something like that, you know, like
yeah, I mean, and we're all there under the same, under the big umbrella of this war issue, so that really, opens people up, and before you know it, like people that are passing by are, asking to hold signs, and it's really an organic thing once you just get out there and people see it,
100%, and definitely like things you can touch, things that are important for sure. That's 100%, something serious that I'm all about, and bringing it out into the real world. And one of Spike Cohen's favorite quotes to me, I love that you mentioned the Mad Moms thing, is that the world isn't changed by the government, it's changed by soccer moms. Because if you can get the soccer moms together on something, oh my God, watch out.
That's the most scary group right there. Like, you don't want to mess with the Mad Mom group.
They get things done. They get things done, and they're spectacular.
They show up, and they're loud, and they don't mess around.
Don't touch my babies.
I will not cross them.
Right. I definitely wanted to make this like a quick little segment because we have some more people coming on and everything like that. But before I do that, real quick, information and details about the marches and stuff, like even the ones that aren't even fully settled yet. Where, when, who, like just all those details so people can hear that about what's going on in Florida and how they can show up, and who to find on Twitter, just all the important little details. If you guys give me those real quick.
My thing is going to be in Daytona Beach. We're going to meet up at the Daytona Beach Pier, down underneath, and then we're going to walk halfway up and then halfway back. That way everybody can get to their cars and everything, and do a total 5K. The biggest thing right now is with coronavirus, obviously obesity and vitamin D are some of the biggest things to combat that. So a 5K is perfect, like exercise, awareness, like be healthy. After that, I'm going to be going with my local LP to the Ormond Beach Celtic Festival, and they wanted to wave some signs and show some support and hand out some information too.
Spectacular. And I brought Nico in because
it's a Celtic festival.
Yes, they do it every year. It's a kind of a big thing.
Okay, let's say Nico. I brought Nico in here just because he probably wants to hear all this because he's in Florida as well, and he's actually asking. So here's all the information about the Florida stuff.
Yeah, I'll be in DC, but yeah,
we're at in Florida.
Well, you were down in there a while. So
I'm in 305 Live, man. I'm in Miami.
Oh yeah, you're right down the road, so you could hit up Las Olas. Half hour drive.
Yeah, Nico's actually speaking here. And all right, James, give me the details on the Fort Lauderdale stuff, so Nico can send some people that way.
Yeah, so in Fort Lauderdale, I know most everyone else is starting at 12, but down here, we have some pretty intense sun around like 2 o'clock.
A little bit.
Ours is starting at 9.
So we're gonna start gathering at 10 at Las Olas and A1A right there on the corner.
Near Sways?
Excuse me?
Right downtown near Sways?
Yeah. No, right by the beach. And
you mean like Las Olas? You mean way? Okay, got you.
Yeah. So we're gonna start meeting up there. We're gonna have a memorial for the soldiers that did make it back, but weren't able to quite leave all that trauma behind. And I've personally lost a close friend recently to this trauma, and it affects a lot of people. So we're going to have a little memorial for those that we've lost, affected by these wars. And then we have a lineup of speakers. Some are candidates for local positions. Some are just, parts or people from these different groups that would like to get up and speak. We have, over 10 different groups represented.
Spectacular.
Yeah, so Palm Beach Libertarians, a group called Reopen South Florida, which we worked with for the mask march.
Sounds like that was a successful group, a very, very successful group.
Yeah, see, if you heard that, like we like, you know, that really made a lot of big, you know, big news, and there was a lot of talk about that event. So
hopefully we can recreate that.
This one, yeah, exactly.
All right, yeah, but yeah, so that's 10 a.m. That's right down there. We have it on the website with like the map and everything like that. But then
oh, awesome.
And you guys will probably be posting things. So before I boot you guys and we move on to Nico here, just where can people find you? Where can people contact you? Stuff like that. Your Twitter, whatever you need. Plug your stuff. Christina, you go first.
You can find me on Twitter at ChrisX7. And that's really it, because mostly I'm just a mom. One of those angry moms.
Heck yeah. How about you, James?
You gotta watch out. No, you can come to my personal page, James Daniels, and I'm on Facebook. I'm a little older than Christina, I think, so I'm still, you know, chilling on Facebook. But also the Libertarian Party of Palm Beach County, Libertarian Party of Broward County, Reopen South Florida, the Libertarian Party Mises Caucus of Florida, the Libertarians of West Boca, the Liberty Caucus, Republican Liberty Caucus of South Florida, the Green Party of Florida. Any of those pages, you'll be able to find our signs.
Hell yeah, spectacular. Like, again, I love what y'all are doing down there. That's great. And I hope to get great pictures, great videos, everything like that. Christina's actually the one that came up with the idea of like, we should make a montage video afterwards. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. So that's great. We're going to do something like that.
We're going to be in the marketing department for this anti-war stuff.
Right. I need some help. This is a lot of work just for like 5 people, bro. This is stressful. All right. I'm going to see y'all later. Love you so much for coming on. You have a good one.
Thanks for having us. Bye.
Appreciate it, boss man. Catch y'all later. All right, and Mr. Nico, owner of the platform we are on, everything that is going on, the only reason this is even happening, man with the plan, with the hour. How you doing, my man?
Oh man, you're too flattering. I'm doing well, man. And let me just say I appreciate you, sticking it out. I did a 12-hour stream once for hurricane relief, and that was brutal.
Oh, I'm not even halfway, so we're gonna see how I feel by the end. Man. I'm gonna have to get some tea with some honey or something. It's gonna be bad. My voice is gonna be all fucked up.
Oh yeah, I keep honey and tea on deck all day. Like, I have to talk all the time, especially before I've like slowed down a little bit, but I'm about to have to start ramping back up here again pretty soon. So tea, I get lemon ginger tea. Everybody, lemon ginger tea with some honey will do your throat good. Pause.
Absolutely. All right, man. So even though this is your show, technically, I'm still going to ask you the same question I've asked every single other person. What is your number one reason for being anti-war? What event, what issue, doesn't matter. What is the main beef?
So that is actually a very, very complex answer. So I was mostly raised in Fayetteville, North Carolina, which is right outside of Fort Bragg. My father was in the military. My uncle was the command sergeant major of 3rd Group for Special Forces in Fort Bragg. I was in the military. I was at 525 Battlefield Surveillance Brigade. I mean, if it isn't one of my family, it's one of my friends or my friend's parents. My brother is still in. My best friend's dad has PTSD from what he experienced in the Special Forces as a medic. And so I was kind of raised and somewhat indoctrinated into a culture where the military was our economy. Right. And it's a whole different world. And people don't really get that because you've had to live in it to understand. There's like a saying that if you were born in Fayetteville, eventually you will, if you join the military, it doesn't matter what branch, you will be back at Fort Bragg. It's like they put you in a wheel to make sure that you end up back there because it's so normalized there that everybody just assumes either you go to one of the top universities in the state, UNC, NC State, Duke, A&T, and if you don't, and even if you do, a lot of times you either end up joining the military enlisted after getting your associates, or you become an officer. Like that was just that's how you have a successful and prosperous life in Fayetteville, especially if you're a minority. And so this had just become so normalized. Like, oh, you have a problem getting into school, well, just go to the military. Or you have a problem paying for school, go to the military. Oh, you need LASIK eye surgery, go to the military. Healthcare, go to the military. Want to start your family now, go to the military. Tired of being in the hood, go to the military. You want to go to jail? No, then you better go to the military. It was like that.
And that's what a lot of people don't know is I don't know if they still do this practice, but I remember growing up, like my brother was directly told by a judge that he can go to jail for a year, or he can sign up with the army. Like he was literally the fucking justice system even kind of feeds into that shit. Like,
yep, it's crazy, man. And I didn't even really want to join. But once again, it's the circumstance, the economic circumstance of my family kind of like made me volunteer myself to join. And it like, I even was going to go special forces. It wasn't because like I wanted to do all the whole shit. Like I was really good at it though, right? And if you know anything about the military, special forces is how you avoid getting killed. I know it's counterintuitive as that might seem. They're the ones with the best equipment. They're the best trained. They have the most communication with the top guys. They're in the best shape. And so I was going to go special forces, and I actually got into West Point. And if I didn't dislocate my shoulder, my trajectory probably would have been a lot different. But we were raised in this culture, and you can always tell, generally speaking, when someone is raised in a military culture, because, like, for example, they kind of run their home almost like their unit. If they're like a command sergeant major or master sergeant,
right?
It's like a natural thing. They're a little bit more tougher when it comes to like how they police their family, and it's a very authoritative household. And they themselves are very authoritative, even in their day-to-day relationships. You also know, because of the visceral reaction some people have, because maybe their parents in the military, almost like how some people are, oh, my dad's a cop. Same thing with the military, right? They hear what they hear when it comes to this situation in Afghanistan where 13 soldiers were killed, and they immediately think, damn, those 13 soldiers, how dare they? And in my head, I'm like, well, there were also like hundreds of Afghans that got hurt too, right? And also hundreds of thousands of them that we killed. So, but they don't think that, because we're conditioned to ask about our soldiers first.
It's that thin blue line shit, but in a totally different context and culture.
Exactly. Like so for example, I knew that we were like, people have no idea how long we were in Libya. Like my uncle would come back with carpets and dinar and all kinds of shit. And because special forces had been trying to get out Gaddafi since the 90s, and nobody knew, but eventually, like you were talking about earlier, there had to be a massive propaganda campaign to get allies to assist in getting him out, because the African countries and a lot of the Arab nations were actually uniting behind him. Nelson Mandela and Gaddafi were actually really good friends. They were like best friends, actually. So when people found out about Gaddafi in 2009, 2010, 2011, roughly right before he was assassinated, like I knew like people from Fayetteville, or people who've been around special forces or Delta Force or Rangers, they've been known about Gaddafi since the 90s. And like, it's just kind of crazy when you see things from that perspective, because it just shows you how intergenerational the propaganda and the imperialism is. It's scary. And the thing that made me anti-war was seeing what the military does to families. Being deployed is not easy. In the circumstances, either you're away from your family for extended periods of time, and people either cheat or they come back with PTSD, and that is then projected onto their kids or their wife or their husband. My friend, he was in the Navy, deployed. He was basically in Libya or around that area when the whole situation happened. When he came back, he couldn't even hold his daughter for the first year that he was back. She was about 1 year old. She had just been born. Couldn't hold his daughter because of how severe his PTSD was. It's just, so the family dynamic was something I saw as the biggest problem when I was just as a kid. I mean, my family was effectively like kind of split up because of the military. A lot of things would have probably been different if my dad had gotten out, but because of the circumstances in which he was put out, which is basically he got caught smoking weed, and they piss test him on the way to getting his E5, and he was actually being fast tracked. And so he ended up getting kicked out, which created a whole mess of financial circumstances within our family. And that was largely why my mom and dad ended up, falling out the way they did. And that's not the only story like that, because of the strictness of the rules there too. Like put you in high stress environments and say you have to rely on opioids if you want to get through it, and which is also not really fair. And then fast forward, I joined the military. I was in an intelligence unit, and we were going to deploy to Afghanistan. And as a paralegal, you get a little bit more of an option to decide whether or not you want to deploy, because you can negotiate amongst. There's like only like 3 or 4 of us in the entire unit, and you can usually negotiate amongst each other. However, we ended up attaching a cavalry squadron. So we went from being an intelligence unit to a battlefield surveillance brigade, which is, if you know anything about cavalry squadrons, you're not bringing a cavalry squadron with you for peace talks, people. That's not what you do. And so I go up to I was really close with my first sergeant. And I just explained to him, I'm like, look, I can't deploy. And because me and my sergeant, my direct supervisor did not get along for various reasons. But so I went and because he was going to make me deploy just to piss me off. Even though I was the only one with family in the city, he was going to, because he didn't like me. So I go up to the first sergeant, I'm like, look, I can't deploy. And he was like, well, why, House? And I break it down to him, I'm like, look, if this was just a reconnaissance mission or something like that, I already don't agree with the war. But if it was something like that where I didn't feel like we were going to be putting innocent Afghans directly in harm's way, and of course the soldiers themselves directly in harm's way, that's an entirely different circumstance. But like, I know why we attach cavalry squadrons. And he was like, and we had a pretty long conversation about it. And he's like, you know what? You present a pretty damn good argument, House. You don't have to deploy. We'll leave you on rear detachment. So because of that conversation, though, my first sergeant paid close attention to the orders that he was being given overseas and started scrutinizing the whole process more than he had ever. And he was the one who wrote the sapper manual. So this dude was like legit. Comes back, they offer him division sergeant major, and he was like, fuck y'all, I'm out.
And he just
gets
bailed.
out as soon as he reaches out to me and ends up actually writing my letter of recommendation to UNC and for law school. And we still keep in touch to this very day because, we just both kind of he reached that understanding way later in his career. Obviously, he already been in, I think at that point, 18 years. So, and they were offering him the position that anybody in his circumstance would want. And he was like, nah, I'm good. And it took me being willing to have that conversation. Not because I was scared to deploy. I didn't really care about that. I was gonna be fine with the paralegal, bro. I just chill. I don't go nowhere. But it was a principle, And so, but that moment where I had to kind of make the choice right then and there while I was still wearing a uniform, like, yo, are you gonna stand on your principles or are you gonna bitch out? And I just had to do the right thing, and it worked out. And I was able to influence somebody who was one of the most influential people in the Army as far as regulations are concerned, to get out and challenge the system also.
That's important. And definitely, I didn't want to interrupt you, but somebody put something in the chat that's brilliant. I'll put it up right here. The Army bases are modern day company towns. And it's, damn, is that not a fact? 100%. And I'm glad you brought that up, because that's something that a lot of people miss over, is kind of the domestic culture around things like this. And again, just like you said, like, you never know your ability to influence or affect somebody. Like, one dumb conversation in your head that you might never think about ever again might be the conversation somebody brings up 20 years later when they're talking to someone else about this issue. Never have an idea.
100% true. It's literally why I started doing this in addition to the activism that I was already doing. I mean, we were joking earlier before we went live, and I was telling Magnus, like, all of my friends that I have out in Miami, obviously anybody who follows me on any social media knows I'm really not shy about my nightlife. And the way I made a lot of my friends is because, like, they had been paying attention to politics, but felt like everybody was full of shit until they had seen my show. We had conversations as we met in person, and then they realize like, oh shit, no, he's the real deal. And then so issues that they made, like, oh man, you know, I don't support the war in Iraq, but hey man, like we had to go to Afghanistan. But because we're friends, now we can have this conversation where as friends, rather than me trying to push a quote unquote political agenda onto them. And the conversation that we might have had one time for 15 minutes at the bar while we were drinking, they remember for the rest of their lives. And they're telling me like, yeah, man, I told my wife about blah, 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 blah. I told my dad about blah, blah, blah. And it's like, wow, you don't realize the kind of influence you can have on somebody just by keeping it 100 with you and making sure that you're, of course, equipped with the facts and the information. That's the most important thing. But yeah, you can really change lives, man, just by having conversations.
And like little quips, little details, like stick with people. Like I have to credit you and Misty 100% because like we're way back when we first started or talking or whatever. You guys were on a show, and one of you said it. The phrase "lead, follow, or get the fuck out of the way." And like that was just like off the cup kind of like quip or whatever. I've used that.
I can't even tell you which one because it sounds like something both me and
right. But I've used that now, and I've gone up to people in whole different spheres, different elements of politics, and I've used that line, that little quip. You guys probably didn't even think about it. You probably just said it, you know. But now that's a fucking rallying cry for me. And again, like you never know what little details. You never know what actions. You might be the one single faceless, nameless individual in your small town holding a sign that like with Edward Snowden's face on it or something like that says all the wars are lies. And some person might drive by and be like, what the hell is that? And they might jump on their phone or the computer and boom, you just accidentally created, you know, a massive anti-war activist. You never know. So that's why like
you really don't, man.
The little things, man, the little things what make it.
I was kind of like in favor. I was kind of like that. I was like well known in the sense of like, so I used to do debate really all the way up through college. But everybody just kind of knew me more of like a track star and a debater, but like I was still relatively innocuous to like compared to the average person. And when I left town, you know, people, I was known as like because I got stationed back in Fort Bragg. I was supposed to be stationed back in Korea. I was supposed to get stationed in Korea. That's where I wanted. And that's where my original duty station was supposed to be. For some reason, it got switched to Fort Bragg because, like I told you, they always put us back there.
See, if you would have went to Korea, definitely with your MOS, you probably would have known my friend and gotten in trouble doing LSD.
Yeah, man. Nah, man. I was the one, unfortunately, that had to snitch on the people doing LSD. Although whenever I got whenever I would get like drug Article 15s, I was like, I'll try to like either like or chapters, I would try to like push it to the back of the shit so that they can like switch duty stations before, or like the paperwork gets lost, or there's a new sergeant major that comes, or excuse me, new first sergeant that comes in, and so it's a new command. They don't give a fuck. Like I had to protect a lot of people, man.
Man on the inside, bro. Man on the inside. That's good shit,
bro. For real, man. They try to take my homeboy out, like, and I was like, yeah, they really think I'm about to fucking process this chapter. I said, bro, if they gonna kick you out, it's gonna be a long time before that shit gets seen. I put that shit in the back, and luckily he ended up getting med boarded before they could chapter him, so he was able to retire at 100% disability.
Nice.
Yeah, man, you got to kind of do what you can with what you got. But yeah, man, it's I got stationed in Fort Bragg, and then people would always. I was kind of known as a kid that ended up back home, you know, in the Army. I was still only 19 years old at the time, and people, whenever I got like in the UNC, for example, I used to party back then too, and I got in the UNC. People were like, "What the fuck? Hold up, how the hell are you getting in UNC?" I'm like, y'all do know, like I was a nerd in high school, right? Like, I mean, I'm obviously clearly still a nerd. Like, I like 1800 on my SAT. They're like, for real, man? And then once again, that's completely unrelated to the military. But a lot of my party friends would like then say, "Well, man, how often do you study? Well, like, can you help me get into college? Can you help me with my applications?" And the influence that you can have on someone's life that, once again, like you said, you would think is insignificant, becomes massive for them in the long run. And so you now you fast forward to UNC, where I end up in debate because UNC had just joined the American Parliamentary Debate Association, which was previously only allowed for Ivy League schools. Then they started opening it up more, and UNC became the southernmost school, which is kind of crazy to say because it's in North Carolina. But we were the southernmost school, and my year was the second year ever that we had been part of this organization. So it was weird, one, being new, but two, being black in a super elitist, like neoliberal debate league was that presented its own challenges. But it also
that was
presented
adventure.
a unique opportunity for people to hear perspective, because it's like a bunch of fucking rich kids, bro. I cannot stress to you all just how rich these kids are. Like this is the debate league that Ted Cruz came from. So like it's like that type of money. And
Let's say I used to run around in Quiz League, which is like a Jeopardy for school kids, whatever.
Quiz Bowl?
Essentially, a Quiz Bowl. Yep, Quiz Bowl champ. Let's go. And yeah, it
Oh,
was
for real?
yeah. I got a scholarship over there and everything. I never cashed in because fuck college. But no, yeah, like I can preach the kind of culture. Like I was the kid with like a Slayer shirt and blue jeans around like these 16-year-olds in 3-piece suits and shit. Like,
yeah, I had, that was when my dreads were like down here. I used to have dreads back then too. And I was like 240 pounds. They're like, everybody used to think I played football back when I was at UNC. And so, but people would ask me like, hey man, because I would be like on the phone with my friends. And obviously I'm not speaking the same way to my friends as if I would speak, as if I was giving a speech in the middle of a debate. And they were like, yo, how the fuck did you do that? I was like, do what? They were like, the thing that you did, like you were talking to your friends kind of weird, right? Like, I'm
right,
like
that code switching shit.
Yeah, code switching, which I didn't know was a thing back then. But it's funny because my debate coach, whenever I was in high school, was very, very, very determined to make sure that as I was like mastering the art of debate, that I was not losing myself in the process. So he was very, very adamant about that shit. And so, but I didn't think anything of it. I just thought that was normal. But then I found out later on, no, you end up usually like a Ben Carson type motherfucker or Alan West.
And that definitely probably transferred over to the military and like influenced everything else you were saying there when you were out there and involved with that of like being that person that's sticking out and kind of pointing these things out and getting things done in that angle.
Exactly. So because of the conversation and the experience I had in debate, that's actually how I ended up being part of the Bernie campaign. And then I have all this influence all of a sudden that I've never had before. And I was just willing to have conversations that other people were not willing to have and talk to people out that other people weren't willing to talk to. And that, translated into where we're at now, where now I guess I get to do it for a living, to have the quote unquote uncomfortable conversation, which I don't even feel like are uncomfortable conversations. I feel like before, like in the 90s and early 2000s, I know this might surprise some people, but did y'all know that people of different political backgrounds could be best friends? Did y'all know that?
Surreal. Wild.
I know, man.
I go
married people.
I know. I go back and it's so heartbreaking because I was at this. I bring this up all the time. But I think it was 2014 or 2015, The Guardian did this big expose about this black site in Chicago. And this is actually kind of related to the military because the person that the Chicago Police Department put in charge was the ex-director of Guantanamo Bay. So they put a Guantanamo Bay director in charge of a CPD black site, and they were like torturing activists and just doing typical gross shit.
Chicago shit.
Yeah. And I went out there and I was part of that protest, and I didn't think about it at the time, but especially looking back now, there's videos of this. And there's like images of like guys from InfoWars talking to like the local like Black Liberation Organization. There's a picture of a guy with an Oath Keepers hat standing in front of a red and black anti-fascist banner, and everyone was just there. There was not a single
fight.
How long
was this?
This is 2015.
Wow.
I know, like different. This is pre-Trump. This is pre any of that shit happened, and it was a different universe. You had Oath Keepers, libertarians, Black liberation groups, local Black Panthers, progressive organizations, probably a bunch of like pre-Bernie Sanders people, all in this just one location to get some shit done. There was no fights, there was no debates, nobody pepper spraying each other, any of this, wild shit. And you fast forward 6 years later,
one up anybody for the video clip, trying to embarrass people and shit.
Right. And then you fast forward 6 years later, and you can't even get Green parties and libertarians in the same fucking spot, let alone like progressives and Republicans or like it's ridiculous.
In the defense of the libertarian parties, it's only because the Green Party wouldn't show up. It's not their fault.
Right. But even then, like I got when I said Garland was going to be speaking, literally a bunch of people in the LP just saw ACLU. And they were like, "Why are you inviting the ACLU?" And I'm like, "Shut up!
What's wrong with the ACLU? I mean, I know they had their problems, but I'm confused. What's wrong with the ACLU? Like, I thought
the libertarians are not fans of them for a bunch of various reasons. I don't know.
Is it because like they're not like for civil liberties as much as the libertarians would like? I guess I'm assuming.
I guess there's something like that. Like
some reason to not like somebody.
Yeah, but again, like everybody wants to act, and obviously to a degree. I'm not trying to like Reddit centrist, whatever, but everybody likes to act like, oh, it's just the crazy online Twitter lefties that are against unity or whatever. But like, I get it all the time. I get it all the time of like, you know, how dare you talk to Fee? Fee's a dirty commie, and it's like,
which is like, what, bro? Man, what's funny about Fee being a commie? First of all, these labels are fucking stupid.
Facts.
Because, like, for example, I was just joking with my friend earlier, like, yo, it's crazy. I live in Miami, and so obviously I do a lot of like Gusano, like white Cubans, and I'm like, it's crazy how they're like, man, y'all don't want that, you know, that communism. That shit's horrible. You get spied on. People, you know, they take all your money from the working class and they give it to the elite, and you can't even collect your own rainwater. It's just so much corruption, man. Good thing we live in America where none of that shit happens.
Right, looks around, gestures vaguely, like, you know,
right? You're like, oh, I'm like, hold up, what? You know, but you and I had a whole argument with somebody about this, and this person is really, really intelligent, but they couldn't. Once again, the propaganda can be so powerful sometimes, where like you point out that they're like, yeah, man, I have all these issues with Cuba's government, for example. They're like, oh, the infrastructure is crumbling. Oh, they don't give their people this or da-da-da-da. I'm like, well, hold on. But aren't those all the things that you just described? Like, can't those things be applied to America, like right now?
Yeah,
and
we're in the most.
We don't have an embargo against us.
Yeah, like especially, you know, again, to keep it on the war thing, because I do want to bring up economic warfare with you in a second, because that's one topic we haven't touched on yet.
Warfare is crazy.
But we're in the most glass of houses, because it's just like, oh my God, you know, like they're torturing women over in Afghanistan. Like, oh, we have a terror camp in Cuba down there on their fucking, you know, island where we torture people. Like,
or ICE sterilizing women.
Yeah, like there's
right. People forgot that happened. That was a thing. That was our government did that not even a year ago.
Yeah, we went out to protest it. The evil our little spooky organization. We were out there in Georgia in front of that camp by ourselves. We went out to protest that.
I remember, man.
It's surreal to me, but I definitely do want to touch on the economic warfare thing, because it drives me up a wall. Because I think it's one of those things where even if I try to put myself 100% into like the neocon imperialist kind of worldview, the shit doesn't work. Like Castro never went a day without food because we embargoed Cuba. Venezuela, like all the leadership, the government and everything, they're not suffering. Like Iran's still ticking along just fine. Mm-hmm. You know, North Korea, like the Un family is still in charge. What have these actually done? They've just starved a bunch of fucking poor people. That's all we've accomplished. It's ridiculous to me.
And even still, somehow, they have better healthcare than we do. Like, for everything that they've done, like Cuba was able to take the cure to cancer and put it in an inhaler, bro. Come on. Like, it's pretty, that's what makes it even more nefarious, right? You see this economic warfare, siege warfare that's been waged against basically any country. So like there's different reasons, right? So Venezuela, they are on the 4th largest supply of crude oil in the world, and they don't want the United States having control over that. Cuba's by oil. Cuba got natural resources. Cuba's revolution. You know, they have been, you know, pro-black liberation since, you know, Fidel took over. That's kind of like one of the biggest disagreements him and Che has. People didn't know that Che was originally racist, and because of Fidel being willing to accept him, but also teach him, and then Che being willing to work with Fidel on the issue that they did agree with, which was a pro-communist government and economy and anti-imperialist, then Che, working with black liberators, realized that he was wrong in his thought process and corrected himself. Right. So once again, just demonstrating the importance of being willing to work with people that you sometimes disagree with for the greater good. But a lot of, even Syria is obviously, you know, it's oil, it's like pipeline issues, a whole bunch of different shit. Also, there's the whole Shiite thing. I can't remember.
Sunni Shiite thing.
Yeah. Basically, Shia, if I'm not mistaken, are the ones who are generally more secular, more pro-democracy, et cetera, et cetera. Iran, Syria, a lot of those nations. The Shiites are usually the more authoritarian ones. Those are the ones that the United States generally tends to work with. So like you start seeing this pattern of like every country that we have a problem. Bolivia, what was there? Lithium. Well, shit, that sucks. Why? Right. Like, why can't we just work with them? Oh, no, because that would be bilateral trade negotiations. And then what if they negotiate with somebody else? Well, should you just give them a better offer then? Whoa there, communists.
Yeah, right.
Do we need to come invade? Do we need to bring some democracy to your front door? And
Yeah,
you
God,
know,
God forbid you ask capitalists to compete in the market instead of just drop bombs.
right?
You know, crazy concept, but
It's bullshit.
exactly. And
It's there is no, you want to know how capitalism really works. Look at what we do to other nations. Those are the quote unquote capitalists that are running the show. We don't increase competition in capitalism. We crush it.
Yeah, and that's again, like if you're a strong believer of that, if you're on the right, if you're a libertarian, you're a big capitalist person, you should be offended by that shit. 100%. Like if it's always weird to me when you have people that are quote unquote free market people, but then they're like, continue the embargo on Cuba. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, do you not see like your wires not being crossed here? Like this it's ridiculous to me. And definitely again, like thankfully it's starting to become more mask off, but we don't know about the issue. And that's in Ethiopia. And Ethiopia is mineral warfare. We have no reason to excuse being in Ethiopia. It's not a Boko Haram thing. It's not a Taliban thing. It's literally like if you know that we're trying to go to war with Ethiopia, then you know it's over minerals and fucking resources and bullshit and nothing else.
It's not just Ethiopia. The Democratic Republic of Congo, same thing. They discovered a bunch of oil around these lakes, and all of a sudden, this ISIS affiliated group just pulls up to the party and starts fucking shit up. And people were like, so they actually did some research into whatever they claim they were. Turned out this group isn't a part of ISIS. They don't have any connection whatsoever to ISIS at all, not even a little bit. But when they pulled up, people are like, well, what are their demands? They don't have any. They don't want to take over the government. Nope. They don't want to convert people. Nope. So what are they doing there? Just blowing shit up and giving the West the reason to be there, right in front of the lakes where all the oil is. And guess what? Shortly after they got there, the quote unquote ISIS coalition, made up mostly of Western nations, white Western nations, of course, declared Africa the new battleground for the war on terror.
And Joe Biden announced that in his speech, the speech that like Kyle Kalinske and all these people were just dick sucking.
We're praising, bro. Praising. I did a whole film like, yo, did he just, because within those 2-3 sentences, he told us, he was like, yeah, you know, in Somalia and Ethiopia and Congo, and he named some countries in Asia. He was like, terrorism is rampant there, and we're going to dedicate all of our resources to taking care of it. And he said, and if ISIS comes back to ISIS or Al-Qaeda comes back to Afghanistan, we'll go back there too. Which, oh shit, we may not have ISIS, but it's ISIS-K, right?
Special
no
K.
Carb,
I will
calories.
I was gonna say I'm gonna refer to him as Special K for the rest of the time. You can't get that. Fucking Daniel in the chat posted the Special K box with ISIS and said, "I'll never be able to see that," because it's so nonsense. And you know, if you're paying attention, this shit just cycles forever. Dave Smith had a whole like comedy skit, a special that I think came out like 2 years ago or something, and he literally laid it out in a joke. He's like, "This is how it happens." It's like, oh my God, we got attacked by this crazy terrorist organization. What are we going to do? And it's like, well, okay, we're gonna fund this new group, and this new group's gonna fight this crazy terrorist organization. And then like fast forward 6 months, it's like, oh no, this new terror group that came out of nowhere just suddenly attacked us, and now we need to fund this new group to fight this next. And it's like,
and I think what's also hilarious is that like the initial terrorist organization was our group. Like Osama is, for example, he's Saudi Arabian. He's part of Saudi Arabian, or he was part of Saudi Arabian royal family. A lot of people don't know that, but you get briefed on all of this in the military. At least the intelligence unit did, because it was very important for our mission to understand the dynamics of Al Qaeda versus ISIS. And I was like, hey, hold on, real quick. Why aren't we in Saudi Arabia then? Oh, well, you know, they don't claim him anymore. Are you sure about that? Because I thought we said Saudi Arabia funds a lot of Al Qaeda's stuff.
Didn't we invade Afghanistan because the Taliban, who also didn't claim Osama bin Laden, and were willing to give him up as long as we gave him a trial? All, you know, like
yeah, but it's like if so, like I actually am under, and this is total quote unquote conspiracy theory, but I'm actually under the belief, based off of like just what I understand about the military, the Taliban, and Al Qaeda, and how the dynamics worked. I don't believe that Osama was ever in the mountains of Afghanistan, because the Taliban would have found him. So it's either they did know he was there, because like that's where they hang out, right? And if they knew he was there, like Osama would have gotten killed himself, like by them, before the United States, because Taliban was kind of enjoying their little control over the country, you know, for the most part. And then Al Qaeda comes there and starts hiding, and then the United States comes in there and starts fucking shit up. And then everybody thinks we're there to attack the Taliban, but we were never there to attack the Taliban. That's what people really have not gotten yet. We were never there for them, but they got more powerful the longer that we stayed there. And people think that's a coincidence.
Yeah, I
so
mean,
my theory is that was always a lie because Osama is from Saudi Arabia. We found him in Pakistan. Two countries that we didn't invade were Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. And somehow hundreds of thousands of Afghanis died instead.
It's ridiculous and absurd. And like Samira Khan, bless her heart, she's been just fucking crushing it on Twitter lately. She released the clip of way back in 2001 where you had this like articulate like Afghani representative on, I think it was either CNN or 60 Minutes or some shit like that, talking to one of these, journos. And he's like, if you want to talk to us, just talk to us. We've been talking to you the whole time. Like send us diplomats, not cruise missiles. And the CNN shitlib motherfuckers like, we were only striking Al Qaeda sites and blah blah blah. And he's like, and the guy's like, we'll give you over to him. Just prove it in a trial. That shouldn't be hard. And the CNN guy's like, oh, we'll give him a trial, all right. And it's like,
what does that mean?
Yeah, right. Yeah. And see, again, this is lost history. People don't know about this shit. People don't understand this, especially a lot of the younger people that aren't following this everything. They were born into this world, do not realize the circumstances of what the hell is going on over there at all.
Do you know the story about what's that magazine called? Inspire magazine that was started by a kid who was half Paki, half Saudi Arabia, but lived in the United States. He was like 23, 24 years old. And he was supposedly under the tutelage and influence of Al-Qaeda general, right? So we just let this man print a bunch of quote unquote pro Al-Qaeda stuff. And one day, 2010 or 2011, he just decides to print one of his magazines specifically in English because that's the way to not be caught in the era of the fucking Patriot Act, saying, of course I support Al-Qaeda. Of course I do. I'm super Al-Qaeda. I'm like, yeah, I believe this story. And so then they go after his mentor, I guess, in Africa, randomly was in Africa. They hit his truck with a drone. And then the kid just so happens to be in the truck with him. And they say they had no intel that he was there. Now, the reason this is important, because I'm sure everybody has heard about this new domestic terrorism ramp up, where they're claiming that somehow the anniversary of 9/11 is going to inspire terrorism. Well, first of all, the United States should just go ahead and be honest. Like, if y'all don't pay any terrorists, then maybe there's not going to be any terrorism. So,
right. And again, knock on wood that September 11th isn't going to be the time that me and Nico bond over fucking puking up tear gas or some stupid shit. Cause they released an entire statement after that fucking weird dude parked in front of the Library of Congress or whatever, that they were.
They were very direct. Yeah, they were directing that at us too.
Yeah, they were like, we're highly concerned over events planned in around September 11th in Washington D.C. And I'm like, really, us
events?
Like, what do you mean? It's so
it's violent so people who keep asking to end the wars, Magnus.
God forbid, man.
Dangerous people. Like, bro, this is like McCarthy type of shit. Like the non sequiturs are what's killing me, because before you could get people to fall for them in ways that just don't work now. Now they literally everything just sounds like it's being printed in fucking in the Onion or Babylon Bee. Like they're like, yeah, man, somebody parked the car out there with a bomb, and therefore we're worried about these anti-war protesters who are trying to make sure that we don't have another 9/11. We're worried about those guys. Those people might be dangerous. Like,
right?
It doesn't make any fucking sense. What do you mean? And like, okay, cool. If y'all really want to behave like that, please act a whole ass fool while we're on live stream. Please do. If I got to take tear gas to the face for the war machine to be exposed, I'll take it. If that's like, yeah, this is exactly what they tell y'all when they're going to save Afghans, Iraqis, whatever. This is what they mean by save.
Yep, exactly. This is how we help. This is what winning looks like. The famous line. But definitely, like, and for people to know, like, I can be savvy, because the whole reason we picked this name down here, this End the Damn Wars, is if any idiot wants to come up and counter protest or raise hell or throw a fit or try to slander us or whatever, it has to be written in the news that group shows up to confront the End the Damn Wars protest. I pulled a Patriot Act. I pulled the CARES Act. We were very deliberate how we fucking named this because that's all it's about, man. And to make it perfectly clear to people, like I've made it explicit, like no dumbass come down there in fucking military vests or with bats or sticks or anything. If I see you that, I'm just going to accuse you of being a Fed and tell you to leave, period. Nobody's doing no shit at my event, period.
Imagine somebody walking up to the event to counter. I don't know how the fuck you manage to counter protest that. So that's already a red flag. But like, yo, I'm letting y'all know because I know them spoofs be watching. If y'all show up in a fucking dad cap and combat boots and blue jeans, I swear to God, bro, I need y'all to get more inventive. Like, stop with the high and tights. Like, you don't have a high and tight and a beard, bro, with a dad cap and fucking Oakleys. Why are you wearing Oakleys?
Right.
Like, hey guys, I'm a Fed. That's what you look like.
There's that picture I circulated where I'm like, hey everybody, there's 9 things in this picture that reveal this person is an undercover cop. Can you point them out? This dude's got a soft armored vest underneath his plain gray shirt, dad cap, beard, earpiece coming out of the bottom of his shirt, combat boots, cuffs in his back pocket. And it's like, bro,
carrying cuffs in his back pocket. Like, so either you're going to a sex party, like for role playing, or you're a fucking Fed. Like, it's so obvious, y'all. Like, if you're gonna like infiltrate, like at least be like, you know, creative, inventive, like try, bro. Like, because if like throughout the whole the whole thing that happened with the BLM shit after the George Floyd incident happened and Breonna Taylor shit happened, like you would see people on live stream, they'd be like, yeah, man, this dude's like, yeah, that's a Fed. Everybody, they're like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Nope, dude, you're a Fed. We all know. Everybody here knows it. No,
we had that in Louisville where again, guy high and tight, ball cap backwards, plain t-shirt, no graphic, blue jeans, combat boots, walks right up. He's like, oh, is this the protest? And we're like, bro,
nah, man.
And that's the thing. Like, that's the thing that like people don't get is everything is crawling with this stuff, because again, this is even how we do it overseas, again, to tie it into the military shit, because we've talked, you know, obviously with Andrew and the Action for Assange people, we brought up how this shit comes home. Over there, it is networks of informants and paid people and undercover people and everything like that, and they bring that shit here. So every single event, there is an undercover cop. There's somebody coming there to cause a ruckus. Like this is something people dismiss as a conspiracy theory. But if you talk to any ex-cop, any ex-military person, anyone that's like been in the industry, it's like, no, this is the shit we do.
You know? Yeah, it's like what I was explaining to people that like moles were in Bernie's camp in 2016. They were really surprised by it. I'm like, hold on. I thought that y'all knew that this was normal. This like moles in campaigns was a normal thing. It still is, obviously. And people were like, that's conspiracy. I'm like, no, it's and then you kind of have to realize like, oh shit. People have like this romanticized idea of how they think a lot of this shit goes. And it's wrong. It's wrong. And unless you have experience in these campaigns or understand how shit works, then you wouldn't know that. And so you kind of have to, like I said, we got to try to meet people where they're at. But I'll give people a crazy example, and y'all can indulge my super conspiracy theory about the Soviet Union. Well, it's not a conspiracy theory anymore. I actually kind of proved that I was right. But so I've had this weird feeling for a long time, and I didn't investigate the feeling because I already know whenever I have a weird feeling about something, based on the pattern that I've seen, it's because it's true. And then I have to spend a lot more time educating myself on it than I really had to do at the time, because all the crazy shit we have to deal with now, so that when people ask me about it, because now when I know, I can't act like I don't know. And I got to educate myself so I can explain it to people. So I was joking with Pasta the other day. I was like, man, the CIA is so fucking horrible. I bet the KGB was just created in response to the CIA, and everything that we claimed about the KGB was actually the CIA, because we always project onto other countries what we're actually guilty of. And when we were laughing, I was like, oh fuck. Immediately, because I said it out loud, I'm like, okay, well, here we go. So I got on the fucking rabbit hole. KGB's created about 2 or 3 years after the CIA, and specifically it was created months after Stalin dies. And Stalin was claimed to have died of natural causes, but all of Eastern Europe and Russia actually believe, and probably rightfully so, that he was poisoned. But the KGB and the Russian government couldn't say that, because then it would look like they don't have control over what's going on in their country, and that the United States got a victory over them. And so, because I started thinking about like the balkanization of the USSR, and like that strategy of split them up, separate them, because we tried it in Vietnam. There used to be a North and South Vietnam, but because Vietnam, quote unquote, beat the shit out of us, not quote unquote, actually happened, they ended up staying one country. But we did it in Korea. That's why there is a North and South Korea, because they balkanized that. They balkanized the country, just like they balkanized all of Eastern Europe. And they were making these attempts to break everything into these controllable regions, which is why you see the same strategies being implemented now. So now you gotta ask, because everybody, we're taught in like any Eastern European history class that like it was the intelligentsia who led this movement that inspired all of these countries or territories in the USSR to rebel against the communist dictator that is Stalin, or at the time I want to say it was Gorbachev.
Right.
It was either Gorbachev. I can't.
Real quick, by the way, Kimber, I see you're texting me. I'm using my phone as the camera. I can't open your text messages. If you have to send me any messages, you have to do it on Twitter because this shit's all fucked up. I can't. I keep seeing you pop up on my camera, and I'm like, I can't touch this. This shit's gonna blow up if I as much breathe on this phone right now. So
yeah, I hope you got a fan on that phone, by the way. But
oh yeah, it's slowly like gonna explode by the end of the night. It is what it is. But
So I'm like thinking to myself, I'm like, intelligentsia, why would they say? And that's like a super obvious thing, right? But it's like we use our academics here to push propaganda, right? We use pop culture here. So where do we get that strategy from, and why are we so dedicated to it? It's almost as if it worked already before, right? So I start looking, I'm like, let me guess. The intelligentsia of the USSR worked with the CIA. Of course they did. Because they did.
Yeah, they do that shit. They do that shit here.
Intelligentsia.
They do that shit here, especially like domestically. I mean, any single article you find on like any of these, normal publications, eventually they'll be like, and we got this information from our domestic extremist expert that works with Georgetown University, correspondent to the Central Intelligence Agency. Like, oh my God.
Exactly. But over in Russia, because obviously USSR, it was way hard to get information dispersed across the country to counter, propaganda. But they basically work with the intelligentsia, the CIA work with the intelligentsia to push a narrative that may or may not have been true. And so everybody, even myself for so long, had just blindly accepted the idea that Stalin, even if people in the USSR may or may not have liked him, was unequivocally a dictator. That's what I thought. And a lot of people also believed. So I did some research because there's a lot of CIA documents that have recently become declassified, and I was like, if they're lying about all this other shit, could they have been lying about? Because like they say Assad's a dictator, and they say Gaddafi's a dictator, and they say Castro's a dictator. And I was like, oh no. So I look it up, bro.
Yeah, that's
fucking documents said, yeah, he isn't really a dictator. We just made that up so we would have a reason to basically
invade their country or anything like that.
The CIA admitted it. This isn't my words. The fucking CIA in their own documentation said Stalin was not a dictator.
Yep. And I'm gonna run the bathroom really quick, but before I do, I'm gonna do the usual thing every time we bring on a guest. We have, again, I think it's like 170 people now across all of these. Go on Facebook, go on Twitter, go on YouTube. Take the link to the event, take a post from the event, take a local event, go into your, Fort Lauderdale buy, sell, meet. I don't care. Drop a link to this event. This is how you spread this. We do this right now. Another 150 posts. If we do this every hour, that's 12 hours, 1,200, whatever math is awful. I'm awful at that. Don't ask me, but shit tons of posts, and we can get that out. And then also, I'm going to share this out real quick. We're, now that we're, a little whiles into this, we still are fundraising. We still need help to pay for this stuff. This shit's expensive. So we have the GoFundMe right here. You guys can check this out. I keep dropping the link in the description. We're almost to our goal. We're getting close to this. We can cash this out soon. We need help with this. We need this help 100% getting this out. And then also we got right here. If you don't like that, if you don't want to just give money for money's sake, you can get real cool, real slick. Actually, I'm going to get one of these myself just because they're awesome. We have the Teespring. We can get a bunch of different shirts. You can wear Kimber's awesome little graphic that she made up because it's cool as hell. and throw it on phone case, throw it on something. That helps us out too. All the money goes to that. So definitely check that out. Do that thing. I'm going to introduce my buddy here that we just popped in, obviously. Steve, how you doing, Steve? I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick while you introduce yourself because I've been live for 4.5 hours. I'm about to die.
So do that thing, man. Do that thing. Hey, guys. My name is Steve Poikinen. I host a show called Slow News Day on the MCSC network. I also co-host Anonymous Bites Back. I'm an organizer, an activist. I just shot my first documentary film this summer, and I'm going to be putting that together soon. And I'm stoked to be here. Nico, dude, bro, I went and saw Big J Okerson at the Denver Comedy Works last night.
Nice.
And let me tell you, man, live comedy in a room full of people who like showed up to have a good time on purpose, who weren't like all, you know, masked up and super tense. And oh my God, man, it was
liberating.
It was. I feel lighter. I really do.
Yeah,
you
man.
know,
It's the same feeling I get when I go out and I go dancing a lot, and when people are all kind of like there to I mean, like there's like always one or two people in the club that wear masks, and like nobody cares. Like they don't judge them. Like we don't care. Like it's weird because it's still technically an outside club, and there's like a lot of people in there. I don't think that's how it works, but
this is the thing, and there's a parallel. There's a parallel to why we're here today. That I want to bring up, and it's so odd to me. Here in this community, and in the anti-war community specifically, we're not wishing harm, ill will, violence, illness of any sort on any of the people that we are trying to get to stop doing what they're doing. We're not wishing, you know, we're not asking anyone to use violence against, and to a person, the detractors are some of the most like vile and violence wishing people on the planet, dude. How many like death watch lists have you shown up on because of your stance on human experimentation?
Oh, me?
Yeah,
I don't know actually.
Like I just found out I'm on like a dozen right now. These little like Twitter hater groups, because when you
oh man, yeah, oh bro,
that's the thing. Yeah. Like even
like just specifically for Death Watch though. Like I lost track of how many like lists I get thrown on, but like it's weird. It's
and definitely like even with the anti-war thing, I get put on lists all the time on Twitter of just like terrorist sympathizer. I get that from like the neocons and stuff like that. Trump apologists, I get that from like other people. And you know, like it's like, bro, I just don't like war. There's nothing complicated or advanced. There's no agenda here. Like, God forbid I want to see people stop coming home in fucking body bags here, over there, across the world in general. But definitely kind of to kick it off, because I've done this with every single guest so far. I'm going to do it again with you, Steve. What is your number one reason for being anti-war? Could be a person, a book, an event, a concept, a cause, doesn't matter. What is your number one?
You know, I grew up, I'm hearing an echo. It's pretty gnarly. I don't know if that's anything I can, maybe I'll turn down a little bit. There we go. Seems to be gone. I grew up, and I think we've talked about this before. Maybe we haven't. I have always credited my early sort of awakening to Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and Clean LSD, and people who were older than me in my life, who provided both. It was I grew up like kind of split between a very like punk rock and then a very like Grateful Dead hippie kind of communities, and then also like I grew up as a child like in the like early era hip hop community in Indiana, because of most of my fucking friends, all fucking black kids. So it was the sort of like distrust of authority, the distrust of government, the people in my life that would provide verifiable documentation or personal experience as to why. All of that sort of, kind of formulated an anti-war mindset in me when we went to Iraq the first time. I remember being like, oh shit, it's real, because prior to that, my only experience with the concept of war was like Reagan era coup shit, Grenada, stuff like that. And I was a kid, but in 1992, I was 14, something that you kind of remember a little bit more. And there was a number of people in my youth group. That's right. Steve went to youth group. That's right. That's
well,
right.
I mean, now you're reformed, like cult leader, Steve. You're no longer hippie, Steve. You
What's the difference? I'm confused.
He cleaned himself up. He trimmed the beard. He
cut his hair out. Yeah.
Don't hate on all this handsomeness. Don't.
You look good, man. You look good, bro.
Great. I am shockingly handsome. I really am. Yeah. But
MCSC, man, we got a lot of good-looking people on MCSC Network, guys. If y'all want to talk a lot of shit about MCSC, you can't say we're not a good-looking group of motherfuckers, guys.
That's true.
We are a good-looking group of motherfuckers.
But I appreciate both of you noticing. I do. Thank you very much. But let me kind of like circle back here a little bit. When I was 14, the couple of people in my youth group and one of my our youth counselor people organized a small anti-war protest because of the first Iraq invasion. And so I went to that. I had gone to a couple of Free Mumia events in Indianapolis prior with my best friend Snapper and his mom. And so activism had kind of entered into my sphere, around 12. And then between 12 and 14, so did psychedelics. And I'd been reading as much literature as I could about Vietnam and why, and it kind of snowballed from there. I remember, because I fucked up and tried on the ASFAB. And so military recruiters were beating down my door all throughout my junior and senior year. And I remember intentionally getting my dirtiest fucking, torn to shit Dead Kennedy shirt and blah, blah, blah. Walking out barefoot, and the recruiters trying to talk shit to me, trying to recruit me like a recruiter does. And I know what a liar looks like. I know what a fucking snake oil salesman looks like. I know when I'm being sold. And, so I would lay out okay, but look, I have problems with authority. Son, well, you're going to have to deal with authority your whole life. I said, no, not really. Besides, I guarantee you most of my bosses are never going to tell me to shoot a child just because.
Right. Or again, there's a whole other angle of that. Stand over a burning pile of shit and get fucking cancer. Burn pits, that's another environmental thing nobody talks about, and that has a human cost. So many people coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan with the burn pits, with lung cancer, with leukemia, with all sorts of nasty shit. And again, that's ridiculous. But continue your story if I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, just fast forward from early 90s to 99 at the WTO protests. I get my head split open by the police for the first time. That was supposed to discourage me from being an activist. Whoops. Only.
That's not usually how that goes.
Well, and it works on some people. It does. I do have a theory about this that's based solely off of a meme and a concept that I don't fully understand. Hear me out.
Okay.
On the Myers-Briggs personality quit, there are 16 specific types of personality. Mm-hmm. Only 4 of them are wired to be anti-authoritarian.
Wow. I believe that shit though.
Let's see. I'm trying to figure out the easiest way to find the meme. And I'll pull it up on screen because it is pretty fucking interesting.
Every time Steve comes on, it turns into the Howard Stern show, and I love it. I'm so here for it.
Howard.
It's
If it's gonna be the Howard Stern show, we need a lot more titties. All right,
and a lot more cocaine.
right? I mean, let's do this shit. Where did this fucking thing go?
Boobies
Right,
for
okay,
people.
so now
You're talking about
there
the
it is.
type in general or all of them?
Pardon,
Steve? The
What?
personality types? Do you mean the types, this very specific types that you're referring to, or all the types?
No, I mean, out of all of the personality types in the Myers-Briggs sphere, only 4 of them are like hardwired to be anti-authoritarian. It was kind of a bad angle of it, but so the INFJ, the ENFJ, the ENFP, and the INFP in this image are the only people down here who are resisting.
I did see this meme. This is a good
all
meme.
of these people, or the people who are passively accepting it, or the people who are in charge of enforcement or planning. All of those people are along an authoritarian spectrum. Only 4 of those personality types are not. Now, that does not mean in any way, shape, or form that 25% of the population is anti-authoritarian, because personality types don't break down linearly like that. They don't. What that does mean, though, is that if you're in a room with a dozen people, you could be the only person in that room that is wired to be anti-authoritarian, think the way you do. And this certainly goes a long way in explaining why people always feel like I'm the only one who feels like this. You go to work, I work, with 8 people, and all of them are this. So it's only when we put out intent to gather that we generally meet with like-minded individuals. And that alone goes even further to explain the mass amounts of division and the mass amounts of manufactured confusion that we're subjected to with an onslaught of 24-hour-a-day propaganda.
Yeah, there's somebody real quick. Somebody shared that meme. It was probably to make fun of me, but I thought it was great. Where it's like the guy standing in the corner of the party by himself, and everyone else is partying, and it's like they don't know that I'm putting on an anti-war protest. It was like, damn, that's true. It's true.
So the personality thing is fucking hilarious, because
hilarious or brilliant?
Group chat, we had like everybody did the personality test. And basically, it was, if I'm not mistaken, almost every single one of them were one of the 4 that are hardwired to be anti-establishment. Yeah. It's fucking hilarious, actually. But I feel like it's not a coincidence that there are some people who just end up finding each other. And I feel like that's kind of like the same thing. Like everybody at this point knows I'm really big into astrology, but more so because of the categorization of personalities makes sense. If it was all chaos, and it would just be fucking chaos. If it was just totally discombobulated. But if people were categorized in a way that actually helps society flow smoothly, because you can't have everybody exactly alike, but you also can't have total anarchy, it makes sense. And you see, once again, in these circumstances, that personalities can even be anti-establishment just from birth. Fuck, my birth chart literally says you were born to rebel against the establishment and all things established. I was like, well, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense.
Little anarchists in making. Yeah, but sorry, everybody, that I have to go camera off for a while because my phone died. Imagine that. So I'm charging that over there, and this will be the disembodied voice of anti-imperialism speaking to you for a minute. I'm so sorry. The show has been so scuffed. Steve, I don't know if you knew, but my webcam that I've been using for 8 months now decided to die 15 minutes into my 12-hour live stream that I've been promoting.
Sounds about right.
Because technology has been defeated forever and always.
My good camera took a shit on me right before I moved, and I haven't had an opportunity to get it replaced yet. I am hoping that when I get back up to Northern California, I can find some scumbag tweakers with high-end digital SLRs.
But likely possible for sure. But definitely
Sublime taught me to go thrift store shopping.
Yeah. For sure.
God, that's like a California
and pawn shop shopping.
So Sublime was wanting to blame for these fucking thrift store prices going through the goddamn roof because of the fucking hipsters. Yep. Is that what you blame?
Look, I found a vintage clothing store in Denver that wasn't super taxed, and I did get this is 1970s. I got 2 more of these. I only spent $60 total on fucking 3 shirts that are at least 40, 50 years old.
Very
Because
nice.
I won't buy a Pearl Snap shirt unless it's older than me.
Very nice. But Steve, I have you on today for one very, very particular reason, because you run a show that's kind of all about this. You're kind of a expert, as much as you want to wear that term, on a topic. Obviously, I've had veterans that have come on talk about Afghanistan, the war, the environmental stuff, and everything like that. And very important distinction between this event right here and the other events is this is an anti-imperialist march. It's not just an anti-war march. And there is a whole lot of things that the military-industrial complex and the CIA and stuff do that have nothing to do with bombs, nothing to do with drones or tanks or anything, but are just as destructive and usually pull us into these fucking wars because we're some spook is in some South American country doing horrible things for 20 years, and then all of a sudden a terror attack happens, and we're like, oh God, how did this come to pass? So definitely give you the microphone here, and you can go into just the astronomical amount of black operations and nonsense and things that our government gets up to all over the world.
So I don't know. I mean, I would wager that most of the people who are going to watch the stream today are at least like tacitly aware of the CIA's history. But one of the very, very first things that they did when they set up shop in Paris and in Berlin was to or not Berlin. Yeah, Berlin. The West part. Anyway, was to start immediately radio networks, broadcast networks, papers, magazines, and things of that nature, specifically to create a false left, specifically to create a like perceived counter to what fascism was, while at the same time, post World War II, making sure that there were well-funded, well-trained, well-armed neo-Nazi groups to make sure that in case communism ever did move west, there would be people who were standing by, ready to, put a curb to horrific things like to each according to his means, just shit like that.
Yeah, and just for jump in really quick, look up. There's an entire BBC documentary about this. It's on YouTube. It's free. Operation Gladio. If you want your whole motherfucking worldview shook, just watch that documentary that has like ex-Italian prime ministers and people in the OSS
Magnus,
and everything.
I don't think that you're giving our audience enough credit here. I seriously doubt that would shake their worldview. Their worldview was shook probably 4 or 5 years ago if they're watching that.
I've been making a bunch of memes lately that send people to CIA operations, and Gladio's in the rotation. I'm doing like 2 a day.
Because even like I was a big anti-imperialist person, and I had no idea of like, oh yeah, like we literally went to SS officers that had just surrendered, like literally just put down their fucking weapons, walked out of the bunker and surrendered, and then picked those weapons back up, gave them to him, gave him a bunch of money, and said, go hide in this barn, go bury these or whatever, and we'll call you if Stalin ever invades. And then those groups turned into terror organizations and all sorts of crazy CIA shit all over the fucking Eastern Europe, all over Western Europe even. And it's like, oh damn, this is deep. This goes back. And it even kind of hints to infiltration of organizations and movements and shit today. Like all started back then.
100%.
Tiger Swan's one of those organizations that we caught a few people actually from Tiger Swan, like at Standing Rock.
Standing Rock, yeah. And there was a decent intercept expose on that a few years ago.
When it was okay to talk about that.
Yeah, when they were allowed to talk about it. But because Trump was in office and it was already too late to do anything about it. So the Intercept could talk about it. But it actually is a pretty informative series. Where was I going with that? Oh, so there's a phenomenal book called
Hey, hold up really quick, Steve. So I got to go, everybody. But I appreciate it. And everybody, make sure y'all get your asses out to DC. I want to hear no goddamn excuses. I know usually I'm a little bit more nice about like, oh, if you can't make it, fuck that noise. Like, if you can't make it to this one, then when are you going to be able to make it, guys? Come on. Like, you see what the fuck we just witnessed over the last 2 weeks? because of a war we got into that we should have never been in. This is why we're doing the whole end the damn wars thing. Because if you're one of those people who didn't have their wife, their brother, their sister, their mother come back home because they were just killed, if that war never happened, they would still be here, right? So regardless of what side of the spectrum you may be on for being anti-war, this protest is for you, people.
Everybody.
So
Absolutely.
try to figure it out. Drive there. Bring your family. Bring your friends. Bring your family. Shit. Yeah. Bring your fucking family, guys. Like, they need to see, like, people need to see kids and the youth out there, because, like, they're going to try to paint us as some fucking super right-wing radical group. They're going to try that. And
yeah, even though people from the ACLU and fucking ex-Bernie Sanders and ex-Tulsi Gabbard's fucking campaign people are going to be there. Green Party going to be there. Like, yeah, they're going to try to be
talking about, like, I wanted to, that what Gillette said about, like, I want to see what commies can do when they get offline or subs. That was great.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yes. That was
try
brilliant.
Everybody. Try to make it. You know, I get y'all can't make every single protest every single time, but, like, if you were ever going to make a protest, this is the one. This is the one you need to be at, and we need to. And that's everybody. Everybody's invited. We don't give a shit about what other political view you have. If your view is anti-war, you are welcome to this protest. So appreciate you hosting this, Magnus. It's dope. 12 hours is a bitch, bro.
Yep, I'm not even halfway. It's going to be an adventure. But yeah, I appreciate.
I don't know why you keep saying that, man. It makes it hard. You're like, hell, I'm not even halfway.
No, I'm the motherfucker that when I work a 14-hour shift, I keep catching myself glancing at the clock. I'm awful about it. I'm horrible about it. But yeah, again, everybody in the chat, everybody watching on Twitter, give massive love to this man. Give me his fucking platform. This crazy weird boy from Michigan that wasn't nobody a year ago, and helping making this thing happen. Nico's the motherfucking man. Thanks so much for coming on, brother. Thanks for everything.
Appreciate it, man. Talk to you later, Steve.
Yeah, man. Much love.
But now I need to fix the fucking graphics because it's all screwy. Boop, boom. I came so prepared for this.
I'll tell you what, man. This is running. It glitches, all and all. This is running smoother than some other, fly by night events I've seen put together on the internet. And here's the thing, dude. Authenticity equals credibility. This is about as authentic as you can get, and people are desperate for authenticity, which is why they fall for limited hangout operations like the DSA and like all of these other, energy and resource sucking avenues that essentially sheepdog people back into the Republican or Democratic Party.
Exactly.
And by the way, what I was talking about before Nico had to bounce, there's a book called Thinks: How the CIA Tricked the World's Best Journalists by an author named Joel Whitney. And it goes into the early CIA history of the CIA's co-option of media. And there's a moment in it where he's going through some memos. And there was a conference organized, like a socialist conference organized in, I believe, Italy. And this is in the early 70s, but international conference. And the CIA was freaking out because none of their, like Shell Company, political organizations were the ones that had organized it. Like, there was serious consternation because there was a leftist convention going on in Europe that wasn't organized by the CIA.
Yep. And I mean, you see that even, like, other people might take it far enough to accuse some of these organizations of being CIA front groups for the sake of not coming across too conspiratorial, even though I think it's probably accurate. When you look at all of the kind of groups that have come out to condemn this march, it's like, the only reason, and literally the only reason this event is happening is because whenever all of us were in DC, was it like April or something like that? All of us were together at the Airbnb. We're sitting out back smoking, and all of us together, like the Roar Media people, like this whole kind of collection of Assange activists, all were like sitting down and like being like, where the hell are the anti-war marches? Like where are the shut down the streets, like weekly, monthly, hell, yearly, like large anti-war protests. They're not happening. But there's tons of like anti-war groups, there's tons of people, and a lot of them, kind of are doing things like Concerned Vets will come out. Adam Kokesh is obviously running around. Code Pink will do their thing here and there. Like, they're putting in work. But there's people that got elected to government on being anti-war, and they can't call together people to come out in the streets. Like, what's going on here? And I really do, like, I don't know if it's malice or just like thinking that protests don't accomplish anything anymore, or whatever their logic is. They don't do things anymore. So you can be critical of this event, you can be critical of me or any of the speakers or any of the things going on, but the only reason this event's happening is because right now, while there's bombs being dropped in Afghanistan, there's images that look like the fall of Saigon, and there's fucking suicide vests going on outside of the airport and stuff, there's absolutely nobody out in the streets raising hell about this. How? No. Why?
Well, let's kind of look at that for a minute, because we've all heard people lament on popular left progressive shows that the anti-war movement is dead. Barack Obama killed the anti-war movement, and things like that. But there's no real examination of it. And the destruction of Occupy, the wholesale like co-option collapse, and then push into the sphere of either now most of these people are working inside the establishment, running narrative management campaigns of their own, Tim Pool, or they're just gone. They're vanished because they either got arrested and are just getting out, like Jeremy Hammond, or they've just receded because they were beaten. And the end result of that, and the just onslaught of new war after new war after new war after new war, and all of the coups that come along with it, the oversaturation of American imperialism, the oversaturation of forever war on more fronts than we realistically should be able to run them on, I think has those people not just deactivated, but because of the Trump derangement syndrome, because of the way that like liberals and progressives' brains were broken so bad over the last 5 years, now it's like you can say you're anti-war because it doesn't mean shit. That there's no accountability there. You can be as anti-imperialist on Twitter as you want because there's nobody there to check you for it. So thank you for providing a check on that. Thank you for doing the exact same thing that all of us at Action for Assange did back in 2019 when we said, holy fuck, there's no one doing this. Why is there nobody else doing it? It's tragic that it's us doing it. We don't fucking know anybody. We don't have any resources. Every time we open our mouths, we get accused of being something we're not, but nobody else is fucking doing it.
Right. Like I am a nobody, extremely poor, random idiot in Michigan. I am not equipped for this. People say I speak good. Cool. I speak good. I have nothing else going for me. And it's my, it's my dumb ass. It's Kimber up in Pacific Northwest, just like she's just Kimber. There's nothing spectacular or unique about me, her, or any of the organizers. We don't have any influence or power or massive financial backing or anything, yet we're the ones that are having to do this. And it's like absurd to me. And even to your point, like some of the people that have raised the most hell about this event, like I don't know, I posted it in the chat last night. I made a Twitter thread about it. I went on Fred Hampton Leftist last night to promote the event, and of course, you know how that went in like the comments of people like just had a catatonic meltdown that God forbid anyone would speak to me about an anti-war event. And I exposed a lot of these people because I went to their Twitter and I just searched if they had ever said the word on their Twitter: Libya, Syria, Somalia, Ethiopia, Afghanistan. Like I just searched this. Zero results. So you have people that even though it's safe to say you're anti-war, safe to say it's anti-imperialist, safe to Twitter LARP and talk about this every once in a while, they still don't. So it's like, oh my god. But they'll have the gall to come to Fred Hampton leftist people and be like, how dare you talk to this person about being anti-war?
Bro, well, and look, man, there's nothing more frustrating than a campus Marxist. There really isn't. And
I love how that meme's like propagated to where you even have like Compton J and stuff like that being like we out here trying to get black liberation, these fucking college kids. It's like, yeah, that's how it be.
Dude, it's just there's a lot of things that need to happen in order to achieve anything approaching a sustainable future. And whatever form of government that falls under, the one thing that I know for certain is that oligarchy ran by sociopathic pedophiles, not a good system of governance.
Doesn't seem to be working very smoothly right now.
No, working all right for them, but for the mass majority of the planet, not so much. And I gotta let me be careful about this because it's in the damn war stream. We're trying to make friends here. We're trying to get people to come to these events. So I do mean this in all sincerity. The reward in the immediate for stopping technocratic fascism, for stopping a global panopticon of oligarchs who, again, sociopathic pedophiles, who fucking hate you, who use Congress and the White House and other forms or other bodies of government throughout the world as their public relations firm, not as legislators, but as a public relations firm. Those fucking people that hate you, the reward for stopping them is being able to do something different next. Having a replacement system immediately in the wings, that is not going to happen. So in order to achieve the reward of working together to see what system comes next, we have to stop playing fucking team sports. We have to stop putting politicians over our neighbors. We have to stop this Kantian madness where the ideal of something new is more real than the world that we're experiencing. That's gotta go. And I understand that it's the pervasive psychology behind most of Western leftism, but you guys, we have real world problems in the real world, and the real reward for solving them is getting to do something new. That in and of itself really does sound like a fucking adventure. It really does sound like it's something that is paradigm shifting, because it is. So I would beg, plead, cajole, offer sexual favors eventually for some unity on this.
Yes, and that's the thing. And that was brilliant, by the way. Glorious perfect way to put it. And I don't know how I could sell it more. But I get into arguments with people all the time of how could you march with people like Fee? How could you march with people like Nico? How any leftist individual, regardless of even if they're an anarcho-leftist, whatever, and bringing up unrelated issues of oh my God, you were in an event with Fee and I hate Cuba and she's pro-Cuba, so how the hell could blah 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 could you talk to each other? And it's dude, I'm under no illusion that any of our little dream utopias are ever going to happen. So thus, I don't care what yours is. I'm not going to debate you over your magical space communism or your glorious anarcho-Capistan or anything like that, because the people I'm fighting against are going to ensure none of that even has a chance to foster or blossom towards positivity. And when I'm drowning right now, because we are drowning as a planet, as a nation, as a culture, we are drowning. When somebody offers me a hand to get up and get a grasp of fresh air, I'm not going to tell them no because they like fucking Bakunin over Rothbard, or they like, Stalin over Mao, or they like capitalism. I don't care, because that's not what I'm talking about right now. All right. The Afghani child holding her dead mother does not give a fuck about your theory, your worldview, your ideology. They don't care. And I don't care either. I want it to end, and I don't give a shit what you believe on literally anything else, as long as you don't implicitly hate me for who I am. And that's it. Period.
Yeah, I mean, that seems fair. And I under, at least the concept of anarchy, those people would totally be allowed to have their fully automated gay luxury space communism. They would. As long as they weren't trying to enforce that fully automated luxury space communism on me.
Right. And there's like a matter of just like how Nico pointed out before with like the we're in a glass house, we can't talk bad about like Cuba or Venezuela when we're doing awful things here. It's the same way of like, oh, you can't, how dare you, Magnus, as an anarchist, march with Marxists? They want to like enslave you later, blah, blah, blah. They want to put you in a camp. They want to spy on you, all of this shit. And it's like, oh, like my government's doing now.
Right.
Like what's going on right now. Like I have dead friends. I have friends that were held in a cell for a year under wrongthink, weren't charged, never convicted, and then released after the government finally gave up torturing them. Like that's happening now. So again, perfect
move
example.
That up a little bit so that everybody can see it. For
bringing down a government park service, I think it was, website or something like that, for all of a couple minutes, and is now rotting away in a cell.
Yeah,
preposterous. That's what we live under now.
After being kidnapped.
Yeah, from a foreign country that he was granted asylum in. Like holy. So again, it just rings hollow to me. Of it's just not real yet to a lot of these people, no matter how real they'll pretend it is for them. Of like, this is going on now, and you might not see it, but it's happening now. Like I brought up with Nico, 6 years ago, I was in Chicago protesting a black site run by someone from Guantanamo Bay, where they were torturing environmental activists, tying them to pipes and beating them. Like that's going on now. So if we can't just shut the hell up for 5 minutes and address any of these issues together, then whatever. And then obviously on the flip side of that, I'll keep bringing it up. If the DSA right now had a 10,000 person march on Washington, D.C. to demand that we not go back into Afghanistan, I would show up there in a heartbeat. I'd show up there in a gray shirt, just not even offend anybody. I would blend in the crowd. I'd be there in a heartbeat. If the Ron Paul Republicans, like the Rand Paul Republicans did that, I'd be there in a heartbeat. If the Green Party did that, I'd be there in a heartbeat. But nobody is right now. So we have to take all the help we can fucking get.
Well, and to that point, it does seem like the Mises Caucus is doing a lot of activism in general.
Which is like the whole reason like I'm like cool with them, because a lot of the Mises Caucus people are Hoppians. And if we want to go down the road of theory, Hop is my least favorite anarchist. I do not like Hop. But guess what? I'm not debating theory. I'm trying to end the war. So right. I'm so happy the Mises Caucus people are coming. Like it's that simple,
No, look, it's. I don't think that people show up to events, or broadly, like eliminating agents provocateurs and eliminating like people who are coming to counter protest. I don't think that somebody leaves their house with the intention to go to a rally, without having a genuine interest in the subject. And to that end, all activism is beautiful to me because it provides an opportunity to talk to people about, like the difference between, for example, Black Lives Matter leadership and the people on the ground of the march, or BLM National, be specific about that.
Right.
And I think because we've been in this period of acceleration for the last 5 or 6 years to get us to Agenda 21 so that we could go to Agenda 2030. The downfall of that is that everybody's learning curve has also been accelerated. And we've got a unique opportunity in history where we have access to damn near as much information as the tyrants, and we have the ability to mobilize almost as fast with, let's be honest, more real resources. So we've got to capitalize on this moment and educate as many people as humanly possible. It's going to be uncomfortable. They're going to be uncomfortable, but it's an uncomfortable world. We live in a failed state. They're going to relocate the capital of Rome. First it was Rome, then it was Britain. Now it's here. It's going to Beijing. That's, you know, and we can change that. We can. You know, did you see the clip? Magnus has been running around all over Twitter. It's people in France who were protesting the Vax card entry thing at restaurants and bars and stuff, and they were just bringing a picnic lunch and eating outside in front of the establishments that won't let them in unless they show their papers. That is nonviolent counter economics, and
that hit national news, that international news, like,
and it's a like foreshadowing of how parallel societies can work. And I got so wet you could drown a midget in my panties. Like, it was fucking beautiful to me. It was. Thank you, Archer, for that line.
I love it. But yeah, that's definitely like, and again, you know, as this goes on, people don't know, but I'm restreaming this to a bunch of different locations, and I'm watching all the chats. And there's something I noticed, and this happens, and I've seen this exact comment like replicated over and over and over again. Of somebody in Nico's chats will be like, libertarians aren't actually anti-war, they're only anti-war till X. And then I go over to the restream that have a bunch of right-wing people, and they're like, oh, Marxists are only anti-war until blah 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 X. And that's just kind of the thing. And I describe these people as actually guys, because that meme of like the chubby guy with the screwed up teeth is like, actually guys. Like, literally, people are coming to a stream that's about coming together to oppose war. And then they'll hear something they don't like and be like, actually, you know, this entire group is fake and we can't allow them to be here and they're not real and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you just can't resist not saying that, you know, for like, go do it somewhere else, go fight with somebody somewhere else. You know, that kind of thing happens because you try to bring people together to have conversations about these issues, and everybody's got to find an issue. Everyone's got to find a problem. Everyone's got to find one reason to complain or whatever. And they can't just get over it for a brief period of time to accomplish something, you know, real that actually matters.
Because they just want the fucking participation trophy.
Exactly.
I mean, let's fucking be all the way real with it, dude. We have spent 70 years now manipulating the public education system to get arguably the hardest working lazy people on the planet. And the most like specifically informed to their particular bubble while wholly unrelatable to the rest of the world kind of people. And that's something that, like, I don't know, dude, it kills me, man, because you don't have to be an expert on anything to be a positively contributing member of your community. You can be decent at lots of things. You can have interests that aren't locked into whatever political ideology you bought off the shelf because you needed to fit in somewhere. That doesn't have to happen. It doesn't. Like, I was having a conversation with somebody the other day. They were like, yo, it would be nice, I think, and beneficial to humanity on the global scale if we let people catch up to technology where it is right now, because the technology is running the show. The people who know how to manipulate the technology are in a much more advantageous position than the vast majority of the world. And the technology that is most pervasive is all about capturing everything about you so that you can be best exploited.
Yeah, you're in an algorithm spider web always, and everything is very carefully crafted, manipulated, the type of people you want. And then even to the point of kind of what I was complaining about, the people I might have just called out in the chat very well could be bots, because like that's a whole thing that's rampant on the internet, is just droves of fake accounts and stuff. Like, I think somebody pointed out recently that 30 to 50% of the interactions on Instagram are fake. So like you have no idea if that pro-war neocon post where the guy like called to bomb a building for every American soldier that died, it had like 50,000 likes or something. That could not be as popular as you think. That could be 20,000 bots. Like this is the weird kind of world we live in. But we are coming up on the hour. I don't want to keep you too long, Steve. There's still open slots later, so I might hit you up if I can't find anybody in.
Okay. Well, I would be happy to give a recap later. We're about to go to not downtown, but South Broadway, and we're gonna do an Assange action tonight. The Underground Music Festival is going on in Denver, Colorado. Bands playing all up and down South Broadway Street. We've got a projector. So we're going to do some light projection, probably play Collateral Murder or a couple of the action for Assange teach-ins. Shouts to Kimber for editing those. She did a fantastic job. And hopefully talk to a lot of people about, the U.S. empire, the war machine, Julian Assange, free speech, and we will for damn sure let people know about this.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I should plug my show though, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, give me all your plugs. That counts as a plug. That's something you're doing. But your 100 shows you run because you're a mad lad and everything else is going on. Plug all your stuff.
So slownewsdayshow.com is the website. It's got the full archive of our show. It's got the majority of the Free Assange Vigil series. rockfin.com/slownewsday. Hands down the best way to watch us, probably the best way to support us. We have a link tree that's got all of the audio only sites that we're on. I co-host Anonymous Bites Back. It's anonymousworldwide.com. I am going to be, because I do not live here in Denver, I live in Northern California, I'm going to be organizing a series of anti-mandate and anti-vax passport events up in Eureka or Northern California area. Sacramento, Wednesday, September 8th. If you are anywhere near Sacramento, come out. We are protesting AB 455. That is what is going to make jabs mandatory and passports mandatory. That's the particular piece of legislation. So if you're anywhere near that, please do come out. I thought Angela was doing something in LA for the In the Damn Wars.
It's Sacramento, I'm pretty sure, and that's
Sacramento only. Okay, then that's where I'll be, and I would love to reconnect with those guys to see if I can't get 5 minutes on a microphone too.
Yeah, I'll definitely put you in touch.
I'm on an email chain with them, but I don't know. Anyway. We can talk about that later. Thank you so much, Magnus. I really do appreciate it. And I love what you're doing. I can't fucking believe, bro, that it's still like just us. I mean, it's not. But from that point in the Airbnb 5 months ago to now, it has only gotten weirder and it has only gotten more dystopian. The odds of that changing if people do nothing is 0.
Exactly. And that's perfect. People understand. We can do this. We can do this together. 100%. We can bring it to that. But like I said, I'll hit you up later if you're around or if I need you, Steve. Thank you so much for coming on. I'm going to catch you later. We have our next guest lined up real quick. Before I bring him on, again, the hourly challenge. We got 200 people watching now across all the different websites. End the damn wars. Take one of the tweets, take one of the graphics, take the GoFundMe, doesn't matter. Take this stream, go post it under someone you follow. I don't care if they're a video game streamer, a political commenter, a podcaster, YouTuber, an activist. Promote this event. Get this event out there. We need more local events going on. Little actions like that spread the word. I keep putting the GoFundMe and the t-shirt store in the chat, so check that out. We got our next guest lined up. He has something in the background that's really important because this is something like I want to talk about for sure. This is an element of it that's been left out so far. We got Jason Krishnev. How you doing, my man?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you doing?
Doing great. Almost halfway done. It's spectacular. Yeah, I when you popped in, I saw you in the bottom corner. You got the Free Palestine thing. That's another issue I want to hit on. That's really big. That's a topic a lot of particularly people on, for lack of a better term, the right of the anti-war movement kind of overlook is what's going on over there with Israel and Palestine, stuff like that. And yeah, before we get too deep into that, I've been asking this question to every single person that comes on. What is your personal number one reason for being anti-war?
So my personal number one reason is because I cannot stand to do nothing knowing that governments are sponsoring violence for profit, that people are dying for no other reason than to enrich people who are already rich. You want me to elaborate on that, or do you want me to
you can go as far as you want. Like I said, it's super free form. So
yeah, so I was raised by hippies, and so I was always against war. I was always wanting peace and love. And the first geopolitical news story that I was really aware of was the Iran hostage situation, which everybody wanted the Americans freed. Everybody in America did. And then that went on to the first Iraq war. And then that was bullshit. And then we elected Clinton. And all the time in my family, we were looking for real leftists to be elected. And then Clinton got in office. And Clinton was not a real leftist. And I know that your views and mine don't necessarily line up 100%, but speaking from my point of view.
But no, I 100% agree with you. I definitely, I would much prefer actual leftists than LARPing leftists that aren't left at all. 100%.
Right, man. There's so much value in just truth and integrity, right? Just anyway. So after Clinton came Bush Jr. and the 9/11 attacks, and even though most of the attackers were Saudis, we went to war in Iraq and Afghanistan, right? And Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. And so it was this huge awakening when they were like, oh yeah, we didn't find no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. And then there was no huge upcry. There's no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Then I guess we screwed up and we should withdraw. Right, that just didn't happen, and I'm sure those people were out there, but they weren't given any platform by the media to say, "Hey, this war was bad," because the media, the people that run the media, are all invested in war and wanted it to continue.
Yeah, if you want to talk about cancel culture, one of the original versions of it were the Republicans trying to cancel the Dixie Chicks for being anti-war and trying to get them their shows shut down and their performances canceled for being against war. So I
remember that. I remember that. And then Chris Hedges was fired from the New York Times, who was a Pulitzer Prize winning journalist, fired for the New York Times for saying at a commencement address for a public college that the Iraq War was an invasion, illegal invasion, and that intimating that the Iraqis did not want us there. So he was fired for that. Yeah, and Phil Donahue fired for opposing war as well.
Yeah, so, anyone who even mildly steps out of the narrative of it has been thrown out immediately, and it kind of goes to show, even now, when you see people kind of give anti-war perspectives, they are very careful about it, and it seems like it's only on topics that are allowed, because even people that are, again, big air quotes, on the left, we'll use that for now, in like DSA or like the Democratic art, because it's 100% true, because their policies that they actually do are effectively the same thing as neoconservatives. So why the hell do we call them left wing?
Right.
It's preposterous to me. But like they don't mention Ethiopia or Somalia or any of the other places. They'll complain about Syria maybe, or like Iraq or Iran, but they won't mention like the more ugly places, Well,
they have to be very careful talking about Syria, because Syria is very heavily propagandized against, or at least Assad is. So you can only say pro-establishment things about Syria, right?
And obviously that goes into, and that's why I'm super excited for somebody to cover this topic, Palestine, which is probably like up there with Libya, because at least Palestine gets talked about. Libya is like the no-go. We just don't mention Libya anymore. That was like, whoops, we destabilized a country. Right. We're just going to move on. No problem. Right. At least people talk about Palestine, but even people that are anti-Israel, anti-intervention in that whole area, like they're very careful about how they talk about that. You'll rarely see someone have like a very explicit pro-Palestinian stance on TV or on Capitol Hill. So it's ridiculous. You get both sidism from people that are supposed to be like progressive allies. It's ridiculous to me.
Right. And you get labeled as anti-Semitic just for saying things like, I stand with Palestinians. And let me say, disclaimer now, I'm actually Jewish, so don't even go there if you're watching. But yeah, so if you criticize the Zionist Israel policy, which has always been a policy of ethnic cleansing, has always been, we're going to recapture, this is our homeland, and we're going to recapture this land, and we're going to remove Arabs from it. That's always been the policy. And if you say this, you get labeled as anti-Semitic, which is a very hard thing to come back from if you're not a Jew. And so it's really important for anti-Zionist Jews to step forward and say, Palestine will be free.
Yeah, because my good friend Carrie Wedler, she's also Jewish, and she gets called traitor all the time. Like the Zionist camp will come on one of her videos about anti-funding to Israel, or God forbid how in the middle of COVID, when everything is falling apart in our country, we somehow had all the money in the world to give them a bunch of bombs and helicopters and everything. She says something about that as a Jewish woman, and she gets dogpiled and called like race traitor and a bunch of horrible shit.
Self-hating Jew, self-loathing Jew, anti-Semitic Jew, absolutely. And there's nothing more anti-Semitic than telling a Jew that he can't have an opinion that you don't agree with. What?
Exactly. And like it's crazy too, because it's become harder and harder for those crowds to kind of narrative management around it, because at the very least the West Bank and Palestine are in their backyard. But when you hear like Israel airstrikes Iran, or Israel is bombing North Africa or something like that, it starts to raise questions of like,
a lot of times you don't.
Yeah.
Israel strikes Syria regularly. They strike Lebanon regularly, and they cross Lebanese airspace in order to strike Syria regularly. They strike Iran regularly, and most Americans don't hear about, if Syria, or if a country, I should say, if a country that we were trying to coup, that the U.S. government was trying to coup, was regularly bombing its neighbors, that would be all over the media. You'd have Rachel Maddow saying, Joe Biden should be holding this leader accountable. Why isn't he? But we don't hear that. Not about Israel.
Exactly. Like it's very similar with like Turkey. Of like, I often talk to people like, oh, do you know that Turkey's just like occupying and bombing the hell out of Syria? And they're like, no. It's like, oh, that you think that like, Turkish troops almost getting into gunfights with American military should probably be like front page news, but no. We just don't talk about it at all. And then again, that like, I think it was just last week, or maybe even been a couple days ago, that Israel struck Syria again. And like, unless you're kind of tuned into the sort of networks people like me and you would be tuned into, no idea that essentially, a nation is just violating the sovereignty of everyone around them. Like they go all the way to North Africa. They don't care. They'll fly across, the Mediterranean and bomb people in North Africa. No permission. The UN will maybe come out and complain about it, but that's about it. You know,
Right? If Syria were doing that, Joe Biden would be saying Syria did a terrorist attack. The United States is going to get involved, and we need to strike.
Yeah,
but we don't talk that way about Israel, though.
Yeah, and it's even spectacularly worse because we are the Israeli military, effectively, as the United States.
Right.
We pay every single dollar of it. We give them all of their equipment. We give everything about the, in a way, too, a lot of their government, too. Like Americans are paying for Israeli healthcare, ironically enough, while like not being able to pay anything here, which is just absurd, you know?
Right.
So
yes, it's a colonial outpost.
Exactly. And a lot of people don't look at it that way. So definitely if you could kind of maybe kind of go into sort of just how deeply embedded our government and people even in the Democratic Party are kind of just, nose to nose with Israel on a lot of things. And a lot of people are aware of how deep that kind of connections go.
It's pretty deep. And it's interesting because a representative, a member of Congress who is French will never say, I'll always stand with France or any kind of, stand like that. We don't look at a German American as a German, right? But a Jewish American or an Israeli American, you identify. We're taught this as children to identify with Israel. It's like French Americans are not brought up to identify with France the way Jewish Americans are brought up to identify with Israel. And so it's very ingrained that Jews must stand with Israel even when Israel is wrong. So that's hardcore. So yeah, the history of the recent modern history of Israel is that it was created to take back our country. And it was done through mass migration and ethnic cleansing and
terrorism, a lot of terrorism.
Yeah. The Jews, the Zionist Jews before 1948 were called terrorists by the British police in British Mandate Palestine. They were the Jewish terrorists, and they identified as terrorist groups. So then the 1967, the Six-Day War happened, where Israel went to war with Egypt and Jordan, and I think Syria, and the U.S. saw that there was a value that Israel could kick a little ass. And so that's when the U.S. really started getting involved, backing them militarily, and I think paying off Egypt to keep the gate to Palestine closed and to not attack Israel for some of its aggressions towards Arabic countries. So we've been investing in them militarily so that the U.S. can have access, because we know the U.S. wants to colonize all these oil countries, right? And we want good relations with Saudi Arabia. So Israel is this great base, and we totally we support, we fund it, we arm it, this colonization project and ethnic cleansing, so that we can use that as a stepping off point to Syria and Iran and Iraq. And
yeah, it really is just kind of like our forward outpost.
Then there's the issue of a lot of representatives. You don't want to come off as racist against Jews, or that's what anti-Semitic essentially is. But being Jewish is bigger than a race. So you don't want to come off as intolerant, and so you have to always, there's a section that are afraid to oppose Israel because they don't want to be intolerant, and then there are I can't think of the word, but you're Christian, evangelical Christians that think of Israel as this sacred place as well. The evangelical Christians are just as much of these radical Zionists as the Jews are. And so all these groups are supporting the politicians, and through AIPAC, doesn't actually give money directly, but AIPAC has these big conferences and then sends out newsletters to all of their wealthy donors. These are the ones we like. These are who supports our policies. These are who didn't show up. And so that makes this lobby group is one of the largest lobby groups in Washington.
Right. And it really should, like, it's such a hard topic to broach because obviously there's years of history. There's so many awful things going on there. But even just like the most effect I even have is bringing up to people like, hey, why are we paying for everything in this country effectively? We give so much money. We give them so much military, everything like that. And it becomes even more weird when we were obviously it's scaled down a bit, not a lot, but a bit. But when we were heavily involved in the Middle East, we had military bases and everywhere and all over the place. And we're still funding the entire Israeli military. And people don't think about that. And you start pointing out those connections to where even if you are like a both sides kind of person, it's like, are you really both sides? Because we're giving a whole bunch of guns and bombs to one side and not the other. Kind of interesting, you know?
Yeah, like right now we're in a pandemic and we have activists that have been trying to push for a vote on Medicare for all and get health care for everybody because a third of our country is underinsured or uninsured. And Joe Biden has promised a public option, but has failed to deliver on that. And the representatives in Congress don't seem to be pushing it. And so people trying to get health care for Americans during a pandemic, and we can't. But they just passed a $3.3 billion bill to give more money to Israel just a couple weeks ago.
Yep. We did a massive military deal. I think it was like 550 military helicopters that we just gave them. And it's wild to me of like, obviously a lot of the America First crowd, they kind of get it. Obviously they miss the point on a lot of other things, but they kind of get it of like our country is falling apart at the seams right now. I live in Michigan. It's an infamous kind of meme, a cultural meme here that our roads are garbage. I have a pothole right down my street that'll blow a car tire, yet I can't get any money for that, but we can just dump all of this money into Israel. We can dump all of these like programs. And then even a lot of people on the left kind of get baited by things where they'll see like, oh, we're going to give I think it was like $20 million to Pakistan for gender studies programs. And people on the right will be like, they're like, oh my God, it's the woke stuff. And it's like, no, that's not what's going on. It's just slush money. Like that's not going to gender studies in Pakistan. You know, that's bribe money. That's bomb money. You know, like that's what's actually going on here.
Yeah, it's really funny that, you know, most people have at least some conscious awareness of how often our government has lied to us and how often our intelligence agencies have lied to us and done horrible stuff. And yet, every time they tell us a new lie, so many people are like, what, you don't believe the CIA? What, you don't believe the FBI? You think the FBI is lying? Yeah, I think they're lying. That's what they get paid to do.
The FBI one's the most surreal because God, how many, you know, times could they be caught red-handed doing something awful and admit to it? And people still trust their word on literally anything the FBI says. I don't know how to believe it. Like just very recently, they were caught. They went to Dearborn because Dearborn's not very far from me. It's the highest Muslim Arab population in America. Live in Dearborn, Michigan. It's weird history behind it, but essentially just. Right? Yeah, because Gerald Ford essentially like had like a weird, almost like refugee program where he essentially just brought a whole bunch of like Iranians and Afghanis and stuff like that over to work in the Ford motor factories, and they all stayed in Dearborn where the first Ford motor factory was. So it's a huge Arab and Muslim population in Dearborn, and the FBI found some like I think he had bipolar disorder, maybe early onset schizophrenia, Muslim man. Pretended to be a cute Muslim girl on Twitter and actively tried to convince him to cause a terror attack. And this was only like this came out like 6 months ago, and they were doing this like a year ago. And again, like, you know, that could go to show like how much this is caused by our own government. If they're willing to do that here in Michigan, you know, grab some poor, you know, mentally disabled person, someone who's marginalized in many ways, and actively convince them to try to, you know, declare jihad on a local school or something like that. It's you don't think we're doing that overseas, you know?
Or to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer, right?
Yeah, like
they're involved in that plot as well.
Yeah, mathematically more FBI agents and informants than people that were actually involved in the plot. So,
right.
And then
most of the FBI's time is spent manufacturing these plots so that they can arrest somebody from something that they created so that they can justify their own existence.
Right. And it's so funny to me because definitely being like somebody who's very tuned into like the militia world and like more people on that, of all these people have very visceral distrust of the FBI and the CIA and stuff like that. They hate feds, simple as. But then I'll go to them and be like, hey, you know, all of these instances of like FBI infiltrating like religious and right-wing groups to do awful stuff. It's like, you don't think they're doing that to the left? You don't think they're doing that to the left at all? And it kind of clicks in their head of like, oh, hey, maybe that guy that like, you know, broke a window or something like that, maybe that wasn't a genuine, you know, protester or something like that. And again, to keep it tied to the war thing, if we're doing that in our own backyard, what are we doing in South America? What are we doing in Africa? What are we doing in China? Like all these places over the world. Like, you don't think we're doing the same manufacture terror nonsense everywhere else?
Bad stuff. Well, I know that like for instance, the CIA through the National Endowment for Democracy, like what they do is they start funding these non-governmental organizations like they're doing in Belarus to try to create some legitimacy for dissent. And that kind of seems to, like in my perception, it seems to drive these leaders into a paranoia. And so they start looking for, you know, the people they can't see who are out to get them, and then they start looking nuts, and they actually become nuts a lot of times, as Lukashenko in Belarus seems to have. But the U.S. is driving this. We're the ones doing this.
Right, and that's definitely like I touched on the economic warfare with like the sanctions, the embargoes, and stuff like that with Nico. But that's another good thing to point out is the hilarious, like, ironic absurdity of the term U.S. aid and like national development for democracy and all this. Like, people get so excited of like, oh, you know, we're sending like care packages to like Somalia or something like that, and then you look into it, and almost every single country that we've invaded or tried to overthrow or do like shifty things into, it starts with NGOs and aid organizations and stuff like that, like crawling all over their country and doing a bunch of kind of shady backhanded things.
Right. And the smart leaders, like Maduro did, refused the humanitarian aid from the U.S. And the Cuban president, Diaz-Canel, has refused aid from the U.S. And the pro-imperialists in the U.S. point to him and say, look, he hates Cubans. He won't even accept U.S. aid because they don't know.
Right. It's like I guarantee
history of this.
I guarantee that if you were like a vetted, legit, like non-CIA infiltrated group and you got on a boat and tried to bring supplies to Cuba, they're probably not going to turn you away. What they don't want is like CIA front groups crawling all over their country, because we do that all over the world.
Right. Right.
Yeah. That's just like this is the whole reason I'm trying to even put on this event in this unity thing, is because there's so many angles to this that you will never hear unless you talk to somebody from like a different political persuasion. Like whether it be like a Green Party person, you're going to learn about the environmental stuff. Talk to somebody like you, people that are really interested in Israel and Palestine, you're going to learn these like shady back deal empire stuff. Talk to somebody that's on the left, they're going to tell you a lot about the USA kind of like scam and whatever. And there's probably people that are going to show up this event that are like libertarians or whatever that have said that exact thing you said of like, oh, Cuba's not accepting aid, they're evil. But then you talk about, sit down with them and talk to them about like, hey, this is all these kind of back doors that we find into country through aid, big air quotes, to like overthrow governments. And then it might click in their head, and we can expand this broad anti-imperialist kind of message more and more.
Yeah. That's the US. Like when we wanted to make war, we used to send ships and bombs, but now it starts out with propaganda and backing opposition, and we create this paranoia and cause people, to divide and fight against each other within the country. And we're doing this like in Nicaragua right now. There's like all this propaganda about Daniel Ortega banning an opposition leader who got caught working with the U.S. to rig the election. So he banned that party. And then the U.S. news stories are all Daniel Ortega is banning the opposition. The elections are rigged. But they don't tell you, like, nobody's fleeing Nicaragua. People like it there. People support Daniel Ortega by and large. That's just not what they're telling us.
Right. And it's like, God forbid, sovereign people choose how they want to live in a place. Cause that's what we despise whatsoever. Like even if it's like, obviously, with the Taliban, I'm not a very big fan of like fundamentalist Islam or whatever, but I'm also not, an Afghan. I don't live in Afghanistan. That's their country. They have sovereignty. They can decide what they want. The whole bomb for feminism thing and stuff like that is just so, not only is it hollow, but even if it was genuine, is just, culture, like just trying to export our culture to places that aren't interested in it.
Yeah, I mean, like when you talk about Syria, it's a really great example of what you were just talking about, is that a lot of people have been propagandized against Assad, and so they have this position that Assad is this horrible leader. But what about Syrians? The other choice, if it's not Assad, it's going to be this brutal terrorist leader is going to be in charge of their country. Al-Jolani, the leader of I can't say it. Hayat, it doesn't matter. I really want to try, but I'm going to pass it.
You gave your best.
But it's up to Syrians. Like, what do they think? There's something fundamentally racist about assuming that we as Americans know what's right and we have what's good, and everybody else wants us to come to their country and overthrow their leaders and enforce Americanism everywhere.
Exactly. And like another thing too, as a revolutionary anarchist myself, I have to sit down with like a lot of other anarchists and kind of have this conversation of just to do a thought experiment, because I don't necessarily believe this myself, but just to work through this kind of idea. Let's say that like the Cuban people really did like get sick of their government and wanted to like revolt and do like their own thing. The problem with that is that the way that the United States and kind of this global kind of like elite class work, there'll never be a genuine revolution in any country, because you look at things like the Arab Spring, the moment anything grassroots happen, the CIA just like materialize in their country and take it over. So you can't even have like genuine people's revolutions in any country, even if they wanted to change, because we're going to hijack it for some awful shit.
Absolutely. That's a great point. And if there were a genuine revolution, we would never know it.
Exactly. The news would never talk about it. They'd probably lie in the opposite direction, if anything.
Yeah. And even if they didn't, we wouldn't know, because they've told so many lies. It's like Peter and the Wolf. We're like, I don't know.
That's the thing I love so much about that one Julian Assange quote, where he's like, all of your worldviews and ideologies are built off of lies because we haven't had truth in 100 years. Everything is carefully crafted manipulation, whether it be history, the media, the news. So like we're all building all of these kind of like structures off of things that we don't even know if they're true, because we've just been lied to and propagandized for so long from birth almost. And it's like, whenever I heard that quote for the first time, I'm like, dang, that's true. Like 100%.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's brought with it this, the mass surveillance, the global mass surveillance, and these censorship laws, they're impacting free speech. And I just keep, like, our rights just keep being assaulted, and they keep getting smaller, but it's happening in slow motion. And so a lot of people today are like, mass surveillance is no big deal. Don't care if the CIA is watching me through my computer camera or whatever. And it's like, they don't even remember the rights that we used to have,
Exactly. And definitely like, I'm assuming you're at least my age of like, I feel like we're a really important generation, because we were able to live long enough pre 9/11 to at least kind of remember how it was before the war on terror started, and then notice the differences of how the world changed afterwards. And even to your point of like normalizing domestic tyranny off the back of this, when it comes to things like Joe Biden's like domestic terrorism, the DVE thing, I see a lot of people on, again, the quote unquote left cheer this on, when the first 3 people that got arrested and charged under those parameters was an environmental pipeline protester and a guy who went to the Rojava and fought ISIS and was like an anarcho-communist in Florida. Those are the first two people they got. It wasn't some, Confederate or neo-Nazi or something like that. It was left-wing activists, and people don't kind of see the boot that's been all over the world, kind of the shadow of it slowly coming over our own country more and more.
It's really, I don't want to insult Americans, but it's really an uninformed position to support censoring somebody you don't like, because sooner or later it will come for you.
Exactly. Glory Jones, she always says it, and I love her quote that Americans are the most propagandized people on the planet. And that's true, because even in like dictatorial regimes or something like that, you don't see a lot of people that are proud to be as ignorant as a lot of Americans are. We really are. We drink our own Kool-Aid so hard on so many issues, and we don't realize how bad it is. And to bring it again, keep it on the anti-war thing, how much nonsense like me and the other organizers have gone through just try to pull this together, because there seems to be crowds that just materialize out of nowhere, no matter who we announce. Like we announced a progressive speaker first, and a bunch of people threw a fit over that. Then we announced a member of the ACLU, and a bunch of people threw a fit over that. Then we announced a libertarian, and a bunch of people threw a fit over that. And then the next person we're announcing is a leftist, and probably a bunch of people are going to throw a fit over that. So it's like bringing people together to even try to focus on the single issue is madness, because we've drank the Kool-Aid, like I said, so hard.
Yeah, it's really, labels are killing us. Labels are really enhancing division. I remember when Tulsi Gabbard ran for president in 2020, and she had a lot of the same positions of Bernie Sanders. And so the media would ask her, are you a socialist? But she didn't want to be labeled. And so she would say, I don't want to have a label, socialist or not socialist or anti, nothing, no labels. And so, yeah, all these labels we use for division, and it doesn't matter if, we are allies in every other front. If you associate with this group on this one issue, I'm going to come up with the label for you, and you're automatically a fascist, and you're bad, and I can't talk to you, or you're automatically a communist, and you're going to destroy the country. Right. Can't talk to you. And we make up all these reasons to have all these divisions. And even inside like Marxism, we have all these different divisions inside Marxism. I was just talking about this the other day.
Like people I had this conversation earlier. Everyone assumes that one of the camps are all like unified. That is not the case. We could talk to like things on the left. You think the left is unified? Get a Trotskyist, a Maoist, someone who's a fan of China, and a Bakunin fan in the room, and see what happens. There's, and then obviously I'm an outsider to the LP stuff, but I just got in the know from meeting people in the LP. They have civil wars too, and the Green Party has civil wars, and everybody is just chopped into these tiny pieces, and it's hurting cats with blow dryers to try to get anybody to focus on something.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But yeah, man, definitely. We've come up on the end of our time slot though. So I want to, before I let you go, I want you to plug, where can people find you? Do you have any events coming up? Any website, Twitter, doesn't matter. Give everybody your information.
No current, I haven't really decided on whether I'm going to run for office or what office in the coming election. I don't really have any specific website. I am planning something, but I kind of want to keep it under wraps for right now. Ooh. So I'm on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Jason Kishinev, just look up the name.
Heck yeah, and definitely scope the guy out. He posts a lot of good stuff. I'm really glad to have him on here. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you. Great. Appreciate what you're doing.
Absolutely. And hopefully something can come out of it, and hopefully good things will come out of it, and a lot more conversations will kind of happen. And again, the goal from the beginning has been to kind of jumpstart to EKG machine, the anti-war movement, and try to get us moving again, especially now of all time. So I'm really glad to have you on here. I'm really glad. I hope the audience checks you out and everything's going to go spectacular. Appreciate it, my man.
All right. Thank you.
All right. You have a good one.
Me too.
All right, people. And now we're going to do my second little break. I'm going to do another little 15-minute break here. And then we have a couple other guests coming up. We have Jay from Fred Hampton Leftist. He's going to be coming on. And then after that, it's going to be kind of a free-for-all for an hour or two. I'm going to be just trying to hit people up to get them on because I have open slots between 7:30 and 9 o'clock. So, hey, if you're watching and you think somebody's voice should be on here, somebody you follow, somebody important, bug them. Be like, hey, message Magnus, get on his show. Let's make this happen. So I'm going to take a 15-minute break. I'm going to get some food. I'm going to get some water and everything. And then I'm going to be right back. So I'm going to put up the 15-minute wait video, put some tweets out, and I'll see you guys shortly. And we're back. Ready, buddy? People, we are halfway through this madness. It's actually kind of flown by. I'm really surprised that we're 6 hours into a 12-hour stream. Thanks for everybody who's been tuning in. Everybody on Rockfin. Mad shout out to Rockfin. They've been super supportive of us. It's Free Speech Network. Have a lot of great people on there. Highly suggest you go check it out. You watch on there. So YouTube doesn't deplatform people and censor people. They actually get the real money over there. Rockfin's great. Again, thanks to Nico for bringing me on here at all. It's pretty spectacular that this all kind of happened. And I'm proud and I'm impressed of everybody of how much this has all come together. And this show is, I'm trying, the whole idea behind this show is this is a digital version of what we're going to be doing in DC. This is what we're trying to recreate in DC. We've had libertarians on the show already. We've had ex-Bernie Sanders, ex-Tulsi Gabbard people. We've had people from Anonymous. We've had veterans. Every kind of group, every kind of person has been on the show so far, people from the Green Party, and we've all talked about it, and never once did we disagree about how awful this is. And in fact, we've had dozens of reasons of why we find it awful. And that is the point of the event. The point to show that this is not a partisan issue and that we need to come together and we need to address this. And this is kind of, a sneak peek of what you're going to see in person. And obviously in person, it's going to be even better because there's going to be conversations and connections built. And God forbid we go back into Afghanistan or we start bombing in some other country. There'll be people that have these ideas, these names, these networks, these Twitter followings and stuff like that are aware of each other now, have talked to each other in person, have humanized each other and got past these divisions. And they can call up these people that they've met and be like, hey, we're putting on another anti-war protest. You were super supportive of the last one. Can you come out to this? And we can kickstart this movement again. We can kickstart this idea again. And we can really get this on the ground, going, moving in a real way. And that's, super exciting to me. And I'm just, again, great, thankful, 100%, 32 people watching on Rockfin, to everybody. That's 61 people on one of the YouTube, 24 people on the other YouTube, the 11 people that are on my show. Thanks for all of you for tuning in, 100%. Once again, I'm going to plug the GoFundMe. That's one way you can help us out. Got on here. Again, we're I haven't refreshed it yet. Matter of fact, we're refreshing it right now. Boom, we made $60 during this. That helps a lot. Again, all that money just goes to PA system, the permits, flyers. We're having signs made. We're having T-shirts made to give out to people. If you show up to these events, you're going to be coming home with something, and that money is what pays for that. And that, again, everyone who's donated that, you're all heroes. I love you. Put your money where your mouth is, even if you can't show up. That's great. That's spectacular. And then once again, if you don't want to just give money for nothing, if you can't show up, can't do anything like that, once again, we have the Teespring store. These shirts are cool. Shout out to Kimber. She's, one of my co-organizers. She did a lot of the graphic design for all of this. She came up with the logo. They look cool. Looks fresh wearing one of these. I highly recommend it. Matter of fact, even while I'm kind of in between guests here, we'll pull up, see what this looks like on a person. My good friend, Earth Nerd Anarchist. I was supposed to have a guest right now, but they called off, so I'm kind of delaying for time. Thank you for everybody who's hanging around during this. But yeah, this is kind of like a break period while we get everybody set up, get more people on the show, more stuff going on. I'll pull this up for you guys real quick. There we go. Yeah, if you, like I said, if you don't want to just give money for nothing, you want something out of this, wear a cool shirt around. Super, it's worth it. I think this is the right tab. Yeah, boom. Rock the End of Damn Wars merch. Walk around. Looks cool. Reminds people that we've been at war for more than 20 years, because that's the important thing with Afghanistan. Afghan war has been 20 years, but the Gulf War was before that. Our messing around in Afghanistan with the Mujahideen was before that. This has been almost 100 years, in all likelihood, of screwing around in these foreign nations and this imperialism, and we need to bring it to an end. And we bring it to an end through unity. So you can remind people, you're walking around with this shirt in Walmart or Costco or somewhere, and they'd be like, end the damn wars. I thought there was only one war. maybe you could talk to them, be a little conversation piece. So again, check that out if you want. Be much appreciated. While I wait to see if I can get an emergency guest because the other one backed out. Take a couple little talk to the chat just a little bit. Let's go into Rockfin. How are my Rockfin people doing? Put something in the chat. Let me know when my Rockfin people are awake. How you guys doing? The delay is going to be funny because I'm going to be sitting here for like a minute looking at nothing. Central banks have everyone in their sights. Yes, they do. Someone asked what the Earth flag means. It means I care about the Earth. We all live on a little blue dot, and it's burning, and it's dying, and mostly because of the military, and that's what I care about. That is my 100% issue when it comes to more than anything. Like I said, that's the primary reason I became anti-war, was just realizing how much the American military was just raping the planet unabashedly, unapologetically. So that's why I fly the planet Earth flag. I fly the rainbow, don't tread on me, because I'm an armed homosexual. Don't mess with me. And that's the reason why there. Don't tread on my sexuality, don't tread on my identity, don't tread on me. So that's why I fly that, if anybody's asking there. Hey, just gave you $30, about to buy another shirt. You the best, Aiden. I love it. I love it. Yeah, definitely. Right now, kind of in between. Like I said, I was supposed to have a guest on up until Jay from Fred Hampton Leftists. He's coming on at 7, so I got like an hour to kill. So again, if you know somebody, you think that, you know, if got somebody who's a vet, got someone with a show, got someone who's interested in this, drop them in a DM, see if they want to come on here, because we're kind of in limbo until Jay comes on, and I'll appreciate anyone else to come on and talk. 100%. Sending some messages out. Oh, Anna, nobody declined to be a guest. They just had something that came up. That's all. Which happens, you know, like keeping podcasts running on schedule is, again, hurting cats with blow dryers normally. So the fact that we haven't had an issue up till this point, besides, you know, having my camera die on me, has been pretty spectacular. Like Steve said, this is going oddly well so far. So heck yeah. I love it. Yes, military is the biggest climate change group, more than any government, more than the factories or the oil companies or any of these other things. And we do not talk about how the military is just destroying the planet 100%. And that's why, like, if there's ever an environmental group that's running around talking about like save the planet and climate change and all that, if they do not bring up the military, I do not take them seriously, because, you know, that's you know, addressing the fact that we're starving to death while, you know, ignoring the bear that's tearing us apart. That's the kind of vibe it gives me whenever there's an environmental group that is not talking about the military and the military's effect on the planet. That is the biggest issue to me. Yes, Nadia, my video is not coming through because my webcam decided to die 15 minutes into my 12-hour stream, and it's been working perfectly fine for 8 months now. I have no idea why. So I'm going to unfortunately have to be videoless for most of this. I'm charging my phone right now, and I can bring my phone up to have a camera on again later, but my phone's only on like 50% now. So that's probably going to be a minute before we can do that. So right now I'm the disembodied voice of anti-imperialism, unfortunately. Hell yeah. Shadowban, I am just kicking in on Nico's channel. I've been trying to get on Rockfin for like 8 months now, but I don't know what's going on there. I don't want to like speculate or anything like that. They could just be like busy or whatever. But yeah, I've been trying to get on Rockfin, but unfortunately I have not so far. So yeah, our Twitter's blowing up. We've gained 400 followers off of this, which is like madness. That's perfect. So super happy. There we go. Misty, my bench person. Yeah, I was supposed to have somebody on and literally like right in like halfway through talking, like halfway to telling Jason that our time slot was up so I could get them on. I opened my DM on Twitter and they're like, I have to run.
Uh-oh.
So it's like, oh no. So now I have a whole hour before Jay from Fred.
That's all right. I don't mind being a filler.
Yeah, you're a spectacular pinch hitter, so it's perfect.
So how's it going, man? Are you tired yet?
No, actually, I feel like I'm on top of the world right now. I don't know. You know how the Unity stuff gets me like
yeah, jazzed.
I get out of control, start jumping up and down. But yeah,
the show's going great too. Jason was awesome. Steve was awesome. I mean, it's going great.
Yeah,
I'm hearing all these different perspectives. It's good stuff.
Yeah, and I'm excited to have Jay on, and then my buddy Inked Anarchist is going to come on. He's really going to be interesting to talk to because he's actually a private military contractor, so he can talk about that whole other angle of nonsense. And then I have Lauren, who's the Arizona organizer. She's coming on at 10. I have my buddy Matt, who's just like, he runs a libertarian podcast. He's coming on at 8. And then I do have open slots where seriously anybody, like as long as they're a vetted public personality to some degree, I don't want
some random weirdo.
It's all random weirdo. But again, anybody who's watching, anybody, jump in Dave Smith's things, jump in Jimmy Dore's, jump in anybody, and be like, hey, there's this big anti-war podcast going on, make an appearance. I'll bring them in here.
Yeah, go hit up your favorite content creators, fams. People in the chat, go do it. Go hit some people up. Get them on here.
And Misty provided the receipts. She did the thing at the top of every hour. I tell people, go find your favorite political analyst, your favorite sports player. I don't care. Anybody popular on Twitter, Facebook, and drop a link to this. And you never know what might happen. You might have some big NFL star that you didn't know was a super big anti-war advocate that might retweet it once. And then
listen, Lori and I are awesome at that. We do that with Assange stuff all the time. We have no shame. I will hijack any post. I don't care. It doesn't matter. If I can it it to get word out about Assange, I'll do it.
And Misty and Gloria have had wild ass people retweet this. People you would never expect. And it works.
Yeah, it does. It does.
It's not like you're walking up to someone cute at the bar and asking them on a date. The worst thing that happens is nobody looks at your post. So, you're losing nothing.
You have somebody like Ken Klippenstein, send his little flunkies after you or something like that. Or,
I know. I'm super excited to talk to Jay because fucking I went on Fred Hampton Leftist last night to promote the event, and obviously there was a biblical shitstorm.
Of course.
So
we were talking about this the other day in some group chat. I don't remember, Fiorella and I, because somebody was bitching about us being friends with you, and Fiorella's like, I we get a lot of shit for being friends with you, but I would do it all over again because you're a good dude. There's a lot of misunderstandings about you, which is why I'm glad I had you on Bitch when we got to talk about that, because people make a lot of shit up about you, and none of it's true. It's all ridiculous. It is what it is. It is what it is.
My cold dead heart just beat a little bit hearing that. But the same with you guys. It's hard to articulate from an outside perspective, but the amount of legwork that you guys in particular, through me exposing Nico, you, Fee, like Steve and all these people, to people in the LP and people on the right, the amount of rehabilitation they've done for the concept of the left. And then obviously people like Fred Hampton Leftists and stuff, they turn on Twitter and all they see is these blue checks who call themselves progressives, and they're super pro censorship, domestic war on terrorism, all the awful things.
Yeah.
And then of course they become reactionary to it, and they're like, oh God, I'll never talk to anyone on the left because they're all awful. And then I'm like, well, check out Misty. And they follow you, and then I get messages all the time of you've kind of changed my mind. And it's
Yeah,
like,
I have a lot, like, probably because of my friendship with you, I've noticed I have a lot of like libertarian or like more anarchist type leaning people who follow me now. And it's like, we don't agree on everything, and that's okay. Like, that's totally 100% okay. We don't have to agree on everything. But I think that on like major key issues like ending the damn wars, we can find common ground. And if we really care about getting stuff done, then we need to be willing to have those uncomfortable conversations with people we don't agree with, and work with people who we may not, want to go to dinner with. But if ending the wars is important to you, you should be willing to do just about anything and work with just about anyone if you can make that happen. So,
yeah. Absolutely. It shouldn't be this hard. That's what I say. It doesn't need to be this way.
No.
But and again, like I don't want to police the chats too much, but I see like side arguments and stuff like that all the time of like somebody will mention capitalism in a negative way, and then somebody that's like a libertarian will get all mad, and then try like a giant debate will blow up in the chat and everything. Guys, it's about ending the war. Period. Like I follow, like I consider like you and Fee a good friend of mine, and then Olivia Rondell, she's a good friend of mine too, and she's like a more closer to like a Trump Republican. And if you guys post something that like I don't necessarily agree with fully or whatever, I just keep scrolling because I'm trying to build things here. It's
amazing, dude. You can do that. Like if you don't like somebody on Twitter, you can just keep scrolling. It's like this really cool thing that you can do. It's amazing. And if like you have trouble with like self-control and you cannot just keep scrolling, there's a really handy dandy mute feature or a block feature. Use it, implement it. Like there are a lot of people who spend a lot of time and energy on people that they claim to hate. Like, y'all, I don't have time to keep up with the people I love. I'm not going to spend that much time like policing people that I don't like. I just don't give a shit. I don't care.
Right.
So dumb.
We're trying to do something here, people. And like I brought up with Steve and Nico, that one person that I called out. I went to their Twitter. The whole reason I called that person out is because I went to their Twitter, and their banner profile is like Brianna Greyjoy, and then whatever her like co-host or whatever his name is.
Oh,
like,
Virgil. Yeah,
I'm like, okay. And I scrolled down, and it was just nothing but attack posts. And like half of it were towards people on the left. It was like, and I literally like, I keyword searched. I'm like, has this man ever used the word Libya in a tweet? No. Have they ever said Somalia in a tweet? No. After like, I went through every single war. Not once. They've had an account since early 2019. No references. And I'm like, wow, there really is people that they just exist off of causing problems and drama. That's all they want to do on Twitter. And that makes stuff like this really hard. I always have people ask me of like, how do you put up with this? How do you like do the unity thing? And it's like, sometimes it's going to fail. Like you're going to have things that like fall apart. Like we had something going with like the Michigan Green Party and starting an event here. And then they told us they couldn't do it, and essentially told us like they were backing out, probably for obvious reasons.
Right.
Don't feel defeated. You got to keep at it. Like this giant stream.
Dude, none of this shit is hard, or none of this shit is easy. None of this shit is easy. Like that's why I respect so much your whole approach to unity, because that's what Action for Assange has always done. It was a very intentional thing. This is going to be post-partisan. We don't care who you are. We don't care what ideology you come from. That doesn't matter. What matters is that this is something that we need to be fighting together. We need to come together. We need the numbers. And that's, it's really weird to me that grown ass adults have issue with that. Like that they can't manage to put their ego aside. Like, put your fucking ego aside. Seriously. Sorry. Can I cuss?
Oh yeah. No. Okay. Come on, Missy. This is my show. This is,
I know.
Instantly demonetize the show.
And it's on MCSC. So yeah. You're screwed. You're really screwed. Yeah. And Aiden just said a lot of them get paid to do it. Absolutely.
Seriously.
Absolutely.
Like, yeah, I don't want to detour too much from the anti-war thing, but you can look into Share Blue. This is open history. And obviously there's probably a Republican derivative. I just don't know it off the top of my head of the DNC paying rooms full of interns to go onto Bernie Sanders subreddit and just talk mad shit and concern troll and spread lies and like everything. Paid.
Media Matters, correct the record. Like David Brock spent $1 million on trolls in 2016 to help Hillary Clinton. Like, of course they're paid.
Yeah, and again, everybody's like, "Oh, that's just like the DNC." I guarantee the Republicans are doing it too.
For sure.
Like, and obviously Russia's probably doing it. China's probably doing it. The U.S. government is doing it. I mean, I think it's either the Navy or the Army has a department of memetic warfare. You can Google this. It's real. There's a meme division in the US military. What do you think they do? You know?
Right? It's ridiculous. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. Like if that's your job, if that's the way that you're making a living, if that's your purpose in life, you might want to re-examine yourself.
I'm a paid internet shit posting liar for the government. Like how did I end up here?
For empire, for death and destruction and chaos and corruption and war crimes. Good job. You're really succeeding at life.
Absolutely. And yeah, like I always bring up the statistic of because I learned it just recently, and it's actually admitted by Instagram themselves. So this isn't even like a conspiracy or like an expose or anything. Instagram themselves say that 30 to 50% of the interactions on their website are not authentic.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, well, what is Twitter then?
Yeah, Twitter is a shitstorm for that. Seriously. I mean, because it's a lot of the same, I think it's a lot of the same people who just have like alternate accounts. They just have alts and like sock accounts that they're all running like multiple accounts, and it's not real. It's not real.
My friend Gato has 8 accounts. Just because he gets banned on them so many times for like retweeting Meghan McCain and shit, you know? So it's like so yeah, like a lot of this is fake. You just got to keep it fake.
Yeah, and it's easy to get like bogged down into it or like pulled into it. That's why I mute a lot of these assholes and block them, and because it's just not worth my time. But every once in a while I can't help it. Like I'll get pulled into some fight with some dumbass troll. It's happened in the past couple of days. But sometimes they're just fun to kick around because they don't have anything. You know, like they keep trying to call me a grifter, and y'all. We shouldn't get sidetracked because this could turn into an episode of Bitch Again. It really could.
I mean, me and Misty are like fucking Olympic gold medal or complainers on these people. Like we literally went for 2 hours straight. Check out our show, Bitch. It's great.
Yeah, it was fun.
It's literally therapy. But
yeah,
to keep it on, I guess, kind of like the anti-war stuff. Last night, and this is like a really interesting question to pose to you because I didn't have like a perfect answer for it. Last night, when I went on Fred Hampton Leftists, I was asked, like, what do you plan on doing with like the End the Damn Wars organization after this? And I kind of like, I haven't been thinking that far ahead a lot of really at all. And like, I guess I could just ask you as just like a random individual, you know, in this instance, like, what would you feel what we should do with this if this is successful? If we do get like 2,000, 3,000 people in DC and we can get this together, because the only kind of answer I had was the same kind of thing that I do as an individual, is just being like a go between all these groups. Yeah. Like, you know, like I talked to Angela McGardle. She's probably going to be the main chair, the head chair of the LNC coming up. And I got her in touch with Steve, and her and Steve are going to do an event together, and they probably would have never talked before. And then I got you in touch with Spike and Scott Horton and stuff like, so I'm maybe do that with the organization, but I don't know. So I guess like,
I think that honestly, that's the key. Because what it's going to take is building coalitions. I know that's like thrown about all the time, and people talk about, but we really do need to do that. That's why I love the fact that you're doing a joint event with Action for Assange, and you know, we're doing like free Assange stuff. We can join these causes together. There's common ground, there's commonality there. I mean, we talked about it earlier when I was on in the first hour, that all of these things are connected. Like the fact that we spend so much on foreign policy is directly connected to domestic issues. It's directly connected to the fact that we don't have healthcare or education. The poverty draft is directly connected to why we don't have healthcare and education, because that makes it easier for them to recruit people into the military. So all of these things are very connected. And I think getting people to realize that and be able to work cross issue, I think is a huge stepping point, because that's really how we grow a movement. That's really how we get people, because it's going to take mass public pressure. It's going to take a lot of people pushing back and fighting back against this shit. So I think that's honestly the biggest thing that we need to do, is just keep reaching out to people, keep trying to connect people across ideologies, across backgrounds. Like you said, like I am now in contact with Spike Cohen and Scott Horton, and other people that I may not have ordinarily been able to reach out to or have on my show or whatever. And I think that that's huge. I think that having those conversations and showing people that it's possible, like it's possible to do, like, it's okay. It's okay to have disagreements. It's okay. And again, I think that there's this huge thing on the quote unquote left where anybody to the right of Bernie Sanders is a Nazi. like that they're a Nazi. And that's fucking ridiculous. There's a whole lot of room between Bernie Sanders and Nazis. And there's a lot of people in there that we could reach out to who agree with us on a lot of things, ending the wars, healthcare, education, environmental stuff. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we actually do have in common, but we've been propagandized to hate each other. And so we don't realize that we actually do have the same goals. And so I think that really building those coalitions is like one of the biggest things that you can do. I mean, obviously you want to continue to like build events and, kind of like, I mean, I don't like Action for Assange is not like some like holy grail of examples, but the whole point that we wanted to do was, have it build and have it be like a decentralized movement across the country. And we're seeing that. We're seeing groups pop up in, North Carolina and Omaha, and like all these like little groups are popping up here and there, and they're doing their own organizing now. And that was the whole goal. And so if like you can kind of get that sort of momentum building, that's huge. That's like half the battle right there, is just getting people involved.
Absolutely. And like people that have followed me from the beginning, like diehard people, my friends and stuff, kind of know this, but also that like this all has been kind of like a building process, and we would have never got to this point without any of the points before it, of like, if it wasn't for the fact that like local anti-fascists decided to have a conversation with me, then the Unity Coalition would have never formed. I never would have given that speech. If I wouldn't have given that speech, then you guys who essentially like restarted Anonymous, like, all the Assange people, you brought that energy back, and it's slowly kind of coming back to what it used to be when I was organizing events back in 2013, 2012. It's starting to get back to like that level and that energy. And because of my Unity thing and your Unity thing, we all met together. And then this whole idea was thought up in DC when we were protesting Assange. So like everything builds on top of each other, and it snowballs. And as long as you don't give up and you don't give in to like the trolls and haters and people, throwing a shit fit the entire time, then we can make this happen.
We absolutely can make it happen. And that's the biggest thing is, and I think that what has like allowed us to like continue to be successful is that we stick together. At least there are some of us. I mean, obviously there are people who are, not really in it for the right reasons. But like, there's like cross support from like Fred Hampton leftists and MCSC. Like I've had a shit ton of people from Fred Hampton leftists on my show. I've been on their shows. It's like this amazing like family unit where we're different and we have different networks, but we're to me, and I'm just speaking for myself here, I don't find it competitive. Like in the indie media space, I don't wish it to be competitive. I have no desire to be like rich and famous from this. I have no I just want there to be a strong indie media network so that we can combat the propaganda stuff. And so I think I think if we can keep that mentality and realize that it's just, we have to keep our egos out of it. Like, I think that's going to be the hardest thing, is just keep your ego out of it and realize what you're here for, and just keep focused on that, because that's going to be one of the biggest things that they're going to start trying to divide, Fred Hampton leftists, and they're going to start trying to divide Fred Hampton leftists from MCSC. And they've already been trying to divide like me from you. Like they keep trying to attack me for being friends with you. And I just don't care. So, we just need to keep that energy, I think.
Absolutely. 100%. And the attacks will come. You just have to you have to weather them. You have to go through them. And, I always I want to get this tattooed on my arm almost, because Sasha, who's like one of my best friends, she's a member of the movement, and she kind of like quote tweets, like she launches all of my streams and she like quote tweets quotes from me like I'm someone important, which I'm not. But she got the one where I said earlier that I said to Steve that an Afghan child holding her dead mother doesn't care about your political ideology.
Yeah.
And it's like, that you need to understand that every time that you have like a positive interaction with somebody in a different political camp, and then they post something and you want to start a fight with them, just remind yourself that like the people getting evicted out of their houses right now do not care about your political ideology.
No.
People dying overseas do not give a shit about your political ideology.
They don't care how much theory you read. They don't care. It doesn't matter. That shit doesn't matter. And again, here come the theory people. I'm not saying that reading theory isn't important. Okay. So just calm down. Like, I think everybody should read thery, and, just to educate.
Says the woman who has the books all behind her.
I do have a lot of books back here. Not a lot of theory though, honestly. Like I've read theory, but I don't own a lot. Like it's a lot of like Danny Scherzen's over there.
Hell yeah.
Tara Reid, Max Blumenthal.
Tara Reid, by the way, retweeted in like a shit ton of End the Damn War stuff the other day.
She
Shout out to
is
Tara.
amazing. It's Tara. And I wish everybody would say it the right way, because then when somebody says it wrong, then I say it wrong because I'm terrible at that stuff anyway. It's Tara Reid. But yeah, she's amazing. She's also an Assange supporter. When I interviewed her, it was she was more worried about Julian Assange than she was about telling her story. Like, she kept asking about Julian Assange. And I'm like, this is supposed to be about you, girl.
Oh, that's great. That's spectacular. People like her, people like Rose McGowan, like a bunch of people just crush it. Scott did a giant article that he dumped like a couple days ago on Assange, which is like great because every time, like Scott's like my grumpy spirit animal, because he views the world very similar the way I do. Where like I went on like a giant rant at Yale about how libertarians don't do mutual aid or community outreach. Scott does a giant article about it. I made a post about how a lot of people in the LP are really bad on Assange because they don't bring him up, even though that's like a home run topic and issue and something people should be talking about more. I mean, obviously, like Ron Paul and stuff talk about Assange and Snowden all the time. So why the hell isn't the LP? You know, the people you hold in esteem are talking about this. So why isn't like the LP? And then Scott releases like a giant article. So I don't even think he's doing it because I'm saying things. I think it's just we're on like a similar wavelength on this, and it's so perfect.
He's also a wealth of knowledge on foreign policy. He really is. Like I love those like the Danny Sherzens and the Max Blumenthals and the Scott Hortons, where they're like a walking, talking history book. And I can just rattle that stuff off because my brain doesn't operate that way. I'm the kind of person who I have a conversation and 4 hours later, I'm like, oh man, this is the thing I should have said. You know what I mean? Like I can't like just recall stuff like that. And they're like, they can just pull that shit out of nowhere and just like, you know, it's amazing.
And people like Ryan and people like fucking Whitney Webb and like there's tons of people.
Whitney Webb,
the human encyclopedias that can just search bar their brain and just spit like down to the number. Because I've probably said I probably should pull up in front of me, but the environmental numbers about the amount of toxic waste, the CO2 and everything, I've probably given like 4 different numbers at this point because I'm so bad with numbers. But Scott can be like, on like December 22nd in 2005 in this location,
at 7:12 p.m. Central Standard Time.
this obscure domestic, like this obscure, you know, Pakistani terror group with a name that's like 30 letters long did this, and it's like, wow, how do you do that?
Yeah, it's amazing. I love those kinds of people, though. Those are the people I want to talk to because they're smarter than me.
Right.
You know,
and those are the people that should be talking to like everybody. That's why I'm so glad that Scott Horton has been making the rounds and been like going all over the place. Because
I honestly, I told him this when we talked to him yesterday. I would love to have him on for like a series of shows and like really dig into the history, like bit by bit. Cause we've done that with, I'm forgetting his name.
Oh no.
No, he's God damn it. Anyway, we did like a whole series on Israel Palestine and like dove into the history, like year by year, like just we're gonna hammer this out year by year. And I love doing that kind of stuff. I love doing those kind of series and like really diving into the history and getting into the details, because just a lot of the details and these big things get really overlooked, and it becomes very like simplistic and surface level, you know?
Right. And a lot of people don't talk about them, of like, you know, the whole thing that's going on with the Taliban and ISIS right now. There's probably a whole generation of people that don't know that there's a functional difference between those groups, or that there was a difference between the Taliban and Al Qaeda. Or, you know, like a lot of that is lost history. I got into a lot of debates with people where my favorite one was this guy that was like, the only time we ever funded the Taliban was when we armed them against the Soviets. And I like visibly laughed out loud because I'm like, you mean when we did it like 10 years later, and then 10 years later, and then 5 years later, and then when we did it 2 years ago to fight ISIS in northern Afghanistan, we armed and funded the Taliban? Like, what do you mean?
It's what we do. That's what we do. We create, arm, fund, and train terrorist organizations so that we have somebody to fight.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
the demand does not reach the supply does not reach the demand. So we have to create the supply of terrorism and violence in the world.
Yep. Got to have endless war. Like Julian Assange said, the goal is not a successful war. It's an endless war.
Exactly. And it's, again, like I really accredit, this is why I consider the Assange thing so important, because I was heavily in the anonymous movement like back in the day. You've seen the pictures of little dorky fresh out of high school fucking Magnus walking around with Guy Fawkes masks and everything.
There's the Guy Fawkes mask that you painted for me. You can't really see it, but there it is.
Yeah, I made all the Assange people custom Guy Fawkes masks.
Fucking gorgeous too. It's awesome.
Yeah, I did some artsy stuff, but yeah, like that's how I started into this, was like essentially where you guys are all at now. And then I watched the anonymous movement get targeted and destroyed in the same way that a lot of movements have been targeted and destroyed. And that's why I'm so happy you guys are kind of like back in a sense, because that was such a positive movement. And I really do believe that people not understanding Anonymous and not understanding Julian Assange are missing like a massive piece of context and detail in history between like 2008 and 2014, 15. Like everyone knew who Anonymous was. There was the infamous, I think it was CNN broadcast where the woman's like, who is the hacker known as 4chan? Like, you know, like it was a huge cultural thing. And now we just don't talk about that movement. And it's weird because, like I said, WikiLeaks came out of that, like Commander X. So many of the activists that we know and understand today come out of that kind of culture that was born at that time of like internet aggressive activism. And it's all just kind of been forgotten, unfortunately.
Yeah, it really has. And you're right. It's like this huge piece of, I mean, if you are serious about like combating empire and being anti-imperialist and being anti-establishment, then this is stuff that you should care about, because you can't effectively combat any of those things without whistleblowers, without people like Julian Assange, without WikiLeaks, without, you know, being able to hold government accountable. I mean, they're able to do everything. Again, I've said this before on the vigils. It's supposed to be that the people in power have no privacy, that we know everything that they're doing, and that the people, us, that we have privacy. And it's completely reversed. We have no privacy. They know everything about us. They know like what kind of cereal you buy and what gas station you go to, what school your kids go to. They know everything about you, and they are able to do everything under the cover of darkness. Like there's no accountability. There's no, and that's, I mean, and just look at the things that have been exposed. Look at the things that Julian Assange, Chelsea Manning, Edward Snowden, Daniel Hale, look at all of the things that they've exposed. And that's just what we know about. Can you imagine the things that they're getting away with? I mean, it's crazy to me that like Daniel Hale exposed the drone program and the kill list that, you know, Barack Obama had. He's sitting around in an office with baseball cards deciding who dies today. Every Tuesday, it was like every Tuesday type deal. We're going to decide who dies today. We wouldn't know that kind of stuff without Daniel Hale. And we wouldn't know about a lot of the war crimes that were committed in Iraq and Afghanistan without Julian Assange. I mean, to me, that's invaluable. That's an invaluable service that they're providing to humanity. And, you know, it's really unfortunate. And it's been like this for a very long time. We tend to punish and persecute our truth tellers. And it's really something we have to reverse as a species. Like we got to figure out how to learn to, you know, we don't celebrate our truth tellers until it's like way too late. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we like now Daniel Ellsberg is seen as a hero, right? But he wasn't then.
Smedley Butler is super popular now in 2000, like years and years after he died naturally of old age.
Let's give them their flowers when they like in the moment. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's appreciate them, respect them, support them, defend them, like in the moment, in real time, because that's what we need. Like we need to Julian Assange should be, you know, on the cover of every magazine. He should have statues. I'm not a fan of statues, but if there's going to be statues, it should be to people like Julian Assange and Chelsea Manning. And that's not to say that these are infallible people or that I hate the word hero, you know, all of that stuff. But these are seriously a legitimately huge service to humanity. In my opinion. I mean,
and like the modern anti-war movement and a lot of the modern left, which is really funny that like a lot of the modern left has now turned against Jillian, were born out of like Anonymous and 4chan. Like a lot of it, you know, like the whole back when like TYT was like a guerrilla journalist thing and like all of like the indie media and stuff like that. That was all like internet web culture and like 4chan and Something Awful forums and like all that old internet shit. And then a lot of those same people have like turned their back on all of that or ignored all of that without even realizing that like a lot of them probably discovered about COINTELPRO for the first time through WikiLeaks.
Yeah.
And then they run around and we'll talk about, you know, COINTELPRO and like the federal agencies targeting left-wing activists. But then you mention Julian Assange and they freak out and, you know, call him a white supremacist or something. It's like, you do not understand what's going on here. Like, you know?
That's my favorite, is when people smear him using like, empire propaganda and like a smear campaign. Like, it's an obvious smear campaign against a political prisoner, and people who claim to be anti-establishment, who claim to be like communists, who like, and you're gonna like buy into that and smear him as like a white supremacist or a hacker or a terrorist, and I see that all the time. You're right. Like, the left has completely turned their backs on the issue of free speech and press freedom. It used to be like a leftist issue. It used to be like that was a solidly leftist issue. It was like that was a thing.
When I would, with the people that and this is funny, this is some deep history here. I don't know if people remember this, but the people that I co-organized, I think it was the 2014, I could be getting the number wrong, Million Mask March in Detroit, was the Robin Hood tax movement, which was literally a tax the rich movement that used to exist back then. Explicitly like democratic socialists all the way to like open Marxists in that movement were organizing with Anonymous under like free speech issues and shit.
Yeah.
And
that's the way it should be.
And where the hell is that now?
Yeah.
Why is it just Fee, Pasta, and what, like 30 of the rest of us standing out in front of a building demanding free speech? Like, what the hell happened?
It's really frustrating, especially because, I mean, and I know that listen, y'all, I know that I get dramatic about this. Like, I know I get hyped up and overly animated and really passionate. I'm fully aware of that. Okay.
Start telling people to shut the fuck up on Twitter.
Listen, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. But here's the thing. This is dramatic. This is fucking dramatic. This is a huge deal. I don't understand if people are really grasping the levity of what's happening right now. And the United States of America went into court and essentially said that they are seeking global jurisdiction over information and journalism. If that doesn't terrify you, there's something wrong with you. I don't want the United States to have the ability to control everything that I see, hear, think, read. No, I'm not interested in that whatsoever. And that's what Julian Assange is, the first journalist ever charged under the Espionage Act. And it's very clear the intentions here. This is, this is meant to silence everybody. This is meant to completely destroy investigative journalism, especially national security journalism. Seriously, it's a terrifying thing. This is really like this is a historic court case on press freedom. No question about it. This may be the biggest threat to press freedom and the First Amendment ever. I mean, I know that's a bold statement, but it's up there. You know what I'm saying? And so the fact that I have to convince people that this is something that they should care about is really frustrating.
And again, I consider the Assange thing important to that and the free speech thing important to that, because so many things that we know about the war in Afghanistan, in Syria, in Libya, in all of these places, we would not know without Julian Assange. And the fact they locked him up, that's why they locked him up. That's why they locked up Daniel Hale. That's why they locked up again, I forget his name, but
Joshua Scholl, alleged.
But no, is he the one that blew the whistle on waterboarding?
Oh no, are you talking about John Kiriakou?
Yes.
Yeah,
blew the whistle on waterboarding. Like,
the torture program. Yeah,
and all of those documents, the first place they were published, WikiLeaks. Like, this is where this all goes through, and that's why they targeted him. So that's why, obviously there's anti-Assange people on Twitter all the time. They're like, you guys try to make everything about Assange, whatever. But it's like, no, literally,
it kind of is.
Yeah, like literally in this case, there's a direct correlation between why there is an anti-war movement and people don't trust the empire and the things that man on the pillow behind you did. Well,
that's a painting, but that's my pillow. But
he looks
like,
yeah, it looks like he's comfortably sitting with the pillow on his lap, so it's perfect.
Yeah.
It's part of it.
What the big thing that I think people need to realize is that this is once you hand over your rights, it's really difficult to get them back. You know what I'm saying? And we are freely giving away our First Amendment by not standing up against what's happening to Julian Assange and Daniel Hale and Edward Snowden and any other whistleblower. It really does impact if you just look, it's directly correlated to the anti-protest laws that are being passed all across the country, the anti-BDS laws, a teacher lost her job for, not being willing to proclaim fealty to Israel. I mean, this is shit that like it's happening all across the board. And it is connected to literally everything. I know, like people get so mad. Everything's not about Julian Assange. Here's what people don't seem to fucking understand. It's not about Julian Assange. Again, I said this earlier on the first hour. It's not about him. He's just like the mechanism that they're using to take away all of our First Amendment rights, all of us. And so it's not about him. It's not. And I've said this, and people are like, "Oh, you're so obsessed with one guy. You're such a cultist. You're an Assangeist." No, I'm just smart enough to recognize that this is the manner in which they're attacking the First Amendment and our ability to fight back against corruption. That's all it is. It's not about Julian Assange. Is his life worth fighting for and worth saving? Absolutely. This dude has no business being in a supermax prison in London. There's no reason whatsoever that an intellectual, a guy who has absolutely no violence in his past at all, should be sitting, as a remand prisoner in a supermax prison amongst terrorists. That's ridiculous. So yes, his life is worth fighting for, and all of the things that are happening to him are just atrocious, but it's bigger than that. It's so much bigger than that. This really does impact your ability to fight for anything that you care about. Anything. It doesn't matter what it is, whatever your pet issue is. It doesn't matter. That what happens to Julian Assange will directly impact your ability to be effective in that fight.
Exactly. 100%. And I wish more people understood that, because that was kind of like people called Anonymous back in the day kind of like a purposeless movement of just like a bunch of angry kids on the internet. Same kind of thing they did to Occupy. Mm-hmm. But no, like Anonymous was very much like free speech warriors from the beginning, because they understood this. They understood the reason why you could have Marxists and like nationalist people and libertarians and like politically ignorant people and like active duty police and shit all running around off like with Guy Fawkes masks on. It's because they all understood that no matter what they cared about, if they weren't allowed to talk about it and it was censored and banned or hidden from you, then it didn't matter.
Yeah. It's terrifying that we see it happening constantly. How many of us are shadow banned? How many of us, the algorithms, the way that Google will, I'll watch a Convo Couch video, and if my autoplay's on, it takes me to MSNBC after that. Those two things don't go together.
Oh
That's
my
ridiculous.
God. How many times I wake up to Fox News after falling asleep to like totally irrelevant things. Like at this point, I'll seriously be watching like a YouTube video about video games or something, and it'll autoplay to like Tucker Carlson. I'm like, how?
Yeah. No, we see it constantly there. I call it manufacturing reality. The propaganda game in this country is incredibly strong. Just look at, we're talking about ending the damn wars, right? How many times have we been lied into war? It's not that like I'm making that up. We have evidence that we have repeatedly been lied into war after war after war.
Gulf of Tonkin is an admitted thing that happened. The US
weapons of mass
military...
destruction, incubator babies. Do we need to go on? It's constant. We're being lied into wars right now. ISIS-K. That is essentially giving us a reason to remain in Afghanistan. And
with the ex-president of Afghanistan explicitly saying that that ISIS in Afghanistan were always conveniently doing exactly what the U.S. would want them to do in that moment.
Well, listen, Syria, WikiLeaks released this. Syria offered to help fight ISIS. We turned them down. The Taliban offered to hand over Osama bin Laden. We turned them down. This is an intention. Like, we want these things to continue, and it's because our mainstream media is one of the biggest threats that we face in this country. That's not hyperbolic. That it is a consistent, like mind fuck. They are constantly lying to you. You're being propagandized, and we're all propagandized like literally from birth, and it's like a bombardment from every direction. And nobody is like immune to it. Like even I, like knowing, like that's what I do. Like that's what I'm like trying to fight against. Even I am susceptible to it. Everybody is. They're very good at it. But that's why I do what I do, because it's that we can't. And I think Julian Assange really said it best in an interview that he gave one time. We have all these debates about ideologies and all of this bullshit, and all of those conversations are bankrupt because we aren't even dealing with the truth. We don't even know what reality is. How are we supposed to argue about where we're going if we don't even know where we are? And I think that that's like a huge thing that people are just not grasping, that we don't live in like a real world. Like it's like, again, it's manufactured reality. We don't have the truth. We don't have, the ability to have real information and to have like legitimate knowledge about what's happening around us.
Yeah, exactly. And I love that quote. And I use that quote all of my time of like, because that's like the original Unity quote to me of like, why are we debating over like the writings of people that died a long time ago and how they apply to reality and all this other stuff and like canceling Friends over it and same thing. Like there was an entire giant shitstorm in the LP because Olivia Rondo joined the LP, and then she had comments from I think it was like a couple months ago or something like that she didn't like Murray Rothbard, and like people like shit their pants over that, and we're like, she needs to be kicked out and blah blah blah, and I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
And it becomes more absurd by the moment with like the COVID thing going on and the current situation in the world of like how many giant boulders have to land like 3 feet away from you falling from the sky before you just shut up and realize what's going on and focus on something that matters.
Yeah.
But no.
But it's such an intentional effort, and they're winning. It's an intentional effort to divide the people. If we're focused on each other, if we're fighting amongst ourselves, then we're not worried about the man behind the curtain. And I say this all the time too. My enemy is not my neighbor. My enemy wears a $5,000 suit and sits in a boardroom. I'm not worried about people that I have, disagreements with politically who are, working class or what, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care. Like, obviously those are conversations that we need to have. Like, we need to have discussions about racism and about sexism and about all of those things are very important, but we can't even have those conversations until we deal with the system that is killing us all. It seems really silly that we're having like all of these, arguments over things that it really doesn't matter when the system that we're living in currently is never going to allow us to affect any kind of change whatsoever that's, substantial for people. So, we need to deal with the real problem first, and then we can have those arguments.
Right. That's right. I always use the line of like the government is not going, the current government and the current regime is not going to allow you to get anywhere close to your utopia, period. It's not going to happen. You're not getting a step closer to it. We're nowhere remotely near anybody's dream society right now.
But if we just vote harder, Magnus, I'm sure it'll be fine. If we're nicer,
I'm going to vote. No, it's surreal, and that's the other thing. I guess we could touch on a little bit before. Like I said, we have Jay coming on in like 15 minutes, so we could kind of talk about this before we close out on that. Of why is it that the current generation has viewed street activism as just like pointless? Is that a psyop? Because I almost feel like it's a psyop.
Yes.
Just how ubiquitous is I talk to somebody and they're like, oh, going outside and waving some signs doesn't accomplish anything. Like,
it absolutely fucking accomplishes something. It's what I talked about earlier. It's about building coalitions, about having conversations, about getting people in the streets together, working towards a common goal. That's how you build community. That's how you build a movement. I bet if we just sit at home and do nothing, that'll work totally fine. And I get this all the time. I just got it the other day. Somebody was tweeting at me about, I don't even know which event that I organized that they were talking about. They're like, oh, you only got like 5 people out. First of all, I've never had an event where only 5 people showed up. Not that that matters, because even if 5 people show up, that's a win. But what you're doing isn't effective. Well, okay, then fine. Why are you worried about what I'm doing? That if you have a better idea, then go do it. But yes,
doth lady protest too much,
right? It's so fucking ridiculous. It's so ridiculous, and it reeks of just desperation of trying to get people to. It's absolutely a psyop, in my opinion. I think it's designed to discourage people from getting in the streets. It's designed to convince people that effort is not worthwhile and that you're wasting your time and that blah blah. But they'll tell you to vote.
Right? Yeah, vote. Don't go outside and talk to your neighbor. Don't bring something up to someone's face. Get on Twitter, cry more, do some hashtags, and vote.
Don't boo, vote.
Don't boo, vote. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
See, now that you say that, I'm like, yeah, that's a fucking psyop.
Yes,
because that was like 100%. A meme. That was a meme.
Obama said that, and if Obama, come on, y'all. Come on,
CIA Obama.
Yeah, come on. These people, the whole point, and it's become more obvious on Twitter who these people are. But there's this whole movement of people trying to discourage activism, keep people divided, encourage infighting. There's a lot of really shady backstabbing type people who will claim to be friends. Oh, I love this person, but then they'll share screenshots of DMs to other people who that person has been talking about. It's this whole.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
yeah. There's a lot of that shit going on, and it's I fucking see you. You know what I mean? It's but it's an intentional thing. It's an intentional attempt to keep people divided and to keep people fight. Again, they just want us. I think I said this when I was on earlier. They would much rather have a civil war because then they avoid a class war. And so if they can keep us fighting amongst ourselves, that's why they use all of this domestic violent extremist stuff, and they want us afraid of each other. I tweeted about this long ago. I think it was right after the insurrection. But we're being led into a war against ourselves. And we're like happily cheering it on as we march into it. Like they are trying to get us to hate each other. They want us to have like a civil war type situation. That it's so obvious. It's so apparent to me that that's what they're doing. They know that these the war on terror is becoming extremely unpopular. And so they got to have a war somewhere. And I don't know why this would be surprising to anybody, but the things that you do overseas will 100% come home. It will 100% will come. It will manifest itself back at home. And we're already seeing that. We're already seeing the shit that we're doing overseas, manifesting itself back here. And that, duh, you know what I'm saying? It's obvious.
Right. Yeah, I can't wait until there's a local domestic extremist organization that the U.S. military funds to fight. Right? But that was a thing that slipped people by. I think I'm probably gonna forget the state. It was either Ohio or Maryland, but essentially it was under the guise of gun control. But essentially, what the governor wanted to do is pass legislation that you had to be like a licensed, like you to own a firearm in the state, you had to sign up for essentially a militia that took orders directly from the governor.
I don't think that was Ohio. I think I would know about that.
It might have been, I'm pretty sure it's Maryland. But yeah, people were like, wow, way to just recreate the brown shirts. Like, what the hell? And this was under the guise of like gun control legislation. We're like, whoa. So like, and that was just a taste of what is to come, people. I promise.
Yeah, no, they're very nefarious. They've really honed their skills as far as propaganda and getting people, like, they know what they're doing. And that's what's terrifying, is that they know exactly what they're doing. They're very effective at it. And the people the average, or like the people that we talk to and that we're friends with, they're engaged. They know how to recognize it. But like your average Joe Schmo on the street has no idea that they're being they think if they watch Fox News or MSNBC that they're being informed, and they're not. They're not. They're being just grossly manipulated. I mean, seriously, I know I already said this, but the mainstream media is a massive threat to us. It is a huge problem.
And that's the other thing, is people might get past that level, but then they hit like, the dragnet of fake indie media, fake, liars and sheepdogs that pretend to be like the resistance or the anti-establishment that, push people into the same shit.
Talk about pragmatic allies and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Don't, Missy, you're not supposed to talk to me.
Right.
But Bill Kristol is a good person.
Bernie Sanders.
That's really how it is. That's
right. Bernie Sanders, who voted for the CARES Act, is my friend, but I can't talk to Magnus. Come on, y'all. That's stupid. That's what I'm going to say it again. We talked about it on Bitch, but the other day when you said, to that troll, I didn't vote for Joe Biden. I'm to the left of you. Oh, my brain exploded. It was so good.
And
it's
again,
true, though.
I think, and there was another, it's in my drafts because I didn't want to tweet it too late. I'll probably tweet it tomorrow. There was like the opposite side of that, to where I don't know if you remember the Atlas gym people. There was like a big thing in Jersey about like this gym that refused to close down, and they kept Dan Crenshaw like went after them for some reason and called them like fake LARPing patriots or something like that. And the owner of Atlas Gym just chimed in, and he's like, "You are like a blood-soaked, warmongering motherfucker, and you want to call me a fake patriot? Where the hell have you been for the last like year where all this is going on, as like the country falls apart and you're sitting here begging to go back to war in Afghanistan? Like, go to hell." It's like, ooh, Dan Crenshaw on Suicide Watch. Like, that was insane. He just tore him apart.
Yeah,
so,
but it's true though. I'm so tired of this. Like, it's just blatant hypocrisy. There's no intellectual consistency whatsoever. There's none whatsoever. It's fine when my team does it, and if the other team does it, then it's like the worst thing that's ever it's no different than Biden voters trying to pretend like Biden is any better than Trump. He's worse. I mean, y'all, it took him like 23 days to bomb Syria. You know what I'm saying?
Right out the gate.
He's not any better. And again, is he worse on every issue? No, but he's really no different. I mean, it's a toss up on, issue to issue. And really the only difference is rhetoric. It's the packaging. It's a different cover on the same book. It doesn't matter who is president. It's the same agenda. It's the same, shadowy people. And I know that sounds conspiratorial, but that's real talk. Like, the president doesn't run the country. It's a bunch of donors and, the global elite, whatever you want to call them. It doesn't matter who the president is. The same agenda. It's just different. It's just like a different packaging. It's like, you know what I mean? Like it's Coke or Pepsi. It makes no difference whatsoever. It really doesn't.
And you want to talk about unity? Like their division is fake. They're totally unified. I bring it up every chance I can. Yes. But God forbid, like actually watch C-SPAN and just hang on the shot for a little while, and Mitch McConnell or something will go up there and talk about how evil the fucking Democrats are. And then Nancy Pelosi will go up there and talk about how evil they are, like evil the Republicans are. And then they'll walk off stage and they'll hug each other.
Yes. Y'all, Tiffany Trump went on vacation with Joe Biden's granddaughter. Hillary Clinton's daughter and Donald Trump's daughter are best friends. Like they go to the same dinner parties. They vacation together. Bill Clinton is the one that convinced Donald Trump to run. Like they do not hate each other. It's a show. It's like a soap opera. Like they're entertaining us while they, destroy the planet and kill everybody. That's all it is.
Like sand in the hourglass. So are the days of the empire.
Yeah.
I just dated the fuck out of myself. If anyone recognizes what that is.
I'm so much older than you. I don't even want to hear it.
I am a high mileage human, Misty. Okay. I might be young, but I've seen some shit. I've been around.
So I'm like, I don't know, like 142 or something, if that's the case. Like, what the hell? Yeah, but you're right. There's no division amongst the ruling elite. They all have the same end goals. I'm sure there are some cliques. It's like high school with psychopaths. You know what I mean? Like there's some cliques. There are different, we don't like that person. They're human still. There's going to be personality clashes, but for the most part, they're all owned and operated by the exact same people.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
That's all it is.
And it's like we even talked about yesterday. It's the same thing with like the fake, China USA like hatred and everything. Like some neocon will get on stage. Trump's the best example of this. A lot of people acted like this wasn't a gotcha. I don't care. This was a gotcha. Talking about how awful like China is and everything when all of his merchandise is made over there.
Right.
And it was like, buddy, like it's fake. We know it's nonsense. Just stop.
Yeah.
The chicken hawking bullshit.
But unfortunately it works. It's effective. People fall for it. His base eats it up. It's sad.
They still talk about it. There's people out there like, oh, the Afghanistan's really bad. And it's like, oh, why is Afghanistan really bad? Because China can move in. It's like, stop.
Yes. But that's what mainstream media tells them. That's what they hear. That's what they're force fed. That's their, it's so bad. It's like, it's the same thing with the humanitarian or the feminism. Like, oh, we have to protect the women and children by blowing them up. What? Like, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It makes no, like listen, I gave Marianne Williamson shit for the whole Bill Kristol thing too, but I will say that she did come, when I tweeted at her, because WikiLeaks released that there was a CIA report that was discussing different like propaganda methods that they could use in different countries, Germany, France, whatever. And in France, exactly what they were going to do was use feminism. We have to think of the women and children in order to manufacture consent and approval for continued existence in Afghanistan. And I tagged her in that, and she tweeted back at me, and she's like, "You're absolutely right. I reacted emotionally, and so I have to give her credit for that. I still don't trust her, and I still whatever, but I will give her credit on that point that at least she was willing to be criticized and to re-examine her opinion."
Right. And again, not usually someone that I usually shout out, but Sam Harris as well. He did that whole tweet where he said he's actively eating his words about Afghanistan and Joe Biden.
He's still a douche, but
yeah, still a douche. But again, I appreciate people that can take their L's, take your L, man, and admit to it.
100%.
You'll at least have my respect on that one thing, because shit, dude.
That's taking your ego out of it. It's okay to be wrong. Like I voted for Barack Obama in 2008. I hate myself for it. I really hate myself for it, but I did. I keep telling people this though. So in 2008 I had my first kid. So I blame like hormones and like emotions and like I was just all the hope and change. I was like, yeah. You know what I mean? That's my story and I'm sticking to it.
I love it. It's so horrible. But it's true. It's true.
It is true. I hate myself for it though. But I can admit that I was wrong. I trusted somebody I shouldn't have trusted. I don't know if I really trusted him, but I was cautiously optimistic. And I had never, that was really other than voting for Dennis Kucinich in the primaries, that was the first time I had really ever participated in electoral politics, because I've never been an electoral politics person. So I hate myself for voting for him, but I can admit that I got fooled. It's okay. And listen, Trump voters, you got Obama'd. Deal with it.
Yeah, you got Obama.
Deal with it. Yes.
Everyone got Obama, because people forget people got Bushed too.
Yes.
Because Bush ran on like dramatically cutting taxes and not being involved in the Middle East and America first and all that. That was George W. Bush. Try to contrast, like, go back and watch his debate, watch his presidential campaign, because it's all on YouTube. Jesus Christ, he sounds like Trump.
Yeah.
And contrast that to what happened. It's like, you got, like, we constantly keep putting faith in these people. And I should have learned, because the only time I ever have voted in my life was this last election. I went out, I voted for Joe Jorgensen, just because protest vote, essentially. I got stung on the lip by a wasp while waiting in line. And I'm like, this is literally like a direct message from Mother Nature of like, what are you doing here, you goob?
Yeah. And listen, I don't mean to discourage people from voting, because I still think that on a local level, you can make, like, there are some like ballot initiatives, or like even like school board stuff. Like, you can still, like, maybe in your local, and it just depends, because in my area, it's pretty corrupt here, like even on a local level. But there's still like ballot initiatives or stuff like that you can go vote on. So I don't mean to discourage anybody from actually voting. It's a tool that I guess you could use. It does, at least for me in Ohio, we have early voting, we have all that stuff, so it takes like 25 seconds to go vote, so it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, you're never going to vote your way out of this mess. It's not going to happen. Yeah, we need direct action in the streets. That's the only way we're going to ever get. That's the only way we've ever gotten change ever. It's never been through electoral politics. It's been from mass movements pressuring people.
Yes. You have. I can walk around with a pride flag because a bunch of people rioted in Stonewall.
Yeah.
Simple as like the civil rights movement was built off the back of hundreds of thousands of people in the street, not caring if they got tear gassed or dogs released on them or anything. They don't, like, all of this is built off of that. So the idea that we can just tweet and vote and we'll get out of this, which is like the main message right now. No, you're going to have to put your money where your mouth is. And I got a lot of pushback, and I don't care. I'll triple down on this, to where people even close to me are like, I don't like that you constantly tell people that they need to get actively doing things or you don't respect their opinion. And I'm like, so how much worse does it have to get before you start taking it seriously? And that's fine. If you just want to be, I just want to grill normie who doesn't care, who just like, watches reality TV, plays video games, and doesn't give a shit about politics, fine, power to you. But if you're going to be running around saying that you're someone with deep convictions and you really care about these things, and you are not in some form participating in some form of direct action, whether it be helping if you can't go to events, if you're disabled, you have anxiety or whatever, if you're just helping remotely or directly participating in them, then I can't take you seriously now, because this isn't 2000 where all of our problems were, remote and intangible and going on in other countries. Things are happening.
Shit's bad.
Shit's real bad.
Shit's really, millions of people are about to be homeless in the middle of a pandemic. And it doesn't matter what you think of the pandemic. It has caused mass chaos, economic down. Like, we're about to have millions of people be homeless. Unemployment's about to run out. Like, shit is bad. Shit is really, really bad. We don't have time for like this lackadaisical approach anymore. Your incrementalism is bullshit. I don't have time for you. I'm so tired of being lectured about, you just have to be nice to the squad. And we have to just, if we're nice, then maybe they'll throw us a few crumbs. Fuck your crumbs. I'm done with your crumbs. I don't know why anybody is accepting of these. I just tweeted this out the other day. It would cost like $20 billion to end homelessness in this country. We just gave $21 billion extra on top of the $714 billion to the military industrial complex without a debate, without a conversation, without a question. It was just like, boom, done. $21 billion extra. We could end homelessness today. It's a political choice. It is a choice. We could do it today. And I'm done with your fucking crumbs. I'm done being lectured about these people who think I have to be nice to the squad. Fuck the squad. I'm done. We don't have time for that shit anymore. People are suffering. This is life and death. Dying. People are dying, losing their lives because our politicians are completely corrupt and corporate owned. There's no more nice left in me. Sorry. My patience has long been run out. If you still have patience and you still want to kiss the ass of these politicians, then you go do that, but leave me the fuck alone.
Exactly. And then I get the same thing because I'm obviously very critical of people like Rand Paul and stuff like that, of like, oh, well, he's like the best anti-war Republican in the Senate and whatever. I'm like, cool. Start putting on events, Rand.
Yeah.
Start putting on events.
Oh,
If you're not,
his dad must be so
I tell this story all the time of like, if Ron Paul had a Q&A section when I saw him live at Yale, I would have walked up and asked him if he was disappointed in his son.
He has to be.
Like, holy shit. Come on, guys. But yeah, seriously, like put up or shut up. Otherwise, I don't care. Like, you know, he did spectacular stuff with putting forward a bill to ban no-knock raids, the Breonna Taylor Act. Great. More of that. Like, can we start doing this now?
Well, and listen, it's
anything.
okay. Like when somebody that I don't like the other day, Ilhan Omar put out a tweet and sent a letter to Joe Biden, which, listen, I'm not impressed by strongly worded letters, but the fact that she's even openly speaking about Daniel Hale is great. So I'll praise her for that. And I did. I'm like, this is awesome. Like, more of this, please. Like, speak out for Daniel Hale and for whistleblowers. So it's okay. Like, I can still dislike her, and not as a person. I don't know her, but as a politician, I don't like any politicians. Just so you know, none of them. Zero. There are zero politicians that I like. As a person, like Christina Levo, I love her as a person, but if she gets elected, I already told her, I'll side-eye the fuck out of you. I'll come for you. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And you know, that's the way it should be. Politicians should be scrutinized relentlessly on a daily basis. Every move they make, every vote, every bill that they write, every bill that they co-sponsor, every interview that they give, we should be relentless in criticizing them. And I don't like, I'm not going to apologize for that. I'm not going to feel bad about doing that. We need that, especially now. Again, this shit it's not a joke. This isn't like it's like people think of this as like some game or something. It's not a game. People are dying. Like, people are suffering. Children are starving. In the richest country in the world, there are children starving. There's a school in Wisconsin that just did away with free lunches and breakfast because they don't want to spoil the kids. Are you fucking kidding me? That's the most disgusting thing. These are kids.
The Black Panthers are rolling in their fucking graves.
Oh my God.
Like, are you kidding me?
It's so, I don't even have words for how disgusting that is. Children have no power over their circumstances. None. And a lot of those kids, it will be the only meal that they get a day. And you're going to take that away from them because you don't want to spoil them? What is wrong with you? Like, that's the country we live in. And it doesn't have to be that way. Like, we have, humans are fucked up, right? And I get that we have no basis for comparison, but we've managed to accomplish an awful lot. Like, we've done amazing things, and yet we can't figure out how to just take care of each other. That's ridiculous. Of course we can do that. It's a choice to not do that. It's because we elevate the worst among us to positions of power, and then they allow their greed and corruption and like just disgusting psychopathy to take over. And it's a real problem. It doesn't have to be like this. It really doesn't.
That's the thing. It's just, doesn't have to be like this. But okay, we got our next guest lined up, and then the person who was supposed to come on at 6:30 is actually in here. So I'm going to work with her to get her further back so we can do all that. But what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to drop Misty out. I'm going to play the awesome intro video that I spent 4 hours last night making just because I want to show a whole new crop of people it. And then we're going to introduce our next guest. It's going to be great. So I'm going to drop us all out right now. Thank you for filling in, Misty. You are always the best.
Thanks for having me. Bye, guys.
Bye. And again, before I play this video, top of the hour, every new guest, as I say, go to the End of Damn Wars page, take a tweet, take a graphic for a local event. If you're in Florida or Arizona, take the GoFundMe, take the stream, doesn't matter. Take something from that page, go post it under your favorite content creator, your favorite political person, someone you follow on Twitter, a meme page. I don't care. Spread this out, get these words out, and this is how we build this, and this is how we make this happen. So I'm going to play this video, and then I'm going to introduce my boy over here. He's been waiting for a minute, and we're going to get right to it.
This just in, you were looking at obviously a very disturbing live shot there. That is the World Trade Center, and we have unconfirmed reports this morning that a plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center. CNN.
On my orders, the United States military has begun strikes against Al-Qaeda terrorist training camps and military installations in the Taliban regime in Afghanistan.
This just in, you were looking at
Whoops, actually play it again. So yeah, super excited about that. And introducing my name guest. Actually, I'll let him introduce himself because I'm a really big fan of this man. How you doing, boss?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I've been live streaming for 7.5 hours straight. So
Talk about
yeah. But yeah, I mean, I'm assuming most of Nico's audience knows who you are, but for the gaggle of people from all the other platforms that we're on, introduce yourself, let people know where you're from, what you're all about.
Yeah, my name is James Fauntleroy, also known as JB Font on Twitter. I am part of the Hampton Leftist Network. And yeah, so I wanted to be here to be able to talk about ending the damn wars.
Hell yeah, my man. And same question I've given to every single guest on here so far. What is your number one reason for being anti-war? Could be an event in your life, could be a author, a book, a show, an experience you had, anything. What's your number one that kind of puts you on this path?
I'm tired of seeing people being killed over resources. I'm tired of seeing people being blown to bits because we want their oil, their lithium, their poppy seeds. I am sick and tired of people having to become refugees because of what our government has done. I am sick and tired of seeing men and women going abroad and persons going abroad and then coming back with PTSD, limbs missing, eyes missing. I'm tired of, people mourning the deaths of people who have died needlessly because they wanted to serve their country, but also they wanted a free education. They wanted, affordable housing. They, they were, what's the word I want to use? They were put into a position where they were recruited because they were poor.
Yep, the poverty draft, as many people have referred to it.
Yeah, I'm sick and tired of that. And there's so many different reasons. I'm sick and tired of all the money that's being spent on killing people rather than saving lives. I'm tired of that. And it needs to stop.
Right.
And
like we're not Shangri-La. We're not some utopian society. We don't have the resources or the money, and particularly seeing it's other people's resources more often or not to do this right now. We're not great. People are struggling. People are hurting now of all times with everything with COVID and just the upside down world we live in now. And still to this day, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, we gave a bunch of attack helicopters to Israel. It's like, what the hell is going on?
And one more thing. I am sick and tired of handing soldiers assault rifles instead of shovels. I'm sick and tired of that because they don't need assault rifles. We need to give them shovels so they can start planting trees and help building a green infrastructure so that we can save ourselves from climate change. That's what we need to be doing.
Yeah, that's actually that puts it way better than I have. Of one of the reasons at the very beginning of this, the two things I listed of why I'm anti-war is one, obviously being the environment, the U.S. military being the biggest destroyer of the planet, second to none in the entire world. But also to your point there of like the type of people that are getting sucked up into the military and sent overseas and wasting their time doing this stuff. They are the people we need. Those are the people that are going to plant the trees, build the buildings, participate in our communities, help our communities and do all of this. And instead of doing that, we're sending them over to fight wars for profit against enemies they don't understand, that they don't even know why they're there. It's like the first, I wouldn't say the first war, the first 6 wars, in human history, where if you ask the average person fighting it, they don't even know what they're doing, which is just absurd.
Yeah. And, I just am looking at how, you have the military being one of the biggest polluters, and it's like, why are we fighting over these resources when we should be fighting to save our planet? I mean, that's like one of the it's one of the craziest asinine things. And then on top of it, you have people who are moving towards, oh, we need to stay in Afghanistan because of the Taliban. And I'm just like, we helped create them. What the hell are you talking about? Like, like the best thing to do, like Richard Meadhurst said, is just get the F out. Just leave.
Yeah,
Right?
what Ron Paul said in like 2010 or something like that. We walked in, we can walk right out. Like it's simple as just leave. You know.
Yeah. And I'm tired of it. Just people trying to make excuses. Like, and people were actually believing. Okay, this is the one thing that got to me. People were actually believing Biden, saying, "Oh, we're going to pull out." And then next thing you know, you get a new, different type of ISIS. You know, same look but different taste. ISIS K, and then they're making excuses. Oh, well, we got to stay there and fight ISIS K, you know, before we leave to get all the Americans out. And then they talked about they had an illegal bombing. Just came out that it was actually American soldiers that shot some Afghan people. It wasn't a bombing. So now you're getting all these different takes of false information, and it's all just because they want to stay there. That's all it really is.
Right.
Because war is profitable.
And that's the thing. I've brought it up 2 times. I'll bring it up again. We had a lot of people making fun of us of like, oh, you're going to have an anti-war protest on September 11th, the day we're pulling out of Afghanistan.
Yes.
And it's like, yeah, those people are sure eating their words now. You know, like, oh my God, because anyone with a brain could have seen this coming. Like we've done this song and dance for 40 years now. This isn't new.
Yeah. I mean, yes, an anti-war protest on September 11th. Yes. Like, why the fuck wouldn't we? Because here's the problem. You know, this is happening, and look at what it's led to. 3,000 people died in September 11th. How many people died in Iraq? How many Iraqi civilians died? Innocent Iraqi civilians. How many people in Afghanistan died? They've had September 11th over and over and over and over. Our American lives are not worth more than Afghani lives. And Afghani lives are not worth more than American lives. They're all worth the same because a life is a life. And the fact that we put more stock in our 3,000 lives that were lost than the 200,000 lives that were lost because of the Iraq War, it's like, no, neither should have. One of them should have happened. And the fact that we're still there, and it shows that we weren't even there to actually go after the people who attacked it. And most of them were Saudi Arabian. And who are we friends with? Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, the infamous Donald Trump quote of like, we did an awesome war like weapons deal with Saudi Arabia. It was great. It was like, oh my God.
Yeah. And here's the thing. To any of the liberals or conservatives, you guys support either Bush, Trump, Obama, or Biden or Clinton, or any one of them. You all got played. And so here's the thing. They're playing you from start to finish. And it's time for people to look and go, you know what? Nah.
Yeah.
All you guys are wrong. All of you are wrong.
Not this time. Like I said, I just talked with Misty. A lot of people don't remember this. George W. Bush Jr. ran on a policy of anti-interventionalism. That's what he campaigned on. You hear that now and you'd be like, no way. But you can look it up. It's all on YouTube. Go watch his debates. Go watch his campaign ads. He ran as an anti-interventionalist. So we've been duped, man. You've been bought. Like
Yeah, they use anti-interventionalists because they know that's what we want. And then once they get in office, then they move to super authoritarian and want to bomb the shit out of other countries because they want the resources. That's always what it's been. If you Google American interventionist wars and you get to the Wikipedia article, it's a slew, just almost base. You have an easier time naming the countries that the United States didn't try to go into in regime change than the ones that did. And you look at it and you go, well, why is the United States going in here? Primarily because those countries had resources and they were going to nationalize their resources, and they saw that the the United States saw that those countries were becoming more of a leftist government, and they didn't like it. So therefore, they went to those governments, did a coup, and put in a puppet government, a very far right-wing government. And now you have the situation that we have in many other countries in the global South, as well as in the Middle East and in Africa. That's
exactly.
just the truth.
Yeah, exactly. And like I get into it with people like more in the right, like the right wing sort of like libertarian circle all the time about like, okay, you have your opinions, whatever you want about nationalizing industries and stuff like that in some of these countries, but you really think it's moral or justifiable to then go bomb, invade, assassinate, and like destroy people's economies, put them under sanctions and starve the poor?
Yeah.
Like that's really your answer to it? How can that be the answer? I don't understand. I got into that with Nico with the economic warfare thing, with like embargo on Cuba and like the sanctions against Venezuela. That doesn't hurt the people in power over there. That just starves poor people.
No, sanctions is violence. Because let me tell you something. I'm a dialysis patient. I'm a kidney dialysis patient. I go 3 days a week. Okay. If I were in any one of these countries that were being sanctioned and they couldn't get new dialysis machines, or they couldn't get the medicines for dialysis, I would be dead. I would be dead. Forget about the people at the top. Nothing really would happen to them, but I would be dead. And so, we also have to look at warfare is warfare. Also, let me add just one more thing. When a war is finished, when a war is done, troops leave, everybody goes home, right? The United States has perpetually been at war with the world for years. We have over 800 bases around the world. You mean to tell me that we still have bases in Korea, and you mean to say that there's no more war in Korea? No. There still is a war in Korea. We're just not fighting right now. There's still bases in Germany. We're still at war with Germany. We're just not fighting right now. We have bases in Japan. We're still at war with Japan. We're just not fighting right now. The United States is still at war, and it's always been at war. And that's the thing people don't realize. And the thing is that we will not have a war ended until the bases are cleared out and every single troop is out, gone, finite. But the United States doesn't want that. And the military-industrial complex doesn't want that. Honeywell and Northrop Grumman and all these other different military-industrial complex companies, corporations don't want that because it's bad for business. It's bad for profits. And that's where people need to wake up. And the thing is that for people who believe that Biden would say we will pull out Afghanistan, you believed a plagiarist, you believed a liar. I don't mean to get too vulgar on here.
No, you can. I swear like a sailor. Let it go. I don't care.
Okay. Let me tell you something. If a dude tells you that he's about to pull out, but he hasn't, it ain't pulled out until it's out. Let's be real. So guess what? It ain't out yet. So therefore, why are people believing Biden before the out is out? It's crazy. It's asinine. It's stupid. Why are you believing? You knew that he was going to lie. He lied during the campaign last year. You still believe him? Like, come on. Really?
Yeah. And like I'll keep bringing it up because so many people don't seem to get it. Is the war in Afghanistan was the war on terror. That's what we were fighting there, was terror, the concept. Yeah. Joe Biden in that speech, literally verbatim, said that the war on the terrorism problem is expanding across Africa and East Asia, and we need to focus more of our energy and resources there. So he straight up told you that the war on terror is ending in Afghanistan, but the war is not over. We're just going to expand it to Ethiopia, to the DNR, to like all over the place. So when people were just deep throating Joe Biden over that speech, I'm like, did you not listen to what the man said? Like, did you not hear his exact words he told you? It's insane to me.
Okay. If terror was so important to the United States, then why aren't they ending it here at home?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the Ku Klux Klan and the Proud Boys? Terrorists, right? What do you think? What do you think the police are in our neighborhoods? Sorry, people who are for police, but I believe in defund the police and going towards police abolition. They're terrorists. They're literally a military occupying force in the hood.
Yeah, and they come directly from overseas in a lot of cases with the same equipment, the same training. I bring it up all the time because it was a detail that people missed, but there was this giant like shitstorm in the media that the Taliban got a hold of a bunch of facial ID and biometric scanners that the U.S. military use.
Yep.
They use those same devices in Brooklyn Center on BLM protesters. They were scanning journalists' faces with military equipment that we used in Afghanistan to identify terrorists. They were using them on journalists outside of Minneapolis. So like this shit comes home. It always comes home.
Yeah. We are not enemy combatants. Okay? So therefore, you should not be using military shit on citizens in the United States. And the problem is that if they really wanted to get rid of terrorism, they would do it at home. But they don't want to because it works for them. It works for them. It keeps us in check. And then they want to apply the same thing abroad. And it's funny. If you look at the way they do things abroad, they do the same things here. And don't you ever think that they didn't bomb places here in the United States. Oh, they bombed.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, they bombed. So guess what? They did it here. They're going to do it over there. If they do it over there, they're going to do it to the citizens here.
Yeah, and people understand things like we created the Taliban. People understand things like we created Al Qaeda and everything like that. But then they don't apply that domestically to where I don't know if it was David Duke or some other person, but in the early 2000s, the most prolific like far right neo-Nazi radio host was exposed by Anonymous to be being paid by the FBI and the federal government. So it's like, oh yeah, we create our organizations here too. We do the same shit here that we do over there. We manufacture our own threats and our own violence and sick them on our own population, just like we do it over there.
Yeah. I think the only war that should be fought is the war on climate change. That's the only war we should be fighting. And well, okay, the war on poverty. We should have a war on poverty too. But that means saving lives, not ending them.
And we can briefly complain about this because like I'm a big environmental activist, and this is something I've experienced of any environmental movement, quote unquote, or the Green New Deal or any of these fucking things. If they do not address the military, I do not take them seriously. How are you missing the number 2 most polluting single organization on the planet in your Green New Deal or your environmental thing or your demands? How is that not included? And that makes me think you're fake. Like if you're not calling that out, you're fake.
Yeah, because they're afraid of the establishment. That's what they're afraid of. And the thing is that when it comes to people who are going into electoral politics, you cannot fear the establishment. You have to welcome the haters. All right. It's just, you got to be like some of those rappers who talk about my haters are my congratulators, because if they're not hating you, then you're doing something wrong. And so you have to be willing to be hated by the mainstream media, by the Democratic and Republican establishment. You have to be willing to be hated by them. And if they're not coming after you, then you're doing something wrong. If they are making fluff pieces for you on mainstream media, then I'm sorry, but you're going to the dark side. Mm-hmm. You are, because if they like you, there's something wrong.
Yeah, it's the old military adage of if you're getting flack, then you're over the target. Like, see, if the more attacks you have from more directions, the more you're doing something they don't want you to do. And I experienced that all the time with the Unity stuff. Mm-hmm. Like literally, I was an unnamed, unknown person that nobody would probably ever care about until the end of the time, and I died. Mm-hmm. Until I had the audacity to start trying to put different groups together to fight on issues. Yeah, and then the world came tumbling down. You got obviously like there's big issues with people like Tulsi Gabbard, but they didn't have any problems with those issues. They were perfectly fine with all of that stuff. It's until anything Unity was brought up. Until I talked about it earlier, nobody really cared about the Occupy movement until they started talking to like Tea Party people, and then they freaked out and like co-opted and destroyed both of those movements and made them awful and shit like that. Anytime you start having groups unite on any single issue, being from Fred Hampton leftists, perfect example. Fred Hampton, kind of the canary in the coal mine for this. The moment he started talking to the people he wasn't supposed to talk to. Shut it down. He's doing things we don't want him to do. He's pushing in directions we don't want him to push. And they seem terrified of anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the thing is that with Fred Hampton, he was speaking to the Young Patriots, and the Young Patriots were an anti-capitalist group who were white, and they did have some members who had some racist tendencies, and the ones who did have racist tendencies ended up leaving, and the ones who actually wanted solidarity and unity got rid of it, and they unified in the Rainbow Coalition along with the Young Lords. And so that was, and through that Rainbow Coalition, it built a working class solidarity. And if you're willing to, unite on a specific issue, like for instance, if somebody who says they're a conservative wants to get single payer health care for all and wants to march with me, get your ass over here next to me and let's march. If you are somebody who is a libertarian, but you want to march with, next to me and do something for ending the damn wars, bring your libertarian ass over here and let's do something to end these damn wars.
Yeah, the best example over the last year was every single state that ended qualified immunity, banned no-knock raids, because I think there was 4 altogether.
Mm-hmm.
Every single one of them was a progressive libertarian alliance. Every single one of them. Ohio, Maine, New Hampshire, and I think another place was because they had people, obviously, like it might have only been 2 libertarian politicians and then a bunch of progressives. But either way, like a lot of these votes were decided by 1 vote, 2 votes, 3 margins. And if you didn't, if you never reached out to that, that would have never happened. That would have never gone on. And obviously the March for Medicare for All thing is like a perfect example of that, of a lot of people putting on events for that might not think to reach out to their local GOP, but some of those people might show up because like you said, that there are people that agree with it on that issue. The same thing with the police brutality issue, with domestic surveillance, with the war. Like you never know where you're going to find a helping hand. And if you slap that hand away just because it comes from the wrong place, then you're not helping yourself. You're not doing anything.
Yeah, just like Dr. Joe Jarvis, who is a conservative, spoke at the Medicare for All March. And nobody, some people, had a problem with that because he was conservative, but he was for Medicare for All. Like, what the hell? And so when it comes to certain ideas, I mean, if it's anti-authoritarian, like for instance, if I meet a libertarian and therefore defunding the police, okay, cool. Sweet. Let's unite on that. Fine.
Right, like I'm a straight up abolish the police guy. There we go. Yeah. Let's go.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Look, I've never trained with a firearm before. You could probably teach me.
Right, exactly.
Right.
That's the thing. That's like I've made the joke before of like my grand plan is to get a bunch of libertarians into mutual aid and direct action, and then get a bunch of leftists educated in firearms, and then just watch great things happen.
Heads explode. Like what?
Right.
But I actually have a friend that wants to teach me how to. Actually, I have a couple that wants to teach me how to use a firearm. But the thing is that ultimately, it's about meeting people where they are, but that's not actually what I want to say. It's mostly about what's the phrase I want? Oh, there's a phrase, I had it right in my head. It's
you're gonna remember it like 3 hours from now.
No. Hold on. It's meeting people. It's on your terms. It's meeting people on your terms. So when it comes to, say, if you have somebody who doesn't want to meet you on your terms when it comes to, college for all, okay, I'm not going to meet you on your terms, and I'm going to debate you on your terms, and I'm going to fight for college for all regardless. But if you aren't for that, but then you say, you know what, we need to get single payer healthcare, then I'm like, okay, we don't disagree on the other one thing, but we will agree on on something else. But the only thing that I will not agree on is if you believe in a type of world or system that oppresses me, and that is where I am going to be against you all the way.
Right, because that's
Yeah.
the one thing is I do get criticisms from a lot of people of like, oh, you're all about the unity thing. You'll march with Marxists, you'll march with like conservatives, blah blah blah. So why do you arbitrarily like exclude like mega nationalist, like borderline white supremacist type people and everything? And it's like, dude, I'm a interracial like bisexual man. Like, you know, there's obviously a line. If you literally hate me for my core like identity, yeah, like I'm sorry, I can't really work with that. That's a little bit too far. But like again, like I you know, we just listed a bunch of them. I can go to a Marxist, and yeah, there might be things we disagree on, but you don't hate me for my humanity. I don't hate you for your humanity. All that is tertiary. So then we can find common ground in between that.
Yeah, so this is one of the reasons why I made it a concerted effort to say conservatives. I didn't say far right.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So that's one of the things that, you know, and you know, and any nationalist of any color, then I won't unite with, because it's like, no, you're hating somebody for their humanity, and I just don't get down with that. But you know, on certain, you know, topics where we can agree on, then we can agree on, and we can work towards, you know, improving our society in that way. Ultimately, I want, you know, because if you look at a lot of the issues that go on around the world, a lot of it is because the United States has intervened for their own personal gain, and it has destroyed other countries abroad. Just imagine. Okay, so I don't know if you're as nerdy as I am.
Oh yeah, giant dork. So
yes, haha. Okay, so think about this. Wakanda was a fictional place created by two white guys of an African nation that would be built without any type of colonialism or intervention. And so now we don't have a country like that in real life, unfortunately, and we don't have a, you know, a metal like, you know, vibranium.
Right.
But just imagine how that country would be if there was no intervention colonially. And imagine if that country was able to achieve what it wanted and then use the funds from its natural resource to trade with other countries and to build up its own self without any intervention. Just imagine how that country would be. And just take that idea and apply it across the global south, you know, in South America, and different places in Africa, and in different places in Asia, especially, you know, the Pacific Islands, and think about how much better they would be off. Now, would they have their issues? Of course, they would have their issues, but they wouldn't be in the position that they are now because of the United States intervention and wanting to take their resources.
Exactly. That's why I'm so harsh on the wars issue, because if all of this didn't happen, which obviously we don't live in a world where it didn't happen, but moving forward, we don't know what societies could have turned out to be, or how things could have progressed, or how nations could have built, or anything. So we're basing everything, like our ideologies, our financial systems, everything. We're basing off of the clusterfuck we're in now, and not what's possible, not what we can build off of this, not what. Yeah. So and then obviously there's examples where we already saw what was possible. Like, everybody forgets that Afghanistan used to be like a cultural hub, and Syria used to be a cultural hub, progressive, having very like very diverse cultures, like a melting pot, actual melting pot, not a salad, you know, an actual like melting pot of cultures and everything. And we destroyed that. And everybody, And it's so funny when I see like the Dan Crenshaw types or whatever share pictures of like, look at Afghanistan in the 70s and look at Iran in the 70s and then look at them now. This is what Islam did. And it's like, no, that's what we did. That's what
They had
we
Islam
did.
way back then.
Right. They had Islam for a long time, my man.
Yeah.
Like,
you had Muslim women wearing mini skirts back in the day. Okay, so guess what? If that was Islam back then it wasn't Islam that did that. It was our government putting a ultra right wing puppet regime there, and that's what happened. Like, and here's the funny thing: it's all this revisionist history. Here's my biggest issue. People can have different viewpoints and have disagreements, but I hate when the disagreement is based on lies. When the disagreement is based on misrepresentation and falsehood. And it's like, if you're going to disagree, then disagree on the actual history, on the objective truth. But if you're not going to agree, if you're going to agree based on lies, then really you're just having a disagreement based on nothing. So, and that's what I see a lot going on. It's like, for instance, you'll have people who, talk, a lot of shit about Cuba, but then it's like, once you realize why the United States did what it did to Cuba, then it's like, oh, okay. And so, or they'll talk about Venezuela. And
right.
The thing is, they don't realize, what the history is about Venezuela. And so then they'll agree with them about putting sanctions and going after Cuba. And it's like, yeah, no, you guys didn't study the history, correctly.
Right.
Somebody lied to you.
And it's the biggest case of glass houses syndrome, because like me and Nico and Steve were talking about it. But like the Cuba thing, it's like, okay, let me operate inside your worldview. Like it's this regime that's stealing people's resources and fucking them over and blah blah blah. And it's like, oh, you mean the one you can walk outside right now? You can see that our government, our government that has a torture camp in their country. Like we should not be throwing stones right now. We do not have the moral high ground over anybody. Period. In the fact that we like to pretend that we do. And it doesn't have to be this way. We could have the moral high ground. We could be a leader in the world. It doesn't have to be this way, but it ain't the case now. And anybody who says any form of like exceptionalism to me on that, it's such a joke, because like seriously, it's ridiculous. And there's another thing I kind of wanted to bring up with you. I brought up with a bunch of people on here, but even in terms of like revolutionary things, I think people need to understand this, particularly on the right. They need to understand this, that even if any of these like revolutions in any of these countries we hate were genuine, they would stop being genuine real quick, because we would get involved and we would ruin it. Like if I doubt it on my core that the thing that happened in Cuba was genuine, but if it was, it wouldn't be genuine for long, because they'd be crawling all over it with the CIA. They'd probably assassinate any leaders of that revolution and put in puppet ones. Like, so we can't anywhere against any country right now. We co-opt movements constantly. And this is the military industrial complex. This is what we do. And I got into huge arguments with people on the right over like the SOS Cuba thing of like, no, it doesn't matter whether that's real or not. It stopped being real the moment we started talking about drone striking their country. Like, no, this isn't organic at all. Like you need to realize what's happening here. We're destabilizing countries, and there's a reason why we're doing it. And it's not out of the kindness of our heart or even free market anything. Like, no, all of that is nonsense. That is not why we're if we in a country believed in a free market, we wouldn't be embargoing and sanctioning countries. Like, period.
Yeah, no. And here's the funny part. If some of these systems, these economic systems, were so horrible, you just let them fall on their own.
Right.
Let them fall on their own. Look, if communism
Scott
Horton so bad.
Scott Horton got into that on the Tim Pool show, like with Tim Pool, because they kept trying to like ask him about the China thing, and he got dragged so hard for this take. But I think this is a great take. He's like, oh well, if you think like the American economic system's so powerful and the Chinese economic system is so awful, then why don't you just let it play out? and everybody was like, "Oh, that's such a bad take," and blah blah blah. And it's like, no, like what?
Why is it a bad take? Because if it fails, then you watch it fail, and then you go, see, no, that's all you got to do. Is that let it play out. It's basically, basing it on your hypothesis and going and watching the results. That's all it basically is. It's going doing the scientific method.
Right.
Right.
It's not, instead of basing it off a hypothesis and then bombing and sanctioning and starving children on a hypothesis.
It's the old thumb on the scale approach. It's you've got your thumb on the scale and say, see, it's heavier. It's much heavier. And it's like, let's see how heavy it is. Take your damn thumb off the scale. But then when you ask them to do that, then they argue, oh, my thumb's not on the scale. And it's like, yes, it is right there. Take it off the scale. So let's see what happens. But then they don't want to do that because they're afraid that it'll look better than our system. And some of us may go, they're doing a lot better over there. Maybe we should start adopting some of the things that they are doing. And then that's when they get scared. And now they have to send the CIA to that government to be able to kill the people who are in power because they don't want us to look at it in that way. And so then when somebody looks at it and goes, oh, see this country, they're terrible and they need to be, we need to go in there and do military intervention. It's because you were played. Because the United States government actually made it seem like that government was doing horribly, but it was primarily because they had their thumb on the scale. And then the United States said, see how bad they're doing. But the thing is that the United States is one of the primary reasons why they're doing so badly.
Yeah, like Libya
about that way.
Yeah, Libya is a perfect example. Look how much exporting our culture to Libya did for Libya. Went from the most prosperous North African country to an open air slave market. Good job. We really proved them wrong. Like it's ridiculous and it's absurd to me. And then there's the other side of that with Afghanistan right now, to where there are a lot of the neocon kind of Twitter and everything is trying to make the argument of like, well, we need to stay in Afghanistan because if we don't, then the Chinese are going to move in. And I just respond to them like, wow, sounds like China's problem because I don't care. Like if they genuinely, and I don't even think they do, if they genuinely want to recreate our mistakes in Afghanistan, power to them. Like I don't
if they want to lose $2 trillion, then fine, go ahead, let them lose $2 trillion. If Russia wants to lose money, fine, let them lose money. Why is that our problem?
Yeah, no one can ever answer that.
Why is it our problem? They're like, because the people are being killed and murdered in the other countries. They're being killed and murdered here.
Right. Like China might become an empire. So, China will get extremely in debt, start falling apart at the seams, start harassing and killing their own people if they do what we did. Again, that sounds like China's problem, not my fucking problem.
And if you're anti-China, then wouldn't you be rooting for that?
Right? Yeah. They don't think past step one. They never get to step 3, 4, or 5. They only they get caught on step 1, and I don't get it. And in so many. Like Dave Smith's another one. He talks about Taiwan. He's like, really, we're going to go to war over Taiwan? If a war happened in Taiwan, what would happen is a bunch of the West Coast would be nuclear craters, and China would still get Taiwan. So why are we even talking about this? Why are we war hawking around? Like, it doesn't make any sense because they don't think past, they don't think past step 2, and it's so frustrating. And even around the Afghanistan thing, I get into with people about the Taliban all the time, to where. Pay attention, look out for these people on Twitter because I'm onto their hustle. I know what they're trying to do because they jump into my tweets all the time where they think people are trying to like rehabilitate the Taliban, and they'll actually be like, no, the Taliban are awful and they're killing these people and doing this and blah, blah, blah. And then you call them out and you're like, oh, so we should stay? And they go, oh, no, well, that's not what I'm saying at all. And I'm like, like, I see what you're trying to make. Like, you're trying to create another boogeyman. Like, you're really trying to create another boogeyman. Like, stop.
Look. If you're not okay with the Taliban, you should not be okay with the Ku Klux Klan. If you're advocating that we actually bomb the Taliban, Ku Klux Klan, would you do that? And then they would be like, no, we shouldn't do that. We can't do that. And it's like, oh, because terrorists. Okay, so you then what's the best solution then? Because the thing is that I'm sick and tired of spending money on bombs, killing babies and children and men and women or overseas that absolutely have nothing to do with this bullshit. I'm tired of it, and I'm tired of people who look like me being killed, shot, mangled, thrown in prison. A lot of us aren't even charged when we're in prison. We're just being held. So, number one, we should clean up our shit first.
Right. Again, glass houses. We do not have any right.
Glass houses.
And I mean, like of all the people that this came from, it's kind of weird. And nobody take this as me being a fan of this man, because I'm not. But Steve Bannon had a quote of all things of like, I know, not a fan at all. But he said on Afghanistan, he's like, we put $2 trillion into a country that's not even the size of Texas, and it's not Shangri-La. It's not like utopian society. $2 trillion, and they don't even have roads. Like, that's a great point. People should probably think about that a little more. Where'd all that money?
Not even a goddamn Burger King up in that shit.
Right.
Like what? Like I thought you guys were going in there to nation build, and you guys couldn't even get that. That means that it was never about putting anything into Afghanistan. It was about taking something out. Yep. Because if they actually wanted to do that, then that $2 trillion would have been an investment, but it wasn't, because it was a waste, and that money only went into the coffers of the military-industrial complex. The Afghan people's lives are not better. They've been worse, and they've been shit for a long time. And it's only because we've been wanting to extract. And it's just like with what's his? Oh gosh, I forgot his name. Shit. But Michael Parenti. It's like what Michael Parenti said. He said, "There's no such thing as a poor nation, just over."
Exploited, I think.
Overexploited nations.
I remember that quote. We actually retweeted that speech. That was one of the first things we ever put on the page, because it's true. Because like, just imagine if we took $2 trillion and literally just airdropped it into Chicago. And all this money went to anything productive, anything at all. You could list 100 projects. Hell, if we didn't take that money at all from some fucking people, what could it there's 1,000 different possibilities, and instead, this is what we spent it on. We spent it on a nation that 20 years later still has primarily dirt roads and doesn't have power or water in most places. Like, great.
But think about it this way. Second Thought made a great video about what's going on in Afghanistan, and he actually did the math of what we could have spent that $2 trillion on. And we could have had universal health care, ended homelessness forever, and built a gigantic mass transit system in the United States, all in that 2.25 trillion, all on just on that. We could have done that. And no, it went to killing people.
Yep. And actually, like, to bounce off that really quick too, when it comes to like tactics and like why direct action is something like that is important, is I actually got this from watching your guys' show. And this was such a fucking light bulb moment in my head where I forget what episode, but it was talking about, somebody broke down the numbers of how long you could have an entire industry of workers strike for the amount of money they donated to political campaigns. If instead of donating that money to politicians to run, if they just gave that money to like strikers in different industries, they could have gone on strike for a year. So it's like, it's that same thing with that money thing of like begging these politicians. That's a very important thing with this event. This event is not about electing anybody to solve problems. This isn't campaigning for your political party. This isn't raising your membership. This is getting people to realize that we need to demand the people that are in power now. You need to start doing what we tell you. You need to start, this shit needs to end. And through activities like that, because I took that from Fred Hampton Leftists and then went on a libertarian podcast. I was like, hey guys, here's an idea, and told them about that of like, hey, stop wasting your money on electing people and do more direct action. Mm-hmm. That's the same thing with this of like, instead of dumping millions and millions of dollars into campaigning for some politician who's going to become an interventionist the moment they step into the White House. We could instead take all of that money and fund organizations and campaigns to go sit out in, like outside of like, you know, some politician's office building or whatever and surround it for 30 days straight and pay everyone that entire time so their bills don't everything with anti-war signs. We could do things like that. We could do there's infinite ideas. There's things I won't even think of that we could do that put that money way more to use.
Oh yeah. Look, that idea alone, I mean, they're going to get their money from the corporations anyway. So just let them get their money from the corporations. But for us, we need to make them as uncomfortable as possible. See, when people are comfortable, they tend to relax, they tend to fall back. And then it's like, oh, I'm not going to be worried. And then they are less subject to change things. You got to make them uncomfortable. It's almost kind of like when you want somebody to move and they're not going to move, you stick your finger right in their chest and keep pointing in, and they start to back up. They start to back up. They start to move where you want them to move. It's like, are you moving now? Are you moving now? Because if you keep going, you're going to penetrate their sternum, and it's going to do something bad. So you just got to keep moving. And it's like, come on, move. And the thing is that that's what we have to do. And it's not like they're against a wall. They got room back there to move some more. And the thing is this is how you have to do it. To the uncomfortable, you have a sense of urgency. To the comfortable, there is no sense of urgency. So you have to make it an emergency for them. And then once you make it an emergency for them, then shit gets done. But you have to make it an emergency.
That's what I said. Like Steve from Slow News Day, he was on earlier. We were having a debate. Well, not debate. We were complaining essentially of people are always like, "What do we do? What do we do?" And Steve just kind of like snapped and he was like, "Go to your local politician's office and surround that damn thing and not allow them to go to work until they do what you want." Like, you know, it's things like that. And this isn't even new. Like just go back. Civil rights movement. You have all those years of what the tactics they used. You have the Black Panthers, all the tactics they used. You have all these organizations and everything over the years. You could just do what they did, but we're convinced that just doesn't work for some reason, even though it worked then.
because they propagandized to make us think it didn't work. Look how they whitewash MLK.
Yep.
And look, his tactics worked, but MLK was also the one that made them uncomfortable without violence. But he made them uncomfortable, see? And the thing is that people will go, oh, you guys burned down a police department. Yeah, but one, we didn't kill nobody. Number two, we made them uncomfortable. And I'm not saying advocating for things like that, like vandalism, because, you know, burning down the fire department is, you know, vandalism. I'm not advocating for violence, but, you know, I mean, vandalism, but you have to make people uncomfortable.
As I said,
if you got to block traffic to make people uncomfortable, if you got to, you know, if you have to be so loud outside of a politician's house that they can't go to sleep, you got to make them uncomfortable.
Especially anyone in the political class. Like I started this whole hashtag with the eviction moratorium kind of thing of like, move into your governor's house. Like, you're going to evict me, I'm going to move into your house, because, you know, like that kind of thing. And like even with like the vandalism and stuff like that, we're only even get to that point because there's such a lack of people that are willing to do the basics, willing to get into the streets. If there was protests every single day and the tens of thousands of people across the country, then probably nothing's going to get burned, you know. But the fact that the people are getting frustrated and people act surprised when people start lashing out and stuff. And I made a whole video on TikTok of kind of like breaking down the last year of like, oh, hey, we're all going to lock you inside your homes, but we're not going to give you healthcare, and you don't have to pay your rent, but you kind of have to pay your rent. And if you're a tradesman or something, we still want you to pay for your license. We're still going to give you traffic tickets. We're going to do all this, and we're going to like strangle you to the point of cracking. And then they see somebody snap and they're like, oh my God, how did we get here?
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with our foreign policy. It's like, oh my God, why did 9/11 happen? It's like, I don't know, because we were starving Afghani and Iraqis with sanctions for like 20 years before that.
Yeah.
shocking. Like,
Yeah. I mean, look, why are they lashing out? The United States government is killing them and they're killing them over people that weren't even from their country. What do you think they're going to do? You know? So
yeah.
Yeah, I just,
it's just yeah. That's all you can say.
Yeah. And I'm another worldview is possible. The quote from Frederick Douglass: "Power concedes nothing without a demand." But here's the following part. He said, "It never did, and it never will."
Yep. This ain't new.
Yeah. So the thing is that demand has to be strong. Let that pimp hand be strong. Okay.
Yeah.
And so people got to realize, you should not ask for things because asking gets nothing done. And so this is what I said at the Medicare for All March when I was speaking. I said, I don't want to ever hear any one of you say please ever again when it comes to talking to politicians. Don't say please. Say give us and then make your demand.
Exactly. Again, and this isn't even new. This has been a thing forever, and it's so funny too. I remember, I think it was like Donald Trump or something like that. He was talking about like the BLM protests or whatever, and he's like the founding fathers of this country would never stand for this. And then right behind him on the wall is a copy of the Constitution, and it has the quote where it says, "If the government," I'm going to butcher it, but if the government never stops serving the people, you have a moral authority to overthrow it and remake it. He's literally like sitting. It's on the wall behind him. And it's like, okay, that's bullshit. But again, you're right. We're the most propagandized nation in the country. Like we don't believe this. We don't think it's possible. Me and Misty had a whole conversation of how the protesting doesn't accomplish anything. It's the biggest psyop in the fucking world.
It's so stupid. Look, if protesting and going up against the government never worked, then we would still be a British colony.
Right.
like come on, please.
Like I said, I would not be able to fly that pride flag that's behind me if protesting accomplished nothing.
Oh, exactly.
Simple
thanks to Marsha P. Johnson for doing what she did. She was a bad motherfucker.
Like people have forgotten that history. We have so much lost history, and we need to remember like who we are, where we come from, our ancestors, what we did, like why we did it, because we're lost right now.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't have the option to marry my boyfriend. It's like, come on, like these things, they actually work. The women's suffrage movement worked. The civil rights movement worked. Okay. The Civil War worked. I would be picking cotton if it wasn't for that,
Yeah. And again, important context of history. Everyone remembers the Civil War. They don't remember the 100 years of abolitionists going to jail, protesting, raising hell illegally, passing out flyers and shit. Everybody forgets those details. Everybody knows, General Lee and all of that, but they don't know John Brown.
They don't know John Brown. So yeah, I was just thinking to myself, like, man, people just need to learn accurate history. It's like once somebody knows accurate history about what really happened, then that's when you learn about, you start to think to yourself, man, well, all these things that I know now were just a lie. And this is one of the reasons why my fifth great grandfather, he died. He was born a slave and he died knowing how to read and write. Why didn't they want slaves to know how to read and write? It's because if they got knowledge about what was really going on, then that means that they would have the power to do things to make their lives better. What about revisionist history? This revisionist history that we have is they don't want us to know what actually goes on. It's just like, for instance, with the GI Bill, I think it was a very small percentage of Black soldiers who came back were able to utilize the GI Bill. Why? Because they didn't want them to utilize the GI Bill. And so, therefore, a lot of the wealth that white people have, unfortunately, it just went all to white people. And a lot of us black people, we didn't get anything because of things like the GI Bill being held back from us. And so that's actually partially critical race theory, actually. But the thing is that why don't people want us to know these things? Why don't they want us to know that a black person could not have life insurance back then? Why don't they want us to know that? Because that means if we have knowledge, that means we have power. And if we have power, then that means we can actually make our lives better. This is why, the history of Afghanistan is obscured. This is why the history of Cuba is obscured. This is why all these foreign policy clusterfucks that we have had is been obscured, because they even want the people to actually know that the United States has been the main culprit throughout the last 100 years.
Yeah, and like a big history geek here, and so a lot of people might not be aware of this. The largest war in Europe before World War I was over the Martin Luther Reformations and translating the Bible into English and local languages, because they did not want people to be able to read what was in the Bible, and that was one of the bloodiest wars Europe ever saw. So we can keep bouncing off that, but we're coming up on. Yep, we're coming up on our hour though. I got my next guest lined up. So my man, plug all your stuff, your shows, where people can find you, what you got coming up, all that.
Perfect. Thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate being on. You can follow me on Twitter at JBFaunt. That's JAYBEFAUNT. You can also follow us on Fred Hampton Leftist at Fred Hampton Left. And you can go to Fred Hampton Leftist to search it on YouTube, and we're also on Rockfin. This Sunday, I'm going to be having a developer from Panquake. That's going to be a new social media platform that doesn't have ads and doesn't give your information to the government. And so we're going to be having a great discussion there, and that will be live on Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Fred Hampton Leftist Network.
Hell yeah, my man. And yeah, again, shout out to Panquake. One of the co-organizers of this event actually works for that company. So super cool. And I'm excited for whenever that eventually comes out. And yeah, again, much love for you coming on here, man. I really appreciate it. I'm going to get you out of here. We're going to move on to our next guest. Been awesome. All right, I'll catch you later. All right, people, again, we're about to move on to our next guest. Before I do that, you've heard it. If you've been listening from the beginning, you've heard it every single hour on the hour. Go to the End of the Damn Wars Twitter page. Go take a post, go take a graphic, go take a banner, and go post it under a social media personality. Go to Edward Snowden, go to your favorite music person, go to your favorite YouTube video game broadcaster, I don't care, and post a link from End the Damn Wars. We have so many people watching right now. If we did this every hour on the hour, we'd have like 25,000 posts across all of social media about this event, about the local events. Spread the word. That's how you make something actually grassroots. That's how you make something actually happen. So my next guest, this was actually who was supposed to be on at 6:30. So we actually moved it a little bit back. She's been very generous to wait, and she's popped back in now. Introducing Miss Kara. I think I pronounced it right, Kara? Kara. Hi, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I've been live for 8.5 hours. So, but
you must be delirious.
Yeah, I'm starting to slowly lose my voice. But
yeah.
Well, welcome to the show. Before you, actually, have yourself introduce yourself first, and I'm going to ask you the same question I've asked every other person I've had on. So,
sure. I'm Kara Kashtanova, television personality, host, journalist, also this founder of Citizens Against Political Persecution. It's really not a Democrat or Republican organization. It's pretty much fighting for anybody that's politically persecuted. Right now, we are focusing on the January Washington, D.C. jail being held without bail. So that's what we're focused on. My organization is focused on right now. And I've been really outspoken and really active in that space.
Hell yeah, I love it. It's definitely, basic human rights kind of thing. And I can empathize with that because I have a personal friend that was held for a year with no trial and no bail very recently, and only, very recently got out. So that's important to me. And then I guess getting right into it, I'll ask the same question I've asked all the other guests.
Wait, you're cutting off a little bit.
Can you hear me now? Am I good? Can you hear me now?
I hear you now, yes.
Okay, cool. The same thing I asked every other guest so far. What would you say is your primary reason for being anti-war?
Well, I'm anti-war because my dad was a Vietnam veteran, and you would think that would, I'm patriotic, and do I believe war is, I just think in the scope of humanity, I guess I'm not saying war is necessary. I just guess it's going to happen. But knowing that Vietnam War was sort of a war that really should never have happened, and my dad is not here because of it. He died from war-related causes. He's in Arlington Cemetery. Makes me question any type of war and whether or not we should be there and whether or not it's justifiable.
Absolutely. I mean, I've similar things of people that I haven't lost yet, but there's the damage that comes home. A lot of people kind of don't acknowledge that these things kind of last for longer than they think, both the physical and kind of the mental things, and then can end up getting these people in situations that you wouldn't.
Wait, you're cutting off again. Sorry.
Fine. Can you hear me now? Is that good?
Yeah. Sorry. I don't know why is that me?
It might be you. We'll see though.
Okay.
But yeah, things that you wouldn't consider war-related deaths can in a way still be war-related. Like if a vet comes home and is an alcoholic and gets a DUI and crashes and dies, that's a war casualty in a way.
Right, of course it is. A lot of people don't see that either. I see that. I think I see the cause and effect of everything, So at the same time, I know it's going to be a crazy analogy, maybe off topic, but my dad was in Vietnam, and he came when he came back from Vietnam, and I always think to myself, like, what that I don't think I'd be born if it wasn't for Vietnam War, and if that makes sense, because my dad, I think when he went to Vietnam, he came back here, and I'm not saying he was attracted to my mom, who was Asian, and I don't know if that came from going to Vietnam. When he came back here and he met her, and they had me, so I'm like, wow, was Vietnam War an influence on my birth? So it's like weird. I feel like that in life, like there's all these weird causes and effects, like whether they're negative or positive. So
yeah, absolutely. Like I've kind of gone on about it a lot over the last 8 hours of we'll never understand the full cost of these things and how far reaching they go and how they influence cultures, elections, in the environment, everything. They go deep down into us and at every single level.
It just bothers me when people are so quote unquote tough people.
See, okay, it is you who's cutting out then, because you cut out right there.
Or even just like, okay, let me try to move to a different part of the house. I said what bothers me is when people are so pro-war and they themselves like really never lost anyone or affected by a war. It's like very frustrating for me seeing that, because like they don't understand how much it could affect a family for generations.
Absolutely. And the time being away, how that like affects people growing up. Everyone who comes from a military family that had a family member deployed and away for a long time while they were growing up, they attribute that to some degree to who they are and how they are as a person. And if that ends up being negative, then that's why. That's a part of that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like I could say Vietnam War has affected my life in many ways, and I wasn't even alive when it ended.
Yeah, and probably the same with me. Definitely, like every one of my family members on the male side. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah. Did I lose you again?
I can hear you. It just sounds like you're cutting out.
Oh, I said I think that Vietnam War has affected my life in many ways, and I wasn't even alive when it ended, just because of the ramifications it's had on my family, because of my father being in it, passing away from war-related causes, spending my childhood at the at the Veterans Hospital with him when he was sick. So it has far-reaching consequences.
Yeah, absolutely. And every male family member in my family, it was deployed to some version of the Middle East in some form of war. And I grew up around that, and probably the way I view the world is affected by that, and how I handle things is affected by that. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting though that you guys are consider yourself to be on the left. No, I'm an in-betweener. I'm considered a what would be the word? Centrist anarchist. So
Centrist anarchist.
yeah, but I'm trying to do this crazy thing where I bring us all together on one issue to actually
Yeah.
fight for one
Yeah.
issue and kind of ignore all the.
You know what's
the
interesting
labels.
is though war does bring people together, whether you're anti-war, pro-war, because I feel like the one time the Democrats and the Republicans are all in lockstep is when it comes to dropping bombs or starting.
Exactly, and
You know,
that's
talking about the ones in Congress. It's like they're all on each other's side when it comes to wars, and that's disgusting. I think, you know.
yeah, and that's kind of a message I often repeat, that the people that we're opposing have no problem with unity when it comes to things that they want, but we struggle to get
But
people
other
working
than that, when
together.
it comes to actually deciding whether or not they should invade or whether or not they should, you know, drop a bomb, it always seems like they're on the same page.
Exactly, and we have to get to that same kind of level, but obviously in the opposite direction.
Right. I'm sorry, are we still cutting off?
Yeah, you still sound like you're having little issues.
Yeah, I don't know why. There was a storm yesterday. I don't know, a really bad rainstorm, and ever since then, my internet's been really slow. I was actually on a podcast in the middle of the rainstorm, and it just shut off. I think that my internet's a little shot in Long Island right now. I don't know where you guys are located.
Yeah, I'm in Michigan.
Okay.
Yeah, so yep, I mean, we'll try to power through it. Hopefully, it gets better. You never know. I'm surprised that we've had as little technical issues as we have had over 8.5 hours. So I can't complain too hard.
Yeah. So I'm going to I heard you guys earlier. It wasn't you. It was a different host talking about the Ron Paul and Rand Paul. I'm supposed to go this coming weekend too. He's doing a seminar thing in DC, which I think should be really interesting. I consider myself more of like a libertarian, I would say.
Heck yeah. There's definitely a lot of my friends are in the LP and more of like the libertarian people. And that's
Hello?
like, hello? Oh no. Can you hear me?
Could you hear me?
I can hear you the whole time. I never lose you.
Hello?
I can hear you. Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, I hear you now. Sorry.
You're fine. Yeah, I can hear you the whole time. It just sounds like you're losing me.
Yeah, I am. I can't hear you. I'm talking, but I hear you now. Yeah, I keep moving around.
Weird. But yeah, definitely like the kind of the Ron Paul anti-war wing is definitely like people I'm trying to tap into and get involved with this, because that was really influential on me growing up, was Ron Paul and him being so staunchly anti-war at a time it wasn't popular to be so. And
yeah.
I'm trying to get like that version of the right back to being not only staunchly anti-war, but also getting out in the streets and letting people know that they exist, because a lot of people don't even know they exist.
Yeah, no, they do. I think that's a big misconception, and I even had that misconception. I don't consider myself really to be on the right or the left, but I've been leaning towards the right just since I'd say I'm a Donald Trump supporter. Also, after COVID happened this past 2 years, I feel like with everything with the civil liberties being taken away, I'm completely anti-mandatory vaccine. I thought that COVID was really used to. I'm not saying it was a real virus, but I feel like it was used in a lot of ways to take more power over the people. So that's the reason I started leaning towards the right, just because it seems like at this point in history, and like that pendulum could swing, but right now in history, it seems like for whatever the reason, people on the right are more I don't know, erring towards like freedom, I guess, freedom of choice when it comes to personal freedoms. So that's why I would say I'm leaning right now, but that could I'm not like, staying here if things change,
Yeah, you're not married to it, which is really important. I feel like a lot of people need to not be married to their ideologies 100%. And definitely like trying, like I've talked about at other points of the show, motivating those people to get out and be heard on these issues, particularly the war issue, because I think that's just something that has gone kind of neglected in the last couple of years, because it was very strong when Trump first got elected, of kind of like the anti-war right.
Right.
That's probably what got him elected at the end of the day.
Right. And there's a lot of people that would like come out of the woodwork. And that was what was surprising. Like, I feel like they were kind of pressured before Trump, like, you're on the right. You have to support war. You have to, like, you know what I mean? And then when he came in, there was kind of like a pressure valve released, because everyone was like, wow, we don't have to support war. Like, he's saying that there were no weapons of mass destruction, that war was a mistake. And people were like kind of relieved that they didn't have to like live in that pigeonhole box, And I think that a lot of people embrace that like kind of anti-war, let's pull out, let's not be occupying all these countries type of mentality. Let's like keep to our own business, kind of like a Ron Paul mentality. And it's gotten lost, I think, since Trump went out of office somewhat. I hope it hasn't, but who knows?
Yeah. And it's definitely important if you're not in that camp that's kind of swung back into like the pro-war George Bush kind of thing, to stand up and let people know and get into the streets and be very vocal on social media and stuff of being like, hey, like this is who I am and that's not changing, but I don't support these people in my own party or ideology or anything like that want to bomb these countries or invade these countries anymore.
Right. No, for sure. So, what you guys are you part of the whole action for Assange or trying to get?
They're co-organizing with us. We consider them very important to be there. And Andrew's obviously the one who put me in touch with you. And obviously being focused on political prisoners, Assange kind of hits the number one on that.
Like it's bothered me since the day he was like, I can't believe they still have him locked up. He's probably, I don't know how he's doing with his mental health, but I can't imagine if he's doing well, it's terrible. It's like terrifying because now that I'm sort of an investigative journalist and I use that term and I really do believe journalism is a disgusting, people that call themselves journalists when they're really just propaganda artists, like I don't even want to associate with those type of people. It really frustrates me, and that's news on from both political ends of the spectrum. They're literally propaganda machines. So I don't even like to say I'm a journalist, but I've been doing a lot of investigative stuff, and it's like seeing what happens to Julian Assange is very scary because he was like the journalist that was telling. I wouldn't even say he was a journalist, but he was an investigative person that was actually telling the truth. And look what happened to him. That's how free the press is in America and in the world. That they would persecute someone that was actually releasing the truth.
Absolutely. And it's had a chilling effect to where we haven't had like a WikiLeaks moment really lately of just a giant cache of dirty secrets being released into the world that, the establishment doesn't want you to know about. WikiLeaks were kind of like the last people to do that. And what they did to Jillian has had such a chilling effect that we haven't really seen someone step up like that again.
Right. And that's what frustrated me so much when Trump didn't pardon him. I was like very disappointed because I'm like, number one, he should have pardoned him years ago. He would probably, like, if there was indeed election fraud, if there was, he's the guy who could have freaking, found out. He's the one who could have probably figured out anything that there was fraud with, but he was locked up in jail. So I'm like, wow, he should have been pardoned since the beginning of the presidency of Trump, I believe. But, there was from what I understand, when he wanted to pardon him, he was getting threats from his own party.
Yeah, like a lot of people forget that, and it shows you how terrified they are of the man. That Mitch McConnell straight up said that he would vote to impeach Trump if he pardoned Assange. It's like, what?
So unconstitutional. Like, how does one have to do with the next? Like, I do not like Mitch McConnell. I'm not a fan. So that's the type of Republican person that I don't want to associate myself with. It's like is Mitch McConnell. So
absolutely. And all the other war hawks and people that are go after people like Assange and Snowden and still call them traitors to this day and everything like that, when the Jillian's exposés and everything like that is what funded and mentally funded a lot of the anti-Obama sentiment that was in this country, was what Jillian exposed. And a lot of these people step off the back of that, but then turn around and throw Assange under the bus when that would have never happened without him.
Yeah, for sure. Then with the political prisoners now, I don't know how aware you are of the situation with them, but it's very scary what's going on with them. Are you familiar much with it, or is it something that you follow? Because I know that there's not a lot of information on it out there.
I've been aware of it a little bit through Andrew's work, and what I have heard is just very similar to what my friend went through. There's another activist. His name's Lauren Reed. They held him for 6 months. He was a BLM activist. They held him for 6 months without trial or bail. There's Lauren Reed.
Yeah, if you could send me information, because I've been trying to dig up some information from people on the left just so I can make them understand that this isn't a left or right issue.
Absolutely.
But for me, it's like right now, just I happen to know some people in there from January 6th, and I think it's kind of like the elephant in the room right now. But hopefully that goes away, and I would anybody that's a political prisoner or being persecuted and thrown behind bars for their political beliefs or for politicians' use is disgusting. You know, I don't care if they're on the right or the left. And that's what's happening now, you know, with the January 6th people. Some of them didn't even enter the Capitol. Some of them weren't even violent. Some of them just walked right in, and they're still in jail with no bail.
Yeah, which is absurd. Of like the guilty or not guilty, you get bail. Like I always use the line of even convicts don't starve, and the fact that you don't get political representation. And you're 100% right. That it's not a left-right thing, because this was going on before and after January 6th. Of like I said, one of my friends in Texas was held for a year with no bail and no trial. One of my friends was held in Louisville for a year with no bail or trial. There's another individual, his name's Daniel Baker, and again, like super left-wing activist guy. He was held for 6 months with because he was deemed a threat to civil society. They didn't give him bail or trial, and he just had to rot in jail, not even guilty of a crime yet, not even charged
that's
or
what they,
convicted.
you know, this has just become being brought into my, you know, before all this happened with the January 6th people, I just happened to fall upon it because the FBI, I went to, I was at the January 6th protest, and I got 2 visits from the FBI just from being a peaceful protester. So that's what really got my interest peaked, doing research on what my rights were, and finding out that there was like thousands of other Americans that the FBI was showing up at their doorstep, like, you know, basically harassing them. And, you know, it's an intimidation thing. So more or less, I guess, to make you shut up or not be outspoken anymore. And that there was all these other people that got arrested and that were in prison. And that's kind of really what made me start paying attention. I wasn't really paying attention before, you know, now I am. So.
And is that when you kind of stumbled on like the Assange case and other things like that?
Yeah, well, I always was a supporter of getting Julian Assange out, like more than ever. But like, I always was a very big admirer. I could say, I wouldn't say fan. I'd say I always respected him and his work and what he did and his nerve. And I always thought it was despicable how they treated him. And I was fighting to get Trump. Like I was like, you know, on Twitter and trying to get Trump to like, you know, retweeting everything when he was doing his pardons and following Pamela Anderson, and really hoping that Trump would come through and do that. But I knew that how evil the deep state is, and, you know, the threats they were making. I heard from behind the scenes with him when he wanted to do it was just like going to make it impossible, which is so depressing.
Yeah, and it just shows what we're actually up against as like all political classes, everyone from every ideology. Like if you ever even come close to pulling off something like Assange pulled off, this is the length they will go to make sure that you can't do that.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So it's scary. It's scary times. And, you know, yeah. So your organization is more against war, anti-war.
Yes, we're definitely, it's because the Assange people are co-organizing with us. There's also the element of the war coming home and how we treat people and like the domestic spying and stuff like that. That all comes from having the Assange camp involved. And again, like that's why I'm glad to have you on. The political prisoners that come out of this for telling the truth.
Wait, you're cutting off. Can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, you were saying the political prisoners that come on for telling the truth.
Yeah, that's actually where I finished it.
Right. Well, there's a lot of prisoners in there right now that are like, you know, obviously they're not allowed to say anything. And the ones that are actually out, basically, you know, I don't know if you know that Owen Schroyer from InfoWars got arrested.
Yep. And a lot of people. And the fact that like I've been trying to make the left understand this too, and I'm glad that you understand it too, coming from the opposite angle, that this not only is being targeted against left-wing people, but it's like not only has it been targeted against left-wing people, but it's going to continue to be used against like everybody, and you should be cause for concern for this. And it goes all the way from someone like Assange and Snowden to where we are now. This is all that same kind of culture that we have here and the way we treat people like that.
Right. Yeah, well, and also regimes, I call them regimes, like the Biden regime will change. It's like, you know, right now, you know, number one on his list or what he's calling quote unquote white supremacists, and using this like, you know, name to paint these people in order to keep them in prison. But, you know, 3 years from now, 4 years from now, somebody else could come into office, and then right away, like the same legislation and judicial precedents that they're using, that now is worse than ever. It's spying on people now, and the way that they're getting evidence against these guys and presenting it this is all stuff that could be used against you in 5 years, you know?
Yeah.
So
and it's very important for people on the right to learn as well as this is what they did to a lot of like Muslims and Middle Eastern people during the early war on terror.
that hasn't been lost, but to me at least, and to a lot of people, you know, at all.
Good. And I'm really glad there's people like you running around that have that important context and bringing that forward and exposing like different camps of people to it of like, hey, you know, like what's going on right now. You could go to a Trump supporter and be like, hey, what's going on right now is awful, but just know this also happened before. So we don't do it again to someone else later if this is all resolved now.
Right. Right. I don't think they ever thought they would do it to a quote unquote American citizen. You know, they're like, oh, those are Muslim, you know, even though a lot of them were Muslims that were actually American citizens. People just like are so just stuck in their own like little bubble that they don't think it could ever happen until it happens to someone they know or someone that looks like them or like believes what they believe, you know?
Absolutely. And the thing, it always comes home no matter what. We've been repeating that. It always comes home. It always ends up being used against you and your friends. You end up being targeted by these things.
Right. Yeah. So, and then there's so many other things. I don't know if you're aware of, like just that day at the Capitol, there were 4 people that were killed, I believe, by police. A lot, you know, I'm speculating on 2 because I don't have solid proof, but everyone knows that Ashley Babbitt was shot. There was another female there that day that was beaten. There's video of her being beaten as she's what looks like to be already dead on the ground. And the media has not circulated this video. They've actually tried to take it down every time it's like up on social media or YouTube. And it's basically eyewitness after eyewitness witnessed her getting beaten by police and trampled by people that police were pushing on top of her. Nobody will let anyone, the police would not let anyone save her. So they were responsible for her death. And then you see this whole January 6th commission where it's like this whole political game, just political showboating, whatever you want to call it, praising the Capitol Police, who in fact, the police that day, a lot of people were saying were also responsible for the other 2 deaths. That one guy was pushed from a ledge and another person was, from a balcony, and another person was hit in the head with a smoke grenade. And they reported it on the news as to be strokes and heart attacks and drug overdoses. So it's just really scary times when the news is sort of like in lockstep with the government.
Yep. And that's the thing too, is like, we've talked about the media and how, hang on a second, I'm getting a bad echo off of you. Are you good now? 1 second. Oh no, that sounds awful. It sounds like a
you sound like a gremlin. No offense.
Weird. I'm getting technical issues. Oh yeah, that's awful. Hang on. Oof, that's real bad. 1 second. Okay. Ooh, yeah. I don't know where that's coming from. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, that I made like a really bad echo off of it.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I don't know why.
Okay, well, we're coming up on a half hour anyways, so seeming me talking is causing this awful noise. Plug where people can find you, where you're on Twitter, any like websites or anything you work for, so people can find you, and then we'll get you out of here.
Hopefully people can hear me. Just to follow me on Cara Castronova, CaraCastronova, on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook, all the other necessary evil social medias. I'm also on Telegram. I don't really go in there much. Also go to www.citizensapp.us, citizensapp.us. If you could share that, that's the site for Citizens Against Political Persecution. And, you know, there's ways that people could volunteer and learn more about the organization, how they could help out.
Hell yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming on. And like I said, I hope to follow your work in the future. And I hope we don't have to have a moment where we need people that that report on American political prisoners, because there shouldn't be such thing as American political prisoners.
All right,
so,
thank you so much.
Thank you. You have a good one.
Have a great night. Good luck with the rest of your show.
Appreciate it. Yeah, sorry anybody listening about the technical issues. I have no idea what's going on there. The NSA is after us or something. My webcam died. A bunch of goofy things are going on. It sounded like she was actively being attacked by like fucking Transformers. That was pretty ridiculous. But yeah, I'm glad to come on. I'm glad that again, like, making people aware of people on the right and people on the left that are in danger and being harmed and, you know, being persecuted by this government, and then knowing that we can form coalitions around this, we could do important things. To, you know, we've had, like, Misty has a capitalism, you know, capitalism is death pillow, and then Kara just came on as like a person who identifies as like a Trump conservative, and they both are very worried about Assange, and they're both very much against the wars, and they're both very much against like prosecutions of people like Daniel Hale and stuff like that. So I consider that really important, that we can start bridging these gaps and kind of start working together on these issues. And before I bring my next two guests on, I have one in the wing and one that's going to be showing up shortly. Once again, top of the hour, same thing I do on top of every hour. Share out something from End the Damn Wars to someone popular that you follow on Twitter, that you follow on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Drop it in the comments of a video about Afghanistan, to spread the information about this out as far as you can, to many people you can, to people you think might not care. You know, if there's a tweet of some war hawk begging to bomb, go into the comments of that and drop that there. You know, little things like that make a big difference. And now that we're kind of getting towards like the end of this, most of the rest of the guests are going to be kind of a little bit different. These are more of my friends, and then people that have different perspectives on all of this. So it's going to be a little more chill hangout from here. And I hope you guys still enjoy it. First up, my good boy, Matt. How you doing, my man?
What's up, brother?
What's up, man? And then, and then I'm waiting on my buddy Inked Anarchist, because he has a really like cool, interesting perspective. He did private military contracting, so he can talk about all of that. He's waiting for him to respond to the DM on Twitter and get in here. So, but yeah, Matt, introduce yourself to people and you know who you are and what you kind of do, and then I'll ask you the infamous question.
Sure, yeah. So I run a little show, not big by any standards, but it's called Ungovernable. It used to be called Why Libertarian, and then there was definitely a not an ideological shift, but I definitely wanted to impart some real life stories and some like skills to people, because if you ask me how I identify politically, I would just say I'm an anarchist. I kind of have grown to hate tribalism. And so to put even just that one word on it, I think is enough, because from my standpoint, anyone who is skeptical, if not believes all government is illegitimate, I can link arms with, at least on some things. And so, yeah, so quick plug, you can definitely find Ungovernable on YouTube, on Facebook. My Twitter handle's in the bottom. So yeah, North Jersey, born and raised. So I definitely have some stuff I can say about 9/11 and kind of what got us into this bullshit.
Right. Yeah, definitely. And then, yeah, I guess we can go right into that right off the bat there. Same question I've asked every single guest. What was the main event, book, situation, cause, issue that made you anti-war?
Yeah. So North Jersey is basically a suburb of New York City, right? So it's literally right over the river. I've had family that have worked in and out of the city throughout my entire life. I myself have been in and out of the city. So I have a pretty, I wouldn't say like a close relationship with New York City, but you know, I have been in there probably more times than most people that live in other states if they don't actively travel there. And so I can remember on September 11th, 4.5 years, the only 4.5 years I haven't lived in New Jersey in my life, I was at school in New Orleans. And on September 11th, the first thing that initially hit was fear, right? I think that was a fairly universal reaction, you know, confusion and or fear for most people, especially if you were from the Northeast. But if you can remember back then, I was a junior in college at the time. People didn't know like what was next. Like, you know, was this large scale? Was it just a couple of spots? Like cell phones were down to the Northeast. I couldn't talk to my family for like 3 hours and they were freaking out. I was lucky enough that I didn't necessarily lose anyone close to me. But my wife, who was not my wife at the time, in fact, I hadn't met her yet, she lost an uncle. He was one of the firefighters that was one of the first into the buildings, into the towers. My mother actually filmed the towers fall from a lookout in Jersey that could see the entire skyline. And so I had a very close, visceral reaction to what happened. And to give you a little bit of background, I was raised on a very conservative, right, bordering on neocon type upbringing. And so that nationalism, once the fear had gone, or at least it began to morph into something, it morphed into anger, right? Like, and that's typical. Like, that's a typical emotional response. Not to get too like philosophical or spiritual on it, but so it morphed into that. And so I was one of those people who was like, yes, like we have to make these people pay. We have to like go back into wherever they came from. And there was a point where maybe about 6 months in to the second Iraq war, HW had the first one, that there was a press conference and George W. Bush, that idiot, was standing up in front of the press corps, and a member of the court asked him a question. They basically asked, well, to date, how many non-combatants' lives have been lost? Like, do we have a number on that? And he just kind of did that stupid George W. Bush, that George W. laugh, right? And he was like, threw his hands up. He was like, I don't know. And it was at that moment I was like, holy fuck, like, they don't care. Like, I get that innocent people get into the way during war, like during conflict. I mean, hell, even when there's not war, like, innocent people die each day for various different types of circumstance. But just the complete lack of compassion, the complete lack of just, it was like emotionless, or actually it was even worse. It was almost like entertainment in a way. And it could have been a nervous laugh, but from my perspective, it was something that was just very heartless and very cold. And so from that point on, I really started to question that motive and what we were doing over there, and really start to ask the questions. And like, first question was, well, why the fuck are we in Iraq if they attacked us from Afghanistan and Pakistan, or at least that's what they were telling us? And then I went further down the rabbit hole, and I'm like, half these motherfuckers are from Saudi Arabia. What's going on here, right? Like, right?
The awkward details start stacking up really quick.
Yes, and so going down that rabbit hole really kind of kicked off with that more emotional response, or visceral response I had to that moment during that press conference. And I'm glad I had it, because if not, I would not have asked the questions that I needed to in order to figure out at least as close to the truth as you could get it. And if anyone hasn't read it, read Enough Already by Scott Horton. Read it.
Yes.
If big books are daunting, read the first 60 pages. It will change your view on U.S. foreign policy for the rest of your life, because you have no clue. If you are someone who hasn't really dug too much into it, you do not realize how much bullshit you've been spoon-fed throughout the last 20, 30, 40 years. But so yeah, that was kind of the evolution. It was something that really came from the heart more so than any kind of like ideological awakening, if that makes sense.
No, that's perfect, because that led you to where you are now. And I know me and you are big unity warriors. We talk about it a lot. We focus on it a lot, and we also are some of the few people in more like libertarian circles that run around and talk about like, yes, actually go to protests and actually like do things like this works. This works. This is possible. We can make this happen. And I'm really glad. Like, you're the perfect person to talk to this about. I'm really glad that people in the LP have actually bid onto this, because just as well as I do that getting libertarians to leave their house for anything is a task. It's an accomplishment.
You have to drag them out kicking and screaming, and then they yell, "This is a NAP violation," right? I didn't get that. Even 12 months ago, I didn't get that. I was still so mired in, the first iteration of my show was called Why Libertarian? Because legitimately, I was asking a question. I was like, why the fuck am I libertarian? Like, I don't even know, right? Like, I get that these things make sense in terms of, how they sound, and they make me feel good in terms of the direction that they head in. But why? What's at the root of that? And so, like, for that first duration, like that first, whatever, 80 shows or whatever, it's really just me asking questions of other people. And, like, if people wanted to tune in, great, but I really couldn't give a crap because it was, like, me in class, just kind of trying to figure out where I sat, right? But yeah, I would tell, like, this also just isn't a libertarian thing. There are a lot of other, tribes or groups that suffer from this. As an anarchist, I do not think any government is legitimate, and I also don't think they help at all. I really don't think so. And so from that standpoint, if you see a problem, like, libertarians are really good at this. They're really good at seeing the cracks. What they're really shitty at doing is getting off their ass and fixing the problem. They sit there and they whine and cry about how they're pushed out of the political process. They will sit there and basically, take this very ideological stance of, like, oh, well, you have to believe correctly and you have to know the right things and use the right words. And all of that amounts to nothing at the end of the day. It doesn't fix anything, right? What fixes something is when, and I'm a big, if you could see it, I'm a big decentralization person. I don't want big behemoth organizations taking control of things because I have no say as an individual. I have a say in my life. I have a say maybe in what happens locally around me. Once it gets to the state, unless you're cutting big checks, they don't give a shit about you, right? So from that standpoint, like, go fix it, right? If it's, you guys were talking earlier about, like, the end of the rent moratorium, don't just sit there and like, yes, it's true. Should they have, like, put restrictions on business, and at least from the libertarian standpoint, should they put restrictions on these landlords and created this kind of chaos in that market? No, because there was better ways to go about doing it. But if you're on that side where you're like, well, that was wrong, so they should, like, pull the rug out from under these people, dude, those people are gonna fucking hate you. Right? Like,
that's not going to accomplish what you think it's going to accomplish.
It won't. and this is not a pragmatic thing either, because if people think about it, whether you identify as an anarchist or a libertarian, or even if you identify as an ansoc or a demsoc or a socialist or a communist, there is this community building almost requirement. I hate using the word requirement, but you need to have a community around you. And if that's the case, then you should go out and fix the problem. Stop waiting for some bureaucrat that you're not going to be able to influence unless you have a ridiculous amount of money to do it. Like, go out and create the solution. And you know what? If it's a socialist solution, good. If it succeeds, fantastic. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, if it's a purely ANCAP or conservative Republican free market capitalist solution and it fixes the problem, fine, great. If it helped people, I think a lot of people, and I'm taking up Ink's time here, but if a lot more people took the angle that if someone else succeeds and I don't agree with the way that they succeeded, I shouldn't sit there and pitch a fit. I should congratulate them.
Or get up and do it better.
Yes.
Get up and do it better. That's the whole idea behind this march. This march is going on because I didn't see an anti-war march. And instead of jumping in a bunch of people's DMs and crying and saying, why aren't you putting on an anti-war march? I put on an anti-war march. And that's the whole reason it's happening here. But again, sorry for the late introduction. My buddy down here, Inked Anarchist, he actually has, like, a great perspective I want to talk about with him on this whole thing, because I think it's the only subject of the military we don't talk about, but that's the private contracting and stuff like that over there, because you're very familiar with, like, that whole world and everything that's gone on there. But
yeah, I was a trunk monkey.
yeah, you've done the whole PMC thing. So, but before we do that, I'm going to ask you the same question I've asked every single person that has come onto the show. What was the primary event in your life, book, like political reason, ideological reason? It doesn't matter. What is the main reason that you are anti-war?
Honestly, the main reason I'm anti-war is because I've been in war. I went, the last deployment that I was on is actually where I was injured. I got hit in the right knee, nicked my artery, and bled to death. I came back, obviously, got better.
Right, we're not speaking to a ghost,
but yeah.
despite the skull behind you.
Yeah. I got better, but when I kind of came to and everything else and came back, basically I realized that I was just abandoned. I'd been discarded. No one cared anymore. All of my, my former employers, both the American military and, and the companies that I'd worked for and things and the agencies that I worked for, none of them cared anymore. And I realized how discarded I was, and they didn't care about any of the people who helped us, which is now being reinforced with Afghanistan, with the pullout and all of the translators and everybody who's helping us. Guys like me, special forces veterans who know these guys, we're the ones doing all of the exfil for them now and trying to pull all these people out because the American government doesn't give any shits at all about them. So they're willing to just leave them there to die. We're not, because we're the ones who personally made promises. So we're going to live up to those promises. But I saw all that, and I saw everything that was happening to, other guys. I saw, I knew what I had done and what guys like me had done while we were there. I saw exactly what it really looks like. And I mean, as Smedley Butler so famously put 100 years ago, war is a racket. And I realized that's exactly what it was, that it was always about money. It was always about oil. It was always about resources. None of it was ever about what we were told it was. And after seeing that and realizing all this destruction, all this death, all this pain was for nothing but profits for people, I couldn't even, it took a long time for me to look at myself in the mirror again after that.
And that's huge. And definitely, like I said, like one of the main reasons I wanted you to get on here, and we've kind of overlooked, is can you speak to broadly just how involved private contractors and private companies are in the Middle East and abroad with the military effort? Because I think it will surprise a lot of people that even think they know the situation.
Yeah, I would say, realistically, for probably the past at least decade, the primary war fighters in the Middle East have been private military contractors. It has not been the United States military. The United States military is there for logistical support. They're there to run the bases. That's it. For the most part, the people who are actually going out and doing things, the people who are actually involved in firefights day to day, that's PMCs. That is not actually the U.S. military at all.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't think that. And I mean, even on the logistics side, like obviously tons of cooks are contractors, mechanics are contractors. Like it literally is the McDonald's war in a way. Like it is a corporate war because a lot of people involved are corporations.
Well, yeah, and a lot of people, like I point out to people all the time, and there are videos that I'll pull up on my phone of promos for weapon systems, like promo videos. Like if you've seen Iron Man, you've seen how he does this big promotional thing for his weapons, and people think that's Hollywood. It isn't. That is a real thing. They actually have these promo videos where they talk about, like the sledgehammer, and like with these cool graphics and all this promo stuff, and they give out swag. Like I still have like General Dynamics swag floating around.
Oh my God. I didn't even know that. That's absurd. Like you're at Comic-Con or something. It's horrifying. Like I'm only laughing because it's so gross. Like
if you've seen Lord of War and you've seen that Arms Bazaar, picture that, except this is in the white. So this is there are conventions where it is all these military companies that produce things like missile systems, they produce rockets, they produce machine guns and things, and they hand out swag. It's imagine SHOT Show on super steroids. That's what this is. They sell jets. Actually, that's how I even realized that Saab actually are the ones who make the Javelin and the AT-4.
I did not. Wait, so like Saab, the car company, just to be very clear,
yes.
That's who makes our rockets, essentially, our rocket delivery systems.
Yeah, if you even go to their website, you can actually look it up. If you look at it, the AT-4 rocket is made by Saab. And they also make the Mirage, I think it's a Mirage, but a fighter jet that's used by a couple of Nordic countries. It's actually Saab, the car maker, that makes those. So they actually make quite a few weapon systems. That's the thing. Like, even in Iraq, the Kari, if you've ever heard of Kari in Desert Storm, that was their Iron Dome equivalent, where it was just that super integrated anti-air defense system that was sold to them by the French.
Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, this man is not lying. This is on the Saab official website. You can just look at this. I didn't even know this. Wow, that's wild. That's okay. I kind of just got dragged to a halt on that. I'm trying to cope with the fact this is like again, you're right. This like I expect like a dude with a gruff voice to talk about how great gas mileage this thing gets or something. Like this is it's ridiculous.
Yeah. There's General Dynamics is a really good one for that. They have a lot of very kind of corny promo videos. They even have them on YouTube. I mean, you can look them up on YouTube and watch. They have one on their railgun that's out there that I think was just recently canceled, that program after sucking up trillions of dollars in R&D for 25, 30 years. But that's they have videos for that. One of the things that I did in my capacity that I was in near the end of my career was actually do purchasing for weaponry. So I would go to these events and talk to these guys, talk to arms dealers, set up logistics for shipping weapons, whether that was in the white or in methods that aren't necessarily on, visible.
Government legal. We can call it
Yes.
that. Like government legal.
Yeah, I mean, there are guys, there are guys that I'm still friends with, that I actually still have relationships with from that world that are also tied to organized crime. They're tied to certain groups that may be construed as international terrorists by governments. And then work with them. You work with them without question. That's just something that you do. You work with people who are really crappy. When we did security in the Congo, we did interdiction on poaching and illegal animal smuggling. It's actually, I got a little pangolin back here because I love pangolins. It's the most smuggled mammal in the world. But I did interdiction there, and you're working with, I mean, when you're in Africa's a clusterfuck.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know what CIA funded group you will be working with the next day.
Well, yeah, and it's all despots. You're working with the worst human beings you've ever met constantly. I mean, I love my guys that I worked with. Don't get me wrong. To this day, I still love them, but they are some of the worst human beings I know. They are sociopaths. They are psychopaths. They're sadistic. And that's just the way it is. That's what happens when you're in war as much as PMCs are, because like a lot of people don't realize that, like the Rangers, I was in the Rangers 6 months and then you go home. It's a 6 month deployment. That's generally the goal. Same thing with group. It's usually like 6 months, 3 months. It's a short span of time before you come home. And the SEALs can be even shorter. Like they just like pop home at random. It's crazy. But PMCs, you get tons of vacation time and you can come home. But you're usually, when you're there, it's nonstop. You'll be home for a week and then you're back there for another 6 months and home for a week and there for 6 months and home for a week and there's no break. Like that's just your job. So there's no like law that says I have to bring you home at this time. So they don't, they just leave you there. You're out, you're doing operations, you're traveling the world. It's nonstop. That's how I spent the majority of my young adult life, was traveling, shooting, blowing things up, getting blown up, getting shot, being in a helicopter crash. I mean, that was me from 18 until I was 25. So that's a long time of my life that's all I did. I'm about to be 35. So I haven't been out super long. I was definitely in longer than I've been out, in my adult life. So it's it's a crazy way for somebody to spend their life. And I was misled, when I got into it, it was because there were recruiters at my high school. There were recruiters at my middle school to convince me to do things and, and to sign up and stuff. When I came back, because I came back to the US, I should mention, I grew up in Ireland. So, but I moved back when I was 14. And immediately started getting recruiters talking to me immediately. I mean, like I was
same here. They came into our middle school. They came into our high school. I mean, the ASVAB is required for you to take. At least it was when I was in school. You were required to take the ASVAB alongside your SAT. So like, and the recruiters were right outside with big smiles in their clean uniforms. So,
yeah.
See, now what's interesting is I don't know what like the socioeconomic circumstances are that you guys grew up in, but I grew up in a fairly like upper middle class high school, and I didn't have that dynamic.
Very interesting detail there, huh?
Yeah, they didn't come in. I mean, there was discussion of it when you went to go see the guidance counselor, right? And the pitch was, if you didn't really like, traditional courses in college, well, why don't you join the military? You'll be a lieutenant after you get your degree, right? Like, and so go get some general studies degree and then, join the military. But yeah, I find that really interesting. We were not pitched that hard.
Yeah, and I'm very, very poor rural Michigan community, so they were sharks every single day with their you walk in the front door, and the cafeteria is the first thing in my high school, and right to the right of the door was the Army, Navy, and Air Force booths with all three recruiters. Hi, like welcome.
Yep. Yeah,
Mr. 14-year-old, 13-year-old.
Yeah, I went to high school initially. Anyway, I went to 3 different high schools, but the first high school I went to was in the poorest county in Wisconsin. So it is incredibly poor. The mean income there at the time was like $18K. Something like that.
That's not spectacular.
Yeah, not much. And
it's called the poverty draft for a reason. Like, that's why the poor to military pipeline. But definitely to kind of get back to the PMC thing, I feel like this is another thing a lot of like civilians and people that don't run around with a bunch of vets like I do aren't aware of. But how do most people go from like active duty, like combat personnel and stuff like that, get out of the military and then even find a PMC, let alone get involved? Like, I know the answer to this, but I feel like a lot of people don't. So if you kind of like go into that of how you go from military to military, but for money for a corporation.
Well, I mean, for the most part, you don't have to find them; they'll find you. They have headhunters that will actively recruit anybody that's ETSing. If you were MARSOC, or you were a PJ, or you were group, or you were a ranger, especially if you were Delta, and it's generally the recruiters that they have are guys that you served with when you were active, that will show up and be like, hey man, we got this job for you. You should check it out. You know how you were making 45K before, or you're making, I mean, if you're lower rank, if you're making 25K a year, hey, guess what? We're going to pay you 150K a year at least, plus bonuses. And you'll also get full benefits, and you'll get all this cool stuff, and you'll get all the latest toys, and like, hey, come work for us. And then you're like, dude, why would I not do that? That's fantastic. And then you go into that, they'll start recruiting you before you're out. Like, you will still be under contract, and they'll start recruiting you. And that's whether or not that's entirely legal, I'm not sure. I think
I've heard stories from my cousin and stuff like that you had essentially who like whatever Blackwater calls themselves now, but back then
who knows? It's
right.
Blackwater Academy XE, like Academy XE XE.
There's like Excalibur and then like Arcadia, like they've like changed like 100 games. But back then, when they were Blackwater, they would be wandering around the base in Afghanistan, like not recruiting, but essentially like putting seeds in people's brains of like, they're walking by with like flashy gear and like they look all clean compared to all the grunts that are sweating their ass off and look like shit. And like, hey, you could be one of us, Oh
yeah, we had an air conditioned cabana. I mean, like it was straight up like we had a game room with like a TV and stuff. We used to play Modern Warfare 2 on it because apparently Real War isn't exciting enough. Like we had tons of stuff. We had like great big fridges and things. We could have beer. And
because you're not on duty, so you can do whatever you want, really.
Well, yeah, and there's army regular when the United States military is in majority Muslim countries because of the rules of Islam, where that you're not allowed to drink essentially beer or whiskey. They don't allow soldiers to have any of that. That isn't a thing that's allowed. Same as pornography. Not like that stops anybody, but
right,
you're also not allowed to have pornography as a soldier when you're in country. But everyone does. So once again, prohibition, it works out so well,
right?
But they, we could have beer, we could get it, we could have alcohol we wanted, we just couldn't have it obviously while we're working, because being inebriated while in a gunfight is kind of counterproductive. But I mean, and again, remember that most of the gunfights that you hear about, most of this stuff that you've heard about for the past decade, that has not been, for the majority, actual military elements, that has been PMCs, or that's been a mixture of military and PMCs. The agency, I don't think I need to say which one, the most of their workers are PMCs. Their contract basis, when you work for them, it is contract by contract, and it's usually cash that they pay. So there's no paper trail for anything.
Yeah, if anything, goes sideways, or God forbid somebody commits some war crimes, there's no details about that.
Yeah, no PMCs would ever commit war crimes. I don't know what you're talking about. Blackwater.
Yeah, right. and don't you dare run your restaurant in the U.S. on cash, because the IRS will fucking get you. But these people get paid in cash.
Yeah. Or have an OnlyFans and get reported for not reporting your income. Like that's gonna get you in trouble. But if you're being paid, I mean, some guys upwards of $1 million a year with bonuses and things from the agency. So like it's a multi-million-dollar operation. And when it comes to private contractors, the reality is, I think I can say this. I'm pretty sure I can say this. I'm not running afoul of any NDAs. The majority of them are, of PMCs have an entire arm that is dedicated to working for the agency. That's all they do. That's it. It's just they work for the agency. These guys are, a lot of them that I interacted with are former DEA, former ATF, DEA especially in Central and South America. A lot of former DEA guys, because they have all the contacts. They're used to working undercover. They all speak Spanish. I speak Spanish, pero solo poco. At this point, my Spanish has dropped off so badly.
Right. Yeah. And that again, like, that's why the paramilitary, the PMC stuff goes so under the radar. And it's crazy when all night for the last 9 hours, we've been talking not only about the wars, but how the wars come home. And just like you said, like, a lot of these PMC guys are either go from a PMC into federal agencies or police work or whatever, or they come from that into paramilitary organizations. Like, oh, I see what's going on here. Like,
yeah, well, yeah, and it's an entire secondary military. I mean, that's how many of them there are. There are so many of us out there, and people don't understand what you do for a living, because one, you're under NDA, so you can't really talk about it while you're under the NDA. Some of mine have expired, so I can talk about stuff now a little bit, but there's still tons of stuff. I have NDAs that are 100-year NDAs.
Wow.
So there's stuff that I've been involved in that are classified by the United States military and under NDAs by private contractors for a century.
And I wonder how, that's a whole other angle I never even thought about. How do you blow, under American law, especially, how do you blow the whistle on something you have, you've signed NDAs and the military and the government on top of that? So not only will you have some multi-billion-dollar, PMC corporation come after you if you blow the whistle on anything, but also the United States military, the CIA, the federal government. So it becomes clear when you put it in that context of why the military loves using PMCs.
Yep, because I mean, and the thing is, if you're a Navy SEAL, you can write a book as soon as you're done. Right. I have no love for Navy SEALs at all. None.
We'll try not to get too inside the culture baseball here, but yeah, nobody's a big fan of the Navy SEALs.
Yeah, I have no love for them, but they are useful because then they can take credit for things that other people do that other people don't want to take credit for. That makes life very easy for some of us to stay under the radar for as long as we did. I mean, the thing is, though, like I said, I mean, this is an entire private military. This is a military outside of the military that is governed by kind of its own rules, its own regulations, if it gets any rules and regulations at all. Because in a lot of cases, our companies were setting, in our units, we're setting our ROE ourselves. So regardless of what the ROE is for the military, it doesn't matter for us. We can set it to kind of whatever we want, as long as we don't piss off the military too much, and then they intervene. So you can kind of do whatever the hell you want. I mean, that's why things like what some of the things that Blackwater did in Iraq happened. I never worked for Blackwater. I just full disclosure, did not work for them.
Spared yourself at least there.
Yeah. I'm, and the thing is, like, I had on Twitter the other day, I had, somebody say, "Oh, so you were a murderer for hire." Yeah, it's exactly what I was. I know it. It's taken me a long time, to come to terms with that, but that's what I did. I mean, that is what we are there for. Our job was to kill people and blow shit up. Full stop. That's what it is. You're not there to make nice with the locals. You're not there to, do some sort of humanitarian mission. You're there to seek and destroy. That is your job, is to find people that the American government wants dead and make them that way.
Zero accountability, often no oversight, never hits the media. And if it does hit the media, they don't often report that was actually a PMC. They've even explicitly lied on some operations where they said, like, "Oh, U.S. Marines came under fire." And then you look into it and it's like private military contractors actually came under fire and they had to send like Black Hawks to come bail them out of some situation or something.
Well,
so,
yeah.
I wouldn't say embarrassed is the right word, but I'll run with that. But the media in particular and the U.S. military is embarrassed in that context of just how much we rely on private corporations to fight these wars for profit.
Oh yeah, there was one operation that I can't get into details of, but we saved Marines who ran themselves into a stupid ambush that they really should have seen coming. And we were the ones who went because their own actual QRF was not on deck the way they were supposed to be.
Yeah,
so
a lot of people don't understand that, because if they even know PMCs are involved, that's a step, because a lot of people don't even understand this industry exists to any form or fashion. But if they know PMCs involved, then they just assume that they're civilian contractors that are doing like cooking and cleaning vehicles and maintenance and stuff. If they get past that part, they just assume that they do like security for diplomats or like base security or something like that. And then you get down to the deep dirty of it, the reality of it, of like, no, this is the, the fifth, I guess now we could call it, branch of the U.S. military, sixth, maybe. Yep. I don't know if we're counting the Space Force yet, but like
Space Force. Well, and that also calls into question when troop pull downs happen, right? Drawdowns. That's like one half of the story, right? That's bullshit. Because I can remember, I forget, was it Obama made a big show of drawdowns that happened in Iraq, and it just turned out that they just dumped more PMCs in there, right? And they were still conducting just as many operations, if not more. And so, it's like an accounting move for them, right? Like they move it from the shadow or from the visible balance sheet to the shadow balance sheet.
Yep. And that is, and that's the thing is whenever you see a troop drawdown, chances are very, very good that PMCs are simply replacing 1-to-1, if not 2-to-1, the troops that are being pulled out. A lot of times it's 2-to-1. You get 2 PMCs for every American military member that gets pulled out of an area, because PMCs, we're expendable. We can die and no one will care. So we get shoved into places that there's no hope that you're getting back out. We get shoved into places where we have no business being, and the military doesn't want to accidentally get caught there. We're capable, we can legally run, and the legality of it gets really complicated, but we can legally run with no insignia. We run, multiple types of camouflage. We, from different countries, and private company camouflage and everything. We can do all of that, whereas the American military can't. So if you need
for anybody who's not aware, that is technically a violation of the Geneva Convention, because sovereign powers are not supposed to use unregulated, ununiformed, essentially irregular infantry under the Geneva Convention, because violates the rules of war, as much as those even exist, and that's not just a meme, but it borderlines on explicitly illegal to even put people in just plain white tees with bulletproof vests in a country.
Yeah, we used to laugh that it was the Geneva Suggestions. It's because the amount that anybody follows most of that is it doesn't happen.
Least of all us.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, and keep in mind, I mean, George W. Bush pushed really, really hard against the idea that American military members and private military contractors could be held accountable by the International War Crimes Tribunal at the UN. Now, screw the UN, and I don't give a shit about them. But the point is that he made that argument that the American military and American military contractors should not be held accountable by anyone but America for the things that they do, which is why after Haditha, for instance, none of the Marines went to prison in any international thing. A lot of them did wind up getting court-martialed. They got, some of them wound up in Leavenworth and things, but I don't know if you've already talked about Haditha and what happened there.
No, none of that, none of Abu Ghraib, and that's a whole nother.
Yeah, but if you don't know what it is, there's a good dramatization of it on a movie about Haditha called The Battle of Haditha, and it's basically a slaughter fest by United States Marines, and the Marines didn't get held accountable by the International War Crimes Tribunal. They slaughtered a significant number of civilians for days in just an orgy of destruction, and not much actually happened other than they got kicked out of the Marines. That's kind of it.
Yep.
So,
but remember, we have to stay because of feminism or something.
Yeah, and the thing about watching Afghanistan fall apart the way that it has, and that whole thing has kind of emotionally destroyed me the past couple of weeks, because like everything that I did, my first 2 combat deployments were in Afghanistan. The first time I got shot was in Afghanistan. The first time I lost a guy was in Afghanistan. And it's all for nothing at all. Nothing. Like, I had tried to keep myself going a little bit by saying, well, maybe, we brought them a little more freedom, a little more, where now they're not under the Taliban at least. And they're, and the women can get jobs and they can get educated and things, and like I tried to keep myself going with that, there's a lot of bad, but maybe we did some good too, and now that's gone. That I don't even have that to hold on to anymore. I got nothing. It was all completely meaningless. I heard from a guy who actually was at the fall of Saigon the other day, and he said what he's watching Afghanistan is worse than what he saw in Saigon.
Yeah, I would say that's come from like a lot of people that were alive during that period or in around that area that are talking about it. A lot of these older people, where it's like, this is a mess. This is a huge mess. And I talked to it earlier with another vet, guy that runs Why I'm Anti-War podcast, about that Saigon syndrome, that Vietnam syndrome of people that were over there that are watching this happen. And thankfully, as horrible as it is to say thankfully, you just feel bad about it. But we are seeing a lot of people across the veteran community that are essentially like a defeated boxer being held back by their coach, being like, no, let me back in. Let me fight again. Send me back. We can do this. Yep. That Jocko Willink video where he's just like unleash the dogs, essentially. Mm-hmm. And he's an old war fighter. So if you could kind of like speak to that of like how you personally may have overcome that, and if you've seen that in like other people in the veteran community of this Vietnam syndrome, essentially.
Well, yeah, I mean, to answer your second question first, I've seen a lot of guys that are like, we should just go back in and we should just turn it into a parking lot, which is disgusting. But on top of that, like, I mean, even guys who otherwise are fairly libertarian, Iraq veteran 8888, right? He's generally pretty libertarian and things. Even he was like, we should just drop a bunch of Moabs on them. And and just destroy. And if you're unfamiliar with a Moab, I mean, that's 22,000 pounds worth of bomb. It's a fuel air mixture. It's called a thermobaric explosive. So the way that it works essentially is sucking all of the oxygen out of the world around it, and it detonates and creates a massive blast wave. It's the largest conventional bomb ever deployed, and we've only used it once in 2017, and even that drew tons of international criticism because everyone's like, why do you need something as powerful as a small nuclear weapon to take out
drop on anything? A drop on a cave.
Yeah. It's I mean, and it was I've seen the videos of that. I've watched it a whole bunch. It is horrifying how big that explosion is. Like you hear how big 22,000 pounds is going to be. I think 18,000 pounds of that is actually the explosive. And that, you know, the idea of dropping those just willy-nilly is what that to see that advocated. Like, have you seen what happens when a Moab goes off? And you're talking about just dropping a bunch of them on to areas where there's tons of civilians, and you want just no regard for collateral damage, nothing else. I mean, that was at least the one thing about PMCs, at least my unit, was we were designed to be a scalpel. That's what we were supposed to be, is we were supposed to come in, we were supposed to do our job, get out, and nothing else gets affected. And if anyone even knows we were there, we fucked up. So that's, you know, that was the one saving grace of us, at least, is we strove to not do that.
Which we'll probably go into this now. That touches on the drone program, which is the opposite of a scalpel. That's you know, using an anvil to kill an ant. The amount of civilian casualties that come around, just fighting wars from the air, fighting wars remotely. And to your point with like the Moab thing, the only time we ever dropped that was on a remote mountainside in the middle of nowhere on a cave. Like, can you imagine dropping that in like a civilian populated center? Like, by God.
It's the same. I mean, it has the same explosive yield as a tactical nuclear weapon, just without the fallout. That, which was what its goal was in its development, was we want something that can create the kind of destruction you get from a smaller yield nuclear device without the radiation. And that's what we created. It's so big, you can't even carry it in a bomber. It's carried by a C-130 and on a big, like, it's palletized. And then there's a drogue chute on the pallet, and that pulls it out the back. And then it's got smart fins, and it's GPS guided into where it is, which seems a little superfluous with how big it is, that you really need to guide it that precisely. But it's
U.S. military.
Yeah, like, let's make sure we drop it on this one specific place. Of course, it's going to wipe out a 15 city block area in the blink of an eye, but let's make sure that we drop it on the one car that we want to drop it on. I mean, same thing as World War II. You know, they used those bridges for the nuclear weapons, you know, for the atomic bombs, and they're trying to drop it on the Kawasaki tree or whatever, that symbol of Japanese imperial power or whatever, and like that's what they're using to target with a nuclear device. Like, it's, who cares? The
U.S. military never changes. But
what also really worries me, though, and we could talk about the drones too. I don't want to derail the conversation, but what worries me is that people are going to see this, and the next time they're going to be like, "Well, you saw what kind of colossal fuck up that was, so we need to stay there, like, indefinitely."
Yeah.
And that's really worrisome to me, because it's almost like the inverse of the Vietnam syndrome that we had gotten involved in, right? And that we had actually had a few years of us not waging war in other countries because of that, because we were worried about getting dragged into another one of these never-ending situations. And the problem is that, you know, the optics are going to spin towards, well, this was a gigantic cluster, so the next time we can't do this. We have to at least, you know, leave troops a base. We have to, you know, maintain our presence there. That's really scary to me.
Well, yeah, and it's, I mean, I'm already seeing that about Iraq from a lot of the veteran community. You know, that's why we can't completely pull out of Iraq because of this. I mean, but don't, you know, remember though, Vietnam, we didn't really not go to war. We just didn't openly go to war with any other country. I mean, the last battle of the Vietnam War was the Mayaguez incident, which almost nobody has ever heard of. It was on a tiny island. It was over this little ship, and it was with the Khmer Rouge of Cambodia, on an island that may have belonged to Vietnam, may have belonged to Cambodia. That was kind of part of the problem. Who owns it?
Islands, man. You'd be amazed how many islands have caused international clusterfucks.
Yeah, well, the Mayaguez incident, you know, the thing is most people have never heard of it. They have no idea what I'm talking about when I mention it. And the names of the men who were killed in that battle are the last names on the Vietnam War Memorial. Those last, I think it's 14 names, are the last casualties of the Vietnam War, and they are all Marines who were completely green. They'd never seen combat before, pretty much, who were dumped onto this island that they had no intelligence about because a ship was seized and only temporarily. Like the Khmer Rouge even said, like, we were never planning on keeping them permanently. Like, we were just detaining them to verify their identities and stuff because this is a disputed island that they were passing, in. And the Khmer Rouge thought they had more ocean that they should control than the United States did. But Ford wanted to make an example of them. So it was a massive show of force, and that didn't need to happen. And at the end of it, 2 American Marines got left behind when the helicopters left the island and ultimately were executed.
U.S. military
prisoners.
never changes, man. It's the same as it always was. But
and everyone forgets. They forget that happened. They forget that all this stuff happened, and it's going to be the same thing with Afghanistan, where we're not truly going to be out. I guarantee you, we are never going to truly leave.
That was my next question for you. Like, as someone because I've gotten a lot of pushback from some people of when I say that we are not pulling out of Afghanistan. And they ask me why, and I say private military contractors, private military operations, and special forces. They're never going to leave that country. And they argue against it and blah, blah, blah. And how could they operate when the Taliban's still around? And that would never happen and stuff like this. And maybe, I don't know, I'm not a PMC and I'm not an expert. So again, I'm glad you're here. I can ask you, like, even if there's not a single U.S. military official active duty personnel in Afghanistan, are the PMCs leaving?
I think a lot of the majority of them are going to, even if the American military wants them there, even if the American government wants them there, the companies are going to cut and run because it's just not worth it. We're expensive, we're expensive to train. We're expensive to recruit. We're expensive. We're a lot of investment for those companies, and the companies aren't going to waste us if they can avoid it. And realistically, at this point, Afghanistan is largely a waste, but you're still going to see a lot of proxy engagements. You're going to see guys, who are probably American military contractors wearing other countries' flags. Because again, we don't have quite the same rules. Technically, we're supposed to, but we don't really adhere to those. We don't really have to. We're technically civilians. So, and that's the argument now under the Geneva Convention, because we are doing work on behalf of a belligerent power within a war zone. Whether we're civilians or not, we're working for them to their aims. Therefore, we are considered that country's combatants and are therefore held to the same standards. But that isn't the way that America chooses to interpret that. So, 3/4 of my career in private and agency, and I did much more contracting for the agency than I did for just purely private concerns. 3/4 of that was in civilian clothes. I mean, that was, a lot of it was intel, but a lot of it was operational. And the thing that you're going to see in Afghanistan is you're going to see a lot of people there who maybe aren't even Americans. They might be Canadian. They might be Canada is the big one. Everyone loves to use Canada as their false flag. That was what happened in Iran during the hostage rescue. The recovery of that Operation Argo, that was done with them pretending to be Canadian film crew because Canada can go into Iran. And so you're probably going to see Canada. You're going to see, other neutral powers. You might even see Switzerland suddenly show up somehow, and they're all going to be American. They're going to be American military assets that are going to be engaging in things there. You're going to see it happen. And they're not going to be coming from Kabul. They're not going to be coming from the south. They're going to be coming from the north. They're going to be coming through the Kurdish held areas. And the Kurds are the ones that really break my heart in all of this, because I love the Kurds so much. Every time I worked with them, they were so fantastic. They're wonderful people. Their women are unfairly beautiful.
Mostly because they can and will kill you.
Oh yeah, that's one of the most attractive things about them, in my opinion. That's I do love crazy women, but they're such wonderful people who have been fighting nonstop just to have a little chunk of ground that they can call theirs for centuries. Nonstop. They just can't get people to stop trying to take it away from them. And yet again, we went in 2001, we made all those promises to them that, okay, well, we abandoned you, before with the Soviet thing. We did that. Yeah, but we won't do it this time. We swear, we absolutely promise. And what did we do? Bye.
Abandoned them in Syria, abandoned them in Iraq, abandoned them in Afghanistan. We punching bag the Kurds so bad. And to your point though, and just for the fact that you said that you've worked with the Kurds, this kind of leads up to my next question. I'll ask a question I know the answer to, and you're going to answer it, but just for people here, in all these instances where a lot of people in the audience are aware that we fund these terror groups and stuff like that, and we go and we give them arms and money and ammunition and everything, who often is the person that is handing all of that over to these groups?
Well, I mean, in general, the people who are handing everything over are going to be the people that we, to the nasty groups and things are going to be contractors. They're going to be PMCs. They're going to be people that you don't want to have on the radar. And when we worked with some of the Kurds, we worked with them and had them hand stuff over to people, as a go-between. And then those same weapons that they were the go-between on ultimately wound up fighting them when ISIS showed up. And of course, ISIS, everyone knows that that's an asset, that's an agency asset. Everyone,
the ex-Afghani president, explicitly in front of all live media called ISIS a CIA asset.
Yeah, and that's been an open secret basically since it started to exist. If you look at the videos and stuff, like they're wearing brand new equipment, they're in these brand new outfits and everything else. Half of them look like they're actually white guys. On the videos, like if you pay attention,
a lot of them are white guys too. That's the other thing. The foreign volunteer fighters that totally aren't assets that just appear, in ISIS.
Yeah, and they're, and I know a lot of guys who are white guys who fight with the Kurds, have fought with the Peshmerga. Me almost did.
I know a lot of people that went to Rojava and fought alongside the Peshmerga and fought alongside YPG and stuff like that, because they never stopped wanting to defeat ISIS. They just realized that ISIS was an American military asset, so they went and joined the Kurds to fight ISIS instead of joining the U.S. military to do so.
Yeah, and that's, I know a lot of guys who did it. The only reason I didn't was just because of my daughter, and I realized that I don't want to put myself in that position again.
Because it was not fun for the volunteer fighters there. Like I do plan on eventually. There's a great documentary on YouTube. It's for free. It's called The Volunteers, which is all like GoPro footage from one of the guys that went over there and was a volunteer medic unit for YPG. And yeah, it was not fun. And I'm having the guy who created that documentary on my show eventually, along with a lot of other people from the community and the movement and stuff like that went over there. And the main reason I want to talk to them is outside, because like everyone kind of understands, like not everyone, but people in the know understand kind of what happened with the Kurds and how they were essentially like lied to and then used to further U.S. interests and then abandoned and just fucked over. And talking to them, you even learn things like you said there directly with the Kurds of like, they would get U.S. military equipment delivered to them, and then they would go and get into like a shooting fight with one of these Al-Qaeda 300 versions of it or ISIS, and then they would go, police the casualties afterwards of these ISIS fighters, and they would have the same U.S. military equipment that U.S. military gave to them, and that's when a lot of people, started coming out of that like, whoa, what the hell is going on here?
There's the way that I describe it is in the Middle East, everyone is a whore. Everyone sleeps with everybody in exchange for something, and it doesn't matter who it is. There is no clear-cut thing. There is no good guy, bad guy. That doesn't exist. And it's not something, if you care about someone, that isn't someone that you send somebody into. This is something you send somebody into. You don't get them involved in that, because the guys that are helping you today are earnestly helping you today. And tomorrow they might strap on a suicide vest and blow you up. You never know. You never have any idea. It's the same thing as Vietnam and, and what Vietnam vets went through. And that's one of the things that screws you up. And, it's like in vets who come back with severe PTSD, you can't even seek any treatment for that, because then they'll take your guns away from you and suddenly you can't defend yourself anymore.
And then, God forbid, you have to deal with the VA.
The greatest story ever is a guy I know who had his leg blown off by a pressure plate IED, and they did surgery on it and stuff, and and amputated slightly higher up so that he could get a prosthetic, and the scarring finally healed, and so the doctor put in his chart that that the wounds appeared healed. So the VA withdrew his disability because, well, the doctor said you're healed.
Fucking Christ. That's not, and stuff like that gets my blood boiling. And it's not even the only thing I've heard. Like my cousin, he had what I argue is as the actual worst job in the military, motor T. All he did was drive over IEDs for 4 years, essentially, over in Afghanistan. That was his entire job, was drive the transport trucks that were getting ambushed and blown up all the time. That was him. And he is extremely screwed up mentally. And I've talked to him and I've seen what he's go through and everything. The VA does not give a shit. At least the Michigan VA, doesn't care if you, like, somebody could be in their office visibly about to fly off the handle and commit a terrorist attack or something like that, like clearly deranged and just mentally broken, and they'll be like, take some melatonin, have fun. Like, it's ridiculous just how apathetic they are towards this shit.
And they're one big pill dispensary. I mean, that's basically what a lot of that, therapeutic help is. I mean, it's essentially just pharmaco products.
Yep. Well, yeah, and don't forget that. I mean, the local to me, the Tomah, Wisconsin VA infected a bunch of people with HIV because they weren't sanitizing their dental equipment.
Fucking Christ!
A bunch of people. Like, it was a pretty big thing. I'm about 45 minutes from Tomah,
so that could have been
VA for me.
That could have been you.
Yeah, and it's absolutely horrifying. I mean, that's the kind of care. So they send you into a place that you have no business being and have you do a bunch of very terrible things to people who probably largely don't deserve it. You're in an area where good guy, bad guy simply doesn't exist. It's just all a murky mud shithole that who knows exactly what's what anymore. And then you come home and they just toss you aside. And then your medical care is the VA that is like, oh, here's some HIV with your tooth pulling. Like, would you like a root canal and a terminal disease? Here you go. That's the VA right there. And, it's no wonder that so many guys who've actually been to war, that we've actually seen combat, we've actually been in the shit, turn into anarchists, and we turn into vocal anti-war people because we see it. We've seen what it looks like. We've seen how nasty it gets and what the government actually does to the war fighters who they send. And it's not some glorious ticker tape parade when you come home, man. It's like, oh, bye. That's what it is, and it's the guys, talking to go back to Afghanistan, and talking about, like, for me, that's been the hardest thing, is that I got just tossed aside. A bunch of my friends got tossed aside. A bunch of us I have a huge scar on my back from a round. I have big scars on my knee, obviously, from that round. I have compressed discs in my spine and 2 vertebrae that never quite healed right from a helicopter going down.
I mean, obviously that's the helicopter, but almost the amount of equipment they put on these fucking people that they're marching up and down mountains in Afghanistan. If you were infantry in Afghanistan, you have compressed discs, like, period. Every single one of those people, unanimously, they're all fucked up, and the VA doesn't care.
Yeah, my feet are bad, my ankles are bad, my knees, even before the round, were already bad. I have terrible bursitis in both of my elbows. I have arthritis. I'm only almost 35, and I have arthritis in my hands. The amount of a toll that it takes on you is ridiculous. Because I obviously I was a Ranger. I was third group. That's all we did was walk. We didn't get rides anywhere for the most part. So, and you're carrying everything. You're carrying 120 pounds roughly with everything on average. And that was just me. I mean, guys who are weapons teams, they get way more weight because they're carrying machine guns. And
every saw gunner, if they happen to be in this chat, just suddenly got explicit back pain from you just mentioning weapons team.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, any of those weapons teams, like they had to deal with that. I was on a weapons team for a little bit, and it sucked. Like I love the 240. Don't get me wrong, that's a hell of a gun, but
dragging that up and down mountains, very much fun.
Yeah, it may be, maybe 20 pounds, but it certainly feels like 400 pounds after 6.5 hours of carrying it. So, like it destroys you. I mean, you wind up destroyed physically. You wind up destroyed mentally. You wind up so screwed up at the end of that. And nobody is handing you anything when you get out. You don't like, okay, well, you know what? You can retire now. You take it easy. You take a load of that. Doesn't happen. Like I still have to work for a living. I still have to get up every day, whether my back is killing me or not is irrelevant. I got to go to work. Nobody's handing me jack. And because I gave the middle finger to the VA a long time ago, I pay for my own medical care. Like this is the reality. And like you still have people that are going, oh, go back to Afghanistan. Really? You want to create more of me? You want more of us running around? You want more of us that are in that much pain, that are that screwed up? I mean, I have nightmares more nights than I don't. And some of them, like my girlfriend, will have to wake me up because I'm thrashing around and I'm screaming in my sleep. Like this is the reality of when you come home, and you don't get over that. They say time heals all wounds, but that's a load of shit. No, it doesn't. It just, at most, you just get to replace a few of the bad memories with better ones. And that's it. You're still screwed up. You're still going to be screwed up forever. And the idea that there are so many people in the vet community right now who are like, we should just go back into Afghanistan and we should just, push the Taliban back further and, and establish the secure, like, really, you want to take more innocent American lives and kids, and you want to, and they are kids. I mean, again, I signed my papers to go in at 17.
Yeah.
So like
can't even smoke at that point. Like,
yeah. Well, and you can't even drink if you're off base. You can't drink. You can drink on base, but you can't even drink when you're off base. You're not allowed to drink. You're not allowed to go to a gun store and buy a handgun, but you can go and wield a machine gun and operate a missile system and to go murder a bunch of brown people 3,000 miles away just fine. They're cool with that. Like that's
so to steal this from Rothbard. The sales job is making them being the state make you think you're in danger, right? Like that's the only reason why someone like you, or my father was a Marine, why you would make that sacrifice, right? Because you think legitimately you are in danger, or your family, or your fellow country people, and at the end of the day, it's not you who are necessarily directly in danger. It's their power, it's their influence that's in danger, right?
Yep.
It's sick. It's fucked up.
Well, yeah, and that's
and definitely kind of like to piggyback off that. Garland Nixon, he's a board member of the ACLU. He's going to be speaking, and he had this awesome kind of speech that he went on, where he's like, well, we're talking about $2 trillion in Afghanistan, but is it really $2 trillion? Because how much money for all those people that came back and are fucked up, their medical care, how much money is that? That's another couple $2 billion. What about all the jobs that they can't fulfill, or the disability they have to be on, or the damage to their children, the mental scars to their children for their parents to be deployed? How much money does that cost? And he had the line is so perfect: 2 trillion now, 2 trillion later. And that's war. And whatever you're spending fighting it, you're going to pay for that forever.
Well, yeah, and think about, I mean, ancillary costs are one of those things that a lot of people don't think about. And like, think about the fact that, what essentially the economy took a hit for, because all of that money was going to war, because all of that was being spent on war, and all of that was being focused on war, and all of that production capacity is building weapons of war, and weapons that realistically, like, I'm all for civilians owning anything they want, period. But there's no need for the Moab to exist. There's no actual reason that has to exist. There's no actual reason that atomic weapons have to exist. It's absurd. No one's ever actually going to use them who's sane. So, I mean, essentially what it amounts to is it's a vampire that's sucking the lifeblood out of the economy. And at the end of the day, what the cost that you see is not factoring in how much money could have been made, how many things could have existed had you not been spending it all on smashing a bunch of things.
Exactly. And Matt's telling me right now he's got to bounce out. So again, plug your stuff, my man. I appreciate you being on here. Where people can find you. Do you got anything coming up?
I plugged the show. I plugged the show before. I'm involved with the Libertarian Party as an anarchist, so you can work that out. But
we tease him occasionally. It's okay.
the northern region of the Libertarian Party is kind of quarterbacking the coordination with most of the New Jersey groups. If New York City hasn't already reached out to them. And so we're going to be teaming up to get people to the New York City event. So if anyone is in the Northeast and you can make it to New York City, it's on the 11th, as all the other events are. It's in Stephen Flanders Square at City Hall Park. And most people are meeting there at 11:45 in the morning. So definitely hit that up and get on the Discord. If you're not on the Discord and you're going to be involved in this shit, please get on the Discord.
If you plan on attending, just send me a DM, Panvidia Magnus, or send the page and the Damn Wars on Twitter a DM, and I'll bring you on there. We preferably only want people that are either going to organize an event that hasn't happened or are showing up to an event that is happening, just to kind of filter out randoms and trolls and stuff like that. I have a lot going on, and I'm the only moderator on that Discord too. So far, we haven't had anybody go all wild in there, and hopefully we can keep it that way, just because I don't want to wake up to screenshots on Twitter of how awful my Discord is or something. But definitely, if you're getting involved, please join in that. That's where all like the magic is happening, the planning, the information, the art, the details, stuff like that. A guy in that Discord actually created a shirt that says Yemeni Lives Matter, which is so beautiful, and I want like 100 of those. If I could afford 100 of those, I'd buy them and just pass them out to people, because that's brilliant. And yeah, again, definitely check out Matt on Twitter, check out his show, and then get out to New York, please, everybody.
Thanks, brother.
Catch you later, boss man. And then it was just us. How romantic.
Yeah. We need mood lighting and maybe some scented candles.
Some sauntry music.
the dulcet tones of Marvin Gaye or
right. Yeah, well, we'll talk about war crimes and awful, horrible things. But again, like I do get criticism sometimes of kind of like my how often I joke about this, and that just comes from the fact that I hang around vets, and it's always been like a vet coping thing of like, well, you can either cry and break down or you can make a joke about it, and that's like influenced my worldview heavily. So like people will be like, how could you laugh at this horrible thing? And I'm like, I don't know what else to do. I have to giggle or I'm gonna like break down and cry. Like
yeah, well, yeah, and that's, I mean, you know, and that's the thing, like I unfortunately my long suffering girlfriend has dealt with, you know, me getting drunk and sobbing. You know, it's because especially like lately with Afghanistan, when everything started happening, like that was something I did, you know, I fucking cried, because it shatters you to see a play. Like I was on those battlefields. Like I'm seeing battlefields that I was at, that I fought, that I bled, that my friends fought, bled, lost their lives at, you know, lost limbs, lost eyes. And I'm seeing the Taliban just run across it. And what was that for now? What did that do? What changed? Absolutely nothing. There's over 3,000 people, and just for American military dead for nothing.
Yeah, and literally rivers of fucking Afghan blood. Rivers of Afghan blood. And they get nothing positive out of it. They're back to where they were when we got there. For nothing.
Well, and, you know, and even worse, we gave them hope. Like that's the worst to me. That is the thing that broke me the worst, is that we gave them hope for something better and then didn't give them anything better.
Yeah, they learned the tragic lesson of trusting the US military and its promises.
Yeah, I mean that's, you know, and that's a trend that's happened basically since American military intervention started. I mean, Woodrow Wilson, that horrific ass, I mean, even before World War One, like we talk, you know, anarchists talk a lot about, you know, Wilson in World War One and how that led to World War Two, and you know, and if you could just get rid of Wilson, you'd fix. But I mean, even before that, remember that the whole reason that the Zimmerman telegram happened with Germany trying to get in alliance with Mexico, that was used as an excuse to then pull the U.S. into World War One. That happened because of the Tampico incident, which was Woodrow Wilson sending a bunch of warships to Tampico, Mexico, to defend American oil interests there.
Yeah, things never change. This is not new. This is as long as there's been newspapers, they read the same headlines when it comes to the U.S. military and our foreign policy. People that didn't see this coming in Afghanistan, like obviously, like me and you are giant military history dorks, so we could spit all this up and down, back and forth. But if even then, like if you have an average passing knowledge of how the U.S. has handled these things, and you are being like, oh, the pullout's going to go great, and all of our allies are going to be taken care of, like I genuinely want whatever you're drinking, because it's some good stuff. Like this is 100 years, if not more, of doing this exact same thing. We did the same thing, like we already talked about, with the Kurds just a couple years ago. Gave them a bunch of weapons, promises, was giving them air support and artillery support, and then arbitrarily we're like, okay, we're done. Have fun getting bombed by Turkey. Bye.
Yeah, I mean, well, Saddam Hussein, the whole reason Saddam Hussein was in power in Iraq was because of the United States military and the CIA. The whole reason that like a lot of these things are happening that the US is using as a pretext to go into these countries is the US. We did these things in the first place. We set these people up in the first place. And we're just, you know, and what from what I saw when I was in, it was all the exact same thing. It was just more of the same. Like we were working with the same kinds of terrible people. We're making the same kinds of deals with the devil. I mean, you know, I personally met with a head of the Russian mob to help set up transport.
Yeah, that's a whole. Oh my God, I'm glad you actually brought that up. So it seems like a what would be the word? Not derivative, but saying something unnecessarily twice. I'm trying to remember the word for it.
Well, superfluous, redundant.
Redundant, yes. It seems redundant to ask about organized crime in Afghanistan, seeming the U.S. military was involved. But as another detail a lot of people don't know is just how much organizations like the Russian mob, like triads, even like there's a lot of there's a lot of other there's a whole fifth estate to this that's going on that a lot of people are not aware of.
Yeah, the triads are super involved because obviously opium, right? So they're extremely involved. The Russian mob is extremely involved. I mean, even certain American organized crime elements are very involved. It's the same thing as we had, you know, and pretty much for the same reason in Vietnam, you know, where you have a major source of opiates. And so when the American military is there, that's a convenient way. That's a constant pipeline, planes going back and forth constantly, everything to be able to move that stuff. I mean, the Vietnam War, you know, is where like I can't remember his name. They made a movie about him called American Gangster. Anyway,
the Pony Express shit and everything. They also have it over there.
Yeah, that's how that happened. What do you think was happening in Afghanistan? I mean, I stood on the edge of opium fields with a machine gun.
Like I said, yeah,
to protect them.
My buddy Gunther, he was deployed. I think it was in the Surge in Afghanistan. It might have been earlier than that. Some point between when it started and before Obama, he was out there. And I asked him, like, what did he do over there? And he's like, I just stood in opium fields. I just stood in poppy fields all day. I got shot at in poppy fields. He was a corpsman, so he's like, I treated people on beds of poppy. I stood, I loaded containers full of poppies onto planes. That's all I did in Afghanistan. He's not even an artistic guy, and he promises he could draw you like a poppy field from memory, because that's all he did the entire time he was deployed was stand in poppy fields.
I mean, one of the nastiest gunfights I got into was in a marijuana field, but there was also a ton of poppy right next to it. And like that was those were always the areas that you knew you're going to get ambushed really bad, because there's usually a wadi on one side of it, and there's walls, there's a lot of cover and concealment, so you know you're going to get hit there.
Very, very similar to French hedgerows, very kind of like layout and structure and ideas, banks, fields, caught up, ditches. It's built. It's like a Call of Duty map in real life. It's horrible. It's one of the worst places to be.
Yeah, well, and that's that's the thing, is that there's so many places like that. There's places like that in Afghanistan. There's places like that in Iraq where you're going to get hit. You got orders. You're going to go do it. You know you're going to get hit. You know it's stupid, but because there are orders and everyone's just going to follow them, because that's, ours is not to ask and do and die. Ours is not to ask and wonder why. Ours is but to do and die. Because of that, like, we're just going to go do it and die and do it. We're expected to do it with a smile on our fucking face. And for poppy fields, for marijuana fields, for the lithium deposits, which, and lithium is one of those things that breaks my heart so badly to even consider, because when I was in Africa, in Congo, I saw mines and saw what it really looks like and what those real conditions are. And you got to still work with the people who run that shit, because, well, that's what you got to do. And it's just the most disgusting human beings you've ever seen.
Yeah, I was going to say,
propping them up.
I definitely want to get you in touch with Steve from Slow News Day, because he covers the mineral wars very heavily, because he focuses very much on like Great Recess stuff and like the Fourth Industrial Revolution. So he covers the mineral wars a lot, and he talks about a lot of that. And I definitely think you could have like a good conversation with him, as somebody who literally stood there with a gun next to like lithium mines, next to like these awful strip mines where people are dying of dehydration and being executed and shit. And again, people see things like that and they're like, oh, it's this horrible despotic regime. They're the ones that are doing that, when it's, American nationals through a private company are doing their armed security for them.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, you have all these people that will say, oh, isn't that so terrible? And they'll tweet endlessly about how much they care about people and how much they care about these horrible things that are happening in Africa. And they're doing it from an iPhone, which can only exist because of the horrible things that are happening in Africa. Like all of that lithium that's in that battery, that all came from Africa. That all came from these horrible mines where 6-year-olds are getting literally whipped because they're not working hard enough. Like this is where all that comes from. And, and that's the only reason that stuff even existed. A lot of it exists. Like look at Liberia and stuff there, and Sierra Leone. The only reason it exists is because of American intervention and French intervention and British intervention. And the Dutch aren't innocent and the Italians aren't innocent. And I mean, it's all these Western powers getting involved in places that they have no business being involved, and then using violence to get power there. And then when they leave this vacuum that despots are going to step into. And that's exactly what happened. And then when that happens, then those foreign powers go, oh, hey, how convenient. I have a single person I can deal with now. And then they set up business deals with them and prop them up and send them weapons and send them, money and resources.
Mm-hmm.
And they call it humanitarian aid or foreign aid. And it's
we went on a whole rant about how an oxymoronic statement of that U.S. aid is, because again, like you've probably seen this first time. Like if you go back to any country that we've invaded and countries now that we're probably going to invade in the future, and you look at pictures and journalists and stuff, you will see boxes from U.S. aid. You'll see boxes from these multinational corporations that are there to help people, and they're passing out all these things in this country. And then 5 years later, we overthrow their government or something like that. Like, it's ridiculous. And once again, who's passing out that aid? It's contractors.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And I saw in Iraq, I saw a guy walking around wearing a Milwaukee Brewers t-shirt that was the old glove logo, their old one.
Yep.
And from like the 80s, 90s. And he's walking around and it looked so worn. That had to have been from the 80s, 90s. And he's walking around with it in the middle of the mountains of Afghanistan. And I'm like, yeah, I don't feel like you ordered that. I feel like somebody brought that here and like gave that to you. Like that had to have been aid. I mean, you'll see pictures of kids in Africa with with like Cookie Monster t-shirts and stuff on. And like that's the worst one I saw though is in Congo. I saw an 8-year-old kid, 8, 10, something like that, wearing a Glock t-shirt.
Jesus.
I'm like, anybody else seeing this? It's just really,
how did that happen?
And it looked brand new. I have no idea where that came from. No clue, but it was there. I mean, we'd find.
I mean, probably combining all the stories together, it was probably a PMC that went to one of these glorified circuses, and they were handing out swag, and he just gave it to this kid in the Congo.
Yeah. I mean, and you'll do that. I have a couple of hats from various weapons manufacturers. I still have floating around somewhere an HK catalog that is like their turret guns and the actual machine gun, the rotary barreled machine guns. They have like artillery pieces and stuff in there, and like all this heavy weapons. It is their heavy weapon catalog.
Yeah, this is not to be sold to Dave at the local gun show. This is some real shit.
Yep, and it's glossy. It's it's glossy, full color, really nicely bound, and it's like cardstock pages, and it's got item numbers and a phone number you can call if you want to order, and that's the reality of how this stuff works. Like this is you can literally, if you have the proper clearance, whatever if you call HK, you can order an actual Gatling gun from HK and have it delivered. Yep. I mean, that's a thing that you can do, and and they'll send you promo stuff. And once you get a catalog, once you request one, man, they do not leave you alone either. They just send you stuff. I still get stuff. I don't even have a SOT 2 anymore, and I still get stuff from them, for machine guns and artillery. And I get stuff from General Dynamics. I've gotten stuff from Oshkosh for heavy equipment, like heavy military equipment and trucks.
Oh my God.
I still get that stuff because apparently they don't ever bother to check of whether or not I'm still allowed to buy it.
We don't try. Don't try. I'm glad my camera isn't on because you couldn't see, don't try. But for sure. All right, we're coming up on our hour though, man. You've been fucking spectacular. So I love you. And like I said, I feel like more people need to talk to you because you got perspectives that are really important that nobody's talking about in terms of this. Because the whole way I sell this march is it's not just about the drones, the bombs, the tanks, the troops. That's stuff you can touch. That's stuff in the real world. You can count for that. And the media might actually even talk about those things occasionally. What we've talked about this whole time is the entire world underneath that never sees the light of day. That's actually what's going on. And stories like that and perspectives like that, people need to understand these details more.
Oh yeah, and in a less public forum, I mean, I'm much more candid, obviously, about it and stuff. So a lot of people who know me, who hang out with me, they have a view into a world that most people will never ever see. That is so much darker, more violent, and terrible than you could possibly imagine.
Right, like you commented on my thing of whatever you think the CIA is doing, they're probably doing something 10 times worse.
Guaranteed. I can say from experience, they're doing something far worse. Far worse. The amount of war crimes the agency is responsible for is ridiculous.
Exactly, 100%. All right, man. Plug all your stuff, where people can find you, your show, Twitter, anything you want people to know is coming up. All the good juicy details. Let people know.
So I am a regular host on Anarchy Among Friends Roundtable Discussion podcast. It's available on YouTube, on Odyssey, on Rumble. All the audio version is available on all major podcatchers. You can look us up. Then I also am in the process of trying to start a new podcast where I'll be going through just weapons and engagements in history. So things like the shootout at the OK Corral, stuff like that, and talking about their guns and strategy.
History nerd shit. I love it.
yeah, because I was a military history major in college, so that's kind of my thing. So I want to go through a bunch of that. I'm working on trying to put it together, but it's very slow going because there's a lot of research involved in that and trying to get everything just right and exactly what the weapons are. I'm planning a trip to the Cody Firearms Museum for some things so I can get video and photos of certain weapons in person so that you can see them for the podcast and stuff. So that'll be super cool. That's pretty much where I am. I'm inked INKD anarchist, all run together at Twitter. I am banned from Facebook, so
like
Facebook.
Most of us are.
yeah, everybody's kind of banned from Facebook. I'm also banned from Facebook. I'm also inked anarchist on Instagram, and I'm on inked anarchist on MeWe. I have inked anarchist Hootenanny Roundup 2 on MeWe. That's my little group because I want to pay them for the page. Like I used to have, but that's my page on there. I hawk a bunch of goods for a bunch of companies sometimes too, but I talk about that on the podcast. So you'll hear those ads repeatedly if you listen to me.
Heck yeah. Yeah, man. But again, awesome. Everybody in the comments loved it. Again, and this kind of shit is so important because usually, because like a lot of this audience is going to be like more left-wing people because they're coming from Nico's show. There's not a lot of opportunities for people like that to talk to somebody like you and get this information. And now they might have already been anti-war, but now they know they have all new kinds of ammunition to make these arguments and stuff. And that would have never happened if we didn't all come together and have these conversations today. And obviously, James earlier, coming from a black leftist perspective, he probably covered some things that the people that are libertarians are watching never heard from before. And we can all just build our arsenal of why this is all stupid and fucking pointless. And it's just great. Yep. So appreciate you came on here, man. You're always a fucking blessing. This is one of my homies right here. He's great. So go check him out. Go follow him stuff. And I'll catch you later, my man.
All right. See you.
Deuces. All right, people, I'm waiting on my next guest. So I'm actually probably going to take another 15-minute break now because we're coming into the last section of this. I'm going to put up the half-hour break thing, but I might not take a half hour just because I have to line up my next guest. And I've eaten nothing but bananas and nuts for the last, today. So I'm actually going to try to get some dinner in me really quick. And then we're going to wrap up with the final 2 hours of this whole nonsense. And we will call it at midnight Eastern Standard Time, and it will be a full 12-hour stream. Everybody that's come on, you've all been spectacular. We've literally hit every corner of the political spectrum at this point, pretty much. It's great, and this is what it was all about, and this is what the event's going to be in person. And if you want this event to be huge, if you've loved this show and you want to see this in person, then you need to either show up to one of these events all across the country. They've been scrolling on the bottom of the screen this entire time, or again, top of the hour challenge. People are probably sick of it at this point. Take a link from the End the Damn Wars page. Take a link from our website. Take the GoFundMe. Take something we've tweeted out. Take a flyer for one of the events and go pick a random person on Twitter that's popular. I don't care if they're a Twitch streamer. I don't care if they're an OnlyFans star. It doesn't matter. You never know who might care. Post it in their comments. Tag them. Post it in a tweet. Post it in a YouTube video. Spread the word. Get this out as much as you possibly can. I'm going to go take this 15 to 30 minute break. We'll see if my next guest, Lauren, what time she gets back to me, and then I'll be right back. Appreciate everybody who's tuned in. This has been great, and I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Momentary crash. I don't know why that happened. The timer started freaking out and then it crashed. But I'm back. Welcome to part 4 of this stupid, crazy thing I'm doing here. I have butt cramps like you would not believe. My voice is giving out on me, but it's all worth it, ladies and gentlemen, and all forms and flavors of people. Losing my mind. But yeah, while I have everybody here, while I'm still trying to get a hold of our next guest, I'm waiting for her to DM me. Once again, I'm going to ask everybody to check out the fundraiser. Check out the fundraiser. Check out this. We've raised $200 off of this already. I would love for that to hit a nice even number because I'm OCD. So, do it for my OCD of 2,500. And I'll call that a great success. Probably not going to happen, but a man can ask, of course, one could try. And then outside of that, for sure, if you don't want to just give money away for nothing, if you don't want to get nothing without anything in return, feel free to go to the Teespring. I've been dropping the link all throughout the stream. Get yourself a hoodie, get yourself a sticker, tank top, gator, phone case, water bottle, mug, bucket hat. Fanny pack. The fanny pack was weirdly popular. A couple people lost their mind. You do a fanny pack? I didn't know that was the thing. You can get a mask. You were a mask wearing person. Walk around. Let everybody know the entire time you're at Walmart. You want to end the damn wars. So again, definitely trying to pump that as much as possible. Get that going as far and wide as humanly we can. So we can pay for all of this and we can do all of the things that we need. I just got a message from my guest. She just said, I forgot that I'm at the 50th anniversary of the Libertarian Party conference party. Whoops. All right. So we were once again in desperation mode. By the way, Kitty, Sasha, you keep asking in the chat. Teespring does not do flags as far as I'm aware. They don't list it as an option, at least not when I checked it. Maybe it's like a premium account or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, we were not able to make flags. So yeah, this is the point where I desperately go flying through all of my Twitter followers to get people on here to complain about war. And if any of y'all lovely people know somebody who hasn't been on a vicarious connection, thinks they can come on, talk about war, we have an hour and a half left of this. So yeah, open to the choir. Until then, I'm kind of just going to riff on my own and just talk about nonsense. It's late enough to start drinking, so that's what's happening. All my lovely people. Now here's the important thing, and I want y'all to fess up to it, and I want you to put a 1 or something in the chat if you dance to the waiting music, because I know someone did. I know somebody was dancing to the waiting music, and I need you to fess up to it right now because it's really good waiting music. Somebody said it reminded them of the movie Hackers, Hack the Planet, and I was like, kind of good point. I found it just randomly. She might actually be coming anyways. It just might be choppy because she's at a party. Oh, no.
Boop, 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 boop. Oh, we got one person admitted to it. It's good music. It's good music. All right, we're going to see if Lauren's going to pop in. If not, we'll see what we're going to do for the next hour and a half. You know, the best laid plans do not survive contact with the enemy. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. I'm surprised if anyone stuck around this long. If you've been watching the entire thing, you're as just as much of a warrior as I am. I don't know how you pull it off because this has been crazy. The longest stream I've ever done was only 2 hours, and we have exceeded that by 10 hours. So it's been an adventure. I guess that's something else I can ask to everybody in the chat, everybody talking, is who has been your favorite guest so far, or favorite guests? I'm checking all 4 chats. Let me know who's been like the most informative, you've had the most fun with, the person you were most happy to see on here. Let me know. I missed the first 90 minutes and burned my brain to catch up at 2 times speed. I talk fast normally. I don't know if I could listen to myself on 2 times speed. Probably sound like fucking screeching tires. Oh yeah, Jason, you're right. We did 2.5 hours for the Battle of Athens. I forgot about that. Oh, okay. We may have Lauren. Let's go. Boop. Boop. This may be scuffed though because she's doing it from her phone at a party. So if this is super scuffed, I apologize to everyone listening in advance. This is actually the lady that is putting on the Arizona event. So we get to hear both sides that are organizing it. You heard from the Green Party right in the beginning, that organizer, and then we're going to have the Libertarian Party side organizer. And these 2 ladies are putting on joint events. They're all both beautiful and lovely and great people. And hopefully Lauren can get in here and we'll see what happens. But yes, Lauren, I sent you the link to join. She asked me, do I join? I'm like, she's so cute. Like I said, at this point, this is mostly my friends that I'm bringing on. So expected to get a little goofy as we start putting beers away and getting way late into the night. I feel like Coast to Coast AM at this point. I'm going to start talking about UFOs and alien abductions and chupacabras and shit. Might have to go hound Steve to reappear if Lauren's stuff doesn't work, because you got to do late night shows with Slow News Day. Man's on like Aftermath FM at like 4 a.m, still working, goes live at like 6, stays live till like 4 a.m. Absolute fucking mad lad. Which again, check out everybody here. Check out Jay. Check out Kara's page. Check out Andrew's page. Check out Ink the Anarchist's page. Matt's page. Go to check out Jason Kiff's page. Like everybody, go. Everybody should be getting blown up on followers because we've gained, I think, 400 now on End the Damn Wars. We're almost at 2,500 followers on End the Damn Wars. So everybody should be blowing up. If you don't already follow these people, you should at least test them out. I mean, my anarchist buddies might be a little impalatable to people for how much we joke about, like, you know, doing things to the government, but we're good people all together. So waiting on Lauren. Still waiting on Lauren. Sorry, I don't really know how to like solo rift. Never done this before. Up there she is. Let's try this. Again, apologies in advance if this is just fucked. Hi, Lauren.
Hi.
Live from a party.
Yes, I totally thought this was going to be next weekend. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. You're here. That's all that matters. I got you.
I'm here. I showed
So yeah.
up.
So
I guess introduce yourself really quick, and then we can talk about where you're at, and then we can talk about the Arizona event. So,
yeah, sounds good. So, my name is Lauren Snyder. I am the second vice chair and communications director of the Arizona Libertarian Party. I also was the Arizona State text banking coordinator for the Joe 20 campaign. Been a libertarian since 2008, but the last year to 2 years was the first time I ever actually took that next step to become a little bit more involved in the party. So,
hell yeah. And where are you right now? Because this is a funny story. Because this is actually why I've been struggling to get guests, I guess, is because everyone's at this thing.
oh my gosh. Okay, so I am in Denver, Colorado at the LP 50th anniversary bash or whatever, and it's at this cool lake house, and you messaged me and I was like, oh no. So it's been cool. There's a lot of people here that I didn't even realize were going to be here. Like, as soon as I got here, Larry Sharp came and he was like, hey, how are you? And I was like, oh wow, that's Larry Sharp. And then Joe Jorgensen is here, Justin Amash is here. And then a lot of people just representing the states and county affiliates and stuff. So it's been really awesome to sort of have something that's fun rather than just business.
Right. That's why I loved about Revolution so much. It was just all of us dorks getting drunk and hanging out at the pool.
Yes, I love that.
But okay, so the Arizona, actually, yeah, I don't know which one to do first, so I already said this one, so we'll go with this. The Arizona event. Tell us all about it. Tell kind of how that came to be and how you managed to link up with the Green Party, which I already had her on earlier today, so that was great. And she's spectacular. You didn't tell me she was that amazing.
Yeah, I just recently sort of interacted with her. She's super nice, really awesome person. So it was one of those things when I actually saw you initially posting about it, I was like, that's something that I want to be involved in. My husband is a combat veteran, and he was deployed to Afghanistan back in 2012, and the area that they spent, however many months of their lives and lost men to keep control of this area, 6 months after they left that area, it was taken over by the Taliban. So he's like, him and I have talked about it a little bit, and he really made me understand how pointless it is. It gave me a very firsthand understanding, more so than any other point of view. So that really sort of sparked my interest in becoming a little bit more vocal about anti-war sentiment. And I saw you posting about it, and I was like, I have a feeling that would be pretty popular here in Arizona. We have a pretty good libertarian voter base here, and so I messaged you about it, and then you were like, yeah, cool. And I ended up talking to the AZLP board, and they were totally cool with it. And it's going to be in Scottsdale. It's going to be at El Dorado Park on September 11th, starting at noon. And so when I was promoting it on my page, on the AZLP page, whatever, there is a fella that I know from a ranked choice voting nonprofit here in Arizona. It's called Voter Choice Arizona, and he's also with the Green Party. But him and I have chatted quite a bit because we have an interest in bringing ranked choice voting to Arizona if we can. And
which is a great cause, by the way.
Sort of reaching out and saying, "Hey, would it be cool if the Green Party comes to show their support?" So I was like, "Yeah, awesome." What's that?
I said that's a great cause too, the ranked choice voting thing. So that's super cool. And I wasn't even aware of the fact that
yes, sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't even aware of the fact that they reached out to you. I thought you reached out to them, so that makes it even better.
Yes, I was really surprised about it, and when I kind of just brought it up to our chair, her and I talked quite a bit. So I was like, "Oh yeah, the Greens want to join us and show their support for the cause or whatever." And she said that historically, the AZLP has had a pretty good relationship with the Green Party. I think that they sort of linked up, but it was way back in 2007. So we haven't really worked with them too much since then. So it's really nice to sort of rekindle that working relationship with them, unite on those issues that we agree on. I mean, we spend so much time disagreeing, and for what? That doesn't accomplish anything. I think that we can do so much more if we are able to peacefully, work with other people towards a common goal. And interestingly enough, there is the Arizona Young Socialist Caucus that also asked to join us, which I was like, yeah, sure, awesome. And then I believe the Arizona Communist Party is also going to be showing up for their support. They kind of asked if it was okay, and I was like, yeah, absolutely. I said, any peaceful person that wants to come, you are welcome. Like, everybody's welcome.
Oh my God, Lauren, you're crushing it. Oh my God, I didn't even know it was this. Holy shit. I have the biggest. I'm so mad my camera's not working because I have the biggest stupid smile on my face in the world right now. This is what it's all about. You guys are doing it. You guys are doing it in Arizona, and totally unprompted by me. Like this is just something that's happening, and that kind of goes to how the unity message works, because again, like you said, you saw me. Well, I did this because I saw other people, and then the Florida people reached out to the Florida Green Party because they saw you guys in Arizona, and we just spread this and build this, and it's so spectacular and amazing.
It's amazing. And one thing that I sort of, I don't want to give that I did like to point out is that you won't see this happening from the two big parties. You're not going to see anything, even if it's something that they completely agree on, just on principle alone, you will not see that support.
Yeah, definitely. You'll never see Democrats and Republicans put on a joint protest for anything because, I mean, they're the people we would usually be protesting. So,
right, that's fair.
But yeah, no, that's spectacular. And I guess the main question I kind of wanted to ask you that I've asked every other guest on here is, I don't know if it was covered by your answer with your husband and everything like that with that, but what was your main reason, the first reason, the biggest reason you became anti-war yourself?
Honestly, I would say it's sort of that trickle-down thing where, one thing that I realized is the extremely bloated military budget and how we just buy and buy and buy and buy, and a lot of times it doesn't get used. And then there's surplus. And instead of just realizing, hey, we don't need to spend all these millions of dollars on, our military budget, they just keep buying. And then you end up having local police, tiny little towns that don't need to have a fucking Bearcat, and they do. And they're using it to patrol the streets. So they end up buying this surplus, weapons, whatever it is, riot shields, Bearcats, pardon my language, sorry.
Right.
And then they, in turn, use it against American civilians on our own streets. So that, to me, was one big thing where I was like, something doesn't add up. And then talking with a lot of my friends who are veterans and realizing that it is so pointless, and how it's almost like their emotions are exploited. Like, I know so many people that after September 11th happened, they wanted to join the military, and they were essentially coerced into believing this is a righteous and just thing that you're doing, and you're doing the right thing for America, and you're a patriot and a hero and this and that. And most of them don't feel that way. They feel like it was pointless. They felt like they got suckered into it, and almost like they got conned into going over there. And it's definitely one of those things where even if you come out physically unscathed, there's so many folks that are mentally just broken for most of the time the rest of their lives, and then that trickles down into suicides, and then you have those suicides, and then how does that, in sort of like a secondhand way, then affect their family, their spouses, their children, their parent, whatever. So then how many of them end up spiraling out of control because of this that happened? So it's such a multifaceted issue that it's almost like the more you look at it, the more problems that you find.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I've done an entire 12-hour podcast covering.
I know I'm preaching to the choir.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No. But even then, I guarantee we missed something. I guarantee there's something we probably didn't cover. You know, like it's that horrible. It's that widespread. It's ridiculous.
Yes. Absolutely.
But yeah, and then I guess real quick, if you could give the details of the march, just like where exactly it's at, what time, like I don't know, rules, how long you're gonna be out there, just any kind of little details.
Yeah, it's gonna be at El Dorado Park in Scotts.
Oh.
I shut my camera off.
Oh God, yeah, that was really loud.
Definitely under the fence, but it's El Dorado Park in Scottsdale. It's the only one that there is. It's going to be starting at noon. And I have a bunch of speakers lined up. I want to say I have like 4 other speakers aside from myself that are going to be speaking. All of the other ones that are going to be speaking are veterans. So we have one of our libertarian gubernatorial candidates, Steve Remus, who's a veteran. We have Jeff Metrick, who's running for Congress. He is also a veteran. Somebody that is a personal friend of mine, but also a libertarian. His name's Ron Supernall. He is veteran. And then I want to say Jake Howard, who is also a veteran. So I have them speaking, and I sort of like told them, hey, talk about whatever you want. Even if you don't, I want people to just share their experiences, and obviously keep it to the idea of anti-war. But even if you didn't necessarily have a horrible experience, because that's what one of my friends was talking to me about, like they were like, well, what we were doing, I want to say they were in Afghanistan, was more of like a humanitarian effort, and it actually, we did good things, but they still believe that we shouldn't have been over there. And I was like, that's fine. You can talk about whatever you want, because there may be, even if there's just one person in that crowd that completely understands how you feel, and they didn't think there was anybody else out there that feels that way. I was like, that in itself is worth it. That's worth all of the effort. That's worth all of the, time, blood, sweat, tears put into it. So that, that's kind of where we're at. I kind of want it to be, it's obviously going to be a rally. People can bring signs. Anybody is welcome. It's a beautiful park. You could, have a picnic. I don't care. I basically would like it to be sort of a networking thing too, to just link up with other people that you may not normally, somebody from the Green Party or whatever that you may not normally interact with. And then you can find that common ground that you never thought you would find with them.
Yeah, and that's really important to me, is the networking aspect of it. That's like number 2 on the whole reason why we're even doing this. And then to the other thing, like, obviously everyone I've had on here, we're all kind of like anti-war extremists almost. But like, if you only want to end the war in Iraq, but you think we should stay in Syria, cool, then come out to the event. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm not, this is everybody we can, every perspective, every reason, like, come out. This isn't just a bunch of anarchists screaming the whole time.
Yes, I love that. And that's an excellent point. And that's something that I probably will use as I'm promoting this event. Like, even if you are or only know about the war in Afghanistan and you don't really know about anything else, because that happens a lot too, where there's so much going on a global scale that the United States is involved in, but you don't really hear about it. So it may just be also that there's some folks that don't even understand the widespread problem that this is and how long it's been a problem. And even if you're just against foreign occupation, like I'm with that. That goes hand in hand,
Yeah, like if you're a Tulsi Gabbard person and you think we don't need to end the war on terror, but we shouldn't be doing regime change wars, cool, come out. Like, all the perspectives. It doesn't just need to be a bunch of libertarians and anarchists that are non-interventionalists. Like, we want perspectives from everywhere.
Yes, absolutely. I completely agree. Like, echo chamber is dangerous. That collectivism is dangerous. I want people of all ideologies to come and to the same point that I was making earlier, even if you just get to chatting with somebody and your ideology resonates with that one random person that you never would have had a conversation with. That's what it's about. It's just, you know, spreading those ideas and even learning from other people and learning points of view that are outside of your own that you may have never even considered before.
Absolutely. And that's what it's all about. And like you said, like, we're going to have these networks forever. We're going to know these people, these names, these faces forever. And if we ever need to call on them for something else that we also agree upon, then we won't be strangers then.
Absolutely. Yes, there is definitely strength in numbers, you know, and unity, although it doesn't solve everything, it definitely can help to not only sort of empower other people to speak up against it, but it also kind of brings validity to that movement, where when you're like, oh, it's not to say that just one person standing there holding a sign and protesting on their own is any less important, but there's power in numbers that really gets people looking. You know, usually a news crew isn't going to come out if it's just one or two people, but if you have 600, 1,000, 1,500 people, that's going to get the attention of a lot of people from all walks of life.
And that's kind of what I'm hoping DC is. Like, I have no idea how many people are going to show up. It could be 2 guys and a dog, or it could be thousands of people. We'll see. Like, I have no idea. You know? Sorry, your camera kind of lagged out for a second there.
It's great.
You still there? Can you hear me?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. You kind of freaked out. I didn't hear what your response was. The camera went all wild.
I'm not going to lie. I don't remember. It's been like 2 days solid drinking.
Oh my God. Yeah. Libertarian parties. Jesus Christ. But all right. We're
lit.
Yep. We're coming up on our quick half an hour. So, before I let you go back to partying and everything, and you better be bothering every single person there about the march, because you're awesome activist that you are.
I have been.
I love you so much. Plug your stuff. Where can people find you? Where are you at? Websites, shows, programs, anything. Where the life of Lauren.
Honestly, mostly what like I do messaging for the AZLP. So if you follow Arizona_LP, that's my main focus. And then I have my own page, which is more kind of a little shit posty, but it's fun. I try to keep it fun, but also based. And that's going to be Lauren_Liberty_ on Twitter. And that's honestly the main venue that I use. I don't really do much outside of that. I don't really like other formats. I think Twitter's really awesome because it's a good way to link up with people. It's not quite as toxic as like Facebook's horrible. I don't even use Facebook. So anyway,
oh
that's
God,
pretty much it.
Facebook got worse than Twitter. That's spectacular.
Yeah, to the point where I actually prefer. Yes, exactly. That in itself is everything. Yep. So that's really it. I mean, I do, you know, non-political stuff too. I do some modeling and whatever. But
plug all that stuff too. No, plug it. You're literally you're the pinup queen of the Libertarian Party. How dare you come on my podcast and not plug your pinup work?
The political pinup. All right, so my Instagram is miss.ms.laurenliberty, all one word. If you want to follow me on there, sometimes, you know, I post some risque photos or whatever, and it's just fun. And it's kind of like an outlet to just do something that is aesthetically pleasing, and I don't really have to think too much about it. And it's a nice palate cleanser from the politics all the time.
Right. Absolutely. But all right, you're lovely. I'm so proud of you in Arizona. You guys are literally like a shining light to me. I'm gonna carry that to DC. It's so important to me what y'all are doing over there, and I cannot like send your praises enough. I hope it goes spectacular. Take lots of pictures, and enjoy the rest of your party.
Absolutely.
All right, you have a good night.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me. I appreciate you. Have a good one.
Bye. She's like lagging like 5 minutes behind. But yeah, that's the Arizona. And as you can tell, she is a pinup star, and she is beautiful and lovely, and she does a lot of hard work, and she's a spectacular person, and you should definitely check her out too at Lauren Liberty. It's lots of fun. And then I expected to talk to her long, but I didn't want to keep her sitting in the bathroom of her party. you know, but yeah, I'm glad you could come on, and I'm glad that went well. And then from there, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the final hour. The final hour. So once again, I'm gonna do that whole annoying thing where I'm gonna tell you to take a post from End the Damn Wars. I'm gonna go on Twitter, go on Facebook, go on YouTube, copy the link to the Twitter in YouTube, copy a link to the website in a YouTube comment on Facebook. If you're playing a video game, drop it in the chat lobby of your video game. Put it anywhere. Spread this far and wide everywhere you can think of. All it takes is Control C or hold the button and hit copy, and then go somewhere and just hit the button and just press it. Spread this far and wide. I want to be able to search End the Damn Wars and have like thousands of responses over the last 12 hours. That's the goal. That's 100%. Once again, check out the fundraiser. I'll post the link to the fundraiser in all the chats again. Boop. And a boop. And a boop. And a boop. Check out the fundraiser. Check out the t-shirt store. Killing it, crushing it. We got another $50. Boom. That's sick. Love y'all. Y'all are the absolute greatest. 100%. I'm slowly losing my mind, so I apologize if I start acting really weird. Yeah, looks like a bunch of people bought some shirts too, which that's cool. That's been great. I'll try to find somebody for the last hour, but if not, you guys are just stuck with my rambling crazy ass, because unless I get another guest, there's really no reason to continue unless I just, I'm doing it just to say that I went 12 hours. So pretty sure Misty's sleeping by now. For the final hour. A guest for the final hour. Do 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 do. Oop. Besides that, we could talk about how Dan Crenshaw is being called out for being a warmongering piece of shit on Twitter right now. You should go to Dan Crenshaw's page and call him a warmongering piece of shit. Heck, Andrew, if you want to join back in. We can just make fun of Dan Crenshaw and drink until it's midnight. I don't care. You got the link. You can just jump in. Oh, boy. Losing my mind. Yeah, we're just going to dunk on Dan Crenshaw for the last hour because he's like one of my least favorite person. Sasha, I wish I could put that up on the screen, but for obvious reasons I cannot. But just know that I agree with you. People in the other chats have no idea what nonsense is going on. Call Jimmy Dore. Yeah, dude, Jimmy should be on here. Jimmy, what the hell? You should be promoting my event, Jimmy. I believe in you, Jimmy. You're a cool guy, Jimmy. Dave Smith needs to be promoting this event because he said he would, and he hasn't retweeted a damn thing. And I'm going to jump his shit tomorrow on Twitter and be like, yo, Dave, what the hell? I was on your show. You said you were interested. Come on, Dave. Let's go. Spike's speaking. At least retweet it out, Dave. Oh, see, now Andrew's being requested by people on Twitter. They're like, bring that inked guy back on. So now you're doomed. Now you have to get back. If you had a house band, what would they sound like? No, I'm not going to make Andrew tell the bald eagle story. We're going to stay on topic as much as possible. We're not going to talk about how Andrew accidentally killed a bald eagle. Damn, Chris Keen in the other chat. Where are you at? That's 3 p.m. What the hell? Oh God, I've had my taking the short break banner up this entire time like a goob. Whoops. It's getting to me, folks. Getting to me. Different Andrew. We're gonna have two Andrews on here. Andrewception.
Oh, double Andrew. Am I echoing?
A little bit, but not too bad.
Okay, how about that? I just turned my volume down.
That's better.
I'm not doing my camera because I literally just got home from hanging out with my kids all day.
I've only done my camera for 30 minutes of this 12-hour stream, so don't feel bad.
I know, I was there for that. I remember. It's pretty good.
I got attacked by the NSA, and so did Kara, apparently. She got just like whatever the hell was going on with her thing.
Yeah, no, we have it's fun when that happens. Just random tech issues in the middle of like a bunch of people that are used to using technology and it can't be explained.
Yeah, somebody called me a tech boomer, and it's like, no, literally, I plug my webcam in, and it turns on, flashes white a bunch of times, and turns off. Like, it's dead.
Yeah.
It's done.
That sounds like it's broken.
You know, lots of fun. It was kicking me out of Streamlabs, StreamYard over and over again if I kept trying to plug it in. So it was causing like software and hardware issues. And I was like, oh, I probably should stop doing this. Something's gone serious amiss at this point.
Oh, that's a lot of fun, though. I mean, dude, you've been killing it. You're an hour away from fucking a 12-hour live stream.
Yeah, I've only taken an hour break, so I've done 11 hours straight.
That's killing it, man.
And that doesn't count the half hour before we went live where I was setting everything up. So I've been sitting in this chair for 11 hours.
Okay, I'm proud of you, buddy. What was your favorite part so far? What was your best memory of the live stream?
Green Party lady was spectacular. I'm sorry, I'm blanking on her name right now. I'm awful because I forget people's names immediately.
It's been 12 hours. You're okay.
I'm gonna look it up right now because I feel bad. No. Going back. Colette's awesome. Colette was awesome. She was awesome. Jay, Fred Hampton leftist, fucking spectacular. That was great. And then obviously, I mean, I'm biased because he's my boy. It's always just fun to just bullshit with Senior Inked Anarchist, aka Andrew, because he's back in here. We have double Andrew, so I'm just
What's
gonna have to
happening,
call you
other Andrew? How are you?
I'm gonna have to call you Inked and him Andrew. It's getting really confusing.
I feel like we need to do like a Highlander competition here. There can only be one.
do that Kyle thing they did where they beat each other up with pool noodles in the desert.
Yeah, there is actually a Council of Andrews. It's like inspired by the Council of Ricks on Rick and Morty, and I think that that just kind of seems relevant now suddenly because we have two different Andrews. I'm more Andrew than you.
Yeah, there was a when I was still on Facebook. For people that don't know, my real name is Zach. I've already been doxxed, so it doesn't matter. You can just Google my full address and everything. It's on the internet. But when I was still on Facebook, I got pulled into a group that was called the Council of Zachs. And it was this guy that was literally just searching like Facebook and just every single person named Zach he was adding in there. So it ended up being like 9,000 people in this group. And we were all like in a group chat, like planning to like take over a part of a country and turn it into Zakistan.
That's awesome. Yeah, there's enough people. My last name is kind of unique because it's Irish and stuff, but there's enough people who have similar spellings or similar pronounced last names but different spellings to mine that I added them all a few years ago in a giant chat on Facebook and was like, hey, so what's up, guys? And it's just like, how you guys all doing? What's up? And I got like 5 or 6 people are like, we should really do like a get together because we all have the exact same first and last name.
We have the same Irish moon language last name.
Well, yeah, and that's, I mean, like mine. So mine's partially anglicized, but my relatives on my mom's side came through Canada and then across into Detroit versus coming through Ellis Island. So they didn't get any anglicization really. They just got a little bit. So it's normally GH is the F sound that happens on my last name because it's originally German and German nobility and long story, but it's 2 F's for me. So it changes a little bit, but otherwise, yeah, there's a lot of GOs, there's a lot of GOUs, there's
moon language.
Yeah, it's really weird, and but we all kind of got a laugh out of it, sharing the not only the same first name but the same last name too is entertaining.
Yeah.
No, I had some really uncreative like great-great-grandparents. When they came over to the United States, our last name was Sedichin. And then he decided that he didn't want to have a solid Hungarian last name. So he was a blacksmith. So he thought in his ingenious aptitude that he would call himself Smith. And then not realizing that it was one of the more common names in the country.
It's so creative.
but
it
same,
runs in the family.
Same question to you, Andrew. Assuming you've been here more or less the entire time, give or take. What was your favorite part of the 12-hour super stream?
So my favorite part of the 12-hour super stream, aside from the fact that your camera exploded 30 minutes in, it had to be the conversation. I don't remember the gentleman's name, but it was the person on right before Kara that was talking. You guys spent a lot of time talking about like the pre-2016 events that you guys had gone to, and how even back then you had a bunch of different like political unity events that weren't even political unity events. It was just people showing up to things that happened. And I thought that was a really, really important message, because that's something that I've personally been trying to encourage people to do is, like, if you hear about something locally, if you hear about an issue you care about, just do what you can. Like, do what you can with the time and money. If you can find the time to go out to a large protest, do it. But if not, just be the protest in your city. And I thought that your conversation with that guest really, like, pulled that together well.
Yeah, that was James, Fred Hampton leftist. He was... Yeah, great. And again, you know, like people tell me all the time on like the right and libertarian circles, like, how dare you speak to them commies? And then like you actually just talk to people and you're like, oh, all these people are actually cool. It's like, yeah.
We all want the same damn thing. It's we touch the elephant from a different angle.
It's a good way to put it.
Yeah, well, and that's, you know, and two, don't underestimate the power of just even a single person standing there with a sign, because like local news, especially in smaller towns and stuff, love to talk about that, and that suddenly gives you a platform. Now you're suddenly in mass media, that you get that huge platform that you can talk about an important issue. And if you're just, you know, one guy, it doesn't matter, because now you're being interviewed. Now that's going into an article, or that's going on, or, you know, Magnus, in your case, or that's going on Door, and then that's going on Joe Rogan and getting mentioned. And
yeah, for my case, it was literally, again, for people that don't know, I gave a speech in Lansing. That's the only reason I'm fucking relevant. Before that speech, literally, I expected to show up like every other Lansing event, because I'd gone to Lansing like 4 times at that point. And it was always just like a small group of people and like a local journalist, maybe a local live streamer, and nothing else. So I expected to give that speech to like nobody, you know, again, like the whole the Lemmy Kilmeister joke, for people that I keep repeating it, people might not know. The first show Motorhead ever did, the only people in the audience were 2 guys and a dog. And that's why Lemmy Kilmeister plays looking at the ceiling, because he couldn't deal to look down and see the only people to show up to his concert was 2 guys and a dog. So that's what I thought my speech was going to be. And instead it was like 15 National Guard, SWAT team, Black Hawk circling the Capitol, SWAT snipers, and like 100 journalists. And I was like, oh, whoops.
That's, you know, that reminds me of, I forget the comedian, but he tells the story about when he did like he answered an ad for like an audition for like a musician thing, like he played piano, and he realized that the audition was like in front of an entire packed club. like playing with the band. And the guy's like, well, what do you want to play? And he said, and I just kept going, I didn't think it would be like this.
that was literally going through my mind when I gave the speech. It's like, what do I do? What do I do? And again, the journalists were such clowns because they were walking like maybe 3-4 feet ahead of us backwards with big like television cameras over their shoulders and like almost tripping over each other and shit. And they would follow us around like seagulls. If you go back and watch the footage and like live streams of that day, you'll see just like a crowd of people go from like one side to the other, because me and my buddy Tim were trying, COVID's happening. We're trying to be respectful. We want to smoke a cigarette. So we're like, we'll step out of the crowd so people aren't breathing in my secondhand, smoke during COVID, and it'll be great. And literally every time we try to step out of the crowd, there'd just be like this flock of geese journalists just like swarming after us.
It's just what and they're fucking vultures. I mean, yeah. But you know what? The thing is though, is they're useful vultures, right? If you know that they're vultures and you know that they're looking for a story and things to a certain extent, because they will edit things and manipulate what you say, you can use that as a platform. And what's coming up with these, with these demonstrations, with these protests, you are going to have a huge platform to say things that need to be said, and to get that out there. People really need to keep that in mind. Like, again, when you show up, you also need to keep in mind you are going to have a huge platform that you probably didn't expect to have.
Yes. And again, please, for the love of God, I ask everybody, I know that a lot of the people that are showing up to this event are unfortunately libertarians. and please come correct. Guys, please be on your best behavior. Please, exactly like Andrew pointed out, we're going to be on a national stage. Try to act accordingly. Don't be goofy. And also, obviously, because we're in Washington, D.C., don't even joke about the obvious things I'm going to tell you not to joke about, okay? Especially after January 6th. I don't even care if you're just kidding. I will tell you to leave. Please do not fuck around in D.C. right now at this protest. I remember...
Dude, I'm fucking excited, right? So Nick Fuentes of... InfoWars got his fucking FBI investigation notices and shit.
Wait, you mean Owen Troyer, not Fuentes.
Owen Troyer, I'm sorry.
Because Fuentes is the America First fucking ethno-nat.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I confused my right wing fucking shitbags. But I'm just kidding. But Owen Troyer, right, got his letters. So I'm just waiting for mine, because I was there. We've been vocal about it, but we weren't there for the same reasons, and literally worked to de-escalate the situation.
Yeah, you were there to shit post about Assange,
right?
Which was great,
and it was pretty damn effective. It was a lot of fun.
You should tell that story of how you hijacked a InfoWars event to become a Julian Assange event just through the power of being Andrew.
Yeah. So Kimber was actually with me for this too. Back in February of 2020, during the first week of Julian's trial. Some shit went down in Roger Stone case. I don't even remember what it was. And they held an emergency free speech summit featuring Alex Jones and just a bunch of other right-wing leaders, right? And it's literally in the middle of our planned protest weeks, like maybe 7 minutes from the house if there wasn't traffic, like a good 30 if there was. But so we rolled down there with a group of, I believe it was 5 of us. I think it was me, Steve, Christy, at the time, Dak, and Kimber, all go down to go to this Alex Jones rally. And it's an emergency free speech summit. And like 10 minutes in, no one's talked about Julian Assange. And Jason Burmis was actually there recording all this. So all the videos there, it's a lot of fun. But we just started heckling Alex Jones about his support for Julian. And he had some woman that was claiming she was running against Nancy Pelosi to take down the deep state, who like later asked me to quit contacting her for organizing because I was just reaching out to her like, hey, you were here, you gave me your number. I'd really like to talk with you about Julian Assange.
You fucked up and gave Andrew your phone number.
I want to take down the deep state, but only if it's done within certain civilized parameters that are legal. Right. And
but legally. Oh yeah. Overthrow the government. but legally.
But the irony here, right, is I got to look all these people in the eye: Alex Jones, Enrique Tarrio, Owen Schroyer, Nick Fuentes, and straight tell them, when Julian is gone, you are gone. Like, it is the legal standing that they are removing him with that you will be systemically removed from society with. And they just literally just stumped for Trump. They were like, well, if he'd have given up his sources, like, what other fucking journalist is going to give up his sources? Like, what other person with integrity is going to be like, yeah, I'm just going to burn 20 years of a journalistic reputation because some guy wants to make some fake deal for me to tell who the source of the DNC leaks was.
Well, yeah, and I mean that's, oh my god. But I mean that's the funny thing about a lot of these guys is that are these big celebrities and stuff is that they will go out of their way to talk about how anti-establishment and everything else they are, but when push comes to shove, nope.
Right, they just lay down and get scared.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, like, Magnus, you for sure. I mean, because you've been banned you can't even order food.
Yeah, for people that don't know, I am banned off of Uber Eats. I am banned off of Grubhub. I am banned off of DoorDash. I am banned off of Etsy, Facebook, fucking Cash App, fucking PayPal. Yeah, everything. I've been nuked from the internet.
Well, yeah, and that's the advantage that those of us who don't have much of a following, we're not big, big like we don't make money from this, right? So like that's the advantage that we have is that what are you going to do? So we can say what we want to. We can actually do we can say meaningful things and not be scared of what the ramifications of that are. Really, it's Alex Jones has gotten too big for his britches, in my opinion. I think he might have started out with maybe some good intentions, but that hasn't.
Yeah, he had crowds of people chanting, "Alex, we love you," in the middle of the whole fucking Proud Boy Antifa psyop that was going on.
Oh God, yeah, I remember that when actually there was videos of that in DC. I remember that. Oh my God. Yep. But that's where Mike Dunn punched a Proud Boy. that was a whole thing that happened. Mike Dunn, the Fed. Mike Dunn, the Fed punched another Fed. Who would have seen that coming? But yeah, and then definitely like I don't know, Andrew. You say you don't have a small platform, but you were a crowd favorite. All the people on Nico's thing were like, "That dude was awesome. Bring that dude back." And then so.
I mean, it's not even really my message, right? All I'm doing is just saying the things that are true.
Well, I guess
my political beliefs are so much greater, but it's the situation that we're in is we're literally domestically using torture. Like that doesn't happen without years of rot, and it doesn't continue without, or doesn't stop without years of effort.
Yeah. And definitely, again, inked all of your stuff. Like, again, people loved everything about the PMC shit. They love your energy, everything. So congrats. You're officially excited. You're officially fucking inked is definitely officially part of somebody's fan club, and you're probably gonna get a bunch of lefty followers. But I warned them in advance. Inked. I'm like, we're crazy over here on this end of Twitter. You're not gonna be used to it, but maybe you'll.
Yeah. No, I need some trolls. That's literally like I miss. Like, there's no good trolls left on the internet.
Andrew,
like, what are the good trolls?
Andrew, I'm talking to the other Andrew.
There's too many Andrews. This is getting confusing.
I'm getting mixed up.
I've had too much beer for this.
But then again, okay, Andrew Z, that's how I'll do it. And you were on fucking Tucker Carlson, so you're already like a weird micro internet celebrity. So
yeah, that was seriously my worst interview ever, though.
You did great. What do you mean?
It was so bad. I had 6 pages of notes, and I didn't say a single thing that was on them.
That's good.
That's what's funny is, to like, speak to like people who like wanted to hear me again and stuff like, well, why? I don't know. I mean, like, I'm still like, I feel weird about this. I don't know. Like years ago, and when I told this story actually on Enemy of the State Stink Pod Stash, which I think is defunct now, but that on that podcast, I actually told the story about how like I had gotten tapped, a few years ago to run against a state senator for the area and stuff, and then saw what was happening on behind, in closed doors and secret meetings at houses and things, and went to that and saw how that went, and then said that, I was a libertarian, and then they didn't want me anymore for the Republican Party. Imagine that. But like, these things like happen to me, like where I'm interacting, you got, Magnus, you got mentioned, you're on Door, you get mentioned on, on other major, like huge podcasts. Andrew's been on Tucker Carlson. Like, how am I in your guys' company? How did that happen? I don't understand. Like, I'm nobody. I don't know how the hell.
I was nobody 8 months ago, literally nobody. And Andrew was also nobody, like probably like a year or two ago. Like,
I'm still nobody. I'm seriously a single dad that just has 2 kids and does a whole bunch of paperwork for a living. Like I just happen to force my life to have the time to be able to do things like this.
Yep. And yeah,
I can barely read, like, for real. Like, if you go and watch my streams, I'm so dyslexic I can't really read out loud. Like, so like anyone can do this, and anyone can do it better than me. Like, for real. That's the crazy part.
Well, that's the thing. It's all of us are like, why the fuck is us? And I mean, like, Inked, you're being dragged along for this ride just for being a part of the movement. And I guess now that we're almost 12 hours in, I can say the dirty B word of the Boog people, and seeming we're so toxic and so many people. I saw you had the hat on, so I was like, fuck it, we're dropping the aloha. But again, like that's another reason why I want more of you guys in the movement in front of like genuine cameras that people are actually paying attention and honest like audiences and stuff, because you have other people like Cato that went and fought, like he's a mutualist fucking anarchist. He went over to Syria and fought with the YPG for a fucking year, and he won't fit anybody's like definition. And then obviously you have people like Mike Bobby and stuff that runs the Mad Liberty podcast. He's trans and fucking like he looks like he belongs in Antifa, and he's running around and he's part of the movement. And like that's the whole reason that I got attracted to the movement, is because we're all weird freaks and geeks that all kind of get the point of everything and get the message and why we're all here and what we're actually fighting against, instead of joining in with like some 3%ers or something who are going to be like, we're going to go fight the damn commies and elect Republicans again and make America something. It's like, fuck all that. So,
well, yeah. And I mean, that's, the thing, I mean, the whole reason you wound up on our podcast is because I laughed that you and Oldman and Trashman from the Big Igloo Boys were commies, and I kind of chuckled about that. And then you guys wound up on our podcast, which means that my evil plan worked.
We were baited. God damn it.
Yeah, it totally worked. But it was all just a psyop. But we joke around. I mean, I'm a hardcore capitalist, right? So like, when I started out as an ANCAP, and then I saw that ANCAPism, and I use that in quotes because they're not true capitalists anymore. Like it's been co-opted by these like white nationalists and these hyper hardcore traditionalists and these people who are really more fascist than they're anything. And that's when I became a voluntarist and a black flag anarchist, is when I saw that. Like I'm always going to move my, my spectrum depending on, like, I'm a man of principle. So I'm going to look at that. And then if it doesn't line up with my principles, I'm going to abandon that movement. It's the way it's going to work. And, the unity thing, like I'm a huge fan of mutualism. Obviously I grew up in a household that was, let's say, politically motivated in Ireland.
Yeah.
Can you have a household that isn't politically motivated in Ireland? I feel like that just comes with the territory.
Well, I mean, there's after the Troubles and after all of that, you have all those years of warfare and stuff, and people are kind of sick and tired of it. So there's a lot of people who try to just kind of keep their heads down and not be active. But in my case, I wound up with a family that was not averse to conflict, and they're very politically motivated and things. But obviously the Provos are very left wing, and and I grew up in a household where the idea is they're not socialist. Like a lot of people will say they're socialists. They're not socialists. They're mutualist. They're about community. It's about the idea that you take care of each other. And I grew up, even in the United States, when I've lived here and been here for so many years and stuff, I grew up in very rural areas all the time where everybody takes care of everybody. It's very, very mutualist. You're not forced to do it, but you're kind of expected to, because, well, you're going to want their help when you need help. So you're going to help them. And that's a very mutualist thing.
Right.
So,
like if you step off your back porch wrong and break your ankle, your neighbor's going to get there probably a half hour before the ambulance does. Kind of things,
Yeah, exactly. And if you need, you didn't get a deer this season or a moose or whatever, and you can't put it in your freezer, you're going to need, somebody that can bring you meat and bring you food. And like, these are things that I grew up with just expecting. And unfortunately, a lot of the ANCAP movement has started to shift to this every man for himself attitude, which is just not the way that should be at all. But that unity thing, and that's hence the patch here, it's about unity, right? It's about the understanding that even if I don't agree with you entirely, I can still work with you. We still have the same goals, the same end game, the same ideas. And it's the same thing with this, with the end the damn wars, where it's, look at how many different people you have. People from the right, you have the Communist Party showing up to
fucking Arizona,
right? Yeah. All over the place, man. You got people from all sorts of political ideologies and economic ideologies that are coming in here, and it's because we all have the same goal, right? We all want to stop this insanity. And I love that idea that, like, it doesn't matter. I might disagree with you on some things, but look, the core of this, we can all agree on. We can all work together on this.
And yeah, that's one thing I've always loved about the Boogs is, like, I always use the term libertarians doing libertarian shit, because like that entire party should be like the mutual aid community volunteer party. Like, they should be like building people's houses and doing everything voluntary because they are volunteerists. You're running around telling people you don't need the government to take care of the poor. Well, who's going to take care of the poor? We'll take care of the poor. And it's like, well, are you taking care of the poor? And they're like, but the government still exists. And it's like, okay, that rings hollow. Like, nobody believes you then. That very, like you said, dog eat dog kind of individual mega. It's not even individualist. It's selfish at the end of the day. It's just like ignorant to the world around you and thinking that you could just like say, fuck everyone around me and do whatever you want. And it's like, there's a difference between freedom and anarchy, in a sense, if that makes sense. Of like, a lot of people seem to think freedom just means that I will do whatever the fuck I want, whenever I want, and fuck anybody who tells me otherwise. And it's like, oh, so you're the guy that's blasting music at 4 a.m. and your neighbor asks you to turn it down and you don't. Like, okay, you're a bastard,
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I left organized religion behind, right? Like, I'm a Christian. A lot of people might have a problem with that. I don't give a fuck what you think. And like, I left organized religion behind because churches will talk endlessly about how, that we're commanded to take care of our fellow man and be there for them and help them out. And then when somebody shows up and is like, hey, can you guys help me with my rent? They're like, well, get a job, you bum. Like, I can't stand that. That's that whole idea. No, you should feel obligated to your fellow person. You should feel obligated to help people and care about them and and have empathy. Like, what happened to empathy? What happened to that?
Foreign concept. And definitely with like the unity thing, to steal an analogy from Dave Smith, like we're all riding this train essentially to like revolution, for lack of a better term. And you can jump off the train at any point. Like if you're a minarchist or something, or like a liberty Republican, okay, then you can just jump off at ending the wars. And if you're like a hardcore like libertarian minarchist, then you can like jump off at like abolishing the federal government but keeping state governments or something like that. Or you can ride the train all the way to anarchy land. But at the end of the day, if you never jump on the train at all, then we're not going to get anywhere. So this whole thing of like, the Marxism would be another thing. Like I won't jump on the Marxism train. It's like, you won't at least ride it to like ending qualified immunity. Like you won't ride the train at least that far. You're just gonna ignore it altogether. And there's a great political comic where it shows a bunch of people on a merry-go-round, and they're just going around in a circle. And then there's a bus that's sitting there with a couple people in it, and on the side of the bus it says "We'll depart when full." And then the sign on the bus is revolution, and then the merry-go-round just says reform. And the people on the merry-go-round are like, "You guys are getting nowhere," as they go in a big circle.
Yep, that's so perfect.
I need to find that picture right now.
That's dead on. That's, and that's the thing is like so many people and what's been delaying so much of, I think, of a lot of the liberty movement and the real freedom movement, and the anti-war movement and stuff, is that everyone gets caught up in their little microcosm